This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 30 days before the end of the world. When she first learned about the disaster, Xiaoyi was wearing an eye mask and sleeping soundly in the quilt. The room was quiet and warm. A border collie was lying on the sofa, and 2 rural cats were curled up on the pillow, each of them sleeping soundly. A shrill horn sounded. She didn't even open her eyes, habitually picked up the phone from the bedside, and pressed the button to turn off the alarm. The sound continued, loud and long, with a kind of momentum that would never give up easily. She pressed the button several times in a daze, but failed. However, she pressed too hard and accidentally pressed the screenshot button. A click sound came from her ear. Xiaoyi was startled and finally woke up. She woke up, but her head was really heavy. After pushing off the eye mask, she habitually turned on the electric curtain switch, hoping that the sunlight outside would save her life and help her get rid of the sleepiness quickly. The bedroom curtain slowly opened, but failed to welcome the morning light. The sky was dark outside, with only street lights dotted around. Xiaoyi's lips twitched, and she lowered her eyes to look at the time on her phone. It was 3 a.m. The beeping sound continued, and she realized belatedly that it was no wonder that she couldn't turn off the alarm clock for a long time. The sound didn't come from the phone at all, but from her ears. "Ancestor, what's wrong with you?" she protested weakly. "Ding ding. Ding ding, help. It's only 3 o'clock now. Ding ding. Ding ding. Ding ding." Xiaoyi sighed deeply, crawled out of the bed with difficulty, jumped onto the sofa beside the bed barefoot. The sensor recognized her movements. The lights turned on automatically, and the soft light filled the entire bedroom. The 2 cats and 1 dog heard the noise, and they all pricked up their ears. After confirming that it was the owner who went crazy, they lay back lazily. Xiaoyi finally woke up with difficulty, lowered her eyes to look at the screen of her mobile phone, and her sight was attracted by the first news in the notification bar. 2 typhoons are about to land in the southeastern coastal areas, Typhoon number 9 and Typhoon number 11. Typhoon number 9 is most likely to land in Fuzhou at 10 a.m. on June 25th. The maximum wind force near the center is 17, Typhoon number 11. The 2 typhoons may produce Fujiwara effect. Typhoon? Because of this? Xiaoyi asked in his heart. Ding ding. The loudspeaker answered crisply. The relationship between this loudspeaker and Xiaoyi is a bit difficult to define. Can it be understood as her partner? It came to Xiaoyi 3 years ago. At that time, it was very annoying. It kept barking every day, and other people couldn't hear the sound. It only affected her. It was like a ghost possessed her. It annoyed her to death. At that time, she had no one to turn to. She searched all the monks, evil sects, lamas and gods, but couldn't drive it away. After getting along for a long time, she found that this horn was not aimless. Every time it screamed, it had its meaning. It meant that Xiaoyi was about to be in danger. Its screams were just gently giving her advice in its own way. As long as it was used correctly, it could help her avoid many pitfalls. After slowly developing some feelings for it, she gave the horn a name, because it could warn of danger. It was called Yujing. Yu Shaojing. When Yu Shaojing screamed, something would happen. But then again, typhoon. Typhoons could indeed cause disasters. But she was studying abroad, far away on the other side of the world. It was impossible for her to be hit by these 2 typhoons. Right? As for waking her up in the middle of the night. Ding. Okay. I was wrong. Xiaoyi is extremely talented. In order to avoid the next devilish sound, he knew the time and admitted his mistake. Yu Shaojing said that it was okay. She was a lazy person. She hated being woken up from her sleep. Yu Shaojing had not disturbed her in the past 3 years. There must be a reason for his first exception. It is easy to realize a crisis, but it is difficult to analyze it. Yu Shaojing has many limitations in the program. It does not have the ability to organize and express language. It cannot replace language with Morse code or other methods. It cannot reveal too much future information. Its only way to communicate is to use long and short sounds to express yes with no. The short sound DD indicates approval, and the long sound DD indicates opposition. It can warn of danger, but it cannot clearly tell what impact the crisis will cause. There are many possibilities for crisis. For example, this time, the typhoon may cause social problems, secondary disasters, or some unknown butterfly effect, which will eventually affect her. You can guess 180 developments just by thinking about it. Xiaoyi is too lazy to analyze. She has her own lazy way. She only needs to confirm the specific time of the crisis. Before the crisis occurs, she just stays at home and doesn't go out. Don't worry about what the crisis is, or how to solve it. Kill two birds with one stone. Anyway, she has a cat, a dog, and a smart home at home. The sofa and quilt are so comfortable, it's no problem to stay at home for 10 days or half a month. This method is simple and crude but effective. It also saves brain cells. Xiaoyi habitually stayed on the sofa, and began to count with her fingers in a very familiar way. How many days do you want me to stay at home this time? Ding ding ding. 3 days? Ding ding ding. 1 month? Ding ding ding. 1 year? Ding ding ding. Xiaoyi yawned. Her patience gradually ran out, and she couldn't help but say, "You won't let me stay at home forever." Yu Shaojing paused for a moment, and then made a sound again, which was a definite answer. Ding ding. Xiaoyi paused. After a while, she, Poochie, laughed out loud, and pretended to be calm. What the hell? Stay at home forever? Will it rain meteorites or will zombies besiege the city? Is the end of the world coming? Let me stay at home forever. Yu Shaojing answered dutifully. Ding ding. Xiaoyi was stunned, and suddenly fell silent. Yu Shaojing is not a human, and he can't joke. He only tells the facts. If someone else said the end of the world was coming, she would definitely take it as a joke, thinking that this person had watched too many apocalyptic movies, and had a second-year syndrome. But Yu Shaojing is different. In the past 3 years, he has proved the accuracy of his predictions again and again. For example, she gave up going to nightclubs, and someone secretly put drugs in the nightclubs. She gave up going to the mall, and someone killed someone with a knife in the mall. There was another outrageous time. She gave up skiing, and the ski team encountered an avalanche and was trapped on the mountain for a day and a night. She has avoided danger many times. But the end of the world? This is a completely different concept. The world encounters a huge disaster. The social order completely collapses, and humans survive in a harsh environment. It can be called the end of the world. It's not the level that an avalanche can compare to. Xiaoyi sank deeply into the sofa. The end of the world. What will the outside world become? Will she have a chance to survive? What will she do? Can she get by staying at home? What kind of living environment will she be trapped in at that time? Is the power grid still there? Are there still 5G base stations? Can smart homes still be used? Yu Shaojing did not answer. Xiaoyi looked around slowly. The end of the world is just a word. It is very abstract. It is difficult to bring a sense of reality when it is directly heard, and compared with the real living environment. Imagine, you can feel the huge gap. Computer, TV, mobile phone, electric curtains, robot sweeper. She likes comfort and is too lazy to move. On weekdays, she usually relies on part-time workers, and half on high technology. She has been spoiled. If there is no heating in winter, no air conditioning in summer, you have to chop wood with an axe to cook. A pastoral life. It's okay to look at it online, but if you live there for 3 days, you will be driven crazy. Yu Shaojing made a long beep sound. It was trying to comfort her, but it was limited by its own language expression system, and couldn't say anything. Xiaoyi grabbed the dog from beside her, completely ignoring its strong protests, burying her face deeply in the soft fur, smelling the familiar smell on its body. Only then did she feel a little bit of security. In the early morning, when everything was waiting to wake up, there was silence outside the window, and the world knew nothing about the impending danger, just like the cats and dogs in the bedroom, immersed in their dreams. I don't know how long I sat on the sofa, until the sky outside the window slowly turned white. The dog finally couldn't bear it anymore, slipped out of the sofa, and after breaking free from the shackles of the shit shoveler, it kept barking. Woof. Several times, angrily accusing her of atrocities. Xiaoyi's eyes gradually softened. She is not alone. She still has a family. 2 cats and a dog in the bedroom, all of whom depend on her for life. Moreover, she still has a sister. Her sister is her only relative left in the world, still lying in the intensive care unit, although much thinner than 3 years ago, but still alive and well in the world. Not to mention that she can't live without high-tech life. Her sister wants to maintain her life, and she can't live without the help of high-tech medical equipment. She must make a lot of preparations to survive in the end of the world. Chapter 2. 29 days before the end of the world. Xiaoyi got up from the sofa. It was bright outside. She no longer wanted to sleep. She decided to believe Yu Xiaojing and make full preparations for it, to ensure that her sister, cats and dogs, and herself can survive. Belief in the end of the world is risky. If Yu Xiaojing's prediction fails, she may waste money and manpower. But if she doesn't believe it, she may have to sacrifice everyone's life. It is not difficult to judge which is more important. The typhoon is expected to arrive in 3 to 4 days. But she is still unaware of the exact time of the apocalypse. And Yu Xiaojing seems unable to reveal too much detail. So for her, the sooner the better. Xiaoyi stuck to her work schedule. Contacted multinational freight companies and second-hand trading companies by phone. And she wanted to send all her luggage back to China. And at the same time sell her foreign real estate and vehicles. Before her parents died, they left a lot of shares in domestic companies. But they were all restricted shares. And they could not be sold at will in the secondary market. It was not so easy to cash out. And she had to sort out the funds on hand. It might not be in time. But preparations must be made. If it is sold, it will give her a lot of budget. Xiaoyi changed her clothes as quickly as possible and packed her luggage in the living room. She tied the dog to the dog leash. Put the cat food and cat litter box separately. Put the comfort towel into the cat bag. And stuffed the 2 cats with their fur flying into it. With the complaints of meow meow meow. She placed the cat bag next to the suitcase. The freight company came quickly. Packed the furniture and electrical appliances in the house into cartons. And moved them neatly into the car one by one. Watching the house slowly empty, she finally felt the reality of moving. She graduated from high school and went abroad to study. And has lived in this house for more than 5 years. From the location, furnishings, to every piece of furniture and appliances. Her parents and sister accompanied her to carefully select each one, and then arrange them in the house. At that time, the whole family was full of laughter. Now that the house has been sold, she is the only one left to clean up everything. Everything happened so quickly that she didn't even have time to miss it. Xiaoyi's eyes felt a little sore. She slowly squatted down and buried her head in her knees. Before she could feel sad for too long, the phone rang suddenly. She rubbed her red eyes, picked up the phone and pressed the answer button. A delicate voice came from the other side of the receiver. "Baby, when are we leaving?" Xiaoyi. A chill rose from her neck, and she shivered violently. The complex emotions that had just risen in her heart disappeared instantly at this moment. "Can you please talk properly?" Xiaoyi gritted her teeth. "Okay, baby." Xiaoyi. The perverted woman who called was by Shanshan, a sister she had known for more than 10 years. This woman had a clipped voice, and she liked to pinch her throat and speak in a coquettish way. However, everyone who knew her knew that she was just pretending. Bai Shanshan's favorite sports were shooting and boxing, and flying. No matter how perverted a sister is, she is still a sister. Xiaoyi wanted to go back to her country to save her life. There was no reason to leave her sisters to fend for themselves abroad. But she hadn't figured out how to explain it to Bai Shanshan. Bai Shanshan was already married, and she was not only her friend in her life, but also her husband. Xiaoyi could trust Bai Shanshan, but she couldn't give the same trust to her man. After thinking it over, she decided not to say anything for the time being, and to find a reason to trick Bai Shanshan back first, and then take it one step at a time. As long as Bai Shanshan was within a few dozen miles of her, even if she encountered the end of the world, she would still have time to take her back to her own shelter. As for the reason to return home together, it was to borrow a plane. Xiaoyi's sister had been in a coma for many years. In order to facilitate visits at any time, she transferred her sister to a hospital abroad. Her sister had a special physical condition and needed medical facilities and medical staff to accompany her on the way back home. International flights were not very convenient. Bai Shanshan, this rich woman, has a private plane. Xiaoyi wanted to send her sister home, and Bai Shanshan could also return home to meet her husband. What a logical reason. After repeatedly confirming with Yu Xiaojing that the route would not encounter typhoons, Xiaoyi took her sister, the medical staff she hired, and her zoo, and boarded Bai Shanshan's private plane that night. Bai Shanshan was barefaced, without any makeup on her face. Even her hair was unwashed, wearing a torn nightgown, waiting for her on the plane in slippers. The only thing about her body that matched her coquettish voice was the exquisite manicure on her fingers and toes. Bai Shanshan had a good argument for this after all. Manicures don't need to be removed, makeup and clothing matching take time, Why did Xia Yi spend that time? Xia Yi was extremely speechless about this person's brain circuit, but she was too lazy to say anything after all. She didn't wash her hair when she saw by Shanshan. The private plane has a lot of space, with separate kitchens, dining rooms, bedrooms, living rooms, and crew lounges. Xia Yi arranged her sister and medical staff in the master bedroom. As for the cats and dogs, they are as familiar with this place as their own home. After boarding the plane, they use their noses to patrol around, to make sure it is a safe place. Then each finds a comfortable position, closes their eyes, and curls up into a ball of fur. As the crew is ready, night has fallen again. The plane slowly glides up, gradually rising above the city, looking out through the window. It seems as if hundreds of lights are flickering under your feet. No matter how beautiful the scenery was, Xia Yi had no heart to appreciate it. Thinking that these beautiful views would soon disappear, she felt a little anxious. Bai Shanshan saw that she was in a bad mood, but did not disturb her too much. She secretly arranged for the crew to prepare her favorite 9-square hot pot. Then she also held her mobile phone and talked to her husband. Xia Yi held a cat and put it on her lap. Then took out her laptop and opened an Excel file. If she wanted to survive and live a good life, she needed to make a lot of preparations. Only when she was well prepared could her inner anxiety be settled. There are only 2 things to prepare. First, is to build a safe shelter that is as strong as a copper wall. Second, is to prepare food, clothing, shelter and transportation, enough for several people to live for 100 years in the future. The planned number of people is 6. There are herself, her sister, Bai Shanshan, the other party's husband, and 2 cats and a dog. For safety reasons, she needs to make a survival plan for 6 people. The shelter is limited by capacity, and must be large enough to store all the supplies. Supplies can be roughly divided into several categories: water, food, survival tools, medical tools, transportation tools, energy, oil, electricity, clothing, daily necessities, communication supplies, household items, and entertainment supplies to kill time, etc. What kind of location is more suitable? Xia Yi asked Bai Shanshan casually. Do you know where the security facilities are complete? The houses are solid, the storage space is large enough, and the cost of living is relatively low. Bai Shanshan was stunned. Prison? Xia Yi, shut up. She turned her head away speechlessly, gave up seeking advice from this woman, connected to the plane's Wi-Fi, and went to the search engine to answer questions. Where is the right place? While browsing messages, Xia Yi secretly asked Yu Shaojing in her heart. What about you? Do you have any suggestions? So, she opened a page of news under the guidance of the other party. Yuehu's sanatorium was negligent, and 3 consecutive patients committed suicide. It was forced to close down a year later. Xia Yi, is this Yu Shaojing's suggestion? Is there really a normal thing next to her? Just as I was thinking about it, the plane had entered a stable phase, and the crew placed the hot pot in the dining area according to Bai Shanshan arrangement. As soon as the red soup base was in place, the overbearing aroma came to my nose. It is not easy to eat hot pot on the plane. Even during a stable flight, there may be air currents. The crew had obviously considered these possibilities long ago, and prepared the hot pot very well. The stove is an induction cooker with higher safety. The bottom of the pot is firmly fixed on the stove surface. There is not too much soup in the pot, and it will not spill when encountering air currents. Xia Yi was stunned, and laughed out loud for the first time today. Bai Shanshan plane was equipped with star-rated hotel equipment, and the decoration, lighting, and seats were all of extraordinary quality. They were also specially equipped with fragrances and flowers, which made the atmosphere very comfortable. The 2 of them wanted to be comfortable on the plane, and brought their cats and dogs with them. They wore big t-shirts and sweatpants, and randomly tied a bun on their heads. It would have been fine if they had no makeup on. Eating hot pot in such a place was really a bit of a downer. However, she liked it. Hot pot may become a luxury in the future. While we have it now, we should eat as many meals as possible. Xia Yi fiercely picked up a piece of lamb brain with chopsticks, and put it into the bubbling red soup. Bai Shanshan saw her expression change, and relaxed herself. She raised her finger, hooked Xia Yi's chin, and said with a smile, Look, I tell you, there is no problem that can't be solved by a hot pot. Xia Yi grinned with a toothache and continued, Yes. If it doesn't work, then find another man. Bai Shanshan pounded the table and laughed. The 2 of them were surrounded by the aroma of hot pot. The steaming hot air blocked their sight. Xia Yi's lips were raised happily, but in the invisible corner, She slowly lowered her eyes. If it were really that simple, it would be great. Chapter 3. 28 days before the end of the world. In the next 10 hours, the two of them ate 3 hot pot meals in revenge, and acne appeared on their foreheads. Even the crew members, and the medical staff, who took care of the sister, were almost soaked in the smell of hot pot. The plane finally arrived in Jiang City. When it was time to get off the plane, the two of them took a shower to wash off the smell of hot pot. Bai Shanshan spent more than an hour putting on full makeup on her face, and changed her slippers to high heels. The angle of the high heels was so weird that it hurt my feet just looking at them. Bai Shanshan was nearly 1.7 meters tall, and with the 10-centimeter high heels, Xia Yi was 1.58 meters tall. Standing in front of her, she looked like a shoulder bag. Her neck hurt from tilting her head back. Would you like to wear it? Bai Shanshan caught her gaze and recommended. I brought a lot of shoes. If there is a shoe size that suits you, you can wear whichever pair you like. Forget it. Xia Yi shook her head repeatedly and declined. She was young and didn't want to sit in a wheelchair. When Xia Yi packed her luggage and took the cats and dogs to get off the plane, she found that Bai Shanshan seemed to be hesitant to speak. So she asked, anything else? Bai Shanshan's eyes showed complex emotions, and her voice was unusually normal as she said softly, Xia Lao Er, it doesn't matter who your parents are, you still have me. Xia Yi, ? Xia Yi, what are you talking about? Bai Shanshan sighed softly. Baby, you don't need to say more, I know everything. Xia Yi felt something was not right the more he listened, and asked with a frown. What do you know? Why are you pretending to be so nice to me? Bai Shanshan slapped Xia Yi on the shoulder, and almost planted her into the ground. If I didn't know these things, why would I personally send you back, and accompany you to eat 3 hot pot meals? Bai Shanshan touched the pimple on her forehead, pushed her hair curtains to cover it carefully, said sadly. I have to go to the beauty salon tonight, or I won't be able to see anyone. Xia Yi. After listening to Shanshan's version of the story, she suddenly understood why this person was hesitant to speak. There are too many complaints, and I can't say it clearly. This version of the story is like this. Her parents are not her biological parents, but adoptive parents who accidentally took her away by mistake. Her actual identity is a third-generation military. She was born in a private hospital. Her parents and adoptive parents lived in the next ward. They were born at the same time. When she was taken for a health check after birth, their identities were confused. Her biological parents have quite a background. Her biological grandfather was in the army, and his specific identity is kept secret. Her biological father is a politician, and he recently went to work in Jiang City. In addition to the daughter, who was taken away by mistake, there is also a younger brother in the family. This happy family of 4, after raising their daughter for more than 20 years, recently found that her identity was not right. So they traveled thousands of miles to find her relatives, and finally found her through their connections. It is said that the DNA has been tested, although Xia Yi does not know how it was tested. The other party has checked everything that should be checked, and will probably come to the door to recognize her relatives in the next few days. Unexpectedly, Bai Shanshan was too wild, and learned about this in advance, thinking that she had received news from her parents, and was preparing to go home to recognize her relatives. So she hurried back to China with mixed feelings. So Xia Yi was unfortunately spoiled in advance. Xia Yi. She lived to the age of 24, and only then did she know for the first time that she actually had biological parents who were living outside. She thought it was the end of the world online expansion pack, but why was there a script of the real and fake daughter superimposed? What the hell is going on? No wonder she rarely felt the overflow of maternal love for Bai Shanshan. That cruel woman, it turned out that she was sympathized with. Xia Yi sighed deeply, but she was too lazy to spend time explaining. If she explained that her low mood was not due to recognizing her biological parents, then she had to explain why she was low. She didn't want to explain the matter of the end of the world. Oh, it's too troublesome. Anyway, being misunderstood won't hurt me, so let it be a misunderstanding. Xia Yi sighed again and admitted defeat. Okay, since you know everything, you should trust me to handle it. Let's go. Bai Shanshan. This woman's face was full of desire to express herself, but at least she had a conscience, and seeing that she didn't want to say more, she was able to hold back and not ask more questions. She just made a 6-hand gesture beside her ear. Call me if you have anything. Xia Yi answered, okay. She will. She really will. The two said goodbye with their own thoughts. Xia Yi was bathed in by Shanshan's sympathetic gaze, and sighed as he left the plane. Not even 2 steps away from the plane, he heard. Ding. 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 Bai Shanshan impatiently sent a series of messages. Detailed information about your biological parents, who are living abroad, you're welcome. Love you.pdf. I know you're too lazy to read it, I transfer it to you. This woman was very considerate, and converted the PDF text into human voice reading, and took great pains to record it into the voice, and as the voice played automatically, all the information lined up to enter Xia Yi's ears. Xia Yi, Bai Shanshan was indeed wild, and she had found out a lot of information about her biological parents, including her father's employment and promotion record, her brother's failed investment history, and her mother's love history. Xia Yi sighed again. She didn't tell Bai Shanshan in detail, and there were many things that couldn't be explained. She actually didn't want to recognize her relatives. She loved her adoptive parents very much. Although they died unexpectedly 3 years ago, they loved her very much in the past, which was enough for her to be spiritually rich for a lifetime. She was already very satisfied. Secondly, she had a sister to take care of. The identity exchange would definitely complicate the matter. She was not at ease handing her sister over to someone else, and did not want to lose her status as her sister's guardian. There was another, very important reason. After recognizing her family, it was inevitable that some feelings would arise. If she did not include the other party in her protection range, she would definitely feel guilty. But if she included the other party in her protection range, the other party might not be trustworthy. You can only take refuge with people you trust during the Doomsday. And you can't let any information leak out. Even Bai Shanshan's husband is on guard. It's hard for her to believe in human nature. Her adoptive parents lost their lives because of mistrust. And she can't make the same mistake again. She doesn't have any fluke mentality. And she won't put her sister's life on the line. When everyone is out of ammunition and food. When everyone loses their mind. When social order collapses. People with resources will definitely become the target of $0 shopping. Skinned, gnawed, and ground by the crazy crowd. Human power is limited. She is not capable of carrying the lives of everyone. Xia Yi did not think for too long, as there were still many things to do. After getting off the plane, she was caught up in a busy schedule. Her sister needed to be entrusted to the hospital temporarily. In order to take care of her sister, she had studied professional nursing. But there were too many things to arrange in the past few days, so she could not always pay attention to her sister's condition. The hospital would take better care of her. She chose a private hospital with excellent conditions and top-notch facilities. There are fewer patients here, and the service is more refined. She can complete the transfer procedures online and escort her sister directly from the airport to the hospital. Xia Yi did not go to the hospital with her. She could not help much as she went, so she might as well go home and do things. There are many things to arrange next, and she roughly sorted them out in her mind. Safe survival in the end times depends on a shelter with complete facilities. In theory, she should find a suitable shelter as soon as possible. But it takes a long time to build a shelter. She is worried that the end of the world will come too quickly. If she puts all her energy into building a shelter, she may not have enough time to buy and store survival supplies. She plans to spend 2 or 3 days to temporarily prepare some survival supplies and store them in the existing house. At least it can meet the basic living needs for 1 or 2 years. Then she can build a shelter. If the end of the world comes slowly, she can live in the built shelter. If the end of the world comes very quickly, at least she can use the supplies on hand to temporarily survive the difficult period in the early stage. As he was thinking, he soon arrived at the airport underground parking lot. There was a long-term parking space for the Xia family, in order to make it convenient to go home after getting off the plane. A spare SUV was parked here all year round. Xia Yi found the parking space number from the document, started the car with his mobile phone, and placed the luggage and cats and dogs on the back seat. As soon as he started the car, he heard a voice from afar. "Sister?" Xia Yi was stunned, and looked up. A boy in his early 20s quickly knocked on the car window, showing a big smile. "Sister, I finally waited for you." The boy was not too tall, about 1.7 meters, with a cute baby face, a deep dimple on his cheek when he smiled, and a pleasing appearance, and a sincere smile. If that old pervert by Shanshan was here, she would have coaxed him to call her sister a few more times. Ding ding ding! Yu Xiaojing suddenly burst into a piercing scream. Xia Yi's heart shrank slightly. She quickly activated the car's 360-degree monitoring. She also pulled out an outdoor flashlight from the armrest box. The flashlight was made of a long handle of metal. She weighted lightly and held it in her right palm. The fingertips of her left hand gently held the emergency call button on the phone. And she carefully opened the car window by 1/3. She asked lightly, "Who are you?" The boy stood outside the car window. His clothes seemed simple and casual. But if you look carefully, you can find that each piece of clothing is worth a lot of money. Doesn't this look like a criminal? Chapter 4. Xiao Yi looked at the other person in confusion, and the other person looked at her in surprise, and after just one encounter, she couldn't help but blurt out, "Sister, you are so beautiful, and you must look like our mother when you smile." Xiao Yi's facial features are indeed superior, but unfortunately she has a baby face. Her cheeks are chubby and a little chubby, her big eyes blink, her appearance is very childish, and her voice is also sweet. Some people praised her for being cute, and said she was really beautiful. Not many people have such a smile. Most people's first impression of her is innocent and naive. To put it bluntly, she is easy to bully and deceive. Xiao Yi doesn't smile often. Maybe she is a funny person at heart. She can make herself laugh when playing with cats and dogs. But when she faces unfamiliar people, she rarely smiles. Her appearance has a negative blessing. As long as she smiles, she will be easily regarded as a fool, so she can only be forced to pretend to be cool. The boy in front of her is obviously the opposite of her. He likes to use a cute smile as a weapon. Maybe it's because of the different growth environment. Even if they are biological siblings, they will grow up to look completely different. Xiao Yi already knew who he was. Not to mention that he looked similar to her. And he kept calling her sister, sister, over and over again. Even the most slow-witted person should have thought of it. Lin Linglang, the son of her biological parents. The younger brother, who was living away from home. Xiao Yi was smacking the word sister. She used to call others sister, but now she was also called sister, which was strange. As for her identity as a sister, her original name should be Lin Linglin. She silently read the two names 3 times in her mind, and a sense of relief rose in her heart. Fortunately, this name does not belong to her now. Without a level 1 Mandarin proficiency, you are not worthy of this name. If you go out and introduce yourself to others, you will break your tongue. The random thoughts only lasted for a moment. But Xiao Yi's face showed no clues. And he just said lightly, "You are good at talking. But I have something else to do. So I leave first." As for the second half of the sentence, our mother, she didn't respond at all. Hey, sister, don't go. You misunderstood? Seeing her leaving, Lin Linglang hurriedly stopped in front of the car and said with a smile, "Mom asked me to pick you up. Maybe Mom hasn't contacted you yet, and you don't know what's going on. I'm your brother. Your real brother." Oh, things are too complicated. It's hard to explain in one sentence. Let me get in the car and I tell you slowly. Okay? Or you can get in my car. I take you back, so you don't have to drive. It's tiring to sit on a plane for more than 10 hours. No need, I have something urgent to do, I don't have time. Xiao Yi refused lightly, raising her hand to shift gears. What could be more important than seeing my parents? Or you can tell your brother, and he will do it for you, or you can find our father's secretary, and he will do anything for you. Xiao Yi lowered her eyes, completely unmoved, and warned lightly, "I'm going to drive." After saying that, she released the brake. The car lurched forward, and Lin Linglang was startled, and quickly took 2 steps back. Fuck? He glared in dissatisfaction and snorted. "Sister, you look so cute. But how can you be so cruel?" Without noticing, Xiao Yi suddenly took the opportunity to turn the steering wheel, smoothly turned a corner, quickly bypassed him, stepped on the accelerator, and drove away. Lin Linglang watched the car drive away and disappeared at the exit of the parking lot. He was dumbfounded. Seeing this, the driver hurriedly got out of the car and came over to ask, "Mr. Lin, what should we do?" She looked like someone who was easy to get along with. But she never smiled. And she's just as hard to please as the one at home. Lin Linglang hummed. And after the driver opened the door, she sat in the back seat and said, "Follow her. If I don't take her home, I won't be able to explain to my dad." After Xiao Yi drove away for a long distance, Yu Xiaojing's shrill alarm finally stopped. "Is there something wrong with him?" she asked subconsciously. As soon as she asked the question, she realized that she was being stupid. This was obviously not a yes or no. True or false question, Yu Xiaojing couldn't answer it. Recalling the scene just now, Xia Yi couldn't think of what was wrong, she could only see that. The other party should have checked her carefully. She was not on an international flight, but a private flight, and it was a temporary itinerary. But the other party knew the landing time accurately, found her family's long-term parking space at the airport, and waited for her here in advance, obviously made a lot of preparations. But this doesn't mean anything. Although the means are unpleasant, that's all, it doesn't reach the level of danger. Xia Yi couldn't figure out what Yu Xiaojing meant. Then, can I still remind them? She emphasized. Just a reminder. Xia Yi originally planned to anonymously inform some people around her of the end of the world, not only her relatives, but also some good friends. She specially prepared a new foreign number and a new mobile phone for this purpose, used a proxy to hang up a foreign server, and sent messages using SMS simulation software. Using so many steps, the purpose is to try not to locate the source of the information on herself. As for whether the other party believed or not, and whether they would prepare for it, that was their own choice. She was just reminding him. Yu Xiaojing was silent for a while, and replied, "Ding ding." Xia Yi clearly felt Yu Xiaojing's hesitation. Yu Xiaojing must have had his reasons for warning. But since it was difficult to get the result, she did not ask further. She knew that the other party might bring danger, and she did not intend to contact him further. But the Lin family obviously did not think so. Lin Linglong's behavior directly represented the attitude of the Lin family. They wanted to recognize Xia Yi back, and they would naturally come again. This city is big, but it is also small. If someone who is capable and willing wants to investigate her, she really has no way to deal with it. She can't guess it, and she can't hide from it. All she can do is to get the other party's information and be prepared. Xia Yi found a place to pull over, opened the voice message sent by Shanshan, and connected it to the car speakers to start playing. Then she started the car again and drove towards her home in the city. Shanshan usually talks a lot, but she is concise when talking about serious matters. In the file she sent, the relationship between the people in the Lin family is clearly and concisely shown. There are 5 people in the Lin family, including the grandfather, parents, Lin Linglin, and Lin Linglang. The grandfather's name is Lin Jizhong, and he seems to be working in the army. The specific position cannot be found for the time being. There is very little information, and basically no one knows. The father's name is Lin Yongzi, and he originally worked in Beijing. He was transferred to Jiancheng at the beginning of this year. He is in charge of the renovation of public facilities. His rank is not high, but he holds real power, which is a good job. The mother's name is Su Jialan. She was the lead dancer in the song and dance troupe in the early days. After marriage, she withdrew from the front line and worked behind the scenes. Now her job has also been transferred to Jiancheng, and she is a mentor in a song and dance troupe. The information detailed her entanglement with her 2 previous boyfriends. I don't know why, maybe it's the gossiping heart of the investigators. Xia Yi closed her eyes, recalling the smile on Lin Linglong's face, and his likable face. That face is quite similar to hers. My mother should look more like her. How similar? My mother's photo is not a secret. Shanshan must have a way to find it. She endured it, and finally didn't ask anything. Since you have decided to keep your distance, then keep it, don't think about getting close. It is better to know less about these things. As for Lin Linglang, who I just met, he is 22 years old this year, only 1 year younger than Xia Yi. His academic performance is very poor. He got a bachelor's degree abroad, and he just returned to China not long ago. Jiang City has a relatively developed light industry. His father supported him to open several factories in Jiang City, but it seems that the management is not so good. Lin Linglin, the girl who exchanged identities with Xia Yi, her grades are relatively good. She graduated from a top-level 5-year medical school, and is currently working as a resident doctor in a tertiary hospital, temporarily in the emergency department. But she was rather strange. She worked neither in Beijing, where she had lived for many years, nor in Jiang, where her parents were now, but in Shanghai. The Lin family was a family with a little background. Grandpa brought convenience to the father, and son at work to a certain extent. Maybe there were some complicated connections involved, but overall it looked like an ordinary official family, no big problem. Xia Yi house was located in the center of Jiang City. There were not many cars on the road during the day on weekdays. It was only more than half an hour's drive from the airport. She drove home listening to the news all the way. Even after hearing all the news, she still couldn't guess why Xiao Jing raised the alarm. It doesn't matter if she can't guess. As for the Lin family, Xiaoyi tried to stay as far away as possible. If she couldn't hide, she could only fight back. But before everything happened, she wouldn't spend too much time on this matter. Xiaoyi locked the car door and took the cats and dogs in the back seat upstairs. The house hadn't been cleaned for a long time. She contacted a housekeeping company to come and clean the room. She also helped the cats and dogs clean their claws, turned on the electric food bowl, water bowl, and cat litter box, and let them rest. She went into the study and turned on the computer, and continued to think about business. There is only one most important thing now. Survive in the end of the world. Chapter 5. Now time is very urgent. Xiaoyi only has 3 days to stock up on survival supplies. Stocking up is not just about buying. She has to think about many issues. For example, what should I buy? Food? Usable? What else? If it is food, how much rice and vegetables are needed? How much of each can last for so long? Can the shelf life be sustained? Will the vegetables go bad in the next few months? After buying, there will be a series of problems. For example, who will transport the items after purchase? Where will they be stored? Does she have enough storage space? How will she put them away afterwards? You can't pile all the items into a mountain, thinking of having to dig in the mountains every time you look for something. Xiaoyi will go crazy right there. Problems must be solved one by one. The first question is, where to store them? Building a shelter is the best option, but it takes a long time. It takes a long time to look at houses, find houses, and clean up houses. If you want to buy a house, whether it is the Yuehu Sanatorium provided by Shanshan or other shelters, you can't even finish the online signing and transfer in 3 days. Not to mention the time to buy, store, and organize items. 3 days is simply not enough. Time is short. So we need to make appropriate trade-offs. Solve only the core problems, and settle for a shelter as a second choice. Using existing properties. There are 3 properties at present, including her own and her sister's apartments, and the villa left by her parents. Her parents' villa has 3 floors, with a total area of more than 800 square meters, which is larger. Her apartment is 150 square meters, on the same floor as her sister. In the same building, the 2 households together have more than 300 square meters, which is slightly smaller, but the transportation is more convenient. Xiaoyi thought, since we have to stock up, we should stock up thoroughly, stock up on both sides. No matter where we settle down, we won't be at a loss. After the supplies in one place are consumed, we can move to another place to continue to survive. The second question is, where to buy? She didn't have time to learn about reliable wholesale markets. She wanted to buy a large amount of goods, and the choices were actually very limited. If she chose an offline supermarket, first of all, the storage capacity might not be enough, and secondly, she was not sure whether there would be people to help deliver the goods. Online supermarkets are still the most suitable. Choose an online supermarket that has a local warehouse and ships locally. She can contact the other party online and pay extra money to ask the other party to send someone to deliver the goods to her door. Although the fewer people who know about the stockpiling, the better. It should be kept secret as much as possible, but considering Xiaoyi's purchase volume, it is impossible to do it completely secretly. If she were to move this amount of goods by herself, it would be enough for her to move until the end of time. Asking someone to help with the transportation is inevitable. Fortunately, the security of her community is relatively good, and outsiders can basically not enter. Moreover, this is a low-density residential area. There are not many people living here, but there are many wealthy psychopaths, and the behavior of buying in large quantities may not attract attention. The third question is, how much to stockpile? Due to the limited space in the house, it is difficult to stockpile enough to have enough food and drink for a lifetime. Xiaoyi can only settle for the next best thing. Prepare the materials needed for the previous few years, so that they can be used temporarily for a while, and then make other plans slowly. The space at my sister's house is smaller, so we can store about 1 year's worth of living supplies, while the space at my parents' villa is larger, so we can store about 2 years' worth of living supplies. The fourth question is, what to stockpile? This is a good question. At first glance, you might think, why do you need to think about what to stock up? Isn't it just some food and daily necessities? Besides buying some rice, noodles and vegetables, what else do you need to stock up? In fact, it is not like that at all. Many supplies have a use cycle. Whenever you live in a living environment with sufficient supplies for a long time, You can make up for it whenever you are short of something, and you may even forget that these items need to be replenished. If you wait until you run out of them and find out, oh, I still need to buy this, that's a dead end. For example, toilet paper. People usually keep a few cans at home, and only remember to refill them every few months. If you don't prepare enough in advance, you probably go crazy when you need it. For example, laundry detergent. You only remember to buy it once every 1 or 2 months. For example, toilet cleaner. You buy it once and use it for half a year. As for oil, salt, toothpaste, etc., it seems that there is no need to worry if the amount is not large, but if you use it up. Try it. You really can't survive a day. The important problem with stockpiling is that there are many and various items. No one should be left out. All types need to be classified, and each type needs to be carefully checked to avoid omissions. Xiaoyi roughly classified all items into the following categories: water, food, medicine, daily necessities, clothing, and energy. Food, water, medicine, and daily necessities are self-evident. You can't live without them. Clothing needs to be kept warm and changed, which is also necessary. As for energy, if there is no energy, there is no mobile phone, computer, or washing machine. You can't just go out and collect firewood every day to cook, right? There are still many things to prepare. Fortunately, Xiaoyi is good at dealing with such problems. She is not too anxious, but calms down and plans step by step. She opens Excel and starts to calculate. First, determine the number of people. Prepare according to 6 people, including her sister, by Shanshan, and by Shanshan husband. There are 4 people. The consumption of 3 pets is about the same as that of 1 person. In addition, prepare a surplus for 1 person. The points of the plan are sorted according to the importance. First, start with water. If you take living 1 year as the minimum goal, a healthy person needs to drink a bottle of 1.5 L water every day. 6 healthy people need to drink 9 bottles every day. A box of water only has 12 bottles. If you drink it for a year, you need to drink at least 300 boxes. Xiaoyi was stunned by this number. What does 300 boxes of mineral water mean? A box is 20 times 30 times 30 in length, width and height, and it takes up about 5 beds. Rounding off, she can drink a bed in a year. Drinking water is a necessity. The more you prepare, the better. She plans to order 1,500 boxes. 500 boxes to be delivered to the apartment, and 1,000 boxes to the villa where her parents live. Basically, she doesn't have to worry. However, hundreds or thousands of 1.5 LX12 bottles of mineral water boxes cannot be temporarily stored at the door. Not to mention whether too many will block the fire escape, and whether someone will steal them. Just moving from the door to the room is not something she can do alone. She must ask the delivery staff for help. She needed help to transport the goods to her home, but she couldn't tell the password to the other party casually. If she wanted to receive the goods in both places, she had to have someone to help her. After thinking it over, Xiaoyi decided to teach this difficult task to Bai Shanshan. She couldn't hand it over to someone she didn't trust. And Bai Shanshan also knew the password for the security door, which would save her a lot of trouble. What did you say? 1,000 boxes of mineral water. Are you crazy? Are you going to open a supermarket? Bai Shanshan's scream came through the receiver, like a magic sound piercing her ears. And it continued. My sister is deaf. I'm going to be deaf. Xiaoyi rubbed her ears, listening to Bai Shanshan emotional output. And suddenly an idea came to her mind. Yes, I will open a supermarket. It was difficult to keep a secret that she had a large amount of goods. If it got out in the circle and someone asked about it, she would need a suitable explanation. Wanting to start a business and open a supermarket was indeed a good reason. And it was also suitable for Xiaoyi. Since it had come to this, she simply went with the flow and began to make up stories. Huh? Bai Shanshan was shocked. Her voice instantly doubled. The tone sounded as if Xiaoyi was mentally retarded. Your supermarket only sells water? Who said I only sell water? Xiaoyi was not justified but still felt strong. I also sell food, daily necessities, clothes, medicine. I have a lot to sell. Stop talking nonsense. Is this how you open a supermarket? What about your cost accounting? What about your site selection? What about your product selection logic? Also, sister, what's my worth? I'm so busy every day. Am I just receiving goods for you every day? You can't hire 2 employees. Are you crazy? Just tell me if you come. What's the benefit? 10 hours in exchange. Okay. Bai Shanshan asked for a sky-high price. 100. Xiaoyi paid back the money. 20 hours. Bai Shanshan. 120 hours. Xiaoyi deal. Bai Shanshan. That woman weighs only 50 kilograms, but can deadlift 150 kilograms and punch 100 kilograms. How to describe it? Probably, she can do pull-ups with 2 xiaoyis on her back. Bai Shanshan was willing to use her small body as a punching bag. However, let's fight. Everyone will have to survive in the future. Practicing boxing can also be considered as improving survival skills. Isn't it just a sparring partner for more than 100 hours? You come in person. Don't be lazy and find someone else. Xiaoyi said. Okay, baby. No problem. Bai Shanshan got a confirmed answer. Her voice softened in a second, and she said with a smile, wash yourself and wait for me. Muah! Ding! Xiaoyi turned off the recording button. Bai Shanshan suddenly realized something was wrong, and asked vigilantly, what did you do? Chapter 6. Xiaoyi pressed the play button expressionlessly, while playing the lewd words just now in a loop, said, play it for your husband next time. Bai Shanshan. After hanging up Bai Shanshan phone, Xiaoyi continued to ponder. The next thing to consider is food. There are many options for stockpiling food, but not too few. Xiaoyi wants to eat hot pot, wants pork belly, wants spicy crayfish, wants raw coconut latte, wants duck shit lemon flavor. She wants so many things. It's better to just wish for nothing. The expiration date blocked everything. Who doesn't like these dishes? But they become unpalatable after being away from the restaurant for half a day, become microbial culture dishes after 3 days, and can be used to raise flies after a week. She wanted to eat this kind of food anytime and anywhere. Not only did she need a zoo that could raise amphibious species on land, water, and air, but also saltwater and freshwater areas. She also needed a vegetable garden that could accommodate all climates in the north and south, and to raise an all-round chef at home. It's better to dream. Not to mention that she didn't have a farm, she didn't have a vegetable garden, and most importantly, no one could cook. Xiaoyi is a bad cook. Although he doesn't burn the kitchen, he is good enough to make people look miserable. Bai Shanshan and her husband are about the same level. They all grew up under the care of nannies, and never had the desire to cook. Apart from personal hobbies, almost no one in her social circle cooks. For these bad cooks, it's good enough to cook well. They are afraid that they will starve to death before they reach that step. There is no way. They can only accept the reality. The reality is, it is impossible to have delicious food. It is good enough not to starve to death. So, the logic of food selection suddenly became cold, shelf life. Most instant noodles have a shelf life of 18 months. You can eat them to relieve boredom in the apartment in the first year, but they are basically expired in the last 2 years. There are not many foods with a shelf life of more than 3 years. Rice noodles, canned food, compressed biscuits, and some necessary seasonings, which can be said to be very monotonous. Thinking of all the delicious food, they all flew away with new little wings, and they may never be eaten again in the future. Xiaoyi couldn't help smacking his lips, and sighed deeply. Food is so good, why does the world have to end? No matter how sad you are, you still have to work. According to the calculation method of stockpiling water, she roughly calculated that about 1,000 kilograms of rice would be consumed, and she planned to buy 6,000 kilograms, 20 kilograms per bag, 300 bags in total. Rice can fill the stomach, but it is obviously too monotonous, and lacks nutrition, and most importantly, eating only staple food is easy to cause constipation. Ahem, whether it is a real reason or a false reason, Xiaoyi hopes that the types of food will change. Canned food is the food that can be stored the longest. Canned fruit can be eaten directly. Canned vegetables and meat are also easy to process. Just pour them into the rice and steam them. There is basically no risk of overturning. Canned food is sold in boxes of 100 cans. Xiaoyi bought 10 boxes of the popular canned oranges, canned pineapples, canned pears, canned strawberries, and canned grapes, for a total of 50 boxes. She also ordered 50 boxes of her favorite canned yellow peaches. In addition, there are canned meat, canned vegetables, and canned tomatoes, each of which is 100 boxes. In addition, she also prepared some emergency food. Compressed biscuits are more portable. 1 pack can replace a meal of dry food. There are 20 packs in a box. She bought 300 boxes. There are also 100 boxes of protein bars. energy bars, and electrolyte powder, which provide energy. If she is forced to survive in the wilderness, these things may save her life. There are also drinks. Drinks can solve the problem of too bland taste in the mouth, but most of them are difficult to preserve for a long time, except for some specially treated teas and wines, such as tea bricks, red wine and white wine, which can be drunk after 20 years. They are very suitable for stockpiling. Buy 30 boxes of 1 kilogram of tea bricks, and 300 boxes of red wine, white wine, brandy and whiskey. Cigarettes are hard currency. Buy 10 for emergency. There is also a very important food, seasoning. No matter how complete the ingredients are, they can't eat without seasoning. If they don't eat salt for 10 years, they will probably all turn into white-haired girls. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, and other seasonings must be prepared. Among them, salt, rock sugar and aged vinegar have a longer shelf life. Buy 1,000 bags of 400 g salt and rock sugar each. Buy 100 boxes of 1L aged vinegar, cooking oil and soy sauce. Buy 10 barrels of 5L cooking oil. Buy 20 barrels of 1.5L soy sauce. As for other foods with a short shelf life, they are not suitable for the villa area. They are only prepared in small quantities in the apartment area to avoid waste. For example, dried noodles are very suitable for people like her who are clumsy. Just throw the noodles into the boiling water. Add some soy sauce and vinegar to the soup, and add some ham sausage, and it will be a delicious noodle soup. It is easy and delicious. If the dried noodles had not had a short shelf life, she would not even want to buy rice and eat noodles for the rest of her life. In fact, she should have bought some flour. But since noodles are too high-end, they are all unbearable memories when she thinks back, such as steaming the steamed buns into honeycomb coals and baking the egg pancakes into egg crumbs. She still declined. Xiaoyi only bought 100 bags of noodles, 300 bags of ham, and 300 bags of dried vegetables. In addition to cooking noodles, she could also make bacon rice, which sounded amazing, and was already a rare treat for her. These ingredients enriched the taste as much as possible, but were still very monotonous from a nutritional perspective. She also selected some vitamins, protein powder, calcium tablets, and other health products that supplemented various nutrients, and bought about 10 boxes of each. There are also 50 bags of cat food and 30 bags of dog food. With these foods prepared, the basic food and drink are guaranteed. The only drawback is that these ingredients are too basic, making people neither live well nor starve to death, and forget about happiness. It can be said to be irrelevant. It's not that Xiaoyi can't buy some fresh ingredients, such as meat. As long as it is frozen, it won't be a problem to eat it for a year or two, but the premise of this is that her refrigerator can still be used. This relies on centralized power supply. Even if she stores some energy and sets up a diesel generator at home, it is impossible to store enough diesel to run the refrigerator. There are regulations on the amount of diesel that individuals can buy and store. You cannot buy more than the specified amount. It is illegal. Even if you are a crazy person, you must consider the space and safety issues at home. If the whole room is filled with such flammable and explosive items, if they are not stored properly, I am afraid that the whole building will be blown up. If people didn't die in the apocalypse, but died in the explosion, that would be too uneconomical. In short, with her current conditions, it was impossible to supply enough electricity. She could only guarantee her sister's basic needs for the hospital bed and cook a meal. Xiaoyi sighed for the 10,000th time. 3 days was really too short. It was not enough for her to make adequate preparations. If she had a month, no, half a month, she could build a shelter, a self-sufficient one with water and electricity. Let her get 10 refrigerators. Oh no, just get a cold storage. Store hundreds of pork belly and pork ribs in it. Throw onions, ginger and garlic into the pot and stew them. Even if it tastes terrible to her, it's better than not having anything to eat. However, the current conditions are so cruel, fantasizing can't change anything. It can only deepen her pain. It's better to accept reality. Xiaoyi stretched, just trying to cheer herself up. Suddenly, she smelled a fragrance coming. Rice. Her eyes lit up. The housekeeper she hired provided meals. Xiaoyi's body was not controlled by her brain at all. She dropped the work at hand, jumped up from the chair, and rushed out of the bedroom. The work outside had just been completed. The housekeeper had left. The whole apartment had been cleaned spotlessly. The kitchen was stocked with vegetables, fruits and milk. The coffee machine was filled with coffee beans. The dining table was placed on a warming plate. with hot meals. 4 dishes and 1 soup. Braised spring bamboo shoots, osmanthus candied lotus root, stir-fried rice cake with green vegetables, braised pork, fish head tofu soup, and a few red dates were dotted in the rice, all of which were familiar dishes to her. Xiaoyi's saliva began to flow like crazy. She rushed to the dining table at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, quickly picked up the bowl and chopsticks, picked up a large chopstick of braised pork, and stuffed it into her mouth. The braised pork had a soft and glutinous texture, and melted in her mouth with a light sip. The fresh aroma of the meat quickly exploded from her taste buds. She savored the aroma of the meat carefully, and squinted her eyes happily. The dishes from my hometown abroad are strange, and they always add some seasonings that the locals like. Although they are not unpalatable, they always feel that the taste is missing something. And she was a clumsy cook, and she couldn't be self-sufficient even if she was greedy to death. She hadn't eaten proper hometown food for several years. Xiaoyi loved meat very much. The smell of domestic fat meat that was neither fishy nor greasy was too dreamy. She chewed it with big mouthfuls, and swallowed a big piece in no time, almost swallowing her tongue into her stomach. Just after swallowing the braised pork, the chopsticks were already holding the sweet osmanthus lotus root at her lips, and she stuffed it in without stopping. She was like a refugee fleeing from famine, with red light in her eyes, eating with relish, and her mouth was full of oil. She ate for half an hour before stopping. There were 4 dishes, and 1 soup on the table. Although each dish was not very big, it was definitely not small. She stuffed all of them into her stomach. She licked the plate clean. It was no problem to put it directly into the dishwasher. After eating and drinking, Xiaoyi leaned on the table with her stomach in her hands and stared blankly. Recalling the aroma of food between her lips and teeth, and thinking about the various canned foods in the order, the satisfaction did not last long, and a wave of sadness surged in her heart again. The happier she was eating just now, the emptier her heart is now. Every exquisite meal will make her even more unable to face the miserable life in the future. Xiaoyi was scrolling through her phone, and she felt more and more dissatisfied. These ordinary foods were too empty. If she had to eat canned food every day, she would eat until she vomited blood. She still needed something else to improve her sense of happiness, and make up for the pain she felt from the braised pork. Besides, it was useless to keep the savings now. Sooner or later, they would become waste paper. With the intention of spending all the money, there was naturally nothing to worry about. Xiaoyi touched her chin and pondered. What should I buy to satisfy my craving? Chapter 7. For example, junk food? Although junk food has a short shelf life, it brings real emotional value. From the modern society with abundant material life to the primitive society with nothing, having instant noodles and cola to help complete the psychological transition is always better than nothing. Without hot food, then rely on snacks to fill the gap. Xiaoyi sat up, opened the shopping app, and started rushing. This process is much easier than before. As for snacks, there is no goal, just buy them casually, buy as much as you want, buy whatever you like. Instant noodles? Buy. Signature pork bone soup, golden soup fat beef, spicy seafood, curry beef, ketchup shrimp, 2 boxes of each, 10 boxes in total. Self-heating rice? Buy. Tender beef shoots, Taiwanese braised pork, twice cooked pork, Cantonese sausage, tomato beef brisket, spicy chicken cubes, teriyaki chicken, buy 5 boxes of each, 35 boxes in total. A treasure porridge, seafood porridge, oatmeal porridge, instant porridge. 10 boxes of each. Rice noodles, hot and sour noodles, snail noodles, scallion oil noodles, ramen rice cakes, seafood pancakes, pork bone ramen, instant wontons, 10 boxes per box, buy 10 boxes of each. 500g fruit cereal, 100 packs, 100 boiled eggs per box, 100 boxes. Buying snacks is not enough, you also need to buy drinks. If you don't drink coffee, you will die. Buy 100 packs of coffee beans, 24 boxes of milk per box, 100 boxes, 24 cans of Red Bull per box, 100 boxes, 40 bags of instant coffee powder per pack, 100 packs, 24 cans of cola per box, 100 boxes, other kinds of drinks with a shelf life of about 2 years, also prepare 100 boxes. Various dried fruits, biscuits, potato chips, preserved fruits, candies, rice crusts, peanuts, broad beans, hawthorn strips, spicy strips, grilled sausages, waffles, honey. She was too lazy to count them, so she just bought 20 kilograms of each. Xiaoyi just clicked on the product details page fiercely, and added all the snacks she could see to the shopping cart without mercy. Her hands were tired after adding so many, and she finally got some satisfaction. She thought that she couldn't live on snacks, and she might not be able to exercise during the apocalypse. What if she got fat from eating too much, and became a square with a height of 158 centimeters and a weight of 158 kg? Thinking of this possibility, she suddenly shuddered and restrained her hands from moving. I've bought enough, so let's do it this way for now. Xia Yi browsed the shopping cart again, and after communicating with the seller about the inventory and delivery process, she confirmed the orders one by one. She waved her hand, selected all with one click, combined the payment, and emptied the shopping cart at once. Looking at the full items in the shopping cart, they instantly became purchased orders, and those goods will be coming to her non-stop. Xia Yi couldn't help but look forward to it. No wonder many people like to shop crazily on the internet. The simple process of waiting will make people feel satisfied. She also added a large delivery fee to all merchants, asking the sellers to deliver as quickly as possible. They were already in the free shipping area, and they specially selected merchants who shipped locally. Merchants all succumbed to the huge order volume and guaranteed to deliver all the goods before the day after tomorrow. After finishing all these, Xia Yi let out a long breath and stretched. Finally, she could breathe a sigh of relief temporarily. With the food and water she prepared, she could feed 4 or 5 people plus 2 cats and a dog in the next 3 years, basically without any pressure. On weekdays, there is vegetable and bacon rice. If you are too lazy to cook, you can cook noodles with tomatoes and canned food. If you are hungry, you can have teriyaki chicken or snail noodles. There is coffee and tea during the day. And you can even mix cola with cocktails. Life is pretty good. The automatic sensor light in the room lights up. It is dark outside. Xia Yi gave up her wild thoughts, sat up and stretched her sore hands and feet, and decided to take a shower first. After rushing back from abroad, her mind kept turning. What preparations she needed to make. What things she needed to buy. And she kept thinking about it. Although the stockpiling has not been completed, the basic water supply has been prepared. She can at least be sure that she will not starve to death in the next 3 years. The most important concern about survival has been alleviated. She finally put down her hanging heart. As soon as the tense person relaxes a little, the fatigue surges up. Xia Yi sinks into the bathtub. The bath water pours down the shower head, and a slight numbness hits her shoulders and back. The shower gel turns into white bubbles, and the smell of vetiver surrounds her nose. She was so comfortable that she almost fainted in the bathroom. When she washed herself and climbed out of the bathtub dazedly, Xia Yi could no longer open her eyes. She changed into her nightgown with her last bit of rationality, wrapped herself in a hair-drying cap, and got into bed, without wasting a second, and fell asleep quickly. Garlic shrimp. Fried shrimp in the shelter. Spicy crayfish. In her dream, she met a chef who could cook shrimp in 18 different flavors. She chased him all the way, for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally coaxed him home with soft and hard persuasion, and cooked for her. Xia Yi wiped the saliva from her lips, turned over, and continued to sleep. I don't know how long I slept. A huge force hit my stomach hard. Xia Yi opened her eyes suddenly. She caught the shadow of a cat in her peripheral vision. After doing something evil, it quickly ran away from the scene. Bye. Xia Yi turned her head to look at the ground, and glared at the sheriff cat. Her 2 cats and 1 dog were named according to their birth time. The first one born was a pure white cat, named Dahe. The second one born was the sheriff black cat with a white belly and gloves, named Bai. The third one born was the border collie, named Sanhua. Dahe, Bai and Sanhua each have their own personalities. Dahe is lazy, and never loses his temper no matter how you mess with him. Bai is a psychopath, destroys the house every day and talks a lot. Sanhua always thinks she is a human being, and imitates everything her shit shoveler does. Dahe can't play a prank on her, because he's lazy. Sanhua thinks a prank that's immediately exposed is stupid, and doesn't bother to do it at all. The one who could kick her in the stomach and act innocent, there was no need to think. Without a doubt, it must be definitely Bai. Hearing the call of the shit shoveler, Bai turned his head in confusion, standing on his hind legs only, while his front legs were still happily playing with Dahe's tail, looking super innocent. Fuck you. Xia Yi suddenly lifted the quilt, jumped off the floor barefoot, strode towards Bai, and when it wasn't paying attention, scooped it up fiercely, and bit its ear. Ouch! Bai screamed in protest. Xia Yi showed no mercy, and suppressed it tightly, and was about to continue to kill. Suddenly, she heard a dripping sound. Xiaoyi turned her head back. She looked around and confirmed that she was still in the bedroom. She asked Yu Xiaojing in doubt. What? Did something happen again? Yu Xiaojing. There was an indescribable silence. Her mind was diverted, and the strength in her hands weakened. Erbai took the opportunity to jump and quickly slipped away from the killer. Xiaoyi's frozen brain started to work again, and she finally reacted at this moment. The beeping sound was not Yu Xiaojing's reminder. It was a phone call. After confirming that it was a false alarm, Xiaoyi's limbs relaxed instantly, and she collapsed on the floor. The phone kept ringing. She sat on the floor for a few seconds, but was still too lazy to get up. She just rubbed on the floor, all the way to the bed, and dug out the phone from the quilt. An unfamiliar number was jumping on the screen. Xiaoyi confronted the other party for a while, and confirmed that there was no intention to hang up on the other side. She could only sigh and press the answer button. Hello? Xiaoyi? It was a strange voice, a girl of about her age. Xiaoyi blinked and answered. Yes, may I ask who you are? After confirming Xiaoyi's identity, the tone of the person on the other end of the phone changed instantly, and she said the following sentence. You are not welcome at home. She spoke quickly, with a strong tone, full of gunpowder, which directly confused Xiaoyi. You better be sane, don't be stupid. Xiaoyi? Isn't this person too rude? A stranger, why can he talk to her in such a tone? Why does she give others the illusion that she is easy to bully? Is her voice too childish? She didn't sleep well these days. She was always woken up halfway, and was in a very bad mood. At this time, she met a psychopath who started to curse. She must not be tolerated. Xiaoyi directly retorted. My family is almost dead. Are you calling from the urn? The other end of the phone suddenly went silent. It was as if she had not expected that such a sweet voice could utter such unsweet words. The apartment was very soundproof. The three little ones in the zoo were still playing. The phone suddenly stopped, even breathing was barely audible, and the whole world instantly became quiet. Xiaoyi felt comfortable, and was about to press the hang-up button, when she suddenly heard the other end speak again. You better keep thinking this way. After saying that, she hung up the phone first. Xiaoyi? Who the hell is this? Chapter 8. Before she finished asking, Xiaoyi suddenly froze. She was half asleep. Who would have thought that Lin Linglin would call her? However, although her words were direct and hurtful, it was an objective fact that her parents were no longer alive, and Lin Linglin should know that, after all. In terms of blood relationship, they were Lin Linglin relatives. Xiaoyi's adoptive parents were Lin Linglin biological parents, and Lin Linglin's sister was Lin Linglin biological sister, and that was the relationship between them. As for Lin Linglin hostile attitude, sorry, it had nothing to do with her. Xiaoyi. Not to mention that Xiaoyi didn't want to recognize her relatives. Even if she decided to recognize her relatives, it was her own business, and she didn't need to look at Lin Linglin's face. At this time, the clock had already pointed to 10 o'clock. After being woken up, Xiaoyi had already lost all sleepiness. After returning from abroad, her biological clock had been disrupted, and now she simply didn't sleep. After shaking her hair, she realized that it was a little painful. Xiaoyi's hair was long and dense. Before going to bed, she wrapped her hair on the top of her head without blowing it. Now the hair dryer cap fell to the end of her hair, which made her scalp hurt. She took off the hair dryer cap and threw it aside. She touched the end of her hair. It was still wet, and it fell in strands. Xiaoyi felt a little irritated. She had a lot of hair. Every time she washed her hair, she would consume a lot of water and shampoo, and it would take a long time to dry after washing, so it would take a lot of time to take care of it. It was not a big deal on weekdays. Shampoo and water were not so expensive that she could use more. However, the end of the world would inevitably be accompanied by scarce resources. It seemed a bit extravagant to use a lot of water to wash her hair or spend a lot of time to take care of it. She thought for a while, took a pair of scissors, and walked into the bathroom, looking at the floor-length mirror there. The girl in the mirror had long hair falling down her back, which was a beautiful chestnut color, and the slightly curled ends of her hair embellished her cheek contours, making her look sweet. Xiaoyi looked at her expressionlessly, picked up the scissors, without any hesitation, cut hard behind her ears. With two sounds of click, click, the broken hair of the forearm length fell to the ground, and soon piled up into a pile, and the girl in the mirror had short hair that reached her ears. Well, not quite even. Xiaoyi cut her hair herself for the first time. This behavior is not common even for professional hairdressers, let alone her who has no experience. After one cut with the scissors, the ends of her hair were all over the place, like they were chewed by a dog. She used the scissors to trim the ends of her hair, and she considered the task completed. The haircuts at the barbershop are good looking, but it would take at least 2 hours to wash, cut, and blow dry the hair, which is a waste of time. Moreover, what will she do when there are no barbershops in the future? She will not live. As for the ugly haircut, it will be fine slowly. When she has time, she can download a haircut tutorial online to learn it. Practice makes perfect. She will have a lifetime to cut her hair in the future. If she really can't learn it, she will just wear a hat. Xia Yi is very open-minded. She picked up the towel and wiped it casually on the top of her head. She successfully kneaded her hair into a ball of chicken coop that was chewed by a dog. Feeling the rapid drying of the hair ends, she nodded with satisfaction. That's right. It dries after just a wipe, so worry-free. Xia Yi quickly cleaned up the scattered hair on the floor and left the rest of the work to the robot vacuum cleaner. He was ready to start the next stage of work. The next step was to prepare daily necessities. The shelf life of daily necessities was not long, about 3 years. After the expiration date of food, you can still survive by eating compressed biscuits and canned food, but for daily necessities, you use them less and less, and when the expiration date is over, it is difficult to find a substitute with the same function. In the long life ahead, sooner or later, we will have to accept the day when there will be no shampoo and toothpaste. However, Xia Yi still hopes that day will come as late as possible. It is very troublesome to prepare daily necessities, mainly because the types are too broad and too diverse. Toilet paper is considered a daily necessity. Facial cleanser is also a daily necessity. And laundry detergent is also a daily necessity. In order to ensure that the stockpiling is clear and not missed, Xia Yi divides daily necessities into several categories, including hygiene products, kitchen products, house cleaning products, clothing products, and personal products. Sanitary products include toilet paper, sanitary napkins, and condoms. Although she doesn't use the last one, Bai Shanshan will probably need it. They will have trouble taking care of themselves in the future and can't afford to take care of another child. A total of 5 packs of sanitary napkins are needed for daily and night use per month. 60 packs per year. And she bought 600 packs. Toilet paper is provided at 1 pack per person per day. 360 packs per year. 1,000 rolls of toilet paper are prepared for the toilet. And 1,000 boxes of tissue boxes for the restaurant. As for condoms, this is rather embarrassing. She couldn't just rush over and ask Bai Shanshan, how old is her husband? How many times can he have sex in one night? Xia Yi decisively rejected this option. These questions are not friendly to her own life safety. Since she couldn't ask, then she would win by quantity. Xia Yi thought about it, and simply chose 4 models: small, medium, large and extra large, 3 types, ordinary threaded particles, and don't be so picky about the flavor, just pick a fruity flavor for her to use. 12 types, according to the configuration of 2 boxes per week for each type. I bought 3 years worth of it. About 3,600 boxes. Isn't it a bit too much? Xia Yi hesitated for a while, recalculated again, confirmed that there was no mistake in the calculation, and then put the number behind him. It's okay if it's too much. All the stockpiles have redundant quantities. Then at worst I can give them to my neighbors. Such daily necessities. Are you afraid that no one will use them? Well, ahem. Next is personal cleaning products. Toothpaste and toothbrush, hand soap, facial cleanser, shampoo, conditioner, shower gel, body lotion. She has favorite brands for these. Bai Shanshan usual ones are different from hers. All the reserves are half and half. Half of the types are according to Bai Shanshan preferences. Half of the types are according to my own preferences. The quantity is still calculated based on 5 people. Just consider the shower gel for pets. These are mostly consumed on a monthly basis. 1 portion per month. 12x5x3 equals 180. A total of 200 portions are prepared. 100 portions of the types commonly used by each person. Toothpaste, hand soap, facial cleanser, shampoo, conditioner, shower gel, body lotion, 200 each. 50 bottles of pet bath and cleaning products, 20 electric toothbrushes, 200 toothbrush replacements, 20 nail clipper sets, 20 haircut scissor sets, 100 combs. Clothing cleaning products are also consumed monthly. Clothing disinfectant, laundry detergent, fabric softener, underwear detergent, all in the amount of 1 per month. Also prepare 200 bottles. In addition, there are some deodorizers, dehumidifying aromatherapy bags, laundry bags, hair removers, anti-staining paper. Xiaoyi flipped through the storage cabinets at home and bought 100 copies of everything she would use. She was not sure if she could use these cleaning products. After all, hot knowledge. Cleaning requires water. She certainly bought a lot of water. But it was all drinking water, not daily water, which was far from enough for cleaning. If she prepared according to the daily water consumption, how many swimming pools would she need? If the tap water stops, she will be at a loss. But she still needs to prepare. It is a small matter to buy daily necessities without water. But if there is water, but no detergent, and finally she cannot take a shower, she will regret it. In short, she buys everything she can. By the end, Xiaoyi is exhausted. Usually, these things are done by the housekeeper. Even if she buys by herself, she buys what is needed without overall planning. Until this time, she realized that there are so many daily necessities that she can use every day and cannot do without. Xiaoyi saw the long list in the shopping cart, and after checking it with the plan in Excel, she decided to place an order for part of it first. There are also house cleaning products, skincare products, etc., which she will buy in the second batch. If she checks all the daily necessities together before placing an order, she will go blind. Who knows? When she is placing the order, she accidentally encounters a problem. Confirm the order. Pay. Enter the payment password. Payment failed. Pop-up message. Xiaoyi was irritated. The large amount of stockpiling had already consumed all her patience. She looked at the long paragraph of text patiently and carefully. Your bank card transactions may be risky. To ensure the safety of your funds, your non-counter services at our bank are temporarily unavailable. Please bring your ID card, your reserved mobile phone number for account opening, and the bank card that cannot be used normally, as well as transaction-proof materials, to any branch for verification as soon as possible. Xiaoyi, what the hell? Is the limit limited? She has lived abroad most of the time in recent years, and she doesn't have any extravagant hobbies. She doesn't spend a lot of money on weekdays. I have only heard about this situation from friends and classmates, but it is the first time for me to experience it. This first time is not the right time. She is in a hurry. Every item, from ordering, to picking, to transporting, to placing, requires a lot of time and manpower. Even if it is delayed for only one day, the plan may be ruined. If it weren't for the physical and mental effort required to plan materials, she would have wanted to place all the orders immediately. Xiaoyi couldn't wait. She immediately called the bank. I don't know when it started, but customer service in all walks of life has become recordings. What is 1? What is 2? What is 3? What is 4? Xiaoyi listened to all the recordings, and then followed the selections layer by layer. If she made a wrong choice, she would call again. After several attempts, she successfully connected to the manual service. But the manual service told her, this problem requires you to bring your ID to the counter to handle it. Xiaoyi, I can't wait until tomorrow. The customer service is a sweet-voiced lady, whose tone is very polite, but what she said is as if she didn't say anything. I'm really sorry for giving you a bad experience. This is the rule. But I'm in a hurry to use the money. Then please prepare your ID tomorrow, and come to the counter tomorrow to handle it. Okay, I'm back to the beginning again. Thank you so much. After Xiaoyi hung up the phone, she sighed almost inaudibly. It seems that I have to go to the bank. Chapter 9. This card was left by my father. My father had a large amount of shares in the company. After he passed away, my sister also fell into a coma, and this part of the dividend was inherited by Xiaoyi, and was regularly transferred to this card. She never considered the issue of money when buying things, because there was enough money in this card. Xiaoyi usually did not have high material desires, and did not spend much money on this card. The card was always in normal condition, but when she needed money the most, something went wrong. No matter how annoying the bank customer service is, there is nothing they can do. No one can do anything about the repeater. Xiaoyi took out several other cards. Some of them were New Year's money given by her elders, and some were pocket money she earned from her own investment. This part of money is not much. Her energy is mainly on studying, and she also uses this money to pay for living expenses on weekdays. It has been spent a long time ago. The money in these cards combined is not as much as the first one. If you spend all of them, You can barely pay the bill in front of you. It is obviously far from enough to achieve the goal of stockpiling. What the hell is going on? Xia Yi threw her phone onto the bed. She was very pressed for time. She wished she could split every minute into 2 halves, but she had to go to the bank just for this. She was really lacking in virtue. But she had no other choice. Living in this world, protected by the system of this world, it was inevitable that she would be restricted by the system. Forget it, just go to the bank. Since she couldn't do anything, she took this opportunity to take a short break anyway. She was tired. Xia Yi lay back on the bed, slowly closed her eyes. I still have to receive the goods tomorrow morning, which is also a physical job. She was half asleep. She was woken up by the phone call again. Once again. Is it so difficult to sleep until you wake up naturally? Xia Yi got up frantically. Originally, sleeping until you wake up naturally was a daily routine, but in the past few days, it has become a luxury. She looked up at the dim light outside, and looked down at the jumping Bizue on the phone screen. 2 words, she gnashed her teeth with hatred, pressed the answer button fiercely, said angrily. By Shanshan. You'd better have something to say. Almost at the same time, a fierce voice came from the other end of the phone. Xia Lao, are you sick? Xia Yi, ? This man woke her up early in the morning. How could he be angrier than her? Xia Yi was confused, and couldn't help asking. What are you crazy about early in the morning? I'm crazy? You have the nerve to say I'm crazy? Bai Shanshan's tone was full of condemnation. Didn't you ask me to collect 800 boxes of mineral water for you? Didn't you say mineral water? Ah, yes, Xia Yi said innocently. When Bai Shanshan heard this, it was like pouring a whole pot of gasoline on the burning flame. The flames took off and shot up 3 meters high. She gritted her teeth, and every word almost jumped out from between her teeth. Then why did I receive it? More than 2,000 boxes. Contraceptive. Condoms. Xia Yi. This. I was careless. I forgot to remind her yesterday. When Xia Yi bought water, she asked Bai Shanshan to help receive it. She didn't tell her about the other things she'd bought afterwards, thinking that she would receive them all at once. Who knew that so many goods were ordered at the same time? The seller of the condoms was so fast, and delivered it first. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Xia Yi laughed dryly with a guilty conscience. For the sake of saving her life, she decided not to tell Bai Shanshan for the time being. There were actually 3,600 boxes of condoms, and they were all prepared for her alone. Bai Shanshan was still furious, and kept accusing him. I was worried that you had too many things, and there wasn't enough space in the house, so I wanted to help you adjust them. I came here last night, and hired someone to clean them up, and bought some shelves and storage compartments. Yeah. I'm going to buy storage shelves. You're so foresight. Xia Yi woke up from a dream. She was only concerned with buying things, and didn't think about storage and organization. The supplies were in hundreds and thousands of boxes, and if there were no shelves to help sort them, they would be stacked up, and it would be hard to find them, and you couldn't dig through the pile of goods every time. Stop pretending to be so hypocritical. Bai Shanshan's anger was not diluted by the praise, and she obviously saw through her trick. The person who made the storage rack adjusted the height of the grid, and asked me casually what the grid was used for. I said, for someone's illness. As a result, those people watched me receive more than 2,000 boxes of condoms. The way they looked at me was fucking wrong. Recalling the indescribable expressions of those people, Bai Shanshan gnashed her teeth in anger. No wonder I felt something was wrong. You said you were buying mineral water for no apparent reason, and asked me to pick it up, and even agreed to box with me. Bai Shanshan's roar came through the receiver, almost deafening her ears. Xia Lao, are you deliberately messing with me? Xia Yi. She imagined it, and couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha. Someone is having a seizure. Bai Shanshan's explanation is really god level. It's hard not to get the wrong idea. Xia Lao, do you want to die? Ha ha ha. Xia Yi leaned on the bed, holding her belly, laughing even more happily. Amid Xia Yi's crazy laughter, Bai Shanshan politely greeted her family, and angrily said, Xia Lao, you'd better be okay. Then, beep beep beep, hanged up the phone. This caused Xia Yi to laugh wildly again. 27 days before the end of the world. It was already bright outside, and another busy day began. Xia Yi is going to the bank this afternoon. In the morning, she sorted out the space and received the goods. The first batch of goods ordered yesterday should be delivered soon. She plans to put the things in her sister's apartment. Her and her sister's apartments are neighbors. When they were very young, Their parents prepared an apartment for each of them in the city center. However, they were still young at that time. They usually lived in their parents' villa. And this place has been empty. Later, her parents passed away. She didn't want to think about the sad things. So she went back to the villa and renovated the apartment here. However, her sister's house was only decorated with basic decorations. It was completely empty inside, without even furniture. 2 bedrooms plus a living room, kitchen and dining room. The space is very spacious. There is no need to make a special space, which is much easier. However, it is not enough to just store things. You also need to prepare for the convenience of finding things in the future. You need to plan the classification of items well. With her huge shopping volume, if she does not plan the space well, it is really possible that she will have to dig in the mountains of goods in the future. That is not a joke. She needs to roughly plan the space of each room, and then put the shelves in. The most space-consuming item is drinking water, which is placed in the master bedroom, which has the largest space. It includes 200 boxes of water, 100 boxes of milk, 100 boxes of Red Bull, 100 boxes of Coke, 100 boxes of other beverages, 100 bags of coffee beans, 100 bags of instant coffee powder, 10 boxes of tea, 100 bottles of wine, and more than 1,000 boxes of beverages, filling up the 40 square meter master bedroom. Other food is arranged in the second bedroom, including 100 bags of rice, 100 boxes of compressed biscuits, 100 boxes of various canned foods, 300 bags of salt, 300 bags of rock sugar, 30 boxes of vinegar, 10 barrels of oil, 20 barrels of soy sauce, 100 bags of noodles, 300 bags of ham and bacon, 300 bags of dried vegetables, various health products, and 50 bags of cat food and 30 bags of dog food. Snacks that don't require cooking are placed directly in the restaurant. There are also 100 boxes of protein bars, energy bars, electrolyte powder, 10 boxes of instant noodles, 30 boxes of individual rations, 30 boxes of self-heating rice, 100 boxes of braised eggs, as well as rice noodles, sour and spicy noodles, snail noodles, mixed noodles, instant wontons, and a variety of snacks. This is the most convenient place to find it. You can come and get it whenever you feel like it. All kinds of daily necessities are placed in the 2 bathrooms, the kitchen and the balcony. The main bathroom is used to store shampoo, facial cleanser, skincare products, and other daily necessities for personal use. The secondary bathroom is used to store house cleaning products. The kitchen is used to store kitchen products. The balcony laundry area is used to store clothes and cleaning products. No one lives here anyway, so she even removed the bathtub and replaced it with a shopping rack. Winterproof products can be placed in the cloakroom. The living room space will be reserved first. It is about 40 square meters. If there are any supplies that need to be replenished later, they can be stored in the living room. For example, energy, that is, diesel. She may choose to store it on the balcony in the corridor later, where it does not occupy the escape route, but the property management will definitely not allow it now, and it is easy to be stolen, so it is temporarily planned to be stored in the living room. This is basically arranged. At this time, Xiaoyi condoms were also delivered. The workers carried them upstairs 1 box at a time, and soon piled them up into a small mountain in the room. Xiaoyi. It must be said that the number of thousands of boxes is indeed quite spectacular. Chapter 10. Xiaoyi got up from the bed, greeted the security guard downstairs, opened the elevator, sent the deliverman and the goods upstairs, and the goods were transported upstairs in batches. Installing shelves, receiving goods, transporting, sorting. Even though she had made plans long ago, she was still very busy, and finally finished receiving and sorting the first batch of goods. The second batch will be delivered tomorrow morning. She walked around the room several times, counted the goods one by one, and then sent the deliverman out. All the staff were very professional. Within a short period of time, they worked together and successfully transformed my sister's apartment into a supermarket warehouse. The smell of new cartons floated in the bedroom, which gave me a sense of security. In order to make it easier to store and retrieve goods, several rows of floor-to-ceiling bookshelves were set up in the bedroom. The items were neatly stacked on the bookshelves. Cartons of the same color were lined up one by one, which had a strong sense of order. It was more like a library than a warehouse. Xiaoyi stood by the library, looking at the results of her efforts, and finally let go of the worry she had been feeling for the past few days. No matter how perfect the plan was, there would always be accidents, such as bank cards going wrong for no reason. or goods not being delivered on time in the future. Everything was possible. Only the food and water that had been delivered to her house were hers, and could bring a sense of security, as a guarantee for people to survive. After everything was done, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After Xiaoyi checked the goods one last time, he locked the doors of each room, opened a box of self-heating rice, and had a cup of coffee to keep alive. He had a quick meal and drove out again. Mr. Lin, she's out. Come down quickly. As soon as Xiaoyi drove out of the parking lot, the driver called Lin Linglang and followed her. Lin Linglang and a few friends were sitting in front of the TV screen, playing games with their feet up. Hearing this, he showed a reluctant look, and slowly got up and started to change clothes, mumbling, "She doesn't go home, I don't know what she's thinking. Not playing anymore?" My buddy looked at him in surprise, and was very curious about this phone call. "What can make you work so hard? You don't even want to play games?" Lin Linglang pulled the corner of his mouth and said, "There's a new ancestor in the house. I have to serve him." "Isn't your sister the only ancestor in your family? Do you have a second sister?" Lin Linglang, "You're right. Lin Linglang, my mother really gave me a second sister." The account manager who received Xiaoyi was named Zhang. He had received the news from the customer service early in the morning, and was standing at the entrance of the VIP hall. Xiaoyi was his first VIP customer, but they had only met twice. The last time was when he was handling Xiaoyi inheritance. With a huge and long-term inheritance of the Xia family, and the annual dividends from stocks, he secured his position as an account manager, never troubled by the deposit quota, and his performance has been among the best for many years. After not seeing each other for 3 years, Manager Zhang had gained a lot of weight, and his eyes had changed a lot. He led Xiaoyi into the VIP hall with a smile on his face. "The VIP room is for VIP users. You need to deposit a certain amount of money here to use it. The space in the room is not too big, but the decoration is exquisite and the environment is quiet." Manager Zhang ordered others to bring coffee and fruit, helped Xiaoyi pull out a chair, and pushed the coffee in front of her. His movements were quite attentive, but his eyes were calm and careful. Xiaoyi has a clean and well-behaved appearance, and her eyes are very clear. It is easy to remind people of the underage girl next door. She wears an octagonal beret on her head, which makes her look even cuter. She was not wearing expensive clothes. She was wearing fast-moving consumer goods brands all over her body. Even her watch was a smart watch, which looked like the most valuable item on her body. She had a well-behaved personality. She was not materialistic. She was not very experienced in the world. Manager Zhang restrained his eyes, and had already made a plan in his heart. Manager Zhang greeted with a smile. "Miss Xia, here is your coffee. If you have any other requirements, please tell me. I will arrange all your services." Xiaoyi nodded lightly, without showing any special expression as he wished, but simply explained the purpose of her visit in a concise manner. Manager Zhang paused, with a smile on his face, quickly entered the business state, turned on the computer next to him and typed a few times, said, "I found your consumption information here, and the credit limit was limited due to large-scale consumption. May I ask what you spent your money for?" This question touched on privacy, and he could have refused to answer it. In order to solve the problem quickly, Xiaoyi gave up on the details and gave a reason. "I bought cosmetics, clothes, etc." "Buying cosmetics and clothes?" Manager Zhang scanned her plain face, and asked with disbelief, "What kind of cosmetics and clothes did you buy that would cost so much money?" This sentence was a bit offensive. Xiaoyi slowly frowned and asked back, "Does this have anything to do with you? This is the bank's regulations. If you want to continue spending, you need to provide a reason for spending." Manager Zhang explained with a smile. His request was clearly unreasonable, and the reason he gave was illogical. As long as there is no crime, banks, as service providers, have no reason to spy on or even question the spending behavior of depositors. They are not qualified to do so. Manager Zhang was very sincere in his words and polite in his attitude. He could not find any fault with him. You should not hit a smiling person when faced with a friendly smile. Most people find it difficult to lose face. Losing temper is like being unreasonable. This is their usual negotiation technique. Xiaoyi decided not to expose him, and just patiently repeated it again. "Buying clothes is my reason for spending." "How is that possible?" Manager Zhang shook his head, showing a look of disbelief, and continued to ask, "Miss Xia, don't embarrass me. I need you to give me a real and reasonable reason for spending." He emphasized the words real and reasonable, At this point, the topic has fallen into a dead loop. Xiaoyi pursed her lips and no longer tried to explain. Manager Zhang is a questioner, and she is a self-certifier. No matter how she explains, or how many times she explains, Manager Zhang can refute her reasons and choose not to believe. This is essentially a logical trap. Seeing her speechless, Manager Zhang's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness. But it was fleeting. He looked again, but could not catch anything. As Xiaoyi remained silent, the VIP room gradually became quiet, and the air was stagnant. After a long while, Xiaoyi finally raised her eyes, with a mocking look in her eyes, and sneered softly. Manager Zhang, she said lightly, why don't you just say it clearly? Do you need a reasonable reason, or a reasonable excuse, to reject my request? Manager Zhang was suddenly stunned. The pair of eyes opposite him were clean and bright, like a shallow spring with clear bottom, as if they could reflect people's hearts. He moved his body subconsciously and forced a smile. How can this be possible? Miss Ya, these are all bank regulations. Nowadays, telecommunications fraud is rampant in the outside world. In order to ensure the safety of customers' funds, we have no choice but to. Is it because of telecommunications fraud, or because of performance settlement? Xiaoyi asked back calmly. The end of June is your semi-annual performance settlement period. Every large amount of my consumption will affect your commission. Right? Manager Zhang could hardly keep his smile. Xiaoyi didn't spend much on weekdays. The trust would give her a fixed living allowance. She also had her own way to make money. And she received stock dividends every year. The amount in the card was increasing day by day. And Manager Zhang's commission was also increasing year by year. Now that she started to spend the money in this card, and it was a large amount, it might affect Manager Zhang's deposit performance, and the quarterly commission would drop sharply. This was the reason why he wanted to delay for a few days, and temporarily not open a card for Xiaoyi. But how could this little girl Xiaoyi know about this? Even though Manager Zhang was puzzled, he would not admit this secret thought, and only smiled and explained. If you must fill in the reason of buying clothes, of course it's fine. I can help you apply. But this reason may not be approved. You can only try it first. You still need to provide these documents here, and I will help you with it immediately. Manager Zhang handed over a receipt. The receipt had a row of lists, which read, ID card, household registration book, driver's license, vehicle registration, social security card. This long row of information. I wish I could turn Xiaoyi family upside down. How many cars there are in the garage, and how much money he earns every month. I am withdrawing my own savings, not taking out a loan from your house. I am actually being investigated for all my privacy. Who gave you the power? Xiaoyi sneered. Are you from the Anti-Corruption Bureau? Chapter 11. According to your method, the higher-ups may not agree. The purpose of this sentence is to arouse her fear of application failure, give her a thick stack of forms to fill out, to make her difficult to act, and to arouse her retreat. Manager Zhang's two actions are essentially to control her psychology through means, so that she obeys his will. Xiaoyi is extremely annoyed by this kind of rhetoric. This is the bank's rules. Manager Zhang was interrupted before he could even say the word determine. You know my parents are both dead. I haven't graduated yet. I look obedient. I don't know anything. I may be very obedient. You use the bank's regulations as an excuse. You want to fool me. Is that what you think? You can't assume I'm so malicious. Manager Zhang looked suspicious. You just want to delay me for a few days. At least so that you can get the dividends for this quarter. Xiaoyi interrupted his quibbling, and said word by word, I have kept the money in your bank, and I have not touched it for so many years. Do you think the money is yours? The commission you get from it every month is justified? Does it take your grace and consent for me to spend or withdraw money? As she questioned again and again, Manager Zhang's cheeks gradually became hot, and he finally showed an offended look, and angrily denied. You cannot question my professionalism. Professionalism? What professionalism? Xiaoyi gently bit her fingers, tapped the long list, and the paper made a crisp rustling sound. Explain to me with your professionalism, whose regulations are these documents? CSRC? KBRC? China Banking Regulatory Commission? You have repeatedly obstructed my reasonable consumption with the card, seriously infringing on the depositor's freedom to consume and withdraw money. Can you take responsibility for your actions? Manager Zhang was speechless. His cheeks had swollen to the color of liver. Xiaoyi said word by word. You'd better figure this out. This is my money. I can spend it whenever and however I want. Even if I spend it all in one day, it's my business. It's not your turn to make decisions. The two hadn't finished arguing when ding-dee sounded suddenly from his ears. Xiaoyi's pupils shrank slightly. Almost at the same time, the door of the VIP room was pushed open, and a sound was heard from afar. Sister! Xiaoyi turned her head and looked outside. Lin Linglang and another man in a suit walked in side by side, with a signature smile on his face. What's wrong? Sister? Have you encountered any difficulties? Why don't you tell your brother? Tell me. I help you solve it. After saying that, she glanced at Manager Zhang lightly, with a warning in her eyes. Manager Zhang's eyes fell on the man in a suit beside Lin Linglang, and his heart skipped a beat. He was also an account manager, and his surname was Feng. The two positions sound the same, but their jobs are completely different. Manager Feng does not need to work in the office. He is mainly interested in the bank's benefits and pensions, and is here to get a salary. His family has a background, and he can easily get tens of millions of deposits. He usually uses his commissions as pocket money. The friends around Manager Feng are either the children of leaders or businessmen, either with money or power, and it is impossible for them to have no background. This person is called Xiaoyi's sister? Didn't Xiaoyi's parents die? Didn't he have a sister who became a vegetable? How could he have a brother with a good background? Manager Zhang's back was gradually sweating. He stood up quickly, with a sincere smile on his face, and denied it repeatedly. No difficulty. It's just a small business. Miss Xiao's VIP card has been restricted due to spending. I will help her unlock it. Oh, I thought it was something else. Lack of money. That's a small matter. It's easy to solve. Lin Linglang relaxed and asked casually. How much did my sister spend? He turned to Xiaoyi with a smile and said, I reimburse you. Manager Zhang reported a number. Xiaoyi wanted to stop him, but it was too late. However, it would be useless even if she stopped him. Compared with her, Manager Zhang obviously cared more about Lin Linglang's instructions. After hearing the number, Lin Linglang's eyes changed slightly, but it was quickly covered up by a smile. Xiaoyi's pupils shrank slightly. The two people are indeed siblings. Their expressions changed very quickly, and they also concealed it very quickly, as fleeting as lightning and fire. Xiaoyi did not point out Lin Linglang's thoughts, directly pointed the finger at the instigator, sneered. A professional account manager of a bank, is this how you casually reveal other people's privacy? Yes, sorry. Manager Zhang nodded repeatedly. His movements were low, but his face showed no shame. Obviously, he did not care about her attitude, just said, I will do the business for you right away. Why don't you do it quickly? Lin Linglang said in a low voice. Okay. Manager Zhang answered repeatedly, and her hands moved much faster. With Lin Linglang's supervision, everything became extremely simple. She didn't have to fill out those strange forms, and she never heard the threat of the higher-ups might not approve it. She only provided her ID card, bank card, mobile phone number, and facial recognition. After verifying a few basic information, she successfully handled the credit limit unlocking business. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. Is this the power of power? Xiaoyi just sneered in her heart. Manager Feng looked at the process and finished, raised his chin slightly, and asked Lin Linglang, Okay, are you relieved? Can we go now? Lin Linglang smiled easily. Let's go. Manager Zhang breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, The three of you take care. Xiaoyi looked at the three people talking to themselves, and was almost amused. She said lightly, I didn't say I was leaving. Seeing the three people turn their heads in unison, she remained calm and said lightly, I still have business to do. Okay, I accompany you. Lin Linglang was interrupted by Xiaoyi just halfway through her words, and said bluntly, This is my personal business, please avoid suspicion. She was already angry. Xiaoyi has been independent since she was a child. She was rarely made decisions for her by her family. They would ask for her opinion in advance for big and small things. She didn't like others to take over her business, help her solve things that she could have solved by herself, and then show her favor and ask for rewards. Moreover, she values respect and rights. She grew up in a childless family, and as a top-performing girl, she always puts herself on the same track as men to compete, and does not think that the other party is superior to her. She has never tasted the feeling of being made decisions by a man. The funniest thing is that the man who made decisions for her is her younger brother whom she has no intention of recognizing. Xiaoyi is sitting here in a blatant way. The VIP card is hers. And the business is hers. These people seem to be completely blind to her existence. Not only do they make decisions for her, but they even discuss her deposit balance in public. It's too outrageous. Could it be that just because of a blood relationship, you think you can be her master? Xiaoyi's eyes were cold. The three people in the hall heard what she said, and they couldn't react for a while, looking at each other. Xiaoyi looked around, and slowly, word by word, repeated, "Please leave." Manager Feng's face changed immediately, and he blurted out, "You don't know what's good for you." He turned around and strode out of the VIP hall. Bang. With a bang, he slammed the door. Lin Linglang was still able to hold back, and pointed his finger twice in the air, sighing, "Sister, what are you doing? You kicked Fengzi out. What will people think? Fengzi just helped us. And you still don't trust him?" "Yes." Xiaoyi looked at him indifferently, and said slowly, "Not only do I not trust him, I also don't trust you. Please get out too. You are so unkind." Lin Linglang shook his head helplessly, but didn't say anything more. He sighed again and followed Manager Feng out. Manager Zhang was stunned by this series of changes. Seeing the two men in front of him obviously giving in, he dared not look down on Xiaoyi. His attitude was obviously much more respectful. He asked with a smile, "Excuse me, Miss Xia. Do you have any other business to do?" Xiaoyi came back to her senses, slowly raised her mobile phone, turned on the video function, and after filming the bank's VIP hall for a week, she aimed it at her face again. Manager Zhang shuddered slightly, then laughed dryly twice, and said, "Miss Xia, what are you doing?" Xiaoyi did not answer him. She read out the month, day and time of the year in the video, and said, "I asked my account manager to make a transfer appointment, and transferred the money to 5 accounts in his own bank. The specific account numbers will be filled in the form attached to the end of the video." Manager Zhang was still trying to stop her from recording the video, and laughed, "I transfer the money. Why are you recording the video? According to the law, the bank needs to complete the transfer within the specified working days, otherwise, I will use the video as evidence to sue the bank and the account manager." As Manager Zhang listened to her words, the smile on his face gradually froze. "The transfer amount is the entire balance in my card." She would not, and would not allow, someone else to hold her back by blocking her cash flow and affecting her stockpiling process. Manager Zhang's face turned pale in an instant. Chapter 12. Xiaoyi looked around the forms on the table, found the large transfer application form, picked up the pen and filled in the account information, and took a photo with the camera. It was not until she put down the pen that Manager Zhang suddenly woke up, stood up abruptly, grabbed her wrist, and finally showed a pleading look in his eyes. "No. Miss Xia, you can't do this. My child is not even a month old, and I still have a mortgage to pay off. What should I do if you do this?" He didn't work hard in business. Among his existing customers, Xiaoyi deposits accounted for 90% of the funds. If Xiaoyi took all the deposits, his salary would be greatly reduced. The mortgage will be out next month. Xiaoyi looked at Manager Zhang indifferently, and was indifferent to his crying. When he bullied her, he didn't think about the children and the mortgage. But when he morally blackmailed her, he thought about the children and the mortgage? "Do you think I'm easy to bully?" Xiaoyi said slowly. "You can fiddle with it, you can control it, and you won't have to pay too much if you fail, because people like me are mostly soft-hearted. As long as you apologize well, and then play a miserable game, you will most likely be forgiven?" Manager Zhang breathing stagnated, and sweat gradually oozed out of his back. "My video recorder is not turned off yet." Xiaoyi lowered his eyes to look at his wrist, feeling the stickiness of the other person's palm, and frowned slightly. Manager Zhang not only wants to restrict others' freedom of consumption, but also their personal freedom? Manager Zhang's fingers froze immediately. He looked at Xiaoyi steadily. After a few seconds of stalemate, he was sure that the other party was really unshakable. He finally took his hand back, and covered his face heavily. Xiaoyi was right. He thought that this was a little girl. If she got angry, she would at most angrily scold him. "I can't explain it to you clearly. I won't explain it to you anymore." Then she walked away angrily. This was the result he was happy to see. He never expected that this seemingly cute girl would not only not follow the script he had expected, but also retaliate against him severely. Such a cruel move, stabbing him in such a painful place, making him pay such an unbearable price. Thinking of the generous commissions he could earn by lying down before, Manager Zhang finally felt regretful. Unfortunately, it was too late. Xiaoyi shook his wrist, put the large transfer slip in front of Manager Zhang, and used a video to record the evidence. Then he left the VIP room without looking back. When Xiaoyi pushed open the door, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. In fact, the act of transferring money is meaningless. The end of the world is coming, and the amount in the bank card may become a string of meaningless numbers. In the current world where every second counts, she argued with others over such trivial matters. This behavior was redundant, a waste of time, and not in line with her habits. But she just couldn't stand it. She just couldn't stand being despised, cheated, manipulated, fooled, even though this might be the daily life of this world. Anyway, many things today were unexpectedly time-wasting, and not just this. For example, it took an hour and a half to unlock the account. For example, meeting Lin Ling. As expected, after Xiaoyi walked out of the bank door, she saw Lin Ling still waiting there. "Sister." She was greeted by a big smile, as if the previous quarrel had never happened. "Is the matter done?" Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes. It was difficult for her to attribute Lin Linglong's behavior to family affection. This was her brother, not her mother. There was no 10 months of pregnancy as a prelude. This kind of closeness was too abrupt, and it inexplicably had the taste of bearing humiliation, and it was suspected that he was deliberately creating guilt for her. It made her wary. And the action of asking about her consumption expenditure? Was it just a lack of sense of boundaries? Xiaoyi moved half a step to the side. Lin Ling keenly noticed her intention, opened her hands to block in front of her, pouted dissatisfiedly, complained. "Don't keep people at a distance. Your parents don't answer your calls, and you don't reply to your messages. They all want to see you." Lin Ling looks really cute, and she has no psychological burden when she acts coquettishly. Her pair of puppy eyes slightly widened. Staring at others pitifully, it is easy to make people lose resistance. But Xiaoyi didn't buy it. She frowned and said calmly, "I have something else to do." After the card was reopened, she could go shopping. She had a shopping goal today. Buy energy and medicine. 3 days. Tomorrow is the last day. She must make sure that all energy and medicine are received and placed before dark tomorrow. The schedule is very tight. She doesn't want to delay for a moment. "I have something to do today. Something to do tomorrow." "Why do you have something to do every day?" Lin Ling said dissatisfiedly. "Dad has arranged the best hospital for your sister. You don't even go to see them. We can't process the procedures for your sister?" Xiaoyi's pupil shrank suddenly. Lin Ling's words have a subtext. They know the current situation of my sister, and even know which hospital my sister is in. Did they investigate deliberately? If so, it makes sense. They can check Xiaoyi's flight, monitor her route home, the time she goes out, track her behavior at all times, almost like installing a camera on her. This can certainly be explained as caring for her, loving her. They will certainly explain it this way. Then, why can't they use the same method to monitor her sister? They care about her. So they care about her sister, and hope that her sister is like her, always under their control, which is simply reasonable. "Oh, thank you for your kindness." Xiaoyi tried her best to maintain a calm expression and refused calmly. "I asked the doctor about her condition. It is difficult to cure her. The hospital is very good now. No need to worry." "Thank you." She showed no concern for her sister, as if her sister was an unimportant tool. After leaving this understated remark, she walked around Lin Ling and continued to move forward. Now it was no longer a question of whether to recognize her as a relative or not. Her sister had been involved. She had to think carefully. Why did they investigate her sister? Was it just to build a relationship and try to please her? Some parents with strong control desires might do this. But the Lin family's performance? Xiaoyi didn't think so. The constant bombardment of phone calls and text messages from the Lin family gave her a sense of urgency. But it didn't seem like they were eager to see her. It was more like a necessary formality. Just a pretense. If the premise that they had feelings for Xiaoyi did not exist, then the purpose of controlling her sister's whereabouts could be speculated to be more malicious. Was it to seize her weakness and try to blackmail her? What was the purpose of blackmailing her? Was there anything in her worth coveting? Xiaoyi still knew too little information. Xiaoyi walked in front. Lin Ling stuck to her like a dogskin plaster, and said shamelessly, "Sister, don't leave. Sister, you have to come back with me. If you ignore me, I will always follow you. Xiaoyi thought for a moment, and suddenly turned around. Who knew that Lin Ling was too close? And the two of them accidentally came face to face. She showed a frightened expression and said angrily, "You are really annoying. Just meet. Just once." Lin Ling felt the crack in her emotions, climbed up along the pole, and raised a finger. "I won't bother you if we meet once." Xiaoyi walked forward with a stern face. "Sister, sister." Lin Ling followed behind her. Xiaoyi walked forward on her own. Lin Ling followed behind her tirelessly, mumbling all the way. The two walked into the parking lot one after the other. Lin Ling took advantage of recognizing her car, and took 2 steps to the front of the car, and didn't care about the thick layer of dust on the hood, and sat on it, and started to act like a spoiled child. "I won't get off unless you agree." Xiaoyi sighed. "I really have something to do." Lin Ling did not give in. "Then let's talk about it when you have nothing to do." The two looked at each other face to face, and confronted each other for half a minute. Xiaoyi spoke helplessly, saying, "I have something to do in the next 3 days." Lin Ling, "Then wait for 3 days." Xiaoyi sighed again, pretending to be defeated and compromised. "Okay. 3 days later. Let's have a meal together." "That's right. If you had agreed to my request earlier, it would have been over." Lin Ling smiled widely, jumped down from the car with the hood of the car, patted his hands covered with dirt, and said with a smile, "I will invite the best chef to cook a big table of dishes to welcome you." Lin Ling achieved his goal, and it was much easier to get rid of him. The two of them exchanged a few words, and then turned and left. After confirming that he had completely gone away, Xiaoyi unlocked the car, sat in the driver's seat, with a gloomy face. After a long time, he dialed a number. "Nursing, please take care of my sister's discharge procedures, and bring her home tonight." Chapter 13. In order to welcome the end of the world, she had already prepared to take her sister home. There were suitable beds and medical equipment at home. And Yin was also a professional nurse, who followed her sister to many places. She originally thought that the hospital would provide more comprehensive care, so she let her sister stay in the hospital first, and then take her back when she had to. But now it seems that the hospital also has disadvantages. There are too many people and too mixed, and it is difficult to be completely on guard. No matter what the purpose of her biological parents is, she cannot expose her sister to the control of the other party. It is too dangerous to be pinched by someone at this time. She had to find a new place for her sister, and had to bring forward the plan for discharge. This was also the fundamental reason why she agreed to the Lin family dinner. The Lin family knew her sister's movements, and it was easy for them to take advantage of her. At that time, the other party would do something to her sister, and it would be difficult for her to get her out, and she would have to compromise in the end. It would be better to just show cooperation and protect her sister while the Lin family was not wary of her, so that she would not be controlled by others like she is now if she wanted to turn against them in the future, in order to get her sister out of the hospital safely. It's okay to agree to this little thing. Besides, the dinner is scheduled for 3 days later, and the typhoon forecast is the day after tomorrow. When the end of the world comes, the other party will not want to meet her. Even if she must meet with the Lin family, it's not impossible. The other party is eyeing her covetously, and is obviously calculating something. If she can gather some information by meeting, it may not be a bad thing. Xiaoyi just sat down in the car, and before starting the car, the phone rang suddenly. "Close your mouth." 2 words jumped on the screen. She connected the phone to the car system, and heard the ringtone coming from the speakers, before she drove out of the parking space and answered the speakerphone. "What's the matter?" Shanshan was instantly furious when she heard her tone. "I can't call you if nothing happens?" Xiaoyi chuckled twice. "If you make this woman angry, she won't act coquettishly to you. This is her usual strategy when dealing with coquettish people. Yes, you won't call me if nothing happens. You are not that kind of person." After she finished speaking, she quietly turned down the volume, preparing to face the other party's roar. Who knew that the other end of the phone actually fell silent? Xiaoyi felt a little scared, thinking that something must be wrong. If this woman calmed down, there must be a big pit ahead for her to step on. After hesitating for a while, she finally couldn't help asking, "Why don't you talk?" She and Shanshan spoke almost at the same time, and Shanshan said, "I'm pregnant." Xiaoyi couldn't believe her ears, and slammed the brakes on the side of the road. Beep! The car behind him roared angrily. Xiaoyi didn't care about the other driver's feelings. He drove the car to the roadside parking space and parked it. He asked without thinking. What did you say? I said. Shanshan turned into a coquettish person in a second, and her voice was so sweet that it could make you sick of sugar water. You are going to be a father. Goosebumps appeared layer by layer, and slowly crawled from the arms to the back. Xiaoyi's expression was completely torn. Shut up. Just say that no one comes to the temple for no reason. Just say that something abnormal must be a demon, sure enough. Waiting for her here. 6 weeks. Shanshan kept sharing the joy of pregnancy with her. We have been separated for a long time. I thought it would be difficult to get pregnant. I didn't expect that I would be lucky last time I came back to China. I could get pregnant right away. Xiaoyi. What a fucking one. She parked the car on the side of the road, listening to Shanshan chattering in her ear, but her mind slowly drifted away. Things always go like this. Everything is fine during the planning period, as if everything is moving straight forward on a built road. No one knows when an atomic bomb will suddenly fall from the sky, blowing the neat and beautiful road into a mess. Tell her? Don't tell her? This road is not that important. It is broken, but the broken road needs to face post-disaster reconstruction. They need a new road to pull the future back on track from danger. Xiaoyi thought for a long time, and finally said something, which fits the character set by Shanshan for her, the father of the child, and can only say it. We can't have this child. What did you say? This time it was Shanshan's turn to be surprised. We can't have this child. Xiaoyi said softly. She knew Shanshan wanted a child very much. This was not the love given to her by her motherhood or wifehood, but her deep desire for blood ties. Raising a child may bring disaster to many women, but Shanshan was not in this category. She had a rich family background, and raising a child was not a burden, not to mention the huge family property, which also needed a child to inherit. But these reasons are not worth mentioning in today's environment. These assets can only provide her with limited support in the end times. Pregnant women need good medical conditions from the beginning of pregnancy to ensure that all indicators are normal. Childbirth requires doctors and a safe and hygienic environment. These things that Shanshan should have originally had will be gone after the end of the world. In an environment where medical conditions are difficult to guarantee, pregnancy and childbirth are too dangerous, and any problems encountered may be fatal. Shanshan fell into a long silence. After a long while, she asked in a low voice. Why? If anyone else dared to say such a thing, even if that person was the father of the child, she would hang up the phone with a sneer, and turn around to draw a clear line with him. But Xiaoyi was different. She believed that the other party was not a person who made a fuss. Xiaoyi slowly told the whole story. Even if she didn't want Shanshan to fall into a dilemma, she had to make things clear now. No one can force Shanshan to abort the child without giving a reason. Not to mention that she can't, the biological father of the child can't either. It is Shanshan's right to decide whether to give birth. What Xiaoyi can do is to tell Shanshan all the dangers, and let her make the decision herself. Start from Yu Xiaojing's first appearance. This story was originally long, and the amount of information was too huge. After listening to it, Shanshan was silent for longer than the last time. After a long time, she finally slowed down her breathing and recalled slowly. I remember 3 years ago. You kept saying you had tinnitus and headaches. And you kept going to see various doctors. And you didn't let me accompany you. And you had to go by yourself. I thought you had traumatic stress disorder after your parents' accident. But I didn't expect it was because of this. Yes. Xiaoyi replied. You were in a hurry to go home. And you insisted that my plane bring your sister back. I thought you were in a hurry to recognize your relatives. And you didn't feel safe. So you needed me to accompany you. Who knew you stayed at home for several days without seeing them? It turned out to be because of this. Yes. You obviously prepared daily necessities for many people, and asked me to help you receive them. You obviously didn't intend to hide it from me. You intended to prepare my share of supplies as well. But you didn't tell me the truth until today when I had to tell you. Shanshan's voice was a little hoarse. It's because you don't trust my husband. Xiaoyi, yes. She believed in the weight of the relationship between the two. If there was no such trust, she would not have included him in her protection at this time. You are afraid that I will reveal my tracks, and he will find something strange. Neither of us has many relatives. If one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry. But my husband's family has more than 20 people. It is one thing for him to be saved by you. But it is another thing for me to know the truth and not save him. You know that you can't save more than 20 people. But you are afraid that there will be a rift between us. She knew everything in her heart. And Xiaoyi really had nothing to say. Don't worry about this. I will be careful. Bai Shanshan comforted her. Xiaoyi. She was not at all worried. Bai Shanshan was not as cold-blooded as her. And it was obviously difficult for her to turn a blind eye to her husband's relatives. But everyone has their own way of doing things. And the two of them trust and respect each other. Just like she kept it a secret from Bai Shanshan. Bai Shanshan would not blame her. And Bai Shanshan wanted to help those who needed help. And she had no right to stop her. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in being worried. You can only let things take their course. Bai Shanshan's questions have not yet ended. She spoke again. You have been buying things like crazy these past 2 days, and you even tricked me into opening a supermarket. I didn't understand what was wrong with you at first, because of this. Yes. Wait. At this point, Bai Shanshan suddenly reacted, and her voice doubled, and the sound of her teeth grinding could be heard over the phone. So you bought so many condoms? Are they all for the two of us? Damn, I've been discovered. Xiaoyi coughed twice. Do you think he's a pile driver? And the kind that does it 7 times a night? 7 days a week. Chapter 14. Xiaoyi. Should she say yes or no? It's not something she should know. Xiaoyi was deeply grateful that this conversation was conducted on the phone, which could prevent her from becoming a human sandbag. Okay, I let you go. Lady Bai Shanshan was generous and gracious. After asking about the whole story, she was obviously relieved. You almost scared me to death, and stopped me from having a baby. I thought my husband was cheating on me, and you caught him. Xiaoyi. Her lips twitched, and she said helplessly. Not really, his genes are pretty good, he's handsome and intelligent. Even if the cheating man can't keep the child can still be kept. I will choose to persuade you to get rid of the father and keep the son. Bai Shanshan. Well, there's no point in talking. The two of them were silent for a moment. Xiaoyi thought about it, and gave another advice. Rest well if you're pregnant, don't bother putting things away, I do it myself tomorrow. No need, I've only been pregnant for more than a month, not more than 10 months. Bai Shanshan decisively interrupted her and said. Don't worry about it, just do what you need to do, I can handle the things here, I need to think about whether to have the child or not. If you go to the hospital, I call you again. Xiaoyi didn't say anything else. This is not a trivial matter, Bai Shanshan needs time to decide. She has already informed the other party of the time point tomorrow, which is enough, and nagging more will only annoy people out of thin air. After hanging up the phone, Xiaoyi didn't think about it anymore, turned on the navigation, drove the car into a bustling area nearby. Since people were going out, naturally they couldn't return empty-handed, there were shopping goals. For example, buying energy and medicine. There was a shopping mall near this bank. Next to the mall there was a gas station and a pharmacy, so she could get everything done at once. For diesel, she had to buy it herself, but medicines didn't take up much space, and she could bring them back along the way. Although clothes are important, they are not consumables. They can be worn even if they are old. There are still many clothes in the cloakroom, so there is no need to rush. You can buy them later. If you really don't have time, you can also accept not buying them. The first place she went to was the pharmacy. The hospital would prepare her sister's regular medicines. In addition, she also had to buy some daily medicines for emergencies. She had a large shopping volume, so she chose a large pharmacy with a complete range of medicines and a large stock, so as not to accidentally empty the pharmacy. The shelf life of medicines is about 2 to 3 years, so you can't prepare too much. As for what medicines to buy, you have to start by studying what diseases people may get in daily life. Accidental injuries, colds, heat strokes, coughs, colds, allergies, gastroenteritis, and some specific emergencies that may be treatable or may not be treatable due to poor medical conditions. The categories she plans to buy include cold medicine, throat medicine, stomach medicine, diarrhea medicine, allergy medicine, painkillers, anti-inflammatory medicine, antipyretics, heart disease emergency medicine, and emergency contraceptive pills. 10 boxes each. You can buy more medicine for injuries, safflower oil, Yudon Baiyao, joint pain relief ointment, trauma medicine, alcohol, iodine, buy 100 bottles each, band-aids, gauze, bandages, self-adhesive bandages, buy 300 rolls each, and some medical knee pads, wrist pads, ankle pads, etc. In addition, warming baby, fever-reducing patch, and infrared therapy patch, buy 500 boxes each. These meet the basic needs. She sent the drug list to the drugstore clerk. and told him the quantity of drugs needed. As expected, she received an unbelievable look. Xiaoyi also knew that it was a bit too much. So she laughed dryly and said, "I can accept the transfer of goods from the warehouse and ask the logistics company to help with the distribution, as long as it can be delivered before tomorrow evening." There was another awkward silence. The clerk looked at her steadily and seemed to be trying to be patient. But she finally couldn't help it and kindly advised her, "Girl, you can't resell medicines." Xiaoyi. She was also holding back. After several attempts to speak, she still held back. She really didn't know how to explain. She could only sigh and comfort the other party. "It's okay, don't worry. Even if I dare to sell, no one dares to buy." The clerk. In short, the pharmacy is still a business after all. Xiaoyi didn't buy prescription drugs, and not yet. Doing illegal things, pharmacies are not responsible for legal supervision. There is no reason to push big customers away. The money was paid successfully. The medicine was also bought. After Xiaoyi confirmed the order, she wanted to run out and quickly escape from this embarrassing place. Who knew? Yu Xiaojing suddenly shouted without knowing the situation. Xiaoyi was so shocked that he looked around repeatedly. The end of the world has not yet come. Lin Linglang has not suddenly appeared, and there are no suspicious people around. Why are you so startled? Scare someone to death. Ancestor? What's wrong with you? Ding. Yu Xiaojing was not satisfied with her attitude, and immediately gave her a magic sound that penetrated her brain. Xiaoyi. Okay, I know, I guess. She walked out helplessly holding her head. What Yu Xiaojing thinks is important, then it must be important. Yu Xiaojing is the ancestor. How could she forget it by accident? Xiaoyi was just trying to find a quiet place and have a good chat with this ancestor, but as soon as she took a step, the sound in her ears suddenly doubled. Ding! Xiaoyi was startled again. She quickly retracted her foot. She took another step. The sound got louder. She retracted her foot again. The sound got quieter. Xiaoyi suddenly realized. She tried and took a step in the opposite direction. The sound got quieter again. In this way, she followed the guidance of the sound and walked step by step to the mosquito repellent spray. Xiaoyi asked tentatively, "Buy this?" Ding. Xiaoyi. Why buy this? She wanted to ask. But she knew she couldn't get any answers. So she had to suppress her curiosity and communicate further with Yu Xiaojing. 100 copies? Ding 1,000 copies? Ding, this scene was strangely familiar. Xiaoyi stood there in a daze, with a sense of foreboding. I don't want it. Just buy 10,000 copies. Yu Xiaojing finally became cheerful. Ding. Xiaoyi. Okay. This purchase volume is no longer as simple as illegal drug reselling. It is almost upgraded to a legal operation of a hospital. Oh, or the mosquito repellent hospital. I wonder if the righteous shop assistant, after hearing the number of medicines she bought, would she choose to call the police directly? Xiaoyi stayed where she was speechless. She was just about to digest the bad news, but was led by Yu Xiaojing's scream and determined a new purchase demand. The same number of mosquito repellent spray, isolation suits, and isolation masks. Xiaoyi. She even wanted to call the police. Xiaoyi was thick-skinned, pretending not to see the suspicious look on the shop assistant's face, and gritted her teeth to tell her purchase needs. Medicine should be bought. And you can't delay your work because of the other party's attitude. However, she also knew that the drugstore warehouse was probably short of goods. In the other party's indescribable complex eyes, she was very modest and cautious, and only reported 1/3 of the shopping demand. Xiaoyi bought a mask and put it on her face, pretending that she had no eyesight at all. She went to several drugstores and finally got all the necessary items. Emptying the drugstore was just a joke, but it turned out to be a reality. Several large local pharmacies with warehouses were shocked by the huge demand. Fortunately, after repeated coordination, they managed to buy enough and promised to deliver it to her home before tomorrow. All the medicines were delivered directly to her door. Xiaoyi's car was still empty, so she went to buy a diesel generator in diesel. The main purpose of purchasing energy is to avoid power outages. Her sister's medical equipment cannot be powered off, and Xiaoyi cannot afford the cost. She prepared 1,000 liters of diesel for the apartment and villa respectively, as backup power. She also has a diesel car at home, which can be used as transportation fuel when necessary. 1L diesel in the generator can generate about 3 kilowatt-hours of electricity. The maximum amount of diesel stored at home cannot exceed 1,000 liters, which takes up about 1 cubic meter of space, and can be converted into 3,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity. Only 2 or 3 kilowatt-hour can be used every day for 3 years. In addition to ensuring medical equipment, some low-power appliances can also be operated, such as cooking. When all the purchases were completed, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. The mall was about to close at this time, and it was too late to buy clothes, so Xia stopped shopping and drove home. Looking at the parking lot at home, the desire to shop came to her mind again. Her family has sedans, SUVs and sports cars, but their cargo carrying capacity is not very strong, and the fuel consumption is very high. In the end times when fuel is scarce, these cars are not very practical. She should prepare a few more diesel cars, which are strong, fuel efficient, and have large space. Whether it is transporting goods or going on a long journey, it will be safer and more convenient. Unfortunately, there is no time. Xia thought about it for a while, and soon put it behind her. She borrowed a small truck for cargo transportation from the property, and began to move the goods from the trunk. There were so many goods in the car that she had to carry them 3 times before transporting all the items to her sister's house upstairs. She was so tired that she was sweating all over. As soon as she entered the house, she fell on the sofa. Xia closed her eyes to recover for a while, and when she opened her eyes, her sight happened to be in the direction of her sister's bedroom. There was a little light coming through the crack of the door. Xiao's face changed slightly, and she suddenly stood up. My sister is back? Chapter 15. Xia told the home password to Nurse Yin. After the other party helped her sister to complete the discharge procedures, she could take her home directly. Xia got up from the sofa and knocked gently on the bedroom door. Nurse Yin? The door opened quickly. Standing at the door was a woman in her early 40s, wearing a clean white nursing outfit and white indoor slippers. She was spotless. It was the nurse Xia hired for her sister, Yin Xiaofeng. Yin Xiaofeng was holding a rag in her hand, and was obviously cleaning something. She smiled when she saw Xia and called out, Miss Xia, you're back. Are you busy? Xia asked. I just finished and was just about to send you a message. Yin Xiaofeng replied. Thank you for your hard work. Xia lowered her head and opened her phone, and sent a red envelope to her, saying sincerely, I've been very busy these days, and I can't be with my sister's work. It's all thanks to your help. Thank you. When Yin Xiaofeng saw the amount in the red envelope, her smile became more sincere, and she said hurriedly, You're welcome. This is what I should do. Okay. You clean up first. I take a shower and come right over. After Xia exchanged a few words with her, she left her sister's room, returned to her own bathroom, took a quick shower, cleaned off the dust on her body, changed her clothes, and then went back to the master bedroom. Yin Xiaofeng had finished her work at hand and returned to her own room, leaving the bedroom for Xia and her sister to be alone. The apartment has 2 bedrooms and a living room, about 150 square meters, the same layout as her sister's house. But Xia made some changes after the renovation. She kept the second bedroom with an independent bathroom for herself, and made a semi-partition in the middle of the bedroom, separating the bedroom and the study. The master bedroom was left for her sister, which was also divided into 3 small rooms, 2 compartments and a bathroom. The large compartment was her sister's nursing room, and the small compartment was Yin's nursing space, about 10 square meters, with a bed and a TV for her to rest. Xia walked into her sister's nursing room. The strong smell of disinfectant hit her nose. There was an electric nursing bed in the middle of the room, and various nursing equipment were placed beside the bed. Xia was lying in the middle of the nursing bed, her slender body sunk into the 1.2-meter wide bed, making her look even thinner and more emaciated. Her face was clean and pale, her eyes were tightly closed, the nasogastric tube was slowly delivering food, and a catheter was inserted on the back of her thin hand, and the medicine flowed into the blue blood vessels along the needle. She was sleeping very quietly, and her chest could hardly be seen rising and falling. Only the numbers on the big screen behind the bed proved that she was still alive. Xia stopped beside her sister's arm that was not receiving an 4 drip, pulled a chair over and sat down, holding her sister's hand, and buried her forehead deeply in it. Sister. Her throat was a little dry, and she murmured, showing aggrieved emotions for the first time in these days. I'm so tired. Xia had been lying in bed for 3 years. For 3 whole years. She had not opened her eyes once, and had not spoken a word. Her condition is very stable. According to the doctor, if she is properly cared for, it is not a problem for her to live to the age of 70 or 80. If she is lucky, she may wake up suddenly. Besides that, there is no other suitable treatment plan. The only thing she can do is to wait patiently. However, this is based on the premise that medical conditions are perfect. If the end of the world comes and her sister's condition becomes unexpected, she has no facilities and no ability to perform first aid, and first aid medicines also have a shelf life. They will be unusable after 2 or 3 years. She couldn't face it, and she didn't even dare to think about it. What should she do then? Xiaoyi laid down beside her sister. When she was a child, whenever she was in a bad mood, she would hold her sister's hand and stare blankly. Just like now. Her sister would not ask too many questions, but would touch her head occasionally and wait for her to heal. Her sister's skin was always filled with a scent of freesia, which made people relax physically and mentally. It was like a large power bank. Now the smell has become disinfectant, but the familiar sense of security still exists. She lay down for about 10 minutes, and finally stood up from the bed and stretched her body. Charging completed. Xiaoyi opened the bedside table, took out a tube of cream, slowly applied it on her sister's skin, and combed her sister's hair. She tilted her head and looked at the bed, with a clean smile on her sweet face. "I can do it," she said word by word. "I will definitely let you live well." When Xiaoyi stayed in her sister's room, a black car was parked far downstairs. The driver observed for a long time outside, and confirmed that she was not going to go out again, before picking up the phone to report. "She's home. Keep watching," Lin Linglang ordered. The other 3 people at the table looked at him. Lin Yongza put down his bowl and chopsticks, sipped his tea gently, and asked slowly, "What's the situation?" Lin Linglang shrugged his shoulders, showing a helpless expression, and smiled. Sister is really stubborn, not very good at dealing with things. Fingsy was going to help, but who knew that she would make Fingsy angry and leave with just a few words. I tried to persuade him for a long time. Also, she took her sister home. I don't know why, but I asked Xiao Lu to look after her so that she can be taken care of if anything happens. Lin Yongza nodded, lowered his eyes, and thought for a while. Then said, "No matter what, she is your sister. Bring her to see you first. That's a must. Don't you see who your son is?" Lin Linglang said nonchalantly. "I already know. I will definitely bring my sister to see you in a few days." "Well, you did a good job." Lin Yongza nodded, showing a look of approval, and said, "Remember to prepare gifts for your mother and sister." "Okay." Lin Linglang agreed readily. The mother and daughter who were preparing gifts sat at the dining table, listening to the conversation between the father and son silently, with different expressions on their faces. "Bring it home?" Su Jialan peeked at Lin Yongza's face, and spoke carefully, but asked Lin Linglang, "Just have a meal outside." Lin Linglang realized her mother's concern, and comforted her softly. "Don't bring her home." "Yeah, right." Su Jialan nodded in agreement. "We don't have enough rooms at home, and there's no place to stay when you come." Lin Yongza frowned when he heard that. "Why don't you have a place to stay? Can't you just share a room with Lin Lin?" "How can that be possible?" Su Jialan blurted out. "What if Lin Lin doesn't want to?" As soon as the words fell, the air was silent. Bang! With a sound, Lin Yongza slammed the teacup on the table, scaring Su Jialan's shoulders. Lin Yongza's face darkened slightly, and he scolded. "What do you mean? We just live in the same room, and we are all girls. Why would we be unwilling? You are the only one who is making trouble. I raised Lin Lin since she was a child. How can I treat her badly? That's not what I meant." Su Jialan forced a smile and explained, "I'm afraid Lin Lin won't get used to it." "Are you not used to it?" Lin Yongza asked. Lin Linglan listened to her parents' argument without saying a word, and finally snorted coldly at this time, and didn't answer. She put down her chopsticks and walked out the door. "Hey, Lin Lin," Su Jialan called out hurriedly. Lin Linglan turned a deaf ear to her mother's call, strode out of the restaurant, and soon walked away. "Don't pay attention to her." Lin Yongza looked at Lin Linglan's empty chair and said in a dissatisfied voice, "This child is raised by you. So selfish." But Su Jialan wanted to say something else, but was blocked by Lin Yongza. Lin Yongza said impatiently, "You regard Lin Lin as your daughter, and he is not your daughter?" Chapter 16. "Come on, stop talking so much, It's settled, Lin Yongza said. After Lin Yongza spoke, others naturally had no room to question. Su Jialan's face was not very good, but she didn't dare to refute him after all. At this time, Xia Yi was still buying the last part of the things. Last night, she hadn't finished buying the daily necessities, and her card was frozen. Now that she has enough savings, she naturally has to make up for this part. Kitchen cleaning supplies, house cleaning supplies, and skincare products. Although these things may not be necessary, it's always right to store some. Based on the consumption of 1 bottle per month, 5 people, calculated in multiples of 3 years, all purchased in 200 portions. Dishwashing liquid, vegetable cleaning agent, indoor cleaning agent, furniture cleaning agent, toilet cleaning agent, all prepared 200 portions. Chlorine disinfection tablets, 100 tablets per box, prepare 1,000 boxes. Food-grade disposable gloves, 100 pieces per box, bought 1,000 boxes of thin and thick types respectively, 100 pieces per box of garbage bags, also bought 1,000 boxes, can be used for cooking, washing, scrubbing and cleaning on weekdays. In addition, she also prepared hundreds of packages of dishcloths, rags, etc. Skincare products are the least troublesome, and are what she buys most often. She bought 100 sets of skincare water, essence, cream, mask, sunscreen, moisturizing spray, etc. In addition, she bought more than 100 bottles of her favorite perfumes and essential oils, as well as more than 1,000 bottles of aromatherapy. If you feel depressed at home, the right fragrance can soothe your mood or help you sleep. She didn't buy cosmetics, because she probably won't have a chance to use them in the future. So it's easier. In addition, there are clothes. When it comes to buying clothes, Xia Yi is very Buddhist. She only plans to buy a few pieces casually, and buys just in case. She doesn't have high requirements for clothes, and is too lazy to spend time choosing clothes, so she always has a lot of basic colors and basic styles in her wardrobe, to ensure that she won't get too hot in the summer, or freeze to death in the winter, and that she has clothes for all seasons at home, which is fully functional. Besides, Bai Shanshan house is full of clothes. The cloakroom is bigger than her apartment. If she needs clothes, she can go to her house to search. Xia Yi lay on the bed, and carefully counted the goods she had stockpiled. Water, food, medicine, daily necessities, energy, clothes, these major categories of materials are basically well prepared, which can ensure basic survival in the next 3 years. The biggest risk is that there may be a water and power outage. Due to limited space and safety issues, the daily water and electricity reserves are not perfect. If there is a water and power outage, extreme weather can only be resisted in primitive ways, and washing and cooking will be more painful. Maybe she will have to rely on drinking water to wash, and eat fast food to survive. But this is just a decline in the quality of life, which is an acceptable result. At least you won't starve to death. Nor will you die of dirt. 26 days before the end of the world. Stockpiling, apart from the cumbersome thinking and the trouble of sorting, is a very happy thing overall. It's fun to place an order, and it feels so good to empty the shopping cart instantly after merging dozens of orders together. It's fun to wait for delivery. And I'm full of expectations when I see all kinds of items being placed on the cart and slowly moving towards me on the map. I was very happy after receiving the goods. Seeing those orders become real goods, neatly placed on the shelves at home, gave me a sense of satisfaction and security. All the goods arrived on time on the 3rd morning. Each room had already been arranged for its purpose. The goods were put in place step by step, making perfect use of every space. Watching my sister's house slowly fill up from being empty, with neat shelves in each room, there was a strong sense of beauty and order. Xia Yi's happiness was beyond words. In order to double her happiness, she ordered a large portion of crab roe noodles for takeout, and ate them with big mouthfuls. The crab roe noodles of this old-fashioned restaurant were the best in taste. The crab meat was dense and finely minced, the crab paste was fragrant and glutinous, and paired with sweet and spicy ginger tea, she ate it to her heart's content. It was still unknown whether she could see the sun tomorrow. This might be her last dinner, so Xia Yi would eat until she was satisfied. Yin Xiaofeng was given a day off by her today. Although it sounded like a day off, Xia Yi was already prepared to never see her again. It's not that she didn't want to keep Yin Xiaofeng by her side, but she also knew that if the end of the world came, Yin Xiaofeng would probably prefer to face it with her family. After everything was checked, Xia Yi reorganized all the rooms, including her bedroom, and the nursing room where Yin Xiaofeng was temporarily staying, and replaced all of them with new bedding. In the future, she would live with Bai Shanshan. And the best space arrangement in the two-bedroom apartment was that she lived with her sister, and Bai Shanshan lived with her man. Xia Yi lived in her sister's nursing room, originally Yin Xiaofeng's room, which was convenient for taking care of her sister's life. Her original bedroom was given to Bai Shanshan. Under this arrangement, although everyone lived together, they could have their own independent living space. However, Bai Shanshan refused. Just kidding, sisters are not stupid. Before, we didn't know anything, and it was okay to rely on you. Now that you know, how can you not make more preparations? Bai Shanshan said with a smile. Besides, I have children to take care of. Xia Yi was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly fell silent. Listening to the breathing sound coming from the microphone, she curled up on the sofa in the living room, holding Dahe in her arms. Her fingers slid through its soft fur, making a slight snoring sound, but she felt that everything around her was very far away, without any sense of reality. What did you say? Her voice was a little hoarse. It's just what you think. Bai Shanshan's reply was also difficult. You know that if the sanitary and medical environments are not up to standard, giving birth will be. Oh, baby, don't worry so much. Bai Shanshan interrupted her tenderly. It's okay, I have money. Money can solve many problems. Medical care and sanitation can be prepared in advance. So, I won't die for sure. Xia Yi. She tried to hold back, but she couldn't help it after all, and said, But if you die, it will be hard for your child to survive. Bai Shanshan argued, after the end of the world, no one may survive. Xia Yi was finally speechless. If she understood correctly, Bai Shanshan would not stay with her in the future. After she suspected that the end of the world was coming, she made countless plans and preparations, planning how to survive. How to survive with her sister, Bai Shanshan, and even her husband. But she never planned that Bai Shanshan would not stay with her. She couldn't say anything. Bai Shanshan planned to keep the child, so she had to take responsibility for her choice, or take responsibility together with her husband. Bai Shanshan obviously didn't think that after making the choice, the ultimate person responsible was Xia Yi. Xia Yi stopped persuading her. She looked soft and cute, and Bai Shanshan looked like a delicate wife. Both of them seemed to be easy to manipulate, but in fact they were not. They were strong in their own bones, and they could be friends until now, and the important tacit understanding was mutual respect. She couldn't stop Bai Shanshan. She couldn't stop him. Bai Shanshan sighed in the receiver, and she was silent for a long time, before she spoke again. My behavior may be caused by hormones, and the instinct of human reproduction is deceiving me. But this is my decision. I'm sorry. Bai Shanshan spoke again. Her voice was very low, and she said softly, You worked hard to buy the condoms, so you should keep them for yourself. This sentence was like a mudslide, rolling down on Xia Yi's head, washing away all his emotions. Chapter 17. Shut up. Ha ha. Bai Shanshan laughed. Laughing, Bai Shanshan suddenly spoke. Why do I feel like I've lost a lot? You still owe me more than 100 hours. Will you get away with it? Xia Yi replied unwillingly. Is your husband at home? You can't say this in front of him. Bai Shanshan, get lost. The two began to talk nonsense, tacitly avoiding the previous topic and talking about something else. But he never hung up the phone. The sky gradually darkened. As time passed, Xia Yi's heart finally tensed up. Tonight is the afternoon of June 29th, the third night after arriving in Jiang City, the time when the typhoon landed in the weather forecast. It is also the time when the end of the world will come. Although Xia Yi has been busy these days, he has never stopped paying attention to the news from the Meteorological Bureau, studying the weather news every day, and constantly tracking the movement of the two typhoons that may produce the Fujiwara effect. She was almost a meteorologist. The second hand moved along the clock. The sky outside went from bright to dark. The night slowly spread. The moonlight in the sky was slightly cool, and the stars were twinkling. The whole world was calm. In recent days, Jiang City had clear skies during the day, and starry skies at night. It was not the end of the world, but the weather was suitable for outings and camping every day. The two typhoons had no awareness of being noticed at all, and were leisurely strolling along the southeast coast. Xia Yi was always cautious. The weather is changeable before the typhoon arrives, and the arrival of the end of the world is unprecedented, and cannot be guessed by common sense. The two of them did not hang up the phone. Even when eating and taking a shower, they were chatting casually. The content of the chat was not very nutritious, but no one mentioned hanging up the phone. They didn't know that if they hung up the phone tonight, They would not have a chance to connect again in the future. They just stayed up all night chatting. And paid attention to the real-time weather information while chatting. Chatting all night. Xiaoyi watched the two typhoons with his own eyes. No effect occurred, even no sign of encountering, making a feint on the southeast coast, not even touching the land. Then, one on the left and one on the right, parted ways, and went to the open sea without looking back. It was as if he was mercilessly laughing at the two people who had not slept all night, staring at the typhoon track. I seem like a fool, Xiaoyi said. Yes, baby. Bai Shanshan answered. Xiaoyi hung up the phone with a sneer. He gnashed his teeth and roared angrily. You Xiaojing? Apocalypse line 1.17, 3-day agreement. 25 days before the apocalypse. Ding Di? Yu Xiaojing's voice was full of innocence. Didn't you say the typhoon would land today? Why didn't it land? Xiaoyi condemned. Yu Xiaojing obviously felt wronged, and quickly refuted. Ding Di ding. I didn't say that. You didn't say anything? Xiaoyi gnashed her teeth in anger. Didn't you say today? Ding ding ding. She was interrupted again. I didn't say that. Xiaoyi was stunned, and savored the conversation carefully, and finally reacted slowly. It seems that Yu Xiaojing really didn't say anything. She didn't think Yu Xiaojing was lying to her. As for the coming of the end of the world, she still believed in Yu Xiaojing's information and judgment. Then the problem can only be when the end of the world will come. 3 days ago, it reminded that the end of the world was coming, and pointed out that the end of the world was related to the typhoon, but it did not clearly point out the specific time of the end of the world. The information that the typhoon will arrive in 3 days was given by the weather forecast. As we all know, the weather forecast may be inaccurate. Ding ding. Yu Xiaojing happily affirmed. The impatient beeping sound inexplicably carried a sense of arrogance. Xiaoyi, since time is not so urgent, why are you in a hurry to urge her to come back? Ding ding ding. I didn't urge her. Xiaoyi, she was in a hurry to come back. So, she didn't eat or sleep these days, and was busy all day long. What was it for? Xiaoyi sat on the sofa blankly. Her heart was rubbing its 50-meter machete repeatedly, and she was preparing to chop Yu Xiaojing into pieces and sacrifice him to the gods. Yu Xiaojing. Ding Di? He tentatively called out twice to appease Xiaoyi's anger. Xiaoyi didn't want to pay attention to him. She knew deeply that Yu Xiaojing had more or less intentional intentions, misleading her to come back earlier. But she also knew that Yu Xiaojing was thinking about her completely. Yu Xiaojing had a lot of information that he couldn't reveal, and communication was too limited, so it was difficult to give her precise reminders at the right time, to push her to prepare earlier, and to leave more time for accidents, which was understandable. Moreover, with Yu Xiaojing's ability to express himself, it is not easy to achieve this step. However, Xiaoyi worked hard for 3 days, but found that time was not so tight, and she could not help but feel angry at being fooled. She was slightly angry, but felt that it was meaningless. What's the point of fighting with a machine? It's better to think about more practical problems. For example, when will the end of the world come? Yu Xiaojing fell into a long silence. Xiaoyi was not unfamiliar with this feeling, and she asked with understanding. Can't tell? Due to the restrictions of the rules, Yu Xiaojing couldn't reveal many details, and the specific time of the end of the world might also be a part that couldn't be revealed. Ding ding. Yu Xiaojing gave a confirmed answer. Xiaoyi, this is really good news. I don't know when the end of the world will come. It means the end of the world may come at any time. It may be today, it may be tomorrow, or even the next second. How can people prepare for this? Different times of the end of the world could have made completely different preparations. If it was only 3 or 5 days in the short term, she might increase her stockpiling efforts and prepare more food. If it was 1 or 2 months in the medium term, she might choose to buy a car and a house and prepare a better shelter. If it was 1 or 2 years in the long term, she might choose to buy a few small farms and factories to ensure the productivity of food and daily necessities. There are many possibilities, all of which can only be judged based on time information. Xiaoyi absolutely cannot accept being completely in the dark about the future. She didn't want to be preparing outside the shelter when the apocalypse suddenly came and she couldn't go home on time, which would make all her preparations go to waste. You have to tell me something. Xiaoyi was just being a rogue, and was trying to persuade Xiaojing. In the next year? In the next month? Or a week? After several rounds of bargaining, Xiaoyi finally won a stage victory and reached an agreement with Yu Xiaojing. 3 days before the apocalypse breaks out. Yu Xiaojing will give her a reminder. This way, there will be at least 3 days of buffer time. Xia Yi can prepare freely. If the preparations are perfect, it's fine. If not, she can return to the shelter in advance before the apocalypse arrives. At least the worst situation can be avoided. In the past 3 days, she has basically completed the short-term preparations. Now that she has extra time, she will prepare according to the cycle of 1 or 2 months. Having more time is not a bad thing for Xia Yi. What can she do in 1 or 2 months? For example, she could complete the dream that she had always wanted but could not complete due to lack of time. Build a shelter. Her previous preparations were only enough for 3 years, and the quality of life was difficult to guarantee. If there was a shelter with enough space, she could store food for a long time, and even prepare an independent water and electricity system to make the living space more comfortable. Yu Xiaojing recommended Yuehu Sanatorium. Xia Yi also wanted to consider going there to see if it was suitable for a long-term shelter. Xia Yi was thinking about it when she suddenly heard the sound of the password lock at the door. Yin Xiaofeng pushed the door open, changed her shoes, and entered the nursing room. She then looked out again, looking confused. Miss Xia, why did you change the sheets in the nursing room? Xia Yi was silent for a moment, forced a smile, and made up an explanation. I was worried about my sister last night, so I slept in your nursing room. Please change the sheets. There was probably no chance for her to live in this nursing room in the future. Xia Yi walked back to her bedroom. 3 days of lack of sleep made her extremely tired. Now she finally had a chance to rest. She didn't care about the bright light outside. She went back to the bedroom, closed the light-blocking curtains, kicked off her shoes, and got into bed. Before a new wave of busyness came, even if the sky fell, she had to let her have a good sleep first. In a daze, Xia Yi felt as if she had forgotten something, but because she was too tired, she was too lazy to think about it, and fainted. Xia Yi planned to sleep until she woke up naturally, and then find a shelter was disrupted by a completely unexpected phone call. The call came from Lin Lingling. Sister, I have made an appointment at a private restaurant for the whole family to have dinner together. I will text you the address later. The whole family will be waiting for you there at 4:30 this afternoon. Don't forget it. Chapter 18. I didn't sleep until I woke up naturally again. Xia Yi opened her eyes dazedly. She had gotten used to this tragic setting. Since she returned to Jiang City, she had never successfully slept until she woke up naturally, not even once. In her sleepy state, she slowly awakened the memory deep in her brain. It seemed that she had made an appointment with Lin Linglang to have dinner together today. Oh, right, dinner. Dinner with the Lin family. At that time, she thought the end of the world was coming. There would be no day for dinner, and no chance to fulfill this promise. Now that she could fulfill it, she didn't intend to break her promise. The later the apocalypse comes, the longer she will have to deal with the Lin family. She can hide and escape for 2 or 3 days, but she can't escape for 1 or 2 months. She needs other coping strategies. At least, she needs to find out the purpose of the Lin family. The Lin family always sends people to follow her, like a fly, which is annoying. However, it is not to the extent of breaking the law, and calling the police will probably not be useful. Many of her subsequent arrangements, whether it is finding a shelter or decorating the shelter, are to avoid being seen by others. And she does not want the Lin family to know. Lin Linglang arranged a meal at a private restaurant. It was unknown whether he did it on purpose or not. The name of this restaurant had something to do with Xia Yi. It was called Yixia. Yixia was far from the city, and public transportation was not very convenient. It would take more than an hour to drive there by private car. The restaurant was located in a 2-story building on a small island in Liangquan Lake, connected to the lakeside highway by only one road. Although the island was not large, it had a complete range of functions, including a fruit tree area, a vegetable greenhouse, and even a breeding farm and a fishing area. It is said that all the ingredients in the restaurant are grown by themselves, which is also one of the characteristics of the restaurant. As a special private restaurant, the various characteristics here are very tricky. Not only do they supply vegetables by themselves, but all the dishes are created by the boss himself, and they only serve 1 table of guests per meal. Fortunately, the taste here is excellent, and the scenery is unique, even though the price is extremely expensive, and the boss has many rules. The business is still very hot, and the schedule has even been scheduled until next month. Xia Yi looked at the island and couldn't help but feel jealous. The terrain of this place is really good. It is isolated from the world and self-sufficient. It is very suitable for a shelter. However, the boss here is obviously not short of money. It is highly likely that he will not sell the island to her. What a pity. She sighed with regret and parked the car in the lakeside parking lot. Lin Linglong's family of 4 obviously drove to the place separately, and the 4 cars were parked there in advance. A Maybach, a G-Class, a black official car worth about 300,000 yuan, and a white hatchback sedan worth less than 200,000 yuan. The window of the black official car was open, and the driver was sitting there playing with his mobile phone board. Xia Yi looked at the price range of the 4 cars and frowned slightly. Except for the official car, the other 3 cars did not quite fit her understanding of the family's financial situation. Sister, you're here. Lin Linglang stood at the door of the restaurant, saw her from a distance, and greeted her loudly. Come with me. My parents and sister Lin Lin are waiting for you upstairs. Xia Yi nodded to him, followed him up the stairs, and came to the 2nd floor of Yixia. The 2nd floor is the dining area here. There are floor-to-ceiling windows on all 4 sides of the room, with a 360-degree pure lake view. Through the clear glass, you can see the blue sky and the endless lake view. There are all kinds of furnishings here: TV, sofa, coffee bar, small bar, pool table, and even a dedicated KTV song request station. It is a complete party room configuration. There is a strip dining table in the middle of the room, and 3 people are sitting at the table. Hearing the sound of the stairs, 6 pairs of eyes looked over at the same time, each with exploration and scrutiny, and fell on Xia Yi. The man sitting in the main seat is her biological father, Lin Yongzi. Lin Yongzi was about 50 years old, with slightly sparse hair, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and dressed formally, as if he had just come from a meeting. His face was quite serious, as if he was used to giving orders. When he saw Xia Yi, the light in his eyes softened, and with a slight smile, he nodded slightly to Xia Yi and said in a soft voice, Come on. Sit down. Okay. Xia Yi curved her lips, with deep dimples on her lips, and her smile was very sweet, but also a little distant. She was trying to control her emotions. Since she was here, she needed to show some cooperation. After all, it was just a matter of recognizing a relative, or even just getting to know each other. She didn't have to fight to the death. But she couldn't be too cooperative. After all, Xia Yi was invited here by force. She couldn't be too aggressive and call them mom and dad the moment they met. The degree was very important. She couldn't act too close. There wasn't much affection between the 2 parties. Being too close would only arouse suspicion and give the other party the impression that she had ulterior motives. Xia Yi prepared a character for herself. An ignorant little girl who does things based on her preferences. She does things based on her preferences. So she doesn't read people's eyes. Often has a big sister's temper. Treats strangers coldly. Ignores Lin Linglang. And doesn't give face to his brother named Feng. If her biological parents don't please her, she can also be rude. At the same time, it also means that she is not scheming, easy to bully, and easy to cheat. It fits her first impression. This kind of character is easy to be looked down upon by others. But at critical moments, it is also a good protective color. If the Lin family had no ill will towards her, and they tried to please her appropriately, she could break the ice and get along with them. If the Lin family had any hidden ideas, they would be easily fooled by her stupidity and would not do anything desperate. She did not have the energy or the ability to compete with the Lin family. The other party was powerful and influential. If they really used extreme means, it would be difficult for her to resist. Xia Yi would rather appear to be a little stupid. At least there would be a chance for the pig to eat the tiger, so as not to make the other party overly defensive. After all, Xia Yi didn't come here to make enemies. She just came here to get information. She followed Lin Linglang to the dining table. Xia. The restaurant's decoration was cool. Blues was playing in stereo in the indoor speakers. There were only 5 people sitting at the narrow dining table. The distance between the tables and chairs, and the bouquets between the tables separated the social distance well, keeping everyone's thoughts behind the shadows. It was obviously a family dinner for a few people, but it tasted like an international bilateral meeting. The positions of the people at the table were clearly divided into different levels. In the first seat on the right, sat a middle-aged woman in her 40s. Her biological mother Su Jian. In the second seat on the right, sat a girl of about the same age as Xia Yi. The girl who swapped identities with Xia Yi, Lin Linglin. In the first seat on the left was Lin Ling, and Xia Yi's seat was the second seat on the left. Xia Yi pulled out a chair and sat down. Everyone greeted her in turn. Lin Yongze and Lin Ling were relatively friendly to Xia Yi, while Su Jialan and her daughter were relatively cold. They only nodded to each other as a greeting, and did not greet Xia Yi, although the two of them bent their lips. Their smiles did not reach their eyes at all. Su Jialan was wearing luxurious clothes, her face was clean and elegant, her figure was very well maintained, she had a perfect smile on her face, and a shallow dimple on her cheek. Her appearance was quite similar to Xia Yi. Her eyes fell on Xia Yi, without any joy of facing her biological daughter. Her scrutinizing eyes looked from top to bottom, stopping at her dog-bitten hairstyle, paired with casual t-shirt and sneakers, slowly pursed her lips. Lin Ling had an obvious oval face, and a cold look. Although her appearance was also quite outstanding, she was obviously not similar to the face shape of Su Jialan and her two children. Lin Ling's eyes were slightly cold, her lips were turned down, and the emotion in her eyes seemed to be angry. Facing four people with different expressions, Xia Yi's eyes flashed, but her expression did not change at all, as if she knew nothing about the tense atmosphere at the table. Lin Yongze had to act like the head of the family, and Su Jialan and Lin Ling were unwilling to do so. The four of them were silent, and only Lin Ling was trying to liven up the atmosphere. Sister. Lin Ling looked at Xia Yi's profile, then turned to look at Su Jialan. His eyes repeatedly moved around their faces several times, and he was amazed. Look, I said our mom looks like you. Right? I just thought they looked alike before, but you two sat together and realized, how can they look alike? They are just cut from the same mold. This sentence successfully attracted everyone's attention. Lin Yongze narrowed his eyes, and was the first to speak in support. He stared at Xia Yi's face and dimples, and studied them carefully for a while, as if he was recalling a scene from the past, and answered after a long time. Don't tell me, they do look alike. Exactly like your mom when she was young. Su Jialan paused for a moment after hearing this. She subconsciously glanced at Xia Yi. A glance, just a glance, her eyes swept across Xia Yi's face, without stopping for a moment, and then quickly turned away. There was no trace of nostalgia or joy. Her attitude was very cold. Xia Yi seemed to be unaware of Su Jialan's attitude. She was holding the cup and taking a sip of coffee, but suddenly found that everyone was looking at her, as if waiting for something. She blinked in confusion, and said innocently, "Oh!" The atmosphere was deadlocked successfully. Lin Ling. He mentioned that Xia Yi and Su Jialan looked similar, originally wanting to narrow the distance between the two, but who would have thought that one looked at the other coldly, and the other was ignorant, and the topic was dropped on the ground. But these were all trivial matters, and they obviously did not faze Lin Ling, and if one trick didn't work, he would try another. Sister. Lin Ling dragged out the last word, and acted like a spoiled child to Xia Yi, relying on his cute appearance. He used it as a weapon without hesitation, and his smile was simply irresistible. Lin Ling subconsciously raised her eyes, and just as she was about to respond, she suddenly realized that the other party was not calling her, and quickly retracted her gaze. What's the matter? Xia Yi asked. Lin Ling pointed to the window of the restaurant, where there were several gift boxes of different sizes, piled up like a small mountain on the sofa. Everyone in the family knew you were coming back, and they were all very happy. They bought you many gifts. Look, they are piled up like a mountain there. He took out his mobile phone, flipped through the photos in the album, and swiped them one by one to Xia Yi. Look, this is the bag that Mom bought for you. A limited edition. And your sister bought you a skirt that especially suits your skin color. And the watch that Dad bought you. And this one. I picked it out. The necklace I bought for you. Do you like it? Chapter 19. Lin Ling flipped through the photos, explaining the gifts as he flipped through them, his eyes sparkling, full of expectation. Thank you. Xia Yi couldn't play dumb anymore at this point. She smiled with her eyes bent, and replied, I also brought gifts for everyone. I put them in the trunk of the car. You can go get them later. The gifts she prepared were also jewelry and bags, which were more commonly used, and could be kept for oneself or given to others, and would not go wrong as a meeting gift. Su Jialan was obviously not satisfied with Xia Yi's conventional answer. She looked suspicious and asked indifferently, Don't you have anything else to say? Xia Yi. What else should she say? Besides thanking her for the gift and preparing a return gift. What else should she do? She couldn't just cry and sob and say, Mom, you are so kind. This would require too much of her acting skills. Seeing that she didn't answer, Su Jialan frowned more and more. She wanted to say something else. But Lin Linglang hurriedly stopped her and said to Xia Yi, "Sister, did you buy me a gift too? I go get it later. I want to see what you bought." "Too. Okay." Xia Yi nodded. She chatted with Lin Linglang in a casual way, stirring her coffee with her hands boredly, seemingly oblivious to the undercurrents, but thinking non-stop in her mind. Lin Linglang didn't need to hide it at all. She could tell at first sight that Su Jialan hated her. Although being hated by one's own mother sounded sad, Xia Yi didn't feel that way, and even thought it wasn't a bad thing. The inconsistent positions of the Lin family members show that their alliance is not stable and has loopholes. Xia Yi is curious about why Su Jialan hates her. The Lin family members have different attitudes towards recognition. Lin Linglang is obviously the most eager, and Lin Yongzi is also actively promoting it. Su Jialan, as her biological mother, is theoretically the person with the deepest bond with her, but she clearly hates her. As for Lin Linglin, her attitude is the most normal. From Lin Linglin perspective, the two of them are in a competitive relationship, competing for the distribution of family benefits, and also competing for the attention and care of relatives. As a competitor, Lin Linglin has reason to hate her. Although Lin Linglang and Lin Yongzi's behavior is somewhat counterintuitive, it makes sense in theory. Su Jialan is the most confusing. On the surface, Su Jialan seems to simply look down on her, thinking that she is inferior to Lin Linglin in some aspects, and is hard to look at. There may be other reasons behind this, such as the other party has a relationship with Lin Linglin, and does not want her existence to hurt Lin Linglin. But she has not done anything to hurt Lin Linglin. Is it necessary to hate her in advance? Wait. Or, has it been hurt? Xia Yi stood up while thinking, picked up the phone and put it in her pocket, and said with a smile, "I'm going to the bathroom." "Okay." Lin Linglang nodded. Xia Yi walked out of the restaurant. Her footsteps went down the stairs, and disappeared far away at the corner of the corridor. Su Jialan looked at the place where she left, snorted from her nose, and said coldly, "What's the point of spending money to buy her things? You're an ungrateful person at first glance." "Ah." Lin Yongzi coughed heavily, suppressed her voice, and said coldly, "That's enough." Xia Yi walked into the bathroom, thought for a moment, his left and right thumbs alternately tapped the screen, slowly typed a few words, and sent the message. After waiting for a while, confirming that she had received the other party's reply, she walked out of the cubicle, washed her hands again, and returned to the restaurant. At this time, several plates of main dishes had been placed, and the fragrant aroma came towards her. Xia Yi sat back in her seat, said a simple hello to everyone, and took up her chopsticks quickly before they spoke, and began to eat heartily. Xia. Although it is a creative private dish, there are many designs in the dishes, but it is still the local cuisine, the taste she likes. Eating less and less delicious food, she has been busy these days, and it is difficult to eat on time. Most of the time she just eats casually. Now there are so many delicious foods, how could she let them go? Xia Yi ate very politely, not in a hurry or taking big bites. But she was persistent. From the moment she sat down, she ate slowly and steadily, and her chopsticks never stopped. Su Jialan looked at her slowness, and her dissatisfaction gradually accumulated in her heart. She wanted to get angry several times, but she held back under Lin Yongzi's eyes. Xia Yi knew that the Lin family was anxious, but she deliberately slowed down, seeing that everyone's eyes gradually showed impatience. She still ate for half an hour, and then drank a sip of water slowly, which was considered to be the end. Lin Yongzi obviously had something to say, but he was more patient. He waited for Xia Yi to put down her chopsticks, paused for a moment, and then cleared his throat and started talking. This time, he obviously didn't talk nonsense anymore, and the content was closer to the topic. "You brought your sister back to China this time. Are you planning to stay in China?" Xia Yi's eyes flickered, picked up the napkin to wipe his lips, and started talking nonsense. "Well, I'm not going back. My grades are not good, and I don't want to study anymore." She lied a little. Xia Yi was studying in a top 10 university abroad. It was extremely difficult to apply for admission. She was not a bad student at all. It was a pity to drop out midway. It was really a pity. With her academic performance, she was not the best in the department, but definitely among the best. But, if she insisted on saying that her grades were not good, it was understandable. She was modest. She wanted to see the attitude of the Lin family when they found out that she had dropped out. Would her lie be exposed? Would her attempt to drop out be dissuaded? Previously, the Lin family sent people to follow Xia Yi, investigate her sister's whereabouts, and spy on her assets, which really touched her bottom line. But she couldn't help but want to find excuses for the Lin family. What if they just had too strong a desire for control and were unscrupulous? When facing their biological parents, people are always reluctant to think the worst and directly conclude that they have other intentions. Xia Yi wants to give herself another chance. She wants to confirm in the end. What information does the Lin family pay attention to about her? Is it all aspects? Are they concerned about her studies and life? Unfortunately, the truth was quite disappointing. She dropped the explosive news of dropping out of school, but it did not stir up any waves in front of everyone. Lin Yongze just nodded calmly. Lin Linglang asked, "What are your plans after you come back?" Xia Yi tilted her head and pretended to ponder for a while, and continued to make up stories without blinking. "Just have fun, for a few years first. When I have enough fun, I will find someone to marry, and let him support me." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone's expression changed subtly. Lin Linglin was the first to show disdain, and sneered directly. Lin Linglang was also a little surprised, but his attitude was obviously much more restrained. And he asked indirectly, "You don't want to find something to do?" Xia Yi carried out the character of an ignorant, willful and spoiled little straw bag to the end, and said, as a matter of course, "Why find something to do? It's exhausting. I'm not without money." Lin family. This is the first time I've seen someone talk about eating free meals so confidently. But when I think of Xia Yi family background, I think this is normal. Lin Yongze is still more knowledgeable. Facing Xia Yi bad behavior, he can actually continue the conversation. After thinking for a while, he said, "You can do business with your brother. There are several daily necessities factories at home. Your brother is too busy and needs a trustworthy person to help. You come and help take care of it." Take care of the business? This is a bit meaningful. Chapter 20. If Lin Linglang is really too busy, he can hire a reliable manager. Why would he let Xia Yi, a young girl who hasn't even graduated yet, take care of the business? It's better to say that Xia Yi is taking care of the business. Su Jialan and Lin Linglin obviously didn't know about this arrangement in advance. After understanding Lin Yongze's intention, they both showed an expression of disbelief. "Yongze, you..." Su Jialan was obviously anxious, blurted out. "How can you hand over your family's business to someone else?" Xia Yi took a crab from the plate, hid her expression behind her movements, and took advantage of the short time she had stolen to think rapidly. Her premonition was correct. Although she had done nothing, her existence had harmed Lin Linglin interests. This might not be the only reason why Su Jialan hated her, but it was certainly one of the reasons. But was this benefit good? That was not necessarily the case. She did not believe in gifts without reason, and she did not believe in pie in the sky. While she was thinking, Lin Yongze and Su Jialan had already started arguing. "What do you mean by others?" Lin Yongze didn't expect Su Jialan to come out and make trouble at this time, and suddenly raised his voice and shouted, "That's our daughter." But, Lin. Su Jialan was frightened and shuddered, stammering and choking back the second half of the sentence, finally realizing that it was not the right time to speak. But still unwilling, she whispered weakly, "That's not what you said before." Lin Yongze glared at her fiercely, and glanced at Xia Yi from the corner of his eye. Xia Yi pretended not to notice their conversation, and concentrated on removing the crab meat with the crab removal tool. From her perspective, she was not interested in the content of the Lin family's quarrel. She was too lazy to work, she was not short of money, she might not understand what the other party was saying. What did their quarrel have to do with her? Lin Linglang caught her father's gaze, and immediately understood his intention, and quickly took over the conversation. "Sister." He blinked his eyes, and asked expectantly, "How about doing business with me?" Xia Yi swallowed the food slowly, and indulged herself to the end. "How would I know that? I know doing business is much more tiring than working. I don't want to do it." Lin Yongze. I thought Su Jialan would not make a scene in front of others, but she was so stubborn and greedy. Lin Yongze wanted her to shut up, and not get involved in his plan. Who knew that Xia Yi would silence him with just one sentence? Isn't his meaning clear enough? What he said about asking Xia Yi to help his brother was actually just an excuse. It was obvious that he wanted to give money. Su Jialan understood it, but Xia Yi didn't understand it. How could he not even ask about the business, and directly reject it? "Sister, I won't let you work for nothing." Lin Linglang rolled her eyes, seemingly thinking of something, and hurriedly said, "It's all our own business, so it doesn't take much thought, and you must make money. You should agree now. Right?" Xia Yi heard this, and immediately showed a puzzled look on her face. "Since it's our own business, you can make money without any effort. Why bother me?" she asked as a matter of course. "Why don't you just give me the money?" Lin Ling Ling. He was also speechless because of Xia Yi's strange train of thought. Su Jialan already hated Xia Yi. Seeing her husband and son rushing to give her money, she actually didn't know what was good for her. She became more and more angry as she listened, said angrily, "Son, it's not like we don't have anyone else at home. You need help with your business, then why don't you ask Lin Lin to help you? Why bother looking for someone else?" Mom, stop talking. Seeing that Su Jialan was getting more and more outrageous, Lin Ling Lang was getting a little anxious, and made up a reason. "I need help there. Sister Lin Lin is a doctor. Where does she have the time? Why don't you just ask her to quit her job?" Su Jialan said, as a matter of course. Lin Ling Lin was immediately furious. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Lin Ling Ling. "Xia Yi." It was a mess. Buzz, buzz. Everyone was arguing. Xia Yi's cell phone suddenly vibrated in her trouser pocket. She hung up the phone calmly, and looked at her watch. It was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. Xia Yi slowly swallowed the last bite of crab roe, then slowly spoke. It's getting late, I should go back." The atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly became quiet. "Sister." Lin Ling Lang subconsciously wanted to keep her, but before she could think of what to say, Xia Yi spoke first and changed the subject calmly. "Don't get angry easily. People with unstable emotions are prone to illness. You are all old, you all need to learn how to maintain your health." The tone was quite earnest. Everyone in the Lin family. Lin Ling Lang. "Wait, who are you saying is old?" With these words, Xia Yi successfully interrupted everyone's thoughts. She wanted to leave quickly, but she didn't want to get involved in other people's family fights. What else could she do? Use magic to defeat magic. After dropping the magic bomb, she stood up and walked out the door while the other party didn't react. When she reached the door, she thought of something and smiled politely. "Thank you for your hospitality. I enjoyed my meal today." After that, she left. The Lin family was left looking at each other in bewilderment. Only then did the Lin family realize that Xia Yi seemed to always follow her own rhythm. Greeting, eating, chatting, and then going home at the right time. She was not on the same channel with them at all. Sister. Lin Ling Lang was the first to react, and immediately showed an anxious look. He could no longer care about anything else, and ran out, saying as he ran, "You forgot to take your gift." The two figures disappeared at the door. After a long time, Lin Yongza suddenly spoke, looking at Su Jialan coldly, and said, "Are you sick? You come out at this time to ruin my business." The owner and chef of Ishiao brought the waiters, and quietly brought a pot of after-meal tea. Hearing this, his eyes flashed, and he quietly pressed the strangeness into the depths of his eyes. Xia Yi walked very fast. Lin Ling Lang jogged all the way, and finally caught up with her in the parking lot. "You're here just in time." Xia Yi opened the trunk, and 4 or 5 gift boxes were neatly stacked in it. She picked up a box and stuffed it into Lin Ling Lang's arms, turned around to get another box, and said as she took it, "Help me take the gifts back." "No, sister." Lin Ling Lang had just caught her breath, when she was stuffed with things, and her rhythm was disrupted again. She was afraid that Xia Yi would run away, so she hurriedly said, "I haven't finished what I just said. Don't leave in a hurry. Listen to me finish." Xia Yi closed the trunk, took out his phone, and fiddled with it for a while, and said without raising his head, "I'm in a hurry to go home. Please speak quickly." Lin Ling Lang's hug was not convenient for him to speak quickly, but he couldn't throw the gifts she brought on the ground in front of Xia Yi, so he had to turn around and drive his own car. When he put all the gifts in the trunk of his car, Xia Yi had already sat in the driver's seat. Lin Ling Lang was immediately anxious. He hurried to Xia Yi's car and looked at her through the car window. He didn't have time to prepare for the conversation, and his speaking speed increased several times. "Sister Lin Lin is beside me. I can't say many things directly, for fear that she will be sad. Dad thinks that you have been wandering outside for many years, and always feels that he has treated you unfairly. Although he said he was doing business, he actually wanted to give you the shares as fixed assets to earn you some pocket money every year." Lin Ling Lang looked at her deeply and whispered, "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize your family. As long as you have money in hand, you will have confidence wherever you go, and you won't suffer. After that, he took out a document from his sleeve, stuffed it directly into the car window, and said hurriedly, "This is the equity transfer document for our business." Chapter 21. Lin Lang took 2 steps back, left the lane, did not give Xia Yi a chance to return the things, and waved from a distance. "Drive slowly, be careful on the way home." Xia Yi picked up the contract, slowly held it in her palm, did not say anything else, honked the horn twice as a farewell. As she released the brake pedal, the car slowly moved forward. Lin Ling's figure in the rearview mirror became smaller, and finally sank into the night. The smile on Xia Yi's face suddenly disappeared. She turned the steering wheel with her right hand. After driving onto the Ring Lake Expressway, she called Bai Shanshan. Bai Shanshan had been waiting for her call back, and answered the call quickly, and then asked jokingly, "What do you want? Your person, your heart, or your money?" "Xia Yi." "Bai Shanshan, you want to recognize your ancestors?" "Xia Yi." "Bai Shanshan, you want to be grateful?" "Xia Yi." "Bai Shanshan, you don't just want you to spend all your wealth, that's too boring?" "Xia Yi." "What about selling yourself for marriage? Is there such a plot?" Seeing that she didn't respond, Bai Shanshan not only didn't restrain herself, but shouted even more happily, and kept asking, "You are already a real or fake daughter, you must be paired with a handsome, rich and domineering president, so that you two can fight for his favor with bloodshed?" Xia Yi did respond this time, but his attitude was quite nonchalant. "I tried it, they are not interested in my marriage." When she casually said she was going to find someone to marry, the Lin family was surprised. But they had no calculations, and it was obvious that they had not prepared in advance. "Bai Shanshan. Bai Shanshan, so boring. Why are you so serious?" Xia Yi rolled her eyes in response, and retorted unhappily, "You are the one who is annoying. Why are you talking so much nonsense? How is the matter I asked you to investigate?" Bai Shanshan said hey, and raised her voice. "Is this your attitude when you ask for help?" "Please." "Thank you," Xia Yi said expressionlessly. "Bai Shanshan." Xia Yi succeeded in making her lose interest with one sentence, and was forced to bring the topic back on track. Lin Lang has 4 companies under his real name, with registered capital of tens of millions, but it is subscribed, and the earliest one was opened 3 years ago. These companies are not large in scale, and are far less wealthy than you. Xia Yi. It is not a sole proprietorship either. There are other shareholders, but the equity ratio is not high. Lin is not listed in the shareholder list, and Su Jialan is not either. Lin and Su Jialan do not have any shares in any company. Xia Yi slowly fell into deep thought. Lin Lang registered the company and held it for 3 years. But he monopolized all the shares. He never thought of giving the shares to his mother or sister. At that time, he thought Lin was his biological sister. Lin parents were not very good to Lin. Su Jialan seemed to be very protective of her daughter. But she also looked down on her daughter. Medical school was so hard. Lin worked hard for many years to get a position in a tertiary hospital. But Su Jialan asked her to resign without taking her efforts seriously. Lin Yongzi is even more so. When the 2 daughters meet, there will definitely be a lot of embarrassment. He has ignored Lin from beginning to end. If he is thoughtful, he should not be indifferent to the daughter he raised since childhood. If he is rough and careless, he will not be so concerned about Xia Yi. His concern seems hypocritical. Thinking back to the 4 cars at the door of the restaurant, the value of Lin car is not even a fraction of her brother. It is not difficult to know that in this family, the status of sons and daughters is very different. Whether it is love or money, the Lin family is very stingy with Lin, who was raised by them. Why should they give Xia Yi what the Lin family has never given to Lin? Xia Yi is not a narcissist, and she does not think that all the benefits should be pocketed by her. The care shown by the Lin family is beyond the scope. If a child lacks love, he may be moved to rush over and immerse himself in the happiness of being cared for. Xia Yi is obviously not like this. People who have eaten delicious food will find it difficult to swallow simple food. People who have experienced true care can tell the utilitarianism and superficiality of their emotions at a glance. Lin Yongzi was a man of status. He condescended to her, and played the role of a loving father and a filial son. What did he want in return? Benefits. As long as the word benefits was put on the table, all the answers would be logical. Since the death of her adoptive parents, Xia Yi had seen too many human emotions. No one knew better than her that blood ties and feelings should not be superstitious. Compared with benefits, they were worthless. Bai Shanshan didn't even need to communicate with her in detail. She realized this at the same time. Xia Yi asked, "So is there a problem with the company's funds?" Bai Shanshan smiled and said, "What do you think? How could there not be? Arsenic is covered by honey. This is so natural." But Xia Yi couldn't refuse it easily. The Lin family was determined to get her, and they kept sending people to follow her, keeping track of her whereabouts at all times, which was obviously not something that could be easily solved by refusing. If she refused too decisively, it would alert the other party, give them time to adjust the plan, and cause trouble for her from other angles. "What are you going to do?" Bai Shanshan asked. "Just hold off for now." Xia Yi stroked the equity transfer contract rolled into a paper tube, and said slowly. It was reasonable for her to think for a few days before making a decision. The Lin family would not notice anything unusual too early, and they could buy a lot of time. As for the future, they could only take it one step at a time. The Lin family was not yet at the point of being able to cover the sky with one hand, and they could not do anything to her directly, no matter what they were thinking. They had to follow the rules. As long as the time is delayed long enough, until the end of the world comes, all problems will be solved. Bai Shanshan was silent for a while, and couldn't help but say, "But you have a weakness." Xia Yi remained silent. She wanted to build a shelter, wanted to stock up, and wanted to be worry-free in the end of the world. So she had to prepare sufficient supplies. The greater the demand for stockpiling supplies, the more resources needed to be dispatched, the more money and people needed, and the easier it was to be restrained. It was not easy to steal money from her pocket, but it was not difficult to trip her up. For the rich and powerful, it only takes a word to trip someone up. She realized how powerful a word is at the bank a few days ago. Moreover, the Lin family knew about the end of the world. They had no reaction before, and they might have mistaken it as a prank. If they found out about Xia Yi's actions and no longer regarded it as a prank, the situation might be completely different. If they found Xia Yi's shelter, it would be the biggest crisis she faced. Xia Yi stroked the steering wheel. Her fingers slowly tightened. The frosted touch on her palm. Her inner emotions were slightly relieved. I try to avoid them as much as possible, so that they can get the news later. It is definitely not possible to confront the Lin family. Xia Yi has no money or power, and her father's previous connections have long been lost. Even if she rashly goes to them, others may not only not help, but may also want to take a share of her. An orphan with money in her pocket is simply a walking ATM. A head-on confrontation would not only fail to solve the problem, but also waste time. Xia Yi would not do such an unprofitable deal. It would be better to avoid the limelight for the time being. Can it work? They are watching you so closely. Bai Shanshan pondered. There is actually another option. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Xia Yi. This option is not acceptable. Xia Yi knew what Bai Shanshan wanted to say. She could choose to spend money to avoid disaster. Listen to the Lin family obediently. Give them whatever they want. And Bai Shanshan can support her anyway. It's just money. Bai Shanshan has plenty of it. As long as the shelter is built and life is guaranteed, the extra money is not important, and it will become waste paper sooner or later. Xia Yi certainly understood what Bai Shanshan meant, but she still refused. People are greedy, and will swallow the elephant. This will make them surpass me, and bring trouble to you. Bai Shanshan. It may not be a big problem, and Bai Shanshan may not be unable to solve it, but she doesn't want to involve Bai Shanshan. This is her own problem. She doesn't want to drag Bai Shanshan down. Just like Bai Shanshan doesn't want to drag her down when she encounters a problem. I take care of it. Xia Yi lowered her eyes and said slowly. She was driving and talking on the phone. Suddenly she saw a sign on the side of the road, and her eyes suddenly focused. 1 kilometer ahead. The fork in the road to the right. Yuehu Sanatorium. Yu Xiaojing mentioned that sanatorium before. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. It happened to be located on the way to Yixia. On the road. The sign was very small, and it was only on one side of the road, so Xia Yi did not notice it when she came. Now that she was here, she might as well take the opportunity to go and have a look. This place is very remote, and it takes more than an hour to drive from the city center. It will take a lot of time to explore the road next time. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to hang up in advance. The other end of the phone was slightly stunned. Bai Shanshan was about to start cursing, but Xia Yi predicted her intention and hung up the phone first. The sentence at the end of the phone. Your sister. stopped abruptly in the receiver. By Shanshan. After Xiao Yi hung up the phone mercilessly, he did not rush to turn. Instead, he slowly stopped the car. He turned off the lights close to the roadside. Chapter 22. Xiao Yi had just observed for a while, and the tail behind him seemed to be gone today. Maybe because she was having dinner with the Lin family, her whereabouts were basically under control, and there was no need to follow her closely, and Xia was quite remote. There were few cars on the whole road, and it was not very convenient to follow, so the tail was a little careless. This was indeed a good opportunity to slip away. There were no street lights on the road around the lake, and this place was very remote, and it was pitch black outside the car window, and it was almost pitch black, leaving only the leaves rustling in the night wind. Xiao Yi turned off the engine and parked on the side of the road. The car was quietly swallowed by the darkness. As quiet as if it didn't exist. Xiao Yi sat in the car and waited patiently for half an hour. No one passed by outside, and no one noticed her whereabouts. After making sure there was no tail behind her, she still didn't turn on the headlights. Slowly started the car, and drove towards the mountain road leading to Yuehu Sanatorium. The road was newly built, with a two-way asphalt lane that required winding up the mountain. In terms of topography, this place is indeed very suitable for a refuge. On the one hand, it is because of the high altitude. The entire Jiang city is almost at sea level, and it is an endless plain. There are many water systems, and it rains a lot. Floods occur frequently in summer every year. Liangquan Lake was built to prevent floods and disasters. It gathers more than 20 rivers upstream, and then pours them out from the downstream. This diversion measure is all relied on to avoid flood disasters. However, the lake has a water carrying limit. If there is too much precipitation, the downstream will inevitably face flood discharge. Food flooded by the flood cannot be eaten. Otherwise it will spread plague diseases. This is also one of the risks that may be faced in the future. The advantage of the nameless mountain, where the sanatorium is located, is that it is high in altitude. About 500 meters, which is the ceiling level of Jiang City. It will basically not be flooded, which is a real advantage. On the other hand, it is remote. The ring road around the lake is far away from the urban area, and the nameless mountain is even more deserted. In such an isolated place, it is not easy to attract attention, and it is difficult to encounter large-scale zero-yuan shopping teams. So the safety factor is relatively high. There were no street lights on the mountain road. By the moonlight at night, you could see the lush vegetation on both sides of the road. The mottled shadows of grass on the green belt gave it a wild feel. It seemed that no one had taken care of it for a long time. When the car drove to the top of the mountain, the road was almost completely covered with plants. The car trembled as it rolled over, making the driver tremble with fear, for fear that he would get a flat tire and kneel on the road. Xiao Yi drove the car for a long time on the messy road, passing through a large area of barren forests and grasslands, and finally stopped in front of a 3-story building. The building has a very peculiar shape. From the front, it looks like a staircase. There is a terrace on the left half of the roof of the first floor. The left half of the second floor is on the right half of the roof. The left half of the third floor is on the right half of the roof. There is a column on the right half of the third floor. Inside the column is a glass sightseeing elevator that goes directly from the ground. This building is very stylized, and even has a sense of design. If it is placed in the city, maybe many people will rush to take pictures and linger. But in the middle of the night, when the moon was dark and the wind was high, on the nameless mountain top in the desert, turning on the car's high beam to shine up, one could barely distinguish the color of the wall, which was roughly pale white. Whether it was the strange shape, or the plain white wall, it looked even more eerie and terrifying. Xiao Yi pulled out an outdoor flashlight from the armrest box, weighted lightly, and locked the car door with his backhand. The flashlight had a long handle made of metal, and it felt heavy in his palm, giving him a sense of security. The night wind on the mountain top was slightly cool, easily penetrating his thin shirt, and the coldness seeped into his bones. She shuddered, stomped her feet twice, turned on the flashlight, and walked towards the sanatorium. Ming Mountain is an isolated mountain in the center of the lake. The environment is very closed, which is also an advantage. Except for the winding mountain road on the way up, there is no other entrance here. The flat mountain top is surrounded by the lake on all sides. You can jump out of the mountain from any angle and fall into the lake accurately. The terrain of Ming Mountain is open, and the area is about 100 hectares. The main building of the sanatorium is located directly south of the mountain top. From the south, along the edge of the mountain top, a row of space capsules were built to the left and right sides, forming a semicircular arc to the south on the mountain top. These space capsules are the special nursing homes of Yuehu Sanatorium, installed on the edge of the cliff. When the curtains are drawn, the lake view is visible, and the field of vision is very wide. There are also 2 parking lots in the center of the mountain top, and a golf course of about 60 hectares. Xia Yi held a flashlight in the dark night, shivering and circling the cold and remote mountain top of the sanatorium, and got a preliminary understanding of the place. Yuehu Sanatorium is a 3-story building, with ample storage space, and is very suitable for all-round transformation, and it also has more than 20 space capsules, which has a certain degree of personnel scalability, and in addition, it is located at a high altitude and has a closed space, and has countless advantages. It is simply a perfect location for a shelter. No wonder Yu Xiaojing strongly recommends this place. As for whether someone has died here, and it is deserted, the atmosphere is terrifying. It is eerie. Good. Great. The more desolate and eerie the place is, the less people will notice it, the less trouble it will cause, the more suitable it is for hiding from others. It is simply a perfect configuration tailor-made for her. Xia Yi was so satisfied. She wanted to ask the agent to come and see the house right away. But now it was already 10:30 in the middle of the night. She endured it for a long time, and finally gave up this inhumane plan. Real estate agents are also human beings. Driving for several hours in the middle of the night to bring people to see the house is too inhumane, and it is not very safe. Let's make an appointment at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. But it's not very convenient to make an appointment to view the house early tomorrow morning. Xia Yi has to drive a long way home, and it's a waste of time to drive back in the morning. She thought about it, and simply gave up going home and spent the night in the mountains. Anyway, the rear seats of the SUV can be laid flat, so it's not a problem to get a good night's sleep. After driving the car to an open place, Xia Yi turned off the engine, took out a blanket from the trunk and wrapped it up, and climbed onto the back seat of the car and lay down. Through the panoramic sunroof covered with dust and slightly gray, she looked at the dark blue night sky. The weather has been very good these days. The starry sky at night is high and wide. The moon's resting time this month is coming soon. The crescent moon is a little passive, hanging crookedly in the sky. The white light shines through the skylight glass, and sprinkles coolly on Xia Yi. Xia Yi stared at the moonlight in a daze. She has been extremely busy these days, both physically and mentally. She is either busy sweating profusely, or racking her brains to think. Almost every day she falls asleep from exhaustion. It is rare for her to be in such a quiet daze. It was a rare opportunity to relax. But she was a little uncomfortable. It was late at night, and there was no sound around. As her body gradually relaxed, the suppressed emotions in her heart slowly came up. The Doomsday online dungeon became more and more complicated. She thought that when facing the Doomsday, the test she needed to face was careful preparation and planning. Who knew that what really caused her trouble, and would continue to cause trouble in the future, was the human heart? Maybe it will be the same after the Doomsday. As long as the world has not been completely destroyed, the treacherous nature of human hearts will not end. And it may even become more and more serious due to the lack of survival resources. In a school or workplace environment, everyone's work and life are relatively stable, which makes it easier to cultivate high quality. Under the catalysis of an environment with extremely scarce materials, people's hearts will only become more out of control. Xia Yi slowly closed her eyes. Even she did not have no fantasy that her biological parents might love her. There was always a very small voice in her heart telling her, "It's all because you judge others by yourself. It's all because you are too complicated. You assume your biological parents are so bad, they may not be such bad people." Her conscience was secretly condemned, and it would come out from time to attack her. But her mind clearly told her that the Lin family did not love her, nor did they even care about her. If she put herself in their shoes, if she had a daughter, let alone a daughter, even if her sister was stranded outside, she would be anxious and worried, concerned about her health, her mood, whether she was doing well, and all the stories she had not participated in. If she knew that the other person was doing well, she would feel relieved and comforted. The Lin family members don't have any of these. After repeatedly analyzing the pros and cons, it seems hypocritical to mention feelings again. But they are her biological parents, and she has the closest blood relationship. They should support and help each other, but in the end, there is only calculation and defense. No matter how cold-blooded Xia Yi is, it is inevitable to feel sad. No matter how good the relationship between Bai Shanshan and her is, she has her own pursuits and life. No matter how useful Yin Xiaofeng is, she has her own family to accompany her. No matter how close the blood relationship is among the Lin family, they all have their own calculations. Fortunately, her sister was by her side. No matter how bumpy the road ahead was, no matter how many crises there were, she was not alone. And she was not so lonely. Xia Yi was dazed and thinking about things. And she fell asleep unknowingly. She slept until dawn, until she heard someone knocking on the car window outside. And then she vaguely remembered that she had an appointment with a real estate agent last night. Xia Yi casually brushed her hair, casually put on a hat, put on a mask, took out the flashlight from last night, and opened the car door again. The second car was parked in the parking lot. A man in a suit and white shirt was standing next to the car. He was smoking. When he saw Xia Yi open the car door, he looked at her for a while before walking forward slowly. "Hello. I'm Xiao Wu, our real estate agent today." Xiao Wu introduced herself carelessly, her eyes always looking at the back door of the car. After confirming that no one else got off the car, she couldn't help but smile. "Are you Miss Yi?" "Why?" Xia Yi frowned slightly. Yi was the pseudonym she used to contact the agent, so there was nothing abnormal about it. "You came here in the middle of the night, and you came to such a remote place to look at the house. You are a little girl, but you are very brave and don't know how to be afraid," Xiao Wu said meaningfully. Chapter 23. 24 days before the end of the world. What's so scary about this? Before Xia Yi finished her words, she suddenly realized something in her heart and turned to look at her car. Her petite figure was reflected on the dusty car body. The t-shirt on her body was casual and casual. It was a little wrinkled after sleeping in the car all night. This outfit was looked down upon by Su Jiaoan last night. And this dirty little broken car has not been taken care of for a long time. It is the same as the car in the garage at home. At most, she hires someone to do an annual inspection and maintenance every year. The last time the car was washed was probably a few months ago. The car itself is not very expensive. Since it is kept at Jianshe Airport for a long time, it is specially selected to be not so eye-catching. The car is not even as expensive as the long-term parking fee at the airport in recent years. Although the sanatorium is also a property, it is a property that has been vacant for several years, and no one wants it, but it is still a sanatorium, and it is not affordable for ordinary people. Clothes make the man. In the eyes of Xiao Wu, the car she drives and the clothes she wears do not look like a rich person, and they are not worthy of the goods he sells. Xia Yi suddenly realized that the words Miss Yi that she thought were profound. She finally understood the meaning behind them. It turned out that Xiao Wu thought she was Mr. Yi. Xiao Wu looked into the car for a long time, and was waiting for her man. It was really ridiculous. However, there was no need to say it out loud. Xia Yi was too lazy to argue with Xiao Wu. It was not an equal cooperation, and she needed to get the other party's approval to improve the chance of making friends. It was just buying a house, and there was no need to prove her financial strength to a real estate agent. Xia Yi hates wasting time, but she won't give him a good face anymore. She raised her chin and said lightly, "Xiao Wu, take the key and open the door." Xiao Wu didn't take her words seriously. He threw the cigarette butt on the ground, rubbed it with the sole of his shoe, and then frowned and replied, "Ask your boss to come and take a look together. For commercial real estate of this scale, the customer's qualifications need to be assessed for viewing the house. Since he can arrange a viewing opportunity, Xiao Wu will not doubt the buyer's purchasing power. He will only doubt that Xia Yi is not the one who buys the house, so he treats her as a secretary." Xia Yi's eyes became meaningful. She was worrying about how to conceal her purchase of a house. Lin Linglong's dog nose would find her sooner or later, and it was very likely that he would find Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu's idea was good, and it gave her a ready-made excuse. It wasn't the house that was bought for her, she was working for others. But who could order her to work? She was not short of money, and was too lazy to work, so she had to lose a bet with a foreign friend and was forced to help him. It didn't matter whether others believed this statement or not, as long as she wrote the purchasing unit as a foreign company, it would always confuse people, and the Lin family didn't have that much power, and they couldn't find out the reason in a short time. It just so happened that she had registered a company abroad when she was studying, and all the registered people had written their English names. She didn't expect that it would come in handy at this time. Xia Yi suppressed the smile at the corners of her lips, and said perfunctorily, The boss can't come, so I have to go and see it. What's so good about it in the dark inside? You can't make the decision. Xiaowu looked a little ugly and said impatiently, let's go back and wait until your boss has time to come again. Xia Yi gently suppressed the corners of her lips, with a playful light in her eyes, and asked back, then if the boss asks me about the situation, what should I explain? Why don't you just tell him you've seen it? Xiaowu's tone became more and more impatient. Recently, the real estate business has been bad. He hasn't made an order for a long time. Today, the store manager assigned him an order. He thought he would make some money, but it turned out to be this damn place called Yuehu Sanatorium. This place is notorious. It has been held back for several years and has not been sold. It can't be sold at all. The person who came to see the house is a little girl who knows nothing. It's obvious that he can't make any money. Xiaowu was very unhappy thinking about it. Although Xia Yi wanted to tease this ungrateful agent, she could not afford to delay the house viewing. Seeing that Xiaowu really did not intend to open the door, her face darkened. Are you sure you want to do this? She opened the phone book, clicked on a phone number, and held the screen in front of Xiaowu. Then I dial this number. And you say what you just said again into the microphone? Xiaowu was stunned when he heard this, and subconsciously raised his head, scanning the familiar number on the screen. And then, he suddenly reacted and became anxious. How can you call the store manager? His company has a lot of things to do. If there are complaints about the house viewing, the company will be fined. Hang up quickly, hang up. Xiaowu's eyes were blazing with anger. He stared at Xia Yi and took 2 steps forward to grab her phone. Xia Yi was petite. Xiaowu was a head taller than her. He roared above her, almost completely covering her in the shadow. Xiaowu rushed forward suddenly. Just when he was about to grab the phone, somehow, someone slipped away from him and retreated to 2 meters to the side. He was slightly startled, and his body suddenly stopped. When he turned his head again, he looked at the raised mobile phone and found that the phone was only on the address book interface and had not dialed out. He breathed a sigh of relief and stopped what he was doing. After Xiaowu's impulsiveness subsided, he was also shocked by his own behavior and broke into a cold sweat. He didn't dare to do anything, let alone do anything to the client's secretary. He didn't want to be sent to the police station, nor did he want to lose his job. He was also afraid of being complained and having his salary deducted. So he had to secretly say bad luck. 2 beeps mumbled. I just show you around. That's all. Little girl likes to be serious. I'm just saving you trouble. You don't know how to appreciate kindness. Xia Yi pretended not to hear. She didn't want to change her agent for such a trivial matter. After all, it would be quite troublesome. She would have to wait at least 2 or 3 hours. Her time was precious. She didn't want to delay at all. She just held the outdoor flashlight, said lightly. Then lead the way. Xiaowu walked ahead reluctantly, took out the key and opened the door of the sanatorium. Here, go and have a look, quickly. If you are in a hurry, you can go back first. Xia Yi said slowly. The environment outside Yuehu Sanatorium is very satisfactory. She has the intention to buy it. Since she plans to build it into a shelter, she must be prepared to spend the rest of her life here. Naturally, she can't act carelessly. She must inspect it carefully. She must not only look at it, but also look at it very carefully, layer by layer. Xiaowu's psychological pressure has no effect on her at all. Xiaowu was stunned by the blockage, curled his lips, and finally swallowed his words. The sanatorium was gloomy, and Xiaowu's attitude was extremely negative. Although he no longer refused to lead the way, he did not do what an agent should do, and just stood at the door. The air in the sanatorium was gloomy, and it was pitch dark. Xiaowu had no intention of turning on the power switch, and was obviously waiting for Xia Yi to give up. If Xia Yi had not been prepared, she would not even be able to walk into the living room. But she did not care about the other party's little thoughts, and slowly turned on the flashlight. The sanatorium has been uninhabited for several years. There is a lot of dust everywhere, and there are scattered spider webs in the corners. It seems to be very dirty and messy. But if you look closely, you will find that the decoration design and quality here are actually good. Very clean and minimalist style. And it has not become old due to neglect of cleaning. Xia Yi slowly walked into the sanatorium and measured the structure of the sanatorium with his feet. The sanatorium has 3 floors. The first floor is about 1,000 square meters, which is the activity area, with a gymnasium, a restaurant, an audiovisual area, mahjong, chess, piano and other entertainment products. as well as a full 400 square meters of indoor flower beds and breeding gardens, where patients can grow some flowers and plants to kill boredom and relax their bodies and minds. The second floor is slightly smaller, about 800 square meters, with a large library, entertainment area, coffee shop, tea room, and even a small bar. It stores a large number of books, as well as computer hosts and game consoles. The third floor is about the same size as the second floor, with a medical room and emergency operating room, and 5 suites of about 80 square meters. Each suite has its own kitchen, dining room, toilet, bathroom, bedroom, and function room. The function room is also a small bedroom by default, but it can be changed into an independent bedroom, study, or small gym according to the preferences of the convalescent. In addition, the most shocking thing is that the interior of this mountain is actually hollow. The sanatorium is in the hollow mountain, with 5 basements. The load-bearing walls of the basement are very solid, but the walls are a bit rough. There are 2 elevators from the 5th underground floor to the 3rd floor above ground. The room configuration is very functional, with a large storage space, a very high cost performance, and full internal functionality. Xiaoyi is more and more satisfied. She is checking the details of the house. Xiao Wu is next to her with a dark face, mumbling in his mouth, looking down at the time, and urging every 5 minutes. Are you done? Women are so troublesome. Chapter 24. Xiaoyi turned a deaf ear to his complaints. She carefully checked all the floors and rooms, the structure of each floor, the elevator staircase, and the independent water and electricity system, and every item was taken care of in detail. After thoroughly checking all the rooms, Xiaoyi was very sure in her heart that she wanted this sanatorium, placed an order today, paid the down payment tomorrow, and completed the transfer as quickly as possible. However, Xiaoyi's eyes swept over Xiao Wu, seeing the other party's irritable, impatient, contemptuous and lazy appearance, and sneered faintly in her heart. The turnover of the sanatorium is so large, and the commission is also a considerable income. With this service attitude, why should he make money? 23 days before the end of the world. The next morning, Xiao Wu went to work to punch in. As soon as he entered the door, he was surrounded by colleagues, chattering and asking, "How is it? The one where someone died. Is there any hope?" Yuehu Sanatorium is a famous haunted house. It has been listed for many years, but no one has shown interest in it. This time, someone actually came to see the house. All the employees in the agency were quite curious. "I hope for nothing," Xiao Wu said with a gloomy face. "I met a very picky customer, who made me look around all day, and I was exhausted." "Ah, it's better to look carefully," someone interrupted. "Looking carefully means there is a purchase intention." "Oh, what purchase intention?" The boss didn't come, and a little girl who knows nothing came. She was so pretentious and troublesome. She wasted her time upstairs and downstairs, and in the end, she still couldn't make a decision. "I wasted my time." Xiao Wu cursed in a low voice in annoyance. Yuehu Sanatorium is a shitty place. I don't think her boss would buy it. "Ah, are you talking about Yuehu Sanatorium?" A surprised female voice came from inside the company saying, "Someone bought it. It was booked last night." Xiao Wu didn't even look at the other party, shaking his head in disdain. "Impossible, you must have seen it wrong." "How is it impossible?" The other party raised his neck high, and said happily, "The deposit has been paid." "Ah," someone next to him answered. "Is it the customer who called you just before get off work last night, and asked you for a geological survey report, and a house structure diagram?" "Yes." The questions she asked were too professional, and the information was very hard to find. "I thought it was a competitor looking for trouble. But I think she really needs the information." The girl's eyes were full of seriousness. "But the information is really hard to find. I asked a lot of people before I found it. I thought she would think about it again. But after sending the information, she immediately decided to sign the contract online and paid the deposit. She also praised my patience and specifically asked the store manager to designate me as her transaction agent. The store manager has already approved it." The girl was very happy. She is a new employee of the company, in her early 20s, and has just entered the society. She has not yet been converted to a regular employee, and is only doing house rental business. This is her first house purchase order. Her current monthly commission income is not much, which is just enough to make ends meet. Who would have thought that while she is working in the company, money would come from the sky? given the price of Yuehu's sanatorium. A single commission would be enough for her to pay the down payment for the house. Xiao Wu showed an unbelievable expression. Walked quickly to the workstation. Quickly opened the computer webpage. And checked the house information of the house from yesterday. The house has changed to the locked status. The locked status of the house means that someone has paid a deposit for the house and has entered the transaction process. This is a sanatorium, a whole sanatorium. Although the commission rate for the broker is not high, it is a big deal. Thinking of such a large sum of money flying away from his eyes, and flying into the pocket of the little girl who just graduated a few days ago, Xiao Wu was so jealous that his eyes were red. It must be the woman surnamed Yi last night. Except for that woman, no one has ever seen the house in the sanatorium. It is impossible to enter the transaction process so quickly. How could she do this? How could she do this? Xiao Wu's internal organs were burning. That little girl actually stole his customers, and the store manager actually protected her. Thinking that such a large sum of money would be taken away by that little girl, Xiao Wu's heart was filled with resentment. And the woman surnamed Yi was the most hateful. She had tortured him for a whole day, and now she dared to jump the order without saying a word. The most disgusting thing was that he felt that the woman surnamed Yi could not make the decision yesterday, so he did not force her to sign the intention contract. If the intention contract was not signed, it would not be against the rules to change the agent, and he could not even cause trouble for her. The more Xiao Wu thought about it, the angrier he got. He wanted to call and scold the guy surnamed Yi. If she was a tenant, he would have blocked her keyhole with chewing gum. But he held back. Money is hard to make. But shit is hard to eat. Since the guy surnamed Yi has money, he must be flexible. Xiao Wu held back the humiliation in his heart, thought about it for a long time, finally gritted his teeth, pulled out Xia Yi chat window, and typed out a paragraph carefully. Sister Yi, public is public, private is private. I just gave you some suggestions yesterday. Didn't I accompany you to see the house? I spent a whole day with you, even if I didn't have any credit. I worked hard. You can't just sign a contract with others. Wouldn't all my work be in vain? Xiao Wu had just sent a message. And before the other party replied, he saw a red exclamation mark pop up. Your message was rejected. He had been blacklisted. Xia Yi certainly knew what would happen in the agency. But it was not important. There was garbage everywhere in the world. And she had no time to classify each one. As long as the garbage in front of her did not cause any loss of profit, she would not waste time on the other party, let alone waste her emotions. Since Xiao Wu left Yuehu's sanatorium, she was immediately dragged into the blacklist. She was too lazy to even think about it, and soon put the matter behind her. As for herself, she did not go down the mountain at all. She sat at the entrance of the sanatorium and directly contacted the real estate agent and the seller to sign the purchase contract. In order to conceal her tracks, the contract was signed in the name of the company she founded abroad. And Miss Yi was the company's secretary. She dragged everyone to work until late at night. Since Yuehu's sanatorium had not been sold for many years, the owner was very willing to trade and actively cooperated. The whole process was very smooth and all the contracts were settled within one day. It will take another week to pay the balance, deliver the keys, and handle the transfer formalities. To avoid property rights disputes during the transfer period, Xia Yi cannot start renovation directly during this period, and can only make other preparations first. Not long after Xia Yi changed her career, she spent 60% to 70% of the assets she unlocked in the bank. The scale of her parents' inheritance dividends was limited. After buying this nursing home, it was almost foreseeable that the inheritance would be almost gone. It must be said that this is risky. After buying the sanatorium, she would have to renovate it, go shopping, and spend more than before. She definitely wouldn't have enough money to prepare a second shelter. As the final stop, she not only had to plan all the facilities perfectly, but also kept it secret, especially for the Lin family. The later they were discovered, the better. After all these things, Xia Yi was exhausted again. She half leaned on the driver's seat, opened the bread and water, and fell asleep with the bread in her arms before she could even take 2 bites. Then, a few hours later, I woke up from hunger again. 22 days before the end of the world. When Xia Yi opened her eyes, it was already past 6 o'clock in the morning of the 3rd day. She had stayed in Yuehu's sanatorium for a day and 2 nights. She had not eaten anything except 2 pieces of bread and a few pieces of chocolate. Now the gastric juice had already digested these snacks and was bubbling out. She stroked her empty stomach. The feeling of her chest pressing against her back was too uncomfortable. It was the kind of emptiness from the inside out. Xia Yi sighed helplessly. She had a bad problem. When she was busy, she would forget about food and sleep. Although she was efficient, it was too harmful to her body. On weekdays, there was always an aunt to prepare housework at home. She could always eat 3 meals a day at regular times. Now that she was out every day, no one reminded her. She was still starving herself. She would definitely ruin her body. She couldn't do this anymore. She had to eat well. Kiwa Sanatorium is a really deserted place. If you want to drive to the nearest business district, it will take at least an hour. And that's just driving to the business district. You may not find a 24-hour convenience store or a breakfast shop that opens early, within the range of activities within an hour, let alone a proper place to eat. Even a shopping mall or supermarket where you can buy snacks. Wait! Xia Yi's eyes suddenly lit up. Who said there is no place to eat nearby? Didn't she just come out of a place to eat 2 days ago? Chapter 25. Ishia. It's not far from Yuehu Sanatorium. It takes only 10 minutes to drive down the mountain. Although the restaurant only serves 1 table of guests per meal, it's lunch and dinner. She visits at 6 in the morning. There shouldn't be any lunatic who would snatch her meal rights. Let's take a step back. Even if the boss doesn't work in the morning, even if he doesn't give her food, even if he pays her, it's still a restaurant after all. There must be food prepared. It's okay to let her eat dried lettuce. She was starving to death. She could eat a cow alive, and her eyes sparkled at the thought of chewing dried lettuce. She couldn't wait any longer, so she did it right away. Xia Yi swallowed her saliva, started the car quickly, turned the steering wheel sharply, stomped the accelerator hard, and rushed towards Yixia. Yixia was of course not open at 6 o'clock. It wasn't a special nightclub, a 24-hour store, nor a special breakfast shop. Normal restaurants wouldn't open at 6 in the morning. The main door of Yixia was closed, and all the windows were dark, without any light. After Xia Yi looked around, he was sure that he didn't see anyone, and then he set his eyes on the vegetable greenhouse by the lake. Is stealing vegetables not good? What is stealing? Is it stealing if you take without asking? Is it still stealing if you pay after stealing? While he was struggling with himself in his mind, Xia Yi suddenly raised his eyes, and his sight suddenly focused. In the lake next to the vegetable greenhouse, a slender figure appeared at some point. Xia Yi had seen him a few days ago, and recognized him immediately. He was the owner and chef of Yixia. He was not too old, probably in his early 20s, perhaps younger than Xia Yi, with fair and tight skin, wearing a loose t-shirt and one-piece rain pants. He was now on the lakeside, his body bent into a bow, repeatedly exerting force backwards, as if he was collecting a net for the fish in the water. The series of movements were clean and neat, and he did not look sloppy when doing physical work, but inexplicably had a sense of explosive tension. As the fishing net was pulled out of the lake bit by bit, the t-shirt moved up uncontrollably, revealing the long waistline. Ah! This fishing net is so white. Oh no! The t-shirt is so long. Gurgle. I'm so hungry. Looking at this powerful body, Xia Yi's brain stopped working for a while, but was accidentally brought back to consciousness by the groaning of his stomach. The young man took the fishing net back to the shore, and the fresh fish jumped, and their tails swung out beautiful arcs. Xia Yi's pity for life had long been thrown out of the sky at this time. Looking at these live fish, there was only a long list of dish names in his mind. Steamed fish, braised fish, boiled fish, soy sauce fish, dry fried fish, spicy fish, fried fish, grilled fish, pickled fish, fish porridge and casserole. Oh no! It takes too much time. Her stomach can't wait any longer. She can just eat sashimi. Xia Yi stood blankly by the lake, staring at the fishing net with her eyes wide open, finally succeeded in attracting the young man's attention. He looked at Xia Yi deeply, quickened his movements, placed the fish in the pool by the lake, then turned on the tap, washed the mud off the rain pants, and quickly rinsed his head, face and arms. After washing, he didn't use a towel to wipe it. He just shook the water droplets in his hair. As the water droplets fell, his clean eyebrows and eyes were exposed. The young man had handsome eyebrows and eyes, fair and refreshing skin, and a perfect jawline. His whole face was handsome without any flaws. Xia Yi looked at him and swallowed her saliva. She didn't figure out what she was craving for a while, but she hadn't eaten for so long. It was not normal to be craving. It must be because she was starving. Ah, that? I'm sorry. Xia Yi stared at the fishing net eagerly. And after confirming that the other party's work had come to an end for the time being, she took 2 steps forward and said cautiously, "I'm hungry." Before she could finish her words, she was already embarrassed. Ah, what a terrible line. Xiaoyi thought in annoyance. Even if you want to beg for food, you should be polite and have high emotional intelligence to make both the host and the guest happy. How can you beg like really begging for food? Her expression changes were all seen by the other party. The desire and annoyance in his eyes were too obvious. The young man's eyes were slightly curved, and a smile appeared in his eyes. Xiaoyi was obviously not the kind of person who would give up her goal just because she was laughed at. She pretended not to notice the other person's ridicule, quickly regrouped, showed a pitiful expression, and spoke again. "I didn't eat anything yesterday. I was almost starving. Can I have a meal at Xia? I'm not picky about food. I eat whatever you eat." She wrinkled her nose and added, "I know it's not business hours now. I can pay according to the overtime hours. Three times the normal price. Is that okay?" The girl was wearing clothes from a few days ago. It was obvious that she had not returned home to change clothes in the past few days. Her good t-shirt was wrinkled. She looked pitiful. No one knew where she had fled to. Her eyes were wet like a greedy cat, looking at the live fish in the fishing net with expectation. The smile in the young man's eyes became a little more serious. He coughed lightly, tried to press the corners of his lips, and said, "Come on. I cooked noodles for you." After a pause, he added another sentence. "I won't charge you." Hearing that there was food, Xiaoyi's eyes suddenly lit up with a smile, and she followed the young man with a smile, and walked towards the main building of Xia. As she walked, she said, "How can I do that? I must pay you. And I must pay you 3 times the price of your food as overtime pay, so that I can eat with peace of mind." Xiaoyi is a great actress. If she wants to please people, she can do it better than anyone else. Not to mention that she was starving. Even if she wasn't hungry, she would be happy to have a meal at Xia. It was not easy. It was too difficult to get a number at this restaurant. She had fewer meals to eat. After the end of the world, she would never be able to eat such good food again. In order to get this meal, she was as sweet as honey. "I ate at your house the night before yesterday. Your cooking was so good that I almost swallowed my tongue." The young man was very pleased with the compliments. He listened to her flattery without saying a word, and the smile in his eyes never disappeared. The two walked into Xia one after the other. The young man arranged Xiaoyi on the sofa seat by the window on the 2nd floor. After serving her a cup of hot milk, he said softly, "Just eat first. Drink slowly. Don't rush to eat too much if you've been hungry for a long time." The gifts that the Lin family had piled up on the sofa a few days ago had been taken away. The double seat was soft and comfortable, and it just faced the lake view outside the window. Xiaoyi rushed over and sat down quickly, holding the milk cup with both hands, and praised him without hesitation. "Boss, you are so thoughtful." "Thank you, boss." The young man smiled and turned to go downstairs. Xiaoyi sat on the sofa, his back relaxed inch by inch, and after drinking the warm milk, the empty feeling of scratching his head was finally relieved. Looking out the French window, you can see a vast expanse of azure lake. A snow-white bird flew in from somewhere, circled a few times close to the lake, swooped down, grabbed a fish from the lake, and flew away happily with its wings flapping. Looking at this peaceful scene in front of her, Xiaoyi's mind could not help but drift away. If she lived in Yuehu Sanatorium, most of the rooms there were lake view rooms, and she would surely be able to see such a beautiful view. Xiaoyi was just thinking about it, when suddenly a fragrance rushed into her nostrils. She looked up and saw that a large bowl of noodle soup had been placed in front of her without her knowing when. The clear red soup was filled with chopped green onions, with a faint aroma of sesame oil. The soup was wide, and the noodles were narrow. The noodles were not large in quantity, but the toppings were rich. On a series of simple plates, there were all kinds of toppings, including longjing shrimp, eel paste, crab sauce, grandma's vegetables, small green vegetables, plum tomatoes, poached eggs, and a few small yellow croakers that were fried to be fresh, fragrant and tender. Every dish was a dance based on her hobby. Xiaoyi's eyes suddenly lit up. The young man pursed his lips, placed the chopsticks and chopstick holder on her right side, and said softly, "Eat it. Hee hee, then I start." Xiaoyi rolled up her sleeves and dove into the bowl, and took a big sip of the red soup. The fresh and fragrant soup base was clear and not greasy, and the taste was endless, but she couldn't wait to savor it. She took the noodles and poured them all into the bowl, and ate them without any image. The young man didn't know when he changed his clothes, and the milky white sweater was loosely put on, and the cuffs were slightly pulled up and pushed to the middle of the forearm, revealing the clear wrist bones. He was not in a hurry to eat, but just sat opposite Xiaoyi, holding his chin with one hand while watching her eat, and handed her warm water and paper towels at the right time. Xiaoyi ate a bowl of noodles and noodle soup, and she wanted to pick up the plate and lick it all. Then she wiped her mouth with a sense of satisfaction, looked at the young man again, and showed some expectation in her eyes. Don't eat any more. Be careful of indigestion. The young man smiled helplessly, and just as he opened his mouth to persuade her, he was defeated by the lost look on her face, and added reluctantly, "At noon or later. You can come back anytime you want." "Really?" Xiaoyi was slightly startled. "Xia, this private restaurant is known for its strict number of guests. It only accepts one table of guests for each meal. If he promised her that she could come to eat anytime, wouldn't it be a special case here?" The young man seemed to realize that it was inappropriate, but the words had been spoken, and he didn't intend to regret it, but just emphasized, "Only you can do it." Chapter 26. If you eat alone, you can eat secretly in other places. You don't need to occupy the second floor view seat. It won't affect the guests who have made reservations. It really won't cause trouble to the boss. Xiaoyi thought about it. It seems unreasonable to accept it unhappily. That's great. Thank you. After eating and drinking, Xiaoyi sat down to digest the food. At the same time, he secretly checked the charging standards of this store on the internet. He roughly estimated in his mind, multiplied the price of the dish by 3 times, and rounded it up. Looking at the QR code on the front desk, he happily transferred the money. "I pay you 3 times the meal fee every time." No matter how the boss interprets it, it can be regarded as the purchase fee for special treatment, or as a tip for extra labor. There are other arrangements later. After Xiaoyi paid the bill, she did not delay any longer, and was ready to turn around and leave. Before leaving, she did not forget to return some emotional value. "Thank you for your hospitality, your cooking skills are great." As soon as she finished speaking, before she had time to turn around, she suddenly heard a voice from behind. "Wait." Xiaoyi raised her head in surprise. The young man's eyes fell on her. His eyes were a little dark, as if he was struggling with something. Xiaoyi was stunned by the look, and there was a confused look in her eyes. She had done everything she should have done, and it seemed that she hadn't forgotten to pay the bill. The young man looked at her steadily, and wanted to say something, but he hesitated, and after repeating it several times, he finally spoke, and whispered, "You didn't even ask my name." Xiaoyi, even if she was slow, she could taste the complaint from this sentence. She held back, or swallowed the question that was about to come to her mouth. "Why should I ask your name?" The time she came to the restaurant to eat was indeed unusual, and she accidentally caused others to work overtime, so she was a little sweeter, and gave more money, bringing both profit value and emotional value to the other party, in exchange for a comfortable breakfast. No, isn't that the case? Why ask the other person's name? If it was an insignificant person, she would probably not respond to such a strange question. But this young man is different. After all, the food he cooks is really delicious. Although Xiaoyi loves to eat, she doesn't like to explore new food. She usually chooses good dishes in familiar restaurants, and eats them in rotation until she gets tired of them. Now her time is even more precious. She can't spend time looking for a new restaurant, and she has to come to Yuehu's sanatorium frequently. If she doesn't eat here, she will probably have to eat bread in the future. In order to protect the privilege of being able to eat at any time, she has to spend some extra emotional intelligence to take care of the chef's emotions. "I know your name." Xiaoyi blinked. His eyes quickly swept across the front desk, picked up a business card, held it between his fingertips and shook it, and said with a smile, "Not only do I know your name, I also know your contact information. Ming Jioi." On the way back, Xiaoyi mentioned this to Bai Shanshan on the phone, and his heart was still full of confusion. If the boss wants to promote his own restaurant, why should he promote his restaurant name? Why does he have to promote his real name? Is it necessary? Bai Shanshan. She was speechless for a long time, finally couldn't help it, and burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. You old iron tree, your brain works everywhere but not here. Can't even a handsome guy of this level make you bloom?" Ah? Xiaoyi obviously got the point wrong. How do you know he's handsome? Ming Jiaoyike is famous now. It would be strange if you didn't know he's handsome. This restaurant became popular through live streaming. The owner started out by selling online celebrity snacks, and then after the brand became popular, it became a private restaurant. The first wave of traffic here was attracted by the boss's face. He never uses filters when he broadcasts live. If it weren't for his handsome appearance, how could he become more and more popular, attracting a large number of fans from all over the country? And food lovers come here to eat. Xiaoyi, do you think he fell in love with you at first sight? How come things progress so quickly after just one meal? Oh, and by the way, Xia, how is this store name related to your name? The more Shanshan thought about it, the more she felt that she was innocent. She couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Has he been secretly in love with you for a long time? Hasn't you planted some seeds of love many years ago, and you don't even know it? Xiaoyi, trust your sister Shanshan intuition. This handsome boy can be a hit. I've checked for you. He doesn't sleep with fans. He's very clean. He has good hardware conditions. He came to me on his own. Shanshan tooted her lips and started to instigate the matter. Let's have sex. Let's have sex. You don't know how many years you will have to wait in the future, so take advantage of these few days, and this one is so delicious. Why don't you enjoy it quickly? If it works well, you can keep it at home. Besides, you have so many condoms at home, you should use them anyway. Right? Are you going to wait for them to expire in 3 years? What a pity. Xiaoyi, she just took a business card, and Shanshan has almost reached the age of having 2 children in 3 years. You are crazy. You are 22 years old. Wash your love brain. Shanshan did not show any weakness, and retorted, you are the one who is sick. You are 22 years old. Sister, spit out your heartless pills. Xiaoyi rolled her eyes and hung up the phone without mercy, picked up Ming Jiayi business card, and put it in the storage box at hand. She still wanted to go to Yixia for a meal, but she must not let Shanshan mess it up. If she accidentally made things complicated, it would affect the pure cooperation between them. Who would make her delicious food? Xiaoyi drove around outside and confirmed that the little tail that was lost yesterday could not catch up. They probably thought that she went home directly 2 days ago and was waiting there. Not to mention Lin Linglang. Even she herself did not expect that she would turn to Yuehu's sanatorium halfway and buy a house by the way, since the other party did not know her whereabouts. Why not take this opportunity to go out and run around and do a few more things? Xiaoyi needed a reliable decoration and construction team to renovate the sanatorium. For safety reasons, this decoration and construction team could not be found locally. Her renovation needs were too special, and it was easy for people with discerning eyes to notice them. It might not be a big deal at the moment, but if the end of the world came, people would infer that she had been hoarding a lot of water and food, and it would be easy for her to be robbed. The renovation team from other places would be much safer. After all, the premise of crossing thousands of miles to rob things is that he can still cross thousands of miles in the end of the world. After thinking it through, Xiaoyi did not procrastinate, and did it right away. First, he found a gas station to fill up the tank, and then bought 2 boxes of coffee, Red Bull, mineral water, bread, ham, etc., in order to avoid being too busy to forget to eat. He also set an alarm on his phone to remind himself to eat. After completing these preparations, she stepped on the accelerator and drove onto the highway, leaving Jiang City without looking back. What? Haven't found her yet? Lin Linglang sat on the sofa in the study, listening to the report on the other end of the phone, her legs shaking irritably, and her mood gradually became irritable. How could such a big person be lost? If you can't find her, just keep an eye on her at the door. She brought her sister home. It's impossible for her to just leave her there. She will go back to see her sooner or later. Just keep an eye on her and wait for her to show up. Lin Yongza was sitting at the desk, wearing a pair of glasses, reading the documents in front of him slowly. Looking at Lin Linglong's anxious look, he pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Be patient. Don't be impatient." "Okay, Dad." After Lin Linglang hung up the phone, he tried to curl the corners of his lips, trying to relax his expression. But unfortunately, the action was too deliberate, and the smile seemed quite forced. Even this smile did not last long. After holding back for a moment, he still couldn't hold back, and his eyes showed uneasiness. Will she run away? Lin Yongza didn't even raise his eyes. His sight was still on the document in front of him. He signed his name at the end of the document slowly. Run? Where to? Her home is here. Her money is here. Her acquaintances are here. Her sister is here. She won't run away. Lin Yongza put the document on the corner of the table, took a new one and continued to browse, said calmly. Don't you have friends in the bank? Check her fund flow, and where she has spent her money recently. Just buy a bunch of random things. Lin Linglang muttered. Check. Check and report to me. Lin Yongza said impatiently. Don't worry about the rest. Just do what I say. And she will definitely obey in the end. But, Lin Linglang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Yongza. You are so anxious to deal with a little girl. What are you going to do in the future? Lin Linglang. Go out. You are disturbing my work. Lin Linglang showed an indignant look, opened his mouth to refute, but did not dare to speak in the end. He walked out of the study with his head down, and gently closed the door. As soon as he turned his head, he bumped into someone, which scared him. He took a closer look, and then he breathed a sigh of relief and complained with a smile. Sister, you scared me. Lin Lingling stood at the door of the study. She didn't know how long she had been listening. At this time, she was staring at his face. Her eyes were burning, as if she wanted to burn through the mask of laughter and see what was hidden behind it. Lin Linglong's hair on his back stood up slightly, and he couldn't help asking, Why are you looking at me like that? Chapter 27. Lin Lingling was silent for a moment, then spoke softly, asking, I clearly told you not to look for her. Why did you insist on looking for her? Why? Lin Linglang said vaguely. Is it because she has money? Although Lin Lingling has a bad temper, she is also simple-minded. Most of the time she is easy to fool, and rarely looks as cold and aggressive as she is now. Is our family short of money? Lin Linglong's face flashed with panic when he heard this, but he quickly covered it up and said, It's not about whether you are short of money or not. He rolled his eyes, and soon thought of an excuse, sighed pretentiously, and said, Sister, have you ever thought that the money should belong to you, and you can get it back? Belongs to me? Lin Lingling was stunned. Yes, it belongs to you, Lin Linglang said confidently. It's all the inheritance left by your biological parents, and it should be inherited by you. But now it's all taken away by others. Don't you want it back? Lin Lingling. This statement was obviously a heresy, but she couldn't find any loopholes for a moment, and couldn't refute it. She was so angry that her chest rose and fell for a long time before she said angrily, Who asked you to do this? I'm your brother, we grew up together, I'm thinking about things that you can't figure out. Lin Linglang showed a helpless look, and said earnestly, Sister, don't worry about it, this is not something a girl should worry about. Just leave it to me, I do it for you, you don't have to think about anything, just wait for it to be ready. Lin Lingling has been bad at speaking since she was a child. Facing her eloquent brother, she always has no way to make sense. The more she can't speak, the more anxious she becomes. She is so angry that she can't help but raise her voice. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I've already told you that it's none of your business. At this moment, Su Jialan happened to pass by with some fruit in her hand. After seeing the two arguing, she immediately frowned. What are you doing? Lin Lingling turned her head and said anxiously, I'm talking to my brother. Before she finished her words, Su Jialan interrupted her impatiently. Stop talking. You are so old. And you start yelling. As a sister, you don't know how to give in to your brother. Su Jialan waved her hand, turned around and opened the door of the study, and said, You don't look like a girl at all. Why don't I look like a girl? Lin Lingling was immediately angry, and she was about to argue with her mother by raising her voice. But Su Jialan didn't even look at her, and walked straight into the study, and closed the door, isolating her counterattack outside. Did you hear me? Be more girly, more like a sister, and give in to me. Lin Linglang interrupted with a smile, raised his hand to rub her head, and then slipped away as if nothing had happened. Lin Lingling was left alone in the corridor, patting her chest and panting, and her fingertips were numb from anger. Father, mother, brother, everyone made her particularly angry, but she couldn't tell what she was angry about. All her emotions were tangled together like a tangled mess, and a strong sense of suffocation blocked her throat, making it difficult to breathe. As time went by, her anger not only did not subside, but it became more and more intense, as if it could blow her into pieces at any time. I can't explain it to you at all. Lin Lingling stamped her feet on the spot, ran out of the door, and drove away in her car. Her car was a white hatchback, the cheapest one in the parking lot of Isha. "Hey, sister, why are you angry again?" Lin Lang raised his voice, asked anxiously, but his feet did not move. He watched her leaving from a distance. His lips slightly curved, raised a mocking smile, and said softly, "What an idiot." 21 days before the end of the world. Xia Yi knew nothing about this. After she drove out of Jiang City, she drove south for about 8 or 9 hours, crossing the entire province to reach her destination, leaving the city. After that, she contacted the largest local construction team without stopping. Getting Yuehu Sanatorium was only the first step. Her next goal was to build it into a huge tortoise shell. The so-called Doomsday shelter, naturally, had to be safe enough, enclosed enough, and self-sufficient enough. The security system must be sufficient, cannot be easily conquered, and can monitor the situation everywhere. The environment must be sufficiently closed and safe. Whether the air or water source is polluted, it will not affect normal life. Resources can be stably guaranteed, such as electricity, heating and air conditioning, and there must be an independent recycling system to ensure that the shelter will not be flooded by garbage. Basic food and water can be self-sufficient. Clothing, bedding and other daily necessities must be sufficient. There are also appropriate entertainment facilities to meet physical and mental health. Prepare communication and transportation tools. Ensure that moderate contact with the outside world is maintained, and so on. Even if she and her sister live alone in the shelter, they will have no worries about food and clothing without leaving home. This is a huge project. Xia Yi divided the work into 3 stages. The goal of the first stage is to complete the hard decoration of the shelter, ensure the security system, energy system, and garbage recycling system. The second stage of the renovation is to improve the interior of the house and soft furnishings such as furniture. Ensure that the home appliances and living facilities are complete and perfect. The third stage is to stock up, store more water and daily necessities in all directions. Xia Yi contacted 4 or 5 contractors, and finally chose a man in his early 40s, surnamed Zhao. Among all the contractors, Zhao Gong was the rare one who did not treat her as a little girl who knew nothing, and could talk to her properly. The others either did not believe that she was a serious partner at all, or thought that she was easy to deceive, and wanted to get a bargain in various places. Zhao Gong had a good reputation in the industry. He was honest, although he was a little naive. He was down-to-earth and methodical. All the projects he handled were completed in an orderly manner without any mistakes. This is exactly what Xia Yi needs. The two talked for a while. After a rough explanation, she confirmed that Mr. Zhao was just as she thought, and he was a good person. She decided to cooperate in her mind, so she didn't waste time, and directly called him to the car, and sat in the driver's seat to communicate with the floor plan and documents. On the night of signing the contract at Yuehu Sanatorium, Xia Yi sorted out the decoration requirements into documents early, including the purpose of the needs, planning, schemes, preferences, etc. It was printed out to more than 30 pages, as thick as a brick, and it would make people dizzy if it hit their face. Engineer Zhao didn't think there was anything wrong. He was called into the car by her without knowing what was going on. He stepped on the pirate ship, looking at the thick stack of bricks. He couldn't help but twitch his lips. For a moment, he didn't know whether to thank the client for being meticulous, or to lament that the client was too busy. However, he didn't have time to complain about either. As soon as Xia Yi opened his mouth, tons of demands kept pouring into his ears. During the hard installation stage of the shelter, the main transformation ideas were in 3 directions. The first was the security system. The second was the various resource production systems such as water and electricity. And the third was the garbage recycling system. The security system in Xia Yi Dream is a fortress with all-round electronic monitoring. 3 layers of guardrails are to be built on the outermost side of the mountain top. The outermost and innermost layers are zinc steel guardrails to prevent people and wild animals from entering. The middle layer of guardrails is made of pulse high-voltage power grid, which is exactly the same material as the prison. If someone maliciously breaks through the outer guardrail, he will be greeted by ruthless high-voltage electricity. Inside the guardrail, there is an unmanned sentry device every 50 meters, which can be connected to a 360-degree panoramic infrared camera. Later, some remote-controlled weapons can be equipped, such as electronic slingshots, nail guns, sulfuric acid sprays, or some thermal weapons. However, she did not tell Mr. Zhao these things clearly, but just kept the positions in place. and waited until she got the weapons. And then slowly improved these security systems. The main door of the house and the entrance to the underground garage both have anti-theft systems and disinfection channels. All people and cars entering all undergo all-round spray disinfection before they can enter the next room. Each floor entrance to the stairs and elevator room is equipped with independent anti-theft doors, including the bedrooms on the 3rd floor, the infirmary on the 2nd floor, and the restaurant on the 1st floor. The rooms all require multiple verifications of iris, fingerprint, password, and key. She even plans to prepare a safe for this purpose, specifically to store a large number of anti-theft door keys. She can moderately open the space above ground to familiar people, such as her sister, such as by Shanshan. But the entrance to the underground space can only be controlled by herself. In addition, all indoor and outdoor spaces are monitored by infrared cameras 24 hours a day, and any disturbance must be under her control. Xiao Gong. Xiaoyi turned to the next page of the document and continued. The house needs to be reinforced in 3 layers. First, it must be physically strong, ensuring that it is above level 10 earthquake-proof. Not only can it resist ordinary external forces, but it is also best to prevent high-intensity impacts such as bombs. And it is best that even tanks cannot flatten the house. In addition, all doors are replaced with bank vault-level doors. And all window glass requires double-layer insulation and bulletproof. And a liftable metal baffle is added to the inside of the glass. And the baffle is also bank vault level. The second layer, make a radiation-proof, sound insulating, heat insulating and insect-proof protective layer must be absolutely meticulous and solid to ensure that in extreme weather, whether it is extremely hot or cold, even if there is a flood, water will not rush into the room, and the house structure will not be damaged by insects. The third layer, make the air completely sealed, add negative pressure doors outside all doors, which are not closed on weekdays, to protect the indoor air from loss at critical moments. Even if the oxygen outside is extremely thin, it will not affect indoor life and breathing. All reinforcements must cover the entire sanatorium in all directions. Whether it is the 3rd floor above ground or the 5th floor underground, it can be invulnerable to swords and guns, water and fire, and airtight, and will not be disturbed by any changes in the outside world. Wait a minute. Rao Daogong, who comes from a top construction company, was shocked by her complex and outrageous requirements, and finally couldn't help interrupting her, said, Girl, are you building a spaceship or a prison? Chapter 28. Xiaoyi. Don't say it, you really shouldn't say it. According to Bai Shanshan analogy, this is a prison, no problem. According to Xiaoyi analogy, this can also be described as a spaceship that survives in extreme environments. Except that it can't fly. Just think of it as. Xiaoyi carefully chose her words, and found a relatively acceptable statement. A negative pressure chamber in a private hospital. She just talked about the basic security system, and there are still a lot of requirements that have not been communicated. The construction team that was finally found can't scare them away. Right? Engineer Zhao. After a long silence, he asked again. What about the materials? Use the best sealed materials, the negative pressure ward sealed standard. Engineer Zhao. Okay, you are rich. The next thing to discuss is resources. There are 4 important dimensions in the hospital: electricity, oxygen, water, food. The power system is the basic support system, and all systems need power support. From my sister's medical system, to the security system and monitoring system, as well as the mobile phone charger and sweeping robot in the room, every aspect cannot do without electricity. The water and electricity of the sanatorium are all supplied by the city. After the end of the world, if the city supply system encounters a crisis, the supply chain will be easily broken. For safety reasons, it is necessary to establish independent water and electricity backup. The first part is backup power. The power system is important and indispensable. Xiaoyi needs are also abnormal. She requires the integration of photovoltaic power generation, hydropower generation, wind power generation, and fuel power generation. The first 3 types can be powered without energy, but they may also lose their power generation function due to extreme weather. Fuel power generation is the most stable and consumes the most energy. It is only used as a supplementary backup power. She roughly calculated that, first, her sister's medical equipment must be powered 24 hours a day. Second, it needs to support the security system, hydraulic system, fresh air and oxygen production system. Finally, there are daily appliances such as air conditioners and refrigerators, etc., and at least 100 degrees of electricity must be prepared every day. She needs to prepare a large enough storage station. She prepared 25,000 kilowatts container storage stations, all fully charged at the fastest speed, 2 for daily use, 2 for rotation backup power supply in the medical room, 2 for various systems in the house, 2 for external security in the future, and the remaining 12 for backup. To ensure sufficient power generation capacity, sufficient gasoline and diesel must be replenished. The legal household reserve of diesel cannot exceed 100 liters, but the houses here are relatively scattered, so they can be stored in different space capsules outside for the time being, and not too much can be stored in each space capsule. According to the electricity consumption of only 100 degrees per day, 100 liters of diesel can only be used for 10 days, and the reserve power can only be used for about 1 month. Xiaoyi decided to buy a few gas stations. A gas station has a reserve of 180 tons, and about 60 tons of diesel. If one consumes 1 liter of diesel per day, it is about 3,650 liters per year, and 36.5 tons in 100 years, which is basically enough. The rest of the oil can also be used for her transportation. The second part, water. Xiaoyi still plans to stock up a lot of drinking water, but domestic water is not just drinking water. Washing clothes, cooking, washing dishes, cleaning the room, all require a lot of water. She only prepared drinking water in her apartment. And she was actually very worried. If the city's water and electricity supply stopped, it would mean that she couldn't wash or take a shower, and couldn't flush the toilet after going to the bathroom. If she wanted to clean, she could only barely get water from drinking water. Now that she had such good conditions, and was located near the lake, she not only had to store water, but also had to build a complete tap water and sewage treatment system. Regarding the acquisition of water sources, she needed both lake water and well water, each as a backup plan, and an independent water purification system that could process the water source to a level that could be used daily. In this way, she can use filtered lake water or groundwater for daily water use. In case of extreme situations, both water sources are polluted, and she can also live by storing water. Third, oxygen. Under normal circumstances, there is no problem of oxygen, but it is possible under extreme circumstances. Although some specific plants will be planted in the greenhouse on the first floor in the future, photosynthesis can be produced. But, under extreme circumstances, there is no guarantee that the sun will still exist. What if there is polar day and polar night? So, she prepared to buy an oxygen generator. She prepared an independent air circulation system in each room. She prepared 10 oxygen generators for the house, 1 for each suite, 1 for the infirmary, and 1 for the restaurant, and 30 spare small oxygen generators, and 50 portable oxygen generators. For ease of use, she also prepared 10,000 inflatable 50L oxygen bags, and a large number of supporting oxygen inhalation equipment. The amount of oxygen required by an adult in a day and night is about 550L. If oxygen is produced by electrolyzing water, 1L of water as raw material can be enough for one person to use for a day. As long as she has enough water and electricity, there will be a constant supply of oxygen. Finally, garbage disposal. The garbage disposal part includes her daily sewage treatment facilities, wet garbage treatment facilities, septic tanks, and dry garbage incinerators, and so on. The speed at which humans produce garbage is unpredictable. These are all solved by modern urbanization. If you live alone, you must solve these problems. If you live in one place for hundreds of years, it is secondary to pile up garbage mountains around your life. The important thing is that these garbage will pollute the air and water sources, making the area where she lives gradually unsuitable for living. The system planned by Xiaoyi, if it can be handled completely, let alone the city's water and electricity supply stops. Garbage recycling. Even if the whole world loses its oxygen supply system, she can rely on her own water and electricity resources to produce oxygen and supply certain people to survive. These construction tasks are too bizarre. Even though Zhao Gong is knowledgeable, he was stunned by her complex requirements. Private hospital. Private hospital. Xiaoyi went further and further on the road of making up stories without blinking. There are negative pressure cabins, so private hospitals are also a natural thing. Right? This place is remote, and I have to prepare everything myself. The hospital has high requirements for water, electricity, and oxygen, and it needs its own backup power system. So the work is a bit complicated. It's not like I haven't taken on hospital work before, but it's not as difficult as you. The contractor muttered. I can't help it. The company is funded by a foreign boss. They have high requirements for private hospitals. They need beautiful scenery, complete equipment, and good construction quality. If they weren't so demanding, I wouldn't have come to your place across the city. Xia Yi blinked slightly and smiled. Fortunately, the foreign boss is rich and doesn't know the local labor quotation. All budgets will be doubled for you. The contractor understood immediately after hearing this and stopped asking more questions. It's all work anyway. It doesn't matter where you work or what you do. As long as you get more money. Why bother with so many trivial matters? It's just that this boss is picky and has a lot of problems. The quality must be fully tested according to the requirements before the balance is paid. Xia Yi threw dirty water on himself without hesitation. After quoting a high labor fee to the contractor, he turned around and quoted a tragically short construction period, complete within half a month. Mr. Zhao Hart went through 3 ups and downs in an instant. Half a month. Isn't it too short? Mr. Zhao tried to bargain. 3 times the price is here, and there are not enough people to make up for the lack of working hours. Xia Yi did not give up on time, took out a pen and ticked the bottom 5, 12, 18, 23, 29 pages, and added. The work on these pages does not affect each other, and can be done in parallel, and there is no upper limit on labor costs, and it is okay for you to bring in several times more workers, but the time cannot be increased, not even by a day. Otherwise, you will have to pay 3 times the loss according to the contract. Xia Yi even doubted whether half a month was enough. But she also knew that the construction period could not be compressed any further. If it was compressed too much, the quality would be prone to problems. Half a month was the time she came up with after weighing the pros and cons in her mind. Engineer Zhao. Money makes the world go round. After Engineer Zhao called the team to communicate in detail, he carefully calculated the money. Oh no! Calculated the time. And finally agreed to Xia Yi's request. After that, the two discussed various route planning and machine purchases, including water, wind, solar and fuel generators, pumping water purifiers, sewage treatment plants, garbage incinerators, etc., to ensure the fastest possible construction. After all the details were finalized, they signed a contract and paid a deposit. They were so busy that they were exhausted. The work finally came to an end. It was already dark. At present, they have only prepared the basic hard decoration of the shelter. There will be further soft decoration and cargo storage in the future. There is still a hard battle to fight. Xia Yi was going to move to another city the next day, to ensure that the teams supervised each other, rather than working together to deceive her. She was going to find teams in different regions. In addition to the second part of the soft decoration work, she also had to hire a quality inspection team and a security team to supervise and review the construction quality. Count the amount of goods. Ensure that there were no thieves on the construction site. And so on. Xia Yi found a hotel to stay in. Took a quick shower. Asked the hotel waiter to send the clothes to dry cleaning. And crawled into bed with wet hair. Her mind was still constantly reviewing. Calculating whether there was anything missing. The phone screen suddenly lit up. It was a phone call. Xia Yi lowered her eyes and took a look. It was an unfamiliar number. She didn't want to answer it. So she turned off the sound and waited for the other party to hang up. Who knew that the other party would not give up? The ringing lasted for a minute. Finally, it was automatically hung up. The screen went dark for less than 10 seconds, and then lit up again. Could it be the person in charge of the engineering team? Xia Yi hesitated for a moment, and pressed the answer button. Hello? There was silence on the other end of the receiver. Hello? Xia Yi asked again, thinking to herself, if she didn't hear the other party's reply again, she would just hang up the phone. Unexpectedly, the other party spoke again in a very tactless way. You didn't save my phone number? Xia Yi was stunned, and quickly counted the voices in her mind, and finally located the correct name. Ming Jiai? Can you recognize my voice? Xia Yi. It was obviously an ordinary question, but she inexplicably felt a sense of resentment. But thinking about it, she was indeed a bit too much. She left the other party's phone number, but didn't save it. She deliberately didn't answer the call. Xia Yi felt a little guilty. She really just forgot. She put the business card in the car last time. Later, she was busy and forgot about it. And she really didn't like to receive strange calls. They were either persuading her to buy a house, selling a house, saving money, or taking out a loan. It was so annoying. Although this was the fact, She couldn't explain it like that. It would sound too much like an excuse. Xia Yi had no choice but to laugh and said, I not only remember Mr. Ming's voice, I also remember Mr. Ming's cooking skills. Ming Jui, thank you. Another silence. Xia Yi had a lot of things in his mind, and he was too lazy to waste time playing Tai Chi, so he got straight to the point. What's the matter with Mr. Ming? Ming Jui. After another silence, he asked, I prepared a few new dishes. Would you like to try them? Chapter 29. Xia Yi. She guessed that Ming Jui didn't have much to do, but she didn't expect that he didn't have so much to do. Thank you, Boss Ming. I don't have time. I will definitely go next time I have a chance. Her refusal was very obvious, but Ming Jui didn't give up. He chose his words carefully for a while, and changed his angle, and invited again. If you don't have time this week, what about next week? Next week. Xia Yi will go back to Jiang City in a few days, and will also go back to Yuehu Sanatorium to check the construction situation. There is no food there, so go. Xia. It's quite suitable to have a meal. That's fine. She pondered for a while. Because she didn't want to reveal her whereabouts in advance, she didn't set a time too hard, just said. But it may not be next week, within this month. I will go there within this month. Okay, let me know in advance when the time comes. Ming Jui was obviously a little helpless, but still reluctantly accepted it. Yeah, I call you when the time comes. Xia Yi smiled. Thank you for your concern. Boss Ming, I bring you a gift when I go. See you next time. Okay. The voice on the other end of the phone was obviously happier, and he said goodbye to her softly. See you next time. Beep beep. The sound of hanging up came from the receiver. Ming Jui looked at the phone screen. The call ended at 3:23 seconds. The call window automatically exited, and returned to the phone homepage. The phone wallpaper suddenly came into view. It was a photo taken a few years ago, and it was a little blurry on the high-definition screen. In the center of the photo was a girl, less than 1.6 meters tall, weighing only about 70 kilograms, wearing a foreign high school uniform, like a bamboo pole draped over a sack, so slender that a gust of wind could blow it down. She had a straight and long princess cut, her bangs covered her eyebrows, and her eyes shone through the gaps in her hair, and her gaze was as cold as ice. Ming Jui stroked the photo gently, and tenderness flashed across his eyes, and sighed softly. It looks like she has changed a lot, but in fact, she hasn't changed at all. She is not so cold on the surface, but she is still as cold as winter in her bones. 20 days before the end of the world. The clock is past 12 o'clock. After Xia Yi hung up the phone, she lay flat on the hotel bed, and started a new round of review and planning. Yuehu Sanatorium is Xia Yi's third place of residence. The apartment is the first place of residence. The transportation there is convenient. It is more convenient to live before the end of the world. The basic daily necessities are quite complete. It can provide people with a basic living for 1 year. But it is very dependent on centralized water and electricity supply. The villa is the second place of residence. It has a large space. It can provide people with a basic living for 2 years. There are solar panels there. It can improve the quality of life to a certain extent. But it still has obvious shortcomings. The preparations in Yuehu Sanatorium are much more complete. Its house is spacious enough, and stable and safe enough. It can be self-sufficient in energy with water, electricity and oxygen supply. Whether it is a zombie siege or a frozen land, it can survive safely. It is obviously not enough to just survive. Xia Yi also wants to live a good life. The future life is so long, if conditions permit, who doesn't want to live a more comfortable life? She wants to make the shelter as comfortable as possible, so that she won't be tired doing housework alone, and won't get bored staying at home for 100 years, and have food, drink, fun and entertainment. This place originally meets the pastoral life that many modern people yearn for. There is a big house and a suitable backyard, where you can grow some vegetables, flowers and plants, and raise some cats and dogs. TSK. It can be regarded as a paradise in the end times. If you want to live comfortably, the next thing to do is, which is the second stage, soft decoration. Xia Yi wants to divide the shelter into a general structure to ensure the reasonable planning of the space, and to meet the needs of life. Entertainment and stockpiling. The 3 floors above ground are used as daily living areas. She plans to install daily living facilities and electrical appliances to ensure the quality of life. The 5th underground floor is used as a resource reserve area, which is responsible for the storage of goods. All food, clothing, daily necessities are stored here. The indoor garden on the first floor and the golf course outside are very spacious, which can be used for breeding, growing vegetables and fruits, raising chickens and ducks, and digging a small fish pond by the lake to raise some small fish. Start with the third floor above ground. The first floor is used as an activity area, mainly for exercise and dining. The dining area is equipped with a kitchen, a small bar, a tea room, and a cafe. In the kitchen, there are 10 induction cookers, range hoods, microwave ovens, steam ovens, dishwashers, and disinfection cabinets, as well as 100 sets of kitchen utensils and 100 sets of tableware. In the tea house, coffee shop, and bar, there are 20 water dispensers, 10 coffee machines, 100 sets of various tea sets, 100 sets of coffee sets, and 100 sets of wine sets. Although these kitchen utensils are prepared, there may be no chef to use them, and they will eventually be eaten by dust. But what if? The future is so long. Who knows if Xiaoyi will be able to grow up to the point where the kitchen won't explode in 30 years. As for the exercise area, it is equipped with 50 yoga mats, 50 dumbbells of different weights, 10 treadmills, elliptical machines, chest presses, bench presses, high pull-downs, and 5 Smith racks, as well as 20 sandbags. In addition, she also left a large storage area here, as a weapon storage area. At this stage, weapons are prohibited items. Xiaoyi has contacted foreign channels to purchase them, but they cannot be shipped into the country for the time being, so they can only be left vacant for the time being. The second floor is a quiet area, mainly for entertainment and reading. Entertainment first requires the construction of a computer room, which is equipped with top-level servers, and then a movie area, a game area, and a musical instrument area. The game area is equipped with 10 top-end computers, 20 top-end Macs, 5 of each of the latest game consoles, Swift, PS, and Xbox, and 2 orders for all the popular game cartridges on the market. There are no cartridges for games on the PC, so she made a list and directly asked the computer configuration merchant to help buy them. Physical games, such as chess, checkers, Go, mahjong, poker, and various cardboard games. She still prepared 100 sets of each, although no one might play, but, just in case. The movie entertainment area has a large home theater, top-level audio, karaoke machine, record player, 10 each, and various vinyl records. And electronic music can also be purchased by merchants. The musical instrument area is relatively less lavish. Most of the instruments are difficult to tune. Xiaoyi only prepared a piano, a few electric guitars, and various electronic instruments, which can be used for occasional play, which is better than nothing. The reading section was remodeled from the original small library. There were many books there, but the content was relatively simple, all of which were entertainment books for patients. Xiaoyi made the bookshelves narrower, and added a large number of books. In addition to various classic literary works and popular novels, she also prepared a large number of medical books, psychology books, and various reference books. From clinical intern manual to postpartum care of sows, to auto repair from beginner to master, and soap-making technology. In short, she prepared a copy of all the books she could think of that might be useful. By the way, we also agreed with the server seller to build a local area network library, and prepare an electronic version of all books. In addition to food, there is also an electronic reading room, which is equipped with 10 computers and 100 mobile readers, as well as 100 latest pads and mobile phones. The third floor is used as a living area, which undertakes the basic functions of medical care and accommodation. There are medical equipment in the medical area. Since this is a sanatorium, the infirmary is fully equipped. In addition to basic trauma treatment and physical examination equipment, there are also some first aid equipment, blood pressure monitor, stethoscope, thermometer, disinfection lamp, debridement kit. These things are very practical. Xiaoyi bought 1,000 copies according to the comparison. As for electrocardiograph, expectorator, sleep monitoring system, oxygen supply equipment, nasogastric feeding equipment, CT machine, AED, she couldn't buy them even if she wanted to. Even for anesthesia machine and laparoscope, which can only be identified by looking at the equipment manual. Even if Xiaoyi had studied some nursing knowledge for her sister, she was far from being able to operate these equipment. These professional equipments, if not professional medical staff dare not touch them, they will probably only be left to gather dust. As for the 5 suites on the 3rd floor, and the space capsules facing the lake, Xiaoyi plans to arrange a full set of furniture, sofas, beds, dining tables, storage cabinets, refrigerators, TVs, washing machines, dryers, dishwashers, smart toilets, sweeping robots, vacuum cleaners, and a full set of kitchen utensils. As for her own suite, she has additionally arranged a lifting desk, ergonomic chairs, massage sofas in the living room, and the temporarily vacant secondary bedrooms in other suites. She will transform them into a gym, specially preparing sandbags and short knife practice targets. In this way, she can do it, read when she wants to read, play games when she wants to play, drink coffee, play cats, sing and play the piano when she is bored, and exercise. It is really refreshing to think about it. She stretched, imagining life in the end times. As a pure otaku, if her home is extremely comfortable, it seems that there is nothing unacceptable. After all, this is her daily life. Life story line 2.14 Foreshadowing nursing. Xiaoyi hugged the hotel pillow, taking notes on her mobile phone. The hotel pillow was made of satin, cool and comfortable against her skin. She unconsciously rubbed her chin against the satin and yawned softly. As time went by, her eyelids became heavier and heavier. Just when she was about to fall asleep, her phone vibrated again. Xiaoyi suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the clock on the bedside. It was 2:30 in the morning. Xiaoyi, who the hell is this? Can't she get a good night's sleep? She sat up, propped up the quilt, and looked down at the flashing screen of her phone. The screen was a bit dazzling under the dim light of the hotel. In the center of the screen, an outrageous name was jumping. Sanhua. Sanhua? Xiaoyi looked at the screen of the phone in confusion, and couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Does this dog want to quit? Why call her in the middle of the night? Chapter 30. Xiaoyi pressed the answer button. A dog face appeared on the other side of the screen, exactly the border collie that Xiaoyi raised, the dog named Sanhua. Sanhua kept turning in circles in front of the screen. Its little tail was almost leaving an afterimage, and it was visibly happy. But it was early in the morning. Xiaoyi frowned and said, Sanhua, you better be okay. Sanhua could tell her emotions, and felt that her tone was not good at this time. The dog's skin tightened immediately, and its tail drooped down. But it was obviously not making trouble for no reason. It walked around in place, revealing a row of red buttons on the ground behind it. Those were pet communication buttons. Pets could use them by themselves after training. Pressing the buttons could trigger specific functions. Most of them could read out words, used to communicate with their owners. A few of them provided specific uses, such as locking the anti-theft door when one button was pressed, and making a video call when another was pressed. As a border collie, Sanhua was a genius among dogs, and was very skilled in using these buttons. Just now, he had used it to make a video call to Xiaoyi. At this time, Sanhua raised its little paw, hovered on a button for a moment, and gently pressed it. The speaker next to the button made a sound. Go out, go out, go out. Go out? What does go out mean? Xiaoyi was stunned. This button is used when Sanhua wants to go out. Every afternoon at 6 or 7 o'clock, it uses this button to remind Xiaoyi that it's time to go out for a walk. Now that Xiaoyi is not at home, the housekeeper takes it for a walk every day. Didn't the housekeeper take it for a walk today? Because of this matter, is it necessary to call her in the middle of the night? Based on Xiaoyi's understanding of Sanhua, it is very sensible, and is not a dog that digs its own grave. Why is that? Unfortunately, the number of buttons is limited. Sanhua's vocabulary is also limited. She can't further ask Sanhua what she means. Xiaoyi decided to take time out tomorrow to call the housekeeping, to ask what's going on. She always feels that something is happening, but she doesn't know where the problem is. Xiaoyi thought helplessly, this scene is strangely familiar. Yu Xiaojing said her secret codes every day. Now there is a dog, always saying things she doesn't understand, but she can't ignore it. She is guessing every day. But then again, Yu Xiaojing, this living ancestor, hasn't bothered her for a few days. It seems that since she returned to China, Yu Xiaojing has been much calmer, and his activity level has obviously decreased, and she doesn't know why. Maybe it was because she was relatively safe recently, and no one in China would want to secretly kill her. After this phone call, Xiaoyi lost all desire to sleep, so she decided not to sleep for the time being. She had to deal with the things at hand as soon as possible, and then go back to sea, otherwise she would not feel at ease. She always felt that what Sanhua wanted to tell her was something very important. She took stock of the preparations at hand. The hard decoration of the sanatorium had been communicated with the workers, and the soft decoration of the upstairs living area was also completed, and the remaining parts were the storage area downstairs and the breeding area outside. Xiaoyi came here for the construction team this time. The breeding part will not be done for the time being. Only the storage area downstairs needs to be planned. The 5th underground floor of Yuehu's sanatorium is empty, so it can be planned from the beginning. The 5th floor is relatively high, and it is the farthest from the living area, which is more suitable for storing domestic water. Water is Xiaoyi's concern. The demand for it is too great. The water she bought from the apartment is only enough for 3 years. There is no preparation for daily use. Although Yuehu's sanatorium plans to build a groundwater and lake water treatment system, just in case the water resources outside are too polluted, making it unusable, she still hopes to store enough for daily use. The 5th underground floor is used for domestic water, which can be used for washing clothes, bathing, etc. If there is an accident, it can also be boiled and used. The 5th basement floor is about 6 meters, with an area of 1,000 square meters, and can be used as a 6,000-ton water reservoir. This amount seems large, but it is not enough. Normal urban water consumption by humans requires about 100 to 150 L per day, which is enough for daily use of washing clothes, cooking and bathing. 6,000 tons is only enough for one person at best. After Xiaoyi calculated, she made a note next to it. On the golf course behind the sanatorium, a water tower needs to be built. 20,000-ton water towers are built to store about 20,000 tons of water. This will be safer. She uses the 4th underground floor to store food. 80% of the space is cargo racks, used to store food and drinking water. And the remaining 2 small rooms? One room is used as a fruit and vegetable cold storage, and the other room is an ultra-low temperature freezer. The shelf for storing food with a longer shelf life has fewer choices. The only food that can be used to fill the stomach for decades, or even hundreds of years, is special military compressed biscuits, canned fruits, canned vegetables, canned meat, and a large amount of drinking water. For this part of food, she contacted foreign factories to order it. Fortunately, it will take time to decorate it now, and it will take at least half a month to receive the goods. And because Xiaoyi is willing to spend money, the other parties still agreed to the deal, and shipped this batch of goods across the ocean, traded to the company opened by Xiaoyi. Each person needs to eat about 1 piece of compressed biscuits of 100 g per day, 50 bags per box of compressed biscuits. She bought 5,000 boxes, matched with 450 g canned fruit, canned vegetables, canned meat, according to which each person eats about 1/3 of a can per day, 30 cans per box of canned food, and bought 3,000 boxes of each kind. 1.5 L/bottle of drinking water. Each person drinks 1 bottle per day. If oxygen production needs to consume another bottle, 20 bottles/box of water. She has stockpiled 20,000 boxes. Although Bai Shanshan would not live with her in the future, just in case, Xiaoyi food supplies were still based on 5 people. These drinking water can support 5 people plus 2 cats and a dog for about 100 years. Some vegetables, fruits and meat were prepared in the cold storage. Apples, pears, grapes, each bought 50 kilograms. Sweet potatoes, carrots, pumpkins, each bought 100 kilograms. Chicken cubes, chicken wings, chicken steaks, duck cubes, pork ribs, pork belly, pork tenderloin, beef brisket, beef belly, lamb chops, lamb brain, long fish, eel, sea bass, shrimp, etc. All kinds of meat. Bought about 1,000 kilograms. Xiaoyi only picked some with a relatively long shelf life. The storage time of cold storage is still limited. Even fruits with a short shelf life, like apples, can only be kept in cold storage for a year at most. Meat can also be kept in cold storage for about a year. It can be eaten if it is frozen for a few more months, but it is definitely not okay to freeze it for 100 years. Meat with bones will become a living fossil. If you want to eat fresh food in the future, you still have to rely on plant gardens and ground breeding yards. Xiaoyi recalled. Xia, the vertical farm downstairs. A plan slowly took shape in my heart. But there are priorities. These are possibilities to improve the quality of life, not necessities of life, which can be slowly considered later. In addition, the things ordered at the apartment, Xiaoyi did not blink an eye, and prepared a copy of all of them at the sanatorium. Food ranged from rice and flour to drinks, coffee and snacks, daily necessities from shampoo to toilet paper, All items were not left out. The most important thing about stockpiling is space. She has space to store, and naturally the more the better. Even if she can't use up all the clothes when they expire, she can share them with others. It's better than having nothing when she needs them and being in the dark. As for the third floor underground, she plans to stock up some daily necessities. There was no space for daily necessities before, but now that there is enough space, she naturally needs to prepare more replacements. There are still decades in the future, and she can't just stay at home all her life. If you want to ensure the quality of life, you need to prepare all kinds of clothes for spring, summer, autumn and winter, warm quilts, etc. The requirements for clothes are relatively low, and there is no need to customize them from special channels. She directly found several good factories on the internet and contacted the factories to directly deliver the goods to her warehouse. For safety reasons, she still planned all the clothes according to the configuration of 5 people. But different models need to be considered. 2/5 of them are prepared in slightly larger XXL sizes. If they are not used, it is not a big problem for them to wear larger sizes. First, underwear. 3,000 pieces of light and comfortable sports underwear. 3,000 pieces of ordinary buckled underwear. 2 pairs of comfortable and cool nightgowns for indoor use per person per year for summer. 200 pairs are needed in 100 years. She prepared 1,000 pairs. Comfortable camisole vests. 2 pairs per person per month. 2, 400 pairs per person in 100 years. 12,000 pairs in total. 4 pairs of underwear per person per month. 4, 800 pairs per person in 100 years. 24,000 pairs in total. In addition, she bought 100,000 pairs of disposable underwear. 4 pairs of socks per person per month. 4, 800 pairs per person in 100 years. 12,000 pairs of thin socks and thick socks. 24,000 pairs in total. Next is daily clothing. Pure cotton t-shirts are consumed at 2 per person per month. 2, 400 per person in 100 years. She prepared 12,000 long-sleeved and short-sleeved shirts. 24,000 in total. Autumn trousers are replaced at 4 per person per year. 400 in 100 years. Thin and thick fleece pants are replaced at 2 per person per year. 200 each in 100 years. She prepared 1,000. Outer trousers are consumed at 1 per person per month. Sweatpants and overalls are 6,000 each. 12,000 in total. Thin and thick hoodies and windbreakers are 3,000 each. 12,000 in total. Gloves are replaced at 1 pair per person per month. 1, 200 pairs per person in 100 years. 6,000 pairs in total. Slippers were replaced at the rate of 2 pairs per year. 1,000 pairs were prepared, and shoes had to be modeled according to the consumption of 1 pair per month. Sports shoes and hiking boots were equipped with 6,000 pairs each. In addition, there were functional clothes. She was not sure about the consumption of these clothes, so she simply prepared them according to the large consumption. Waterproof and windproof function. 2 pieces of thin and thick jackets and pants were consumed per person per year. A total of 2,000 pieces. 2,000 pairs of waterproof boots that can be put on the outside of shoes. 2,000 rainproof fisherman hats. 2,000 goggles. Cold-proof function. 3 thicknesses of cold-proof clothing are prepared: thin down jackets, long thick down jackets, and super thick down jackets that can survive in Antarctica, each of which is consumed at 1 piece per person per year. Prepare 1,500 pieces, thin woolen hats, thick hats, and super thick cold-proof hats. 2 pieces per person per year. Prepare 3,000 pieces. 2 pairs of winter snow boots per person per year. Prepare 1,000 pairs. 2 pieces of thin and thick scarves per person per year. Prepare 2,000 pieces. In this way, basic clothes are enough. In order to be relatively less eye-catching, the clothes are all basic and low-key, and the color matching is all black, white and gray. In addition, about 1/20th of the high-grade colored items are also used as embellishments. In addition to clothes, there are also bedding. Chapter 31. All beds in Yuehu Sanatorium are 1.8 meters long and come with their own mattresses. In order to be able to replace them, she added 50 mattresses, 200 mattresses, summer quilts, autumn and winter quilts, and super thick goose down quilts, 200 each, and 400 pillows. Bedding needs to be replaced. According to the exaggerated consumption level, 2 sets are replaced daily, and new ones are planned every year. Each person needs 200 sets for 100 years, so she simply bought 2,000 sets. In addition, She prepared 2,000 towels and bath towels each. After purchasing these textile products, she paid extra money to equip them with corresponding insect-proof and moisture-proof bags. As for the second underground floor, she did not plan to store too many things in it. She planned to move a few space capsules from outside and put them in as backup survival houses. In case the house on the ground was destroyed, or the weather was too bad, and other accidents, she could move underground to survive. The first underground floor was used to store necessary survival tools. She planned to buy some outdoor survival tools. 1,000 emergency disaster prevention kits, mainly for emergency life-saving. They include fire masks, fire blankets, medical kits, hand crank radios, rescue ropes, multifunction axes and hammers, whistles, emergency rations, emergency drinking water, gloves, flints, water bags, candles, matches, cooling patches, warming patches, vests, raincoats, fluorescent sticks, compressed towels, masks. 1,000 wilderness survival kits, mainly for basic survival. Contains portable gas stove, portable pot, card knife, compass, wolf claw folding knife, drinking straw, multifunction flashlight, insulated blanket, anti-mosquito spray, anti-snake spray. 1,000 outdoor camping bags, can be used for outdoor camping. Contains tent, camper, stainless steel tableware, camping lamp, mosquito-proof mat, carpet, blanket, thermospheric cup, sleeping bag, high-power mobile power supply, ground hammer, multifunction shovel, air pump, rope hook, gloves, trash can, paper towel, jacket, as well as small solar panel, gas stove, natural gas tank. Among them, she planned to build several large storage tanks for natural gas tanks outdoors, which could be used and filled at any time. At the same time, she was inspired by the Daily Necessities factory and decided to see if there were any suitable small natural gas manufacturers. Although it was impossible to achieve natural gas pipeline heating, it was still good to boil water and cook. And it was also a kind of energy reserve. The direct drinking water straw can filter impurities in the water, filter the wild water, and drink it directly. And the shelf life is very long. One straw can last for 2 to 3 years. It is a life-saving thing. Xiaoyi bought an extra 10,000. In addition, she also bought 10,000 extra boxes of matches, which are essential and consumable items, and 10,000 packs of heat pads and cooling patches, with 10,000 packs each. There are also some daily repair tools, household appliance repair, maintenance tools, commonly used accessories, some lubricants, as well as 1,000 sets of hardware parts, and 100 screwdrivers, pliers, hammers and toolboxes. There are also important means of transportation, such as cars. This is bizarre, but the reason Xiaoyi needs a car is that she wants to buy a few gas stations. Gas stations are mainly for power distribution needs. If solar, wind and hydropower cannot generate electricity, the only way to ensure daily electricity consumption is to use gasoline and diesel. However, the consumption of these two types of oil is still very large. The little bit stored at home is not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Only gas stations can meet the long-term and permanent use needs. However, gas stations also have disadvantages. For example, it is impossible to build it in a nursing home. Oh no! What are you thinking? She can't build a gas station. She can only buy ready-made ones. Then she is very limited by the original geographical location of these gas stations. Transportation is necessary. She can't just carry the goods home bucket by bucket. Right? Besides, Xiaoyi may go out for other reasons. Whether it's for transporting goods or going out, it's necessary to modify some reliable cars. But buying a car has to wait for the time being. Now the house has not started hard decoration, and soft decoration is still far away. These regional planning needs to be started after the hard decoration is completed. Then it is necessary to prepare elevators, install specific brackets, and lift trucks that are convenient for carrying high-altitude goods. Xiaoyi only planned to place the order for the corresponding goods first, and the factory would start to deliver the goods after these two parts of work were completed. The goods that had been prepared for 3 years before took 2 days to deliver by courier. Now all the items may be dozens of times the original, which is obviously not something that can be solved by courier. Moreover, Xiaoyi did not want her stockpiling address to be discovered, and she did not want the logistics company to locate her address. She ordered all the goods directly from the factory, and asked them to arrange a car to deliver and transport them to her door. Xiaoyi also bought surveillance cameras, After the first phase of hard decoration was completed, she installed them in every corner of the sanatorium as indiscriminately as possible, not only to supervise the construction workers, but also to ensure future safety. In order to have enough storage space, she bought a sanatorium with 8 floors. If she and her sister lived there in the end, it would be scary if there was no surveillance camera. After all the schedules and relevant responsible persons for the hard and soft decoration and the delivery arrangement were finalized, this part of the work was considered to have come to an end. Another day passed. 19 days before the end of the world. On the morning of the 4th day, Xiaoyi packed up and went to the local car market. The number of cars she bought might be a bit exaggerated. In order not to attract too much attention, she chose a more remote market. Xiaoyi hated being followed by the Lin family. She had been running far away these days, so the other party could not contact her for the time being. But she had to go home after all. Whether she went to visit her sister or to learn about Sanhua's situation, she would be exposed to the surveillance of the Lin family. She might not be able to hide the fact that she built a shelter and stockpiled goods from the Lin family, but she hoped that they would know it as late as possible. She had to go home, but she didn't want to be monitored, so she had to play a spy game. The first thing she had to do was to replace the signs that the Lin family was tracking her. The car. Xiaoyi family did have some cars, but they were all registered at the vehicle management office. It was likely that the Lin family knew them clearly, so they obviously couldn't drive them. Moreover, Shanshan was probably under the other party's surveillance. She didn't want to involve them, so she might as well buy a few new cars. After the end of the world, energy will become increasingly scarce. Her family's cars are all designed for comfort, and they are not very fuel efficient. She originally needed to prepare some cars that are more low-key and more energy efficient, so she took this opportunity to take a look. Xiaoyi main targets are pickup trucks, vans, and RVs. Pickup trucks are mainly used to transport goods, such as gasoline, while vans and RVs are mainly used to transport people. Vans can also be converted into bed trucks, so that they can be self-sufficient when they need to eat and sleep when they go out. There is no need to prepare too many RVs. Just prepare a few integrated RVs and a few trailer RVs in case of need. Her criteria for choosing a car are simple and crude: safe, flexible, low energy consumption, and large space. Whether transporting people or goods, special circumstances need to be considered, such as the problem of life and consumption outside if an accident occurs and one cannot return on time, and the problem of car flexibility. A smaller and more flexible car is easier to escape when in danger. She didn't want to go to the local vehicle management office, so she simply chose to register in another place. Anyway, there are no traffic restrictions here, and cars from other provinces are not conspicuous. As for after the end of the world, at that time, even if the license plate was removed directly, there would be no problem. Xiaoyi was wearing a large black sweater jacket with a hat on her head. She bought it from a roadside stall a few days ago. She was wearing a black mask on her face. The mask was sold at a convenience store for 10 yuan a pack. It was indeed a bit casual. It was not her fault. Time was urgent. It would be a waste of time to go to a decent place to buy clothes. She looked in the mirror before going out. She was worried that she would be regarded as a fugitive in this outfit. But thanks to her petite figure, the suspicion of robbery and murder has been reduced. She will not be reported to the police in the street. The worst case scenario, she will just look like a thief. Thinking that the problem is not big, she is too lazy to bother. Xiaoyi parked the car at the door, put her hands in her pockets, and strolled to the car market. The car market is not like a 4S store. There are many car brands. Most of the cars Xiaoyi went to visit were not high-end car brands. The reason is very simple. Luxury cars are fuel-consuming. These vans, pickup trucks, etc., do not look like what a little girl likes to drive. So after entering the store, most of the salesmen ignored her. For this inexplicable cold treatment, Xiaoyi has long been accustomed to it. The first thing she looked at was a van. This car is the most practical, and it is the least conspicuous on the road now. But she has many modification needs, and she needs to go through the formalities and registration. She is not sure whether the van store can be like the RV store, which can complete all services in one stop, including the purchase of the car and the modification and the formalities, which can save a lot of time. She looked around and found the salesperson standing by the door chewing gum and playing games, and asked, "Do you accept interior modifications here?" The salesman's fingers were operating frantically on the screen. After being interrupted by her, The little man on the screen was accidentally hit by the opponent's skill, and his health bar was instantly cleared. Fuck. The salesman cursed angrily, raised his eyelids to glance at her, and quickly retracted his gaze, as if he didn't hear her, and didn't reply to her from beginning to end. Xiaoyi. She was careless. She was only worried about being suspected of being a thief. But she forgot to worry about others, thinking that she couldn't afford it. Xiaoyi was judged by her appearance every day. If she disguised herself as a worker, it would be fine. For example, in the case of decoration, the other party would not think that the work was for her, and both parties could communicate on an equal footing. If she faced people in the service industry, she would be shunned every day. Shanshan once said that she thought her clothes were too unrefined and suggested that she wear all her belongings on her body and walk around in various stores without recognizing anyone. Everyone would look at her with their backs bent, and she would say whatever she said. Xiaoyi worked hard for a while, and the wardrobes at home were all well matched. But now she was out, so she had forgotten all these things. In her brain circuit, she did not include the option of choosing clothes carefully. She looked down at her 30 yuan t-shirt, 60 yuan sweatshirt, and 50 yuan shoes. Except for her cell phone and car keys, her entire body was worth less than 200 yuan. It was too late to avoid being judged by appearance. In this car market, there was only one store that sold the brand of van she wanted, and there was only one salesperson in this store. If she went to another car market, it would be a waste of time. Xiaoyi really didn't want to make trouble, so she repeated it patiently. Do you accept interior modifications here? If you want to modify it, go to the RV factory. Why are you asking here? The salesperson spit his gum on the ground, frowned impatiently, and sneered with contempt. You don't know anything, and you just ask nonsense questions right away. Chapter 32. Xiaoyi's face slowly darkened. It had been 2 weeks since she returned to China. She had not rested well. The end of the world was like a time bomb stuck in her heart. Her irritable emotions were like a volcano, which might burst out at any time. Just tell me whether you want to sell this car or not. Her voice was slightly cold. Sell it. The salesperson answered casually, and was about to press the button to start another game. Who knew that when he glanced out of the corner of his eye, he saw Xiaoyi open a car door and sit in the driver's seat. His face suddenly darkened. Who told you to get in there? Get down. You have to pay for the damage. Xiaoyi lowered her eyes, and her lips curled slightly when she heard the words, asked, How do you pay? How do you pay? The salesman's eyes widened, threatening. You just have to pay to buy the damaged car. Oh, really? Xiaoyi held the car door, jumped down from the driver's seat, with a light flickering between his fingers, turned around the car for most of the way, and finally stopped at the front of the car, said slowly, You said that? What do you mean? The salesperson felt something was wrong, and subconsciously raised his head to look at Xiaoyi. Seeing the movement of her hands, his eyes widened in shock, and it was too late to speak to stop her. There was a sharp rip sound. A long and deep scratch was left on the hood of the car. What the hell are you doing? The salesperson finally showed an anxious expression, and no longer cared about the game that had just started, and dropped his phone and strode towards the scratched car. Xiaoyi held an unknown sharp object in her palm, with a metallic gleam between her fingers, and walked forward slowly. As she moved, a series of piercing sounds came and went, and a deep scratch fell on the paint in front of her. Stop it! The salesman was so anxious that his voice changed, and he ran towards Xiaoyi in 2 steps. However, the two were too far apart. Although Xiaoyi was petite, her steps were not small at all. The salesman couldn't keep up with her movements for a while. Her fingertips flashed with a brilliant light, and she strode forward. She walked more than 10 meters alone, and the movement of her hands lasted for more than 10 meters. Within this distance of more than 10 meters, all the cars passing by had deep marks carved on their paint. When the salesperson caught up with her, the paint of the 7 or 8 cars parked in the 4S store had been scratched, and none of them were spared. When the salesperson finally caught up with Xiaoyi, he grabbed her wrist, but he caught nothing. As if she had eyes on her back, she slid half a step to the side, and easily avoided the hand that came out of nowhere, and then turned around. Xiaoyi stood 2 steps away with her head tilted, looking at the other person expressionlessly, with a cold and indifferent look, and her pupils were so deep that they could not be seen. The salesperson felt a slight chill on his back, and his fingers stopped stiffly in the air. In the end, he did not grab it again. and just said angrily, "Are you crazy?" The salesperson raised his hand and pointed at her, and nodded several times from a distance. But he did not know what to do. So he had to pick up his phone and call, and report, "Boss, there's a madman in our store, scratching all the cars." As soon as he finished speaking, the boss had no time to respond, and suddenly heard a voice in his ear. "I want all these cars." The salesman was stunned. His mouth opened in disbelief. His head turned stiffly. His neck twisted towards Xia Yi inch by inch, as if he could hear the cracking sound of his cervical vertebrae. What did you say?" Xia Yi raised his eyelids lightly, and asked back slowly, "Didn't you say that you can only buy your car if it's damaged?" Salesman, the owner of the car shop on the other end of the phone. When did I say?" The salesman was a little slow to react, dazedly thinking back. What did he say just now? But it doesn't matter anymore. The owner on the other end of the phone has heard everything, and his loud roar can be heard through the receiver. "Wait! I be there soon!" Having multiple cars scratched is not a small matter, and the salesman instigating consumers to scratch cars is even more not a small matter. The owner of the car shop arrived within 10 minutes. The owner of the car shop was an older middle-aged man. He looked like a businessman who made money. His every move was full of business acumen and tact. Seeing Xia Yi making trouble, he was not in a hurry. He temporarily maintained the proper courtesy, and put his face on the salesman's face, and asked, "What's going on?" When the salesman saw the boss, he was like a mouse seeing a cat. His careless behavior just now disappeared completely, and there was a flattering smile on his face. Boss! His eyes swam around, and he quickly thought of an excuse. He pointed at the row of cars that had been murdered, and threw the blame on Xia Yi. "Boss, this woman is a psychopath. She scratched all our cars." He was frightened by Xia Yi when he was on the phone, and was afraid that the other party would expose him. He rushed to speak on everything and desperately blamed Xia Yi, fearing that if he was not careful, his boss would know the truth. He didn't mention a word about how Xia Yi treated him, how he showed disdain, sarcasm, and contempt, and ignored the needs of customers. Obviously, he didn't dare to mention it. Xia Yi didn't even bother to raise her eyelids to deal with this person's behavior. She didn't even try to defend herself. Arguing with a person who was being unreasonable was equivalent to dragging herself into the other person's comfort zone, which was boring and a waste of time. Moreover, Xia Yi didn't need to defend herself. She just did whatever she wanted to do, and it wasn't her turn for others to judge her. The owner of the car shop was obviously quite sane. As long as he was willing to think about it, he would soon understand the whole story. Moreover, he was not a salesperson who flattered the high and bullied the low. He was a real stakeholder and had to use his brain to figure it out. After all, Xia Yi is the sponsor. Xia Yi acted like a sponsor, ignoring the salesman's nonsense, glanced at the owner of the car shop, and slowly stated his request. "I want to modify the car, and I'm too lazy to go to many stores. I want you to buy and modify it at once. Just tell me if you can do it." I said, "We can't do modification here." The salesman frowned. Fortunately, the boss was around this time, and his attitude was much better than before. But he was still visibly impatient. "You can drive to the west 5 or 6 kilometers away. There is a car modification factory there." This gave him an opportunity. He quickly turned to explain to the boss, because she said she wanted to modify it. I saw that she was an amateur, so I rejected her. Who knew that she would take it out on our car in a fit of rage? He continued to evade the main point and confuse right and wrong. Xia Yi didn't even bother to look at him. He just pretended that the salesperson didn't exist and continued to talk on his own. "We can sign the contract now. When the car is delivered, I want to see the modification results. It must fully meet my requirements. If it does not meet the requirements, you will be responsible for a full refund and pay all the modification costs." The salesperson was already unhappy about being interrupted by her, and he couldn't help but hear her incredible requests. "Are you dreaming?" Xia Yi didn't even look at him, and only said to the boss, "Except for the modification cost of each car, you will be given an additional 10% commission for the modification fee, and you can pay the deposit immediately." The salesperson wanted to say something else, but Xia Yi interrupted him again, stretched out his hand lightly, made a 7, and said, "A total of 70 cars will be modified, including the ones I just scratched." The air suddenly stagnated. There were not many customers in the car dealership, and the only sound in the air was the hum of the air conditioner. At this moment, the two of them stared with their eyes wide open, and could not believe their ears at all. Their stunned expressions looked particularly funny in the extreme silence. After a long while, the salesperson finally reacted, like a duck with a stuck throat, and said in a hoarse voice, "This is impossible. Who are you fooling?" The boss was also stunned, but he had obviously seen more of the world, and reacted earlier, secretly glaring at the salesperson. The salesperson shrank his neck, showing an unconvinced expression, and finally stopped talking. After the boss suppressed the salesperson's jumping energy, he turned to look at Xiaoyi, with a little more consideration in his eyes. "You said you want to buy." "Oh no. How many cars do you want to modify?" 70. Xiaoyi repeated it patiently, took out the contract prepared in advance from his bag, handed it to the boss, and said, 20 cars will be bought from you, and the remaining 50 cars will be bought from other models, and they will be handed over to you for modification. All modification costs will be counted as your commission. Sign if you agree, and you can pay the down payment right away. The future is long, and who knows if there will be any accidents. The scrap period of a car is only 20 to 30 years. If there is no place to do maintenance, it may be shorter. In addition, the environment outside is harsh, and cars can easily become consumables. If her financial strength allows, it is natural to buy more to be safe: food, quilts, clothes, and cars. Moreover, the 70 cars were not of the same model. She only bought about 10 of each model as necessary replacements. Her reasonable request was like thunder in the ears of the car shop owner. 70 cars. This car shop was originally located in a remote area, and its sales were not very good. It was often closed all day. Otherwise, the owner would not be so careless, and would not stay in the shop on weekdays. What does it mean to buy 20 cars directly? It means the sales of the entire car shop for half a month. Not to mention modifying 70 cars, each car has a 10% commission. For laymen, modification may be troublesome. Their car models are already the biggest modification customers. They are very familiar with the industry. It is not difficult to ask them to help with the modification. There is a 10% commission, pure profit. It is like pie in the sky. It can knock him out. Only a fool would not do it. Not to mention the words, "Pay the down payment immediately." These words are in charge. All the considerations are swept away. The boss immediately made the decision. "No problem. Please sit down. Give me some time to look at the contract." After saying that, he took the contract with both hands, took out his glasses from his pocket, and read it carefully. He had just read 2 pages, and the salesperson next to him had already sensed that the atmosphere was not right, and asked with some restraint, "Boss, she scratched so many of our cars, is that it?" The boss was repeatedly disturbed by this idiot, and finally couldn't help it at this time. He glared at him fiercely, and said angrily, "Why don't you shut up?" Chapter 33. The car shop owner said angrily, "They bought the car themselves, so they can scratch it as they want. Even if the paint is peeled off, it's none of your business." Sales. Xiaoyi. It must be said that this car shop owner is also an expert at confusing right and wrong, and this bizarre statement stunned the salesperson. The boss lowered his head and continued to read the contract. As a car shop owner, he has been doing business for many years, and has seen all kinds of people, and does not always judge people by appearance. Xiaoyi obviously came with the intention of cooperation. If she said she wanted a car, it must be true. Otherwise, she would not have been able to produce a contract. And there was no need to tell a lie that would be exposed immediately. If she said she wanted to buy it, she really wanted to buy it. As for why Xiaoyi scratched the car, the boss also had a scale in mind. If she did not have the ability to buy a car, she would have found a way to slip away after scratching the car. She was able to sit here and discuss the contract openly. So she was obviously not here to cause trouble. If she was not here to cause trouble, why would she do something like scratching the car? It depends on what the salesperson did and said, based on what Xiaoyi just said on the phone, and the salesman's guilty look. It is not difficult to guess what just happened. If the facts are as he thought, then this customer is fine except for his bad temper. After all, he was prepared to spend money to buy these cars. Even if he guessed wrong, the other party was sitting here and couldn't run away. Before the cooperation talks broke down, there was really no need to be too petty, which would offend the customer. The car shop owner's mind was working fast. He was thinking about the whole thing while quickly browsing the contract. Although Xiaoyi had set some harsh requirements, it was not difficult to implement them. The boss knew what was going on, and did not waste time. He took out a pen and signed the contract immediately. Xiaoyi was also not vague. He took out his card after receiving the contract, and swiped the large amount without blinking. Ding! Payment was successful. After the electronic charging sound ended, the fees for 20 cars were credited, and the string of dizzying zeros was clearly displayed on the payment interface. The salesman stared at the screen blankly, and suddenly felt his hands and feet go weak. At this moment, he finally realized that the girl opposite him, whom he had scolded several times, could really afford 70 cars. The boss looked at his behavior, and became even more impatient. He pointed at him with his toes and said, "Why don't you contact the modified car factory?" Okay. The salesman swallowed his saliva, took out the mobile phone in his pocket, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If he took this order personally, how much commission could he get? Hundreds of thousands or 80,000. Right? In a small car shop like theirs, sales were low, and income was not high. He lived on a low salary of 2,000 yuan every day. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so indifferent to customers. Watching such a large commission slip away from his hands, he felt his heart bleeding. But it was useless for the salesperson to regret it. The boss negotiated the order himself, and it had nothing to do with him. If he let him negotiate, the boss would probably not make a penny, and obviously would not want to give him any. As for Xiaoyi, it was even more so. He also knew that he had offended Xiaoyi badly, and the other party would definitely not be willing to plead for him. Now he was thankful that he was not blamed and his salary was not deducted. He did not dare to mention commissions anymore. He just followed the orders of the boss. From a distance, he could hear Xiaoyi making things difficult for him. "I don't want to let this person do the modification of my car. He has a poor sense of responsibility and is unreliable." The salesperson turned around suddenly, looking at Xiaoyi and trying to glare at her. But the boss slapped him back without hesitation. "Okay. I have people in other branches. I will find you a reliable and responsible person to make sure the job is done." Xiaoyi smiled faintly under the salesperson's fiery eyes. Without even looking at him, she would not waste her words with this person if the problem could be solved with money. It would be cheap. After signing the car purchase contract with the boss, Xiaoyi was too lazy to shop around. Anyway, the boss was familiar with the relevant procedures, so she simply took advantage of him and pulled the boss to accompany her to 3 or 4 stores. Every order she placed was handed over to the owner of the car shop for modification. The owner could get a commission, so he was happy to go. After Xiaoyi bought 20 vans, she took the owner of the car shop to buy 20 pickup trucks, 10 trailer RVs, 10 trailer trucks, and 10 trailer tankers in several different stores. The vehicles she bought were all fuel efficient, equipped with diesel and gasoline. All vehicles were fully sealed. Bulletproof steel plates and bulletproof glass were added inside the car, and the water and electricity in the car were modified. Solar panels were added, and electrical appliances and furniture were prepared. Although she placed a large order and the contract was very demanding, the sales of these stores were not very good. They wanted to earn her big business and could not afford the cost of her cancellation. After receiving the order, they all said they would do their best. The store placed the order according to her requirements, transferred the goods from the car factory, modified them, reviewed them, registered them, and arranged a truck to deliver them to Yuehu Sanatorium within half a month. The salesperson followed behind and watched her swipe the card, his eyes becoming more and more respectful. When Xiaoyi left, he no longer needed his boss to teach her, because he had already bent his back and bowed to send her out the door. Xiaoyi looked at him calmly, and a trace of helplessness rose in her heart. She had lived a low-key family life since she was a child. Although her parents received a lot of dividends from their technology investment, they were not from the traditional wealthy class, and they did not want to raise her to be an arrogant and domineering rich second generation. She did not often feel the superiority brought by money. She did not bully others by taking advantage of her power or money. She wanted to respect others, but some people just did not like to be respected. They lived under class oppression and had never had equal values. If they did not step on others, or were not stepped on by others, they would not live comfortably. If he is treated with respect and treated well, he will feel that others are easy to bully, and that it is normal for rich people to step on him. When he meets someone who is richer and stronger than him, he can instantly soften his spine, and his arrogance will disappear immediately. Isn't it a kind of tragedy? However, his tragedy cannot be paid by Xia Yi. After Xia Yi walked to the door of the car shop, he slowly stopped and turned to look at the cars in the shop. The new cars parked in the shop, each car has a glaring scratch on the face. She glanced at the scratches she had made with her own hands, and suddenly spoke, saying lightly, "Leave all the scratches I made today to me. Don't repair them." Okay. The boss's face froze. He had never mentioned the scratches on the car, nor had it been reflected in the contract. He made a lot of money from Xia Yi orders, and this little bit of car paint was really nothing. He originally planned not to charge money, but to help Xia Yi repair it, to smooth over today's matter. But Xia Yi specifically mentioned this matter, which means that this matter cannot be erased. After today's series of operations, Xia Yi has become his closest partner. All the cars she ordered must be sent to the boss for modification, and he can take a large amount of profit from each order. Xia Yi doesn't need to say much. He also understands the other party's implication, and is happy to implement it for her. Since the matter cannot be erased, then erase the person who caused the trouble. The boss glanced at the pale-faced salesman beside him, and said lightly, "Go to the finance department to get your salary. You don't need to come tomorrow." Xia Yi put her hands in her pockets, and walked out slowly. She bought so many cars at one time, but she didn't pick up any of them. She walked out slowly, with a dozen contracts in her pocket, and went to the 4S store for family cars not far away. She never gets upset because of the small fish and shrimp jumping around. The things she worries about are always simple. For example, she bought so many cars. Is there any space to store them? Although the car has not been received yet, the parking lot has to be prepared. She roughly calculated that she would need a parking lot of about 1,000 square meters for so many vehicles. The underground parking lot is only 1,000 square meters at present. In order to free up space, she also plans to purchase a three-dimensional mechanical garage. Each floor of that kind of garage is 1.8 meters high, with a floor height of 6 meters. Vans and pickup trucks can be parked on 3 floors, which can also save a lot of space. Of course, in addition to this, she had to buy another car. She didn't want the Lin family to keep an eye on her whereabouts, so the best way was to change to a car that the other party didn't recognize. She was not in a hurry to stay in other provinces these days. Seeing that things were almost done, she was about to go home, so it would be better to change the car as soon as possible. Xia Yi traded in the car on hand for a new one, and picked up a new SUV. After a night's rest, she drove back to Jiancheng. After a few days of tossing around in other provinces and cities, the transfer procedures of Yuehu Sanatorium had been completely completed, and there was no legal dispute over the house, and it was completely handed over to her. According to the deserted state of the mountain, she can do whatever she wants with it in the future. Xia Yi stretched her body for a long time, finally showing a relaxed smile. She is going to be the king of the mountain. At this time, the decoration team has entered Yuehu Sanatorium to start construction. Xia Yi can't help much in the early stage of construction, so she decided to go home first. Before going home, she called the housekeeping and asked about Sanhua's condition. She still minded a video call from Sanhua in the middle of the night. Sanhua is not like a dog looking for trouble. She always feels that something has happened. But the housekeeper clearly stated that they walked the dog every day and never forgot to do so. And everything was normal when Sanhua called. What went wrong? Please help me check the surveillance for the past month. Xia Yi transferred another sum of money to the housekeeping company. There were too many rooms in the house, and too many surveillance cameras. She couldn't check them all by herself, and didn't have time to check them. Of course, she only checked her own apartment. She would not authorize anyone to monitor her sister's apartment. What did Sanhua want to tell her? Chapter 34. 18 days before the end of the world. After arranging everything, Xia Yi prepared to go home. On the one hand, she wanted to go back to see her sister. On the other hand, she couldn't disappear from the side of the Lin family for too long, because she was worried that these people would do something unpredictable, appropriately appearing in the side of the other party, making them feel that everything is under control, is the best choice. Anyway, she has a way to get out again. Xia Yi parked the car in the underground parking space downstairs of a hotel 6 or 7 kilometers away from her home, took a taxi to the nearby train station for transfer, and then took a new car home. In the car, she thought to herself, the end of the world is coming. and she has to experience the taste of spy warfare. When Xiaoyi got home, she made an appointment with a security door master and prepared to add some new configurations to her home. Her and her sister's apartment is on the top floor of the building. Whether blocking the elevator entrance or the staircase entrance, it will not affect the travel of other residents. She decided to install a security door directly at the elevator door, and install 2 at the staircase entrance, one to block the passage to the current floor, and the other to block the passage to the downstairs. The anti-theft door was installed, but she didn't plan to lock it for the time being. These anti-theft doors did not comply with fire regulations. After blocking the passage, if a dangerous situation occurred, it would delay the escape of the victims. After she installed it, she opened all the doors, but left a few buttons for Sanhua. If an accident occurred, she could ask Sanhua to help close the door. In addition, she also installed several reinforced anti-theft windows and solar panels in the room. While she was tossing around, she suddenly heard someone push the door at home. The puzzled look on Yin Xiaofeng's face turned into surprise after seeing Xia Yi. "Miss Xia, you're back?" Xia Yi smiled and nodded. Before she could reply, a black shadow quickly rushed out from the door. Sanhua's 4 legs left a trail of afterimages. It ran all the way, and then it kicked back on the ground and rushed into Xia Yi's arms. Xia Yi staggered and helplessly held Sanhua in her arms and rubbed its head. Dabai and Ari were also dissatisfied. They stood at the door and meowed at her. The 2 cats and 1 dog gathered together and played a trio one after another. Xia Yi usually stays at home, and rarely does she leave home for days without any reason like this. The cats and dogs are obviously quite dissatisfied with this, and they come over and scold her. After Xia Yi sent the anti-theft door and window master away, she opened 3 cans of food in a row, and tried to please the 3 ancestors, and finally calmed down the irritable mood of the 2 cats and 1 dog. Dabai and Ari were okay, and they were coaxed after eating 2 bites. But Sanhua was different. Sanhua was not as homebound as them. After eating the canned food, it ran to get the dog leash and forced Xia Yi to go out for a walk. Xia Yi walked in and looked at her sister. Everything was stable, and there was no major problem at home. She went to say hello to Yin Xiaofeng and took Sanhua out. Before going out, Sanhua held a frisbee in her mouth and begged it into Xia Yi's hand. Xia Yi, since she hadn't taken the dog out to play for a long time, she accepted its request, which was not too excessive. Xia Yi lived in a low-density high-end residential area. The green vegetation in the area was good. There were many open spaces, like small parks downstairs. In the summer evening, they were covered by layers of shade from the trees, and the breeze brought coolness. Xia Yi took Sanhua to the edge of the community and untied the dog leash in a deserted corner. "Come on! Let's go!" She waved her arm, and the frisbee flew far away. Sanhua was obviously shocked by her action and ran out to catch it. No matter how fast the border collie was, it was impossible for it to jump 5 or 6 meters in a second. By the time it ran to the landing point of the frisbee had already fallen to the ground. Sanhua immediately showed a look of disgust, as if saying to her, "Do you know how to play?" "Xia Yi, it's been a long time since I played frisbee with Sanhua." She had forgotten that the frisbee cannot be thrown out immediately. You have to wait until Sanhua is in position before throwing it. She threw it too early. She was actually despised by a dog. However, it is normal to be despised by a border collie. Xia Yi has long been accustomed to it. She let Sanhua mock her for a while, found a comfortable bamboo chair to sit down, adjusted the rhythm of throwing the frisbee, and played with Sanhua. After throwing it dozens of times, Xia Yi has developed a habitual action. While playing with her mobile phone, she picked up the frisbee and threw it forward casually. Just heard. Bang. With a thud. The frisbee was not caught by Sanhua, but fell steadily to the ground. Xia Yi raised her head in confusion, looking around for it. "Sanhua?" Woof woof woof. A burst of barking came from behind her. The source was hidden under the chair where she was sitting, full of vigilance and hostility. With Xia Yi's understanding of this dog, she could clearly hear its meaning from its barking. An enemy is coming. Hurry up. You go first. Xia Yi. She was too lazy to compete with this cunning dog, and her eyes swept in the direction of its barking. Through the fence of the community, you can see a black car parked far away on the road outside the community. It's the Lin family's car. They got the news quickly. Not long after Xia Yi arrived home, they followed her. They didn't even try to avoid her after being discovered by Xia Yi. Lin Linglang got out of the car and greeted her through the fence. Sister, you're back? Xia Yi. He really doesn't consider himself an outsider. He was obviously following her. But he still came out to greet her when he was discovered. This person is so thick-skinned that it's really outrageous. As if he is from the same mother as her. What's the matter? Xia Yi also pretended to be stupid. Took the three-flowered cat out from under the bench. Held it in his arms and stroked its fur. And asked casually, You forgot to take the gift your family brought you last time we met. So I came here specially to deliver it to you. Lin Linglang did not mention why he happened to deliver it on time at the time when Xia Yi returned home. Oh, there are too many things for me to move. You can put them at the gate. And I will ask the security guard to help me get them up. Xia Yi blinked, ignoring the hint in Lin Linglang's words completely, with no intention of inviting him in to sit down. What a joke. She didn't want Lin Linglang to know about the preparations and arrangements of her house. Anyway, she was in front of her family again, and she was also a young lady with low emotional intelligence. If she didn't give Lin Linglang face in such a place, the other party couldn't do anything to her. Lin Linglang. The two looked at each other in silence. After a long while finally, Lin Linglang couldn't hold it anymore, and asked, Sister, the contract we talked about last time. Ah? What contract? Xia Yi blinked, pretending to recall, and seeing Lin Linglang's anxious face. She pretended to be suddenly enlightened. Ah, you mean that one. I can't find it. Lin Linglang's eyes widened immediately, and she said in disbelief, Ah? I just put it in the car and sold it. Xia Yi said concisely. It's because I'm short of money. I've been spending too much money on things recently. I bought a necklace, which cost me more than 3 million yuan. It's really expensive. Lin Linglang listened to her words. His face turned pale, and when he heard about buying a necklace worth more than 3 million, his expression almost couldn't hold back for a moment. He had been monitoring Xia Yi's account these days, and saw a large amount of money flowing to unknown places abroad. And he was so anxious that he lied in his heart. Although his father asked him to be patient, he really couldn't help it. When he saw Xia Yi return home, he almost came to the door immediately, and didn't even care about the risk of being exposed. Who knew that the money he lacked, the money he had been thinking about, was taken by this woman to buy jewelry. And it cost more than 3 million. Lin Linglang's heart seemed to be on fire, and the smile on his face was twisted. Xia Yi looked at him calmly, and asked casually, knowing his expression as if it was a taste. What's wrong? Is there sand in your eyes? Lin Linglang suddenly woke up, rubbed his eyes hurriedly, and adjusted his facial expression. Yes. Yes. After a moment, he couldn't help asking again. Then, I make another copy of the contract for you? Really? Can I just make another copy? Xia Yi had a faint smile in his eyes. Yes. Lin Linglang said subconsciously. But the contract seems to be stamped with an official seal. Aren't you afraid that someone else will sign it? That's okay. Lin Linglang said indifferently. The contract is full of traps. If there is really a buyer who comes and signs it himself, that would be what he wants. But he just said halfway. He suddenly realized that it was wrong. He could think this way about this matter, but he couldn't say this to Xia Yi, and hurriedly tried to make up for it. I mean, you don't have to worry about such a small matter. I have a way to solve it. Ah, is that so? Xia Yi nodded in sudden realization. She just wanted to see Lin Linglang's reaction. She didn't really intend to expose the other party. She just went with the flow and put on a trusting attitude. So sister, I make a new copy for you. Can you sign it? Lin Linglang spoke with a nasal tone, almost in a coquettish tone. Sister, okay. Xia Yi was really disgusted. But she didn't intend to force him. So she just dragged her feet and said helplessly, I don't even know what business you are talking about. What are you signing? Daily necessities. Our factory produces daily necessities. Lin Linglang saw that she was showing signs of loosening up, and hurriedly persuaded her. Shampoo, conditioner, paper towels, sanitary products, etc. are all hot-selling products. And you can make a lot of money. Really? Daily necessities? Xia Yi's pupils shrank suddenly. If we say that the hardest thing to get in the end of the world is daily necessities, it is daily necessities. You can renovate your house, buy clothes, grow fruits and vegetables, raise chickens and ducks, although the quality of life will inevitably decline, but they are all self-sufficient. Only daily necessities, they will expire. Xia only stockpiled daily necessities for about 3 years according to the shelf life. It's not that she didn't want to stock up more, but even if she stockpiled, she couldn't use them when the time came. If expired chemical products hurt you, you can't complain. If you don't have shampoo, you can shave your hair. If you don't have facial cleanser or bath gel, you can use soap. But if you don't have toilet paper, that's a disaster. Daily Necessities Factory. This gave Xia a brand new idea. Chapter 35. But this is just a thought, and it may not be implemented. After all, it is not easy to operate the factory production line. It may require water and electricity and people, and she may not be able to handle it. Sister? Lin Linglang raised her finger and waved it in front of Xia for a long time, and saw that she finally came to her senses, and then said, Sister, you don't want the good things that are delivered to your door. If someone else asked me for it, I would not be willing to give it to them. Xia slowly narrowed her eyes, and hid all her thoughts in her eyes. Facing Lin Linglang's crazy persuasion, her face was not moved at all. And she just said lightly, Let's talk about it next time. Although her mentality has changed, she doesn't intend to show it immediately. It's too abrupt and will easily arouse suspicion. Moreover, she has been too busy recently. The matter of the shelter is more important. Without a safe place to live, it is meaningless to stockpile goods. It's like meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. As for the Lin family's factory, the other party obviously tampered with the contract or other places. But before the end of the world, such tampering is actually meaningless. People have nothing to eat and nothing to wear, who would come to fight for the ownership of a broken factory. No matter how big the pitfalls of this broken factory are, it doesn't really matter in the end. After all, except for people like Xia, who have no worries about food and clothing, no one has the time to take care of such things. The Lin family is very active now. Even if Xia drags it out, the other party will still work hard to push forward. When they are pressed to the limit, Xia will go with the flow and sign the contract. Maybe it can kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Xia was calculating in his mind. His expression remained unchanged, and he waved to Lin Linglang lightly, said, I'm going back first. Please leave the gift you brought with the security guard at the door. See you next time. After saying that, she left without looking back. Lin Linglang looked at her leaving back. His expression was extremely distorted, gradually becoming ferocious. Woof woof woof. Sanhua keenly sensed the threat, and immediately started barking. Xia looked back in surprise, but at this time Lin Linglang's expression had already returned to normal, and he said to her with a smile, Then I send you the electronic version of the contract first. Xia nodded in agreement, and turned away again. After making sure she was completely gone, Lin Linglang finally lost his temper. He raised his leg viciously, kicked the car, and kicked a big hole in the door. The car alarm beep beep sounded crazily. Fuck. 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 Lin Linglang was still not satisfied, and cursed loudly 3 times. All his anger was stuck in his chest, and he still couldn't vent it. He was so angry that he took out his mobile phone again, and threw it against the car door with all his strength. The phone screamed with a snap, and the screen was smashed to pieces. 17 days before the end of the world. After Xia returned to the apartment, she rechecked all her preparations. After the shelter in the nursing home was built, the basic living environment, water, food, oxygen, electricity, fuel, garbage disposal, clothes, medicines, daily necessities, transportation, camping equipment, was relatively complete. She still needed to prepare a few things: weapons, communication tools, drones, land robots, self-driving cars, boats. These things are not necessary in the end times, but they are all very important. You can still live without them, but you can definitely live better with them. First, weapons. Weapons are very important. The end times mean a fight for resources. A weak woman like her who is powerless will definitely be coveted by others, regardless of whether she is really powerless. The core problem is that she has a face that can be bullied by everyone, and a body that is 100% judged by appearance. Too many flies come to covet her, and it is too annoying to kill them one by one. Weapons can not only protect herself, but also have a deterrent effect, so that most people know that she is not easy to mess with. At least not like now, where cats and dogs come to trouble her every day. The so-called weapons, of course, must be a complete range of cold and hot weapons. Cold weapons include: she is more proficient in using long and short daggers, brass knuckles, and a more portable single-finger ring, anti-wolf spray, electric batons, axes, long knives, etc., and prepare 1,000 sets of each. In addition, she planned to buy a more magical weapon, a handheld electric saw, the kind used for sawing trees and wood at home. Not only are the teeth sharp and easy to use, but it also makes a buzzing sound when pulled, which is also a deterrent. She prepared 100 of them. As for hot weapons and bullets, Xiaoyi also had an idea to get them. A shooting range. She had investigated before, and there was a small shooting range in Jiang City. The equipment was not bad, although it was not professional. It was all the latest semi-automatic models, with both hand and rifle. It was already a very high standard for civilian use. And there were enough bullets. The documents there were complete. And the boss had some problems, so he was eager to sell it, which happened to be a bargain for Xiaoyi. She didn't have any good communication tools at the moment. Tower 5 would definitely not be used in the future, and there was no chance of making phone calls. She had prepared a lot of radios, but it was difficult to communicate point to point, so she could only reluctantly buy 1,000 walkie-talkies. She bought commercial walkie-talkies, which could communicate within 10 kilometers without signal interference. But there was really no way to communicate beyond 10 kilometers. Xiaoyi was not satisfied with this communication distance. Just when he was worrying about what to do, Bai Shanshan called him. Bao, guess what I brought you? Xiaoyi, AK or UZI? It can't be RPG. Right? Bai Shanshan, do I look like a terrorist? Too boring. Xiaoyi sighed, and said in boredom, then why did you call me? Hey! Bai Shanshan immediately became excited. What do you mean boring? My thing is not ordinary. Right? Xiaoyi read it reluctantly. Ah, that's amazing. May I ask what's so amazing? Go away, shut up now. Bai Shanshan interrupted her with disdain, and lowered her voice mysteriously. I got a civilian satellite. Xiaoyi, what the hell? It can set up a satellite phone, the kind that uses the internet, so that I can contact you later. How is it? Is it amazing? Xiaoyi. Oh, by the way, I chose a new WeChat that was just launched not long ago. It has a lifespan of about 10 years. Just use it for now. After 10 years, no one will operate it and scrap it. It's good to use it for a few more days. If it can't survive, think of other ways. Xiaoyi. Bai Shanshan was still not satisfied. She was being precise without knowing it. She kept complaining to herself. Most things in this world have a shelf life. It's really annoying. Xiaoyi. This woman's thinking is strangely consistent with hers. Except, she is richer than her. The satellites are ready, and can be connected to the internet for online communication. I will send you the method later. Oh! By the way, I also have some satellite phones. I will send you 1,000 of them when the time comes. Keep them well. What else can Xiaoyi say? This is simply a timely help. I didn't want to praise you, but this is a great job. Hee, don't you see who I am? Bai Shanshan was so proud of herself when she was praised, and said with a smile. Before hanging up the phone, Xiaoyi hesitated slightly in her heart, but still couldn't help, and said, by the way. What? After a moment of silence, Xiaoyi said, remember to leave a way out for yourself. She had always had a bad impression of Bai Shanshan's husband. Although he was also wealthy, his family background was much worse than Bai Shanshan. From his attitude towards life, she always felt that he was a phoenix man. But Xiaoyi couldn't say too much. After all, there was nothing wrong with the other party. Although her family background was not as good as Bai Shanshan, it was also comparable to Xiaoyi. Moreover, Bai Shanshan was not the kind of person who judged people by their wealth. Otherwise, it would be difficult for her and Xiaoyi to become friends. If she questioned him just because of his family background, it would be unfair to him. Xiaoyi knew deeply that friends had their intimacy, and husband and wife had their intimacy. She couldn't just break up the other party's relationship because of her intuition. Moreover, Bai Shanshan must have her own plans in her mind. Whether she persuaded him or not, it didn't really make much sense. But her intuition took over, and she couldn't help but remind Bai Shanshan. Bai Shanshan was silent for a moment, and replied softly, got it. The next thing to prepare is drones, land robots, self-driving cars, and boats. These equipment are very expensive. And it is another big expense. Xiaoyi counted her assets. The foreign properties have been sold, and the domestic properties and Yuehu Sanatorium. She took the property certificate to mortgage and borrowed a sum of money, which is enough for her to squander. In the apocalypse, automatic machines are probably the best hands and eyes of human beings. In dangerous environments, drones can be used for reconnaissance, messages can be transmitted through them, and some items can be transported. Although it may suffer accidental losses, such accidental losses are much better than getting hurt. But because they are easy to damage, these automatic machines are also the most damaged items in the apocalypse, and Xia has invested heavily in them. She bought a variety of drones with different functions, including ultra-small micro-machines, extremely long-range drones, high-definition cameras, and drones that can carry weapons, and drones that can walk and hide on the ground, that can carry a small amount of cargo, and that can cruise automatically, all kinds of drones and robots, a total of 100,000 drones. As for the latest model of self-driving cargo trucks do not have complicated internal structures, and the price is not particularly expensive. She also bought 10 of them. If she wants to expand the transportation space, she can hang the trailer truck she bought before. In addition, there are boats. Yuehu's sanatorium is by the water, and it has its own dock, which can dock small yachts. Jiang City is a city built by the water, and many core areas are by the water. Yuehu's sanatorium, Xia Villa area, by Shanshan Villa area, Lin Daily Necessities factory, and even the gas station she liked, the natural gas factory, and the shooting range can all be reached by water. Chapter 36. These buildings can be reached by water, part of which is by chance, and part of which is intentional by Xia. When she noticed that her home, by Shanshan home, and the daily necessities factory of the Lin family were all near the lake, she began to consider the idea of taking the water route. She could not guarantee that the water route would be safer than the land route, but at least the probability of encountering people on the water route was much smaller. So she later selected gas stations, natural gas manufacturers, and design venues, all of which were around the lake, regardless of whether water transportation will be used in the future. This is also an additional transportation channel. She likes to make various backup plans to ensure that everything is foolproof. Now that there is such an option, she will not let it go. There are many types of ships. Xia still maintains her original preference, focusing on being comprehensive and equipping as many types as possible, according to the internal capacity of the ship. There are several types of ships that Xia likes. Large ones, such as yachts, are relatively stable and safe, but they are large and fuel-consuming. Small ones, such as assault boats, have inflatable ones, have low fuel consumption and are portable. But the disadvantage is that the cargo they can transport is limited. There are also small speedboats in between, which are fast and can also transport supplies. Xia wanted to prepare some of these 4 types of boats. She could only prepare 2 yachts. Yachts were really expensive. Xia was not a rich person like Bai Shanshan after all. She could not afford to buy one. However, she could rent one. She chose a boat with ordinary decoration for pure cargo use, another with 5 rooms for rest, and the remaining half of the cabin for cargo use. She would rent these 2 yachts for a month and then see the situation. In addition, she prepared 10 speedboats, the kind that could carry 2 tons, and small inflatable assault boats. She bought 100 of them. In addition, there are also 1,000 sets of matching life jackets, 1,000 swimming rings, 1,000 sets of diving suits, oxygen cylinders, and other diving equipment. These things need to be gradually transported to Yuehu's sanatorium. After all these are prepared, Xia will have to spend a large sum of money to buy some commercial assets. The so-called commercial assets include the gas station she had previously negotiated, the shooting gallery that was targeted, and the natural gas plant. Oil and natural gas can generate electricity, boil water, and cook, but they are not suitable for large-scale storage at home. Xia stockpiled all her supplies for her lifetime use, except for these 2 items, which were flammable and explosive. She was very restrained in stockpiling them. She had no way of predicting changes in the external environment, such as changes in air pressure, changes in air dryness, or any other accidents. If safety measures were not taken, she could easily blow up her house. The apocalypse did not kill her, but she was sent away by the goods she stockpiled. Wouldn't that be a big loss? Guns also have similar problems. Although they are the best weapons and can save lives, they are also illegal. Xia is not sure when the end of the world will come. If she transports a large amount of these things home, she will be accidentally spotted by the Sky Eye and easily be sent to jail. She doesn't want to be in jail for reselling arms before the end of the world comes. Then, wouldn't all these supplies outside be stored in vain? There is no other way. These things can only be temporarily stored where they were originally. Weapons can be shipped home after the end of the world comes. As for the two energy sources, they can only be stored in small quantities at home. The excess can be taken when needed. The good news is that these things are important, but not so urgent. Unlike food or water, no one will die, as long as the security measures are in place. Ordinary people will not risk their lives for them. The bad news is, if they are coveted by people, those who covet them are not ordinary people, but those organized and team-based desperate criminals. The sellers Xia chose are all small and shabby places on the verge of bankruptcy, trying not to attract attention as much as possible. For example, gas stations. Don't choose well-known big brands. Choose merchants you haven't heard of, located on a small side road by the lake. The kind of corners that can only be reached after many twists and turns. Just erase it on the electronic map and mark it as closed. Basically, no one will come to the door. For example, the natural gas plant. Xia chose a very small factory, which is located in a remote area. Not many people know about it, and it is marked with a small skull logo, which looks like it is not easy to mess with. The shooting hall has an outdoor shooting range, which is also at a remote location, and the marketing is very average. So there are very few customers. If these places add some security measures later, the safety index will be greatly improved. Compared to buying a house or a car, this kind of business transaction is much less troublesome for Xia. The economic situation has not been good in the past 2 years. Many businessmen are recovering funds. Xia pretended to be a foreign guest and a company employee throughout the process. She also kept an eye on those sellers with poor business conditions. The process was much smoother. The only problem was money. Yuehu Sanatorium was already the largest asset she could buy. After various renovations and material collection, she had already used up all her savings and mortgaged the property. Now, the only thing she could use to buy such a large asset was the stocks left by her father. Xia was going to mortgage this part, thinking of using this part of the stocks. Lin Linglang's face suddenly appeared in her mind. Although Lin Linglang never said it clearly, Xia knew very well that the other party was thinking about the money in her card and the stocks. If he found out that the money he had been thinking about was spent and all the stocks were mortgaged, he didn't know what kind of expression he would make. Xia couldn't help but want to laugh. Maybe she pretended to be a fool very well, successfully made the other party underestimate her, feeling that there was no need to hide too much in front of her, and her anxious thoughts were almost written on her face recently, and her face couldn't hide it at all. Although after the end of the world, stocks and banknotes will become waste paper, but before that moment comes, it is a pleasure to see Lin Linglang's mask completely cracked. As Xia thought, Lin Linglang was fidgeting at this time. Since he learned that Xia had lost the contract, he realized that this matter was not as easy to handle as he had imagined, and he was quite upset. When he opened this daily necessities factory, he took it for granted, thinking that the daily necessities market was so large, and e-commerce was easy to do. With his ability, he would definitely make a fortune. Therefore, he borrowed a huge sum of money and invested in a factory with full high-tech configuration, automatic production line, and all aspects were more advanced than other factories. He believed that the products would definitely sell well. Who would have thought that after a few months, no one was interested in the e-commerce platform, and most of the sales were in the single digits. The few data were still because he forced his employees to buy them to boost sales. The factory's production efficiency was very high, but the goods piled up more and more. But they could not be sold at all. They were all piled up in the warehouse. Later, the warehouse was full, and the raw materials could not be imported. So the high-tech production line had to stop working. The machines had not been moved for several months, and the warehouse was full. However, the goods could not be sold, and they still owed a huge loan. So they could only burn money every day. Seeing that there was really no other way, Lin Yongza contacted him with an official charity project. The money collected from private donations was used to send daily necessities to poor mountainous areas, which just helped him sell these unsaleable goods. The goods were sold out quickly, but Lin Linglang had spent a lot of money to build the factory, and the cost was not calculated well. The money collected was far from enough, so he had evil thoughts. The flow of funds for the project he was handling was not very transparent. Due to his father's relationship, others did not check his accounts repeatedly. So he relied on accounting to make money to fill the hole of the monthly loan. Once this happens, it will happen again. Lin Ling became more and more addicted to it. In addition to repaying the loan, he spent money on eating, drinking, and entertainment in various places, buying cars, watches, and famous wines, and became more and more extravagant. Until the deficit became too large, the matter became a big deal, and was investigated. However, he was still not held accountable at this time. Due to Lin Yong's relationship, the other party did not intend to leave him with no way out. He was only given 3 months to find a sum of money to fill the deficit, and then he could pretend that everything had never happened and write it off completely. But Lin Ling had spent all the money, even more than what he owed the bank in the loan. Selling the factory was not enough, so where would the money come from to fill the deficit? But if he didn't fill it in, this charity money for the poor mountainous area, then he would be charged with corruption and go to jail. That's why he set his sights on Xia Yi. He thought Xia Yi was the same age as Lin Ling. Both were little girls, and their personalities were probably similar, so it would definitely be easier to control. Who knew it wasn't the case at all? Xia Yi is not only hard to control, he can't even describe this kind of hardness. It's not the kind of slippery and unrelenting, but her brain is not normal. She is not after money or love. You can't tempt her by giving her things. You can't control her by appealing to her emotions. You can't control her by appealing to her emotions. She doesn't care about you at all. This woman is selfish and self-centered. She doesn't follow logic when doing things. She just does what she likes. She is a little stupid. But because her brain is not normal, she has no weaknesses. As a result, the matter that could have been easily resolved has been delayed for so long without any progress. What should I do? What should I do? The more Lin Ling thought about it, the more helpless he felt. The more he thought about it, the more irritable he became. Lin Yongza always told him to keep calm. Keep calm, but he was the one who was going to jail. He couldn't keep calm like Lin Yongza. He just couldn't sit still. It just so happened that Lin Yongza went to another province for a meeting a few days ago. When Lin Yongza was at home, he could still control him and let Lin Ling be more stable. Now that they haven't seen each other for many days in a row, Lin Ling has lost his backbone. His emotions are surging wildly. His chest seems to be filled with a ball of fire, burning all the time. Lin Ling smoked one cigarette after another, making the house full of smoke. Su Jialan pushed open the door and returned home. She coughed several times because of the strong smell of smoke. Then she saw her precious son, who was lying on the sofa with a depressed look on his face, contrary to his usual well-behaved appearance. She immediately became anxious. "Oh son, tell mom quickly, what happened to you?" Chapter 37. Lin Ling remained silent. Lin Yongza was particularly chauvinistic. He would not allow women to interfere in any major family matters, especially those related to business. Whether it was his mother or his sister, they were not allowed to get involved at all. Su Jialan looked at the stubble on his lips, and was so anxious that she burst into tears. She sobbed and urged, "Tell me now. Dad won't let me tell you. If he doesn't let you, then don't tell me. Your dad is not here now, and he can't help you if you have any problems. Mom can help you." Su Jialan sat on the sofa, looking at Lin Ling with red eyes, full of heartache. "Look at how anxious you are." Lin Ling was silent for a long time, and slowly closed his eyes. Although his father didn't let him say it, the situation was very urgent now. He was forced to ask this question, and he had no choice but to say it. Thinking of this, he finally made up his mind, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's about my sister." Lin? What happened to Lin? Did she provoke you again?" Su Jialan stood up suddenly, angrily said, "She's grown up, but she's still so ignorant. I'm going to beat her up." "No, it's not." Lin Ling quickly leaned forward, grabbed Su Jialan's wrist, and explained, "It's not Sister Lin. Is it Xia Yi?" Su Jialan's face froze, and she suddenly became quiet. Her expression gradually changed, and the anger on her face slowly disappeared, replaced by a look of realization. The living room was filled with smoke, and was filled with a pungent smell of smoke, but Su Jialan seemed to be immersed in her own thoughts. After a long time, she finally moved. Her eyes returned to Lin Ling. She slowly spoke, and asked, "Son, tell me the truth. You're rushed to recognize her as your relative. Is it related to the troubles you are having now?" Su Jialan has not been kind to Lin in recent years, except for Lin herself, who is in the middle of it, and does not feel it clearly. The father and son of the Lin family know it clearly. Lin Linglang is happy to see this. His mother's suppression of his sister is equivalent to giving him a better and more comfortable space. Why not? Lin Yongzi didn't care much about Lin Linglin, and always indulged her behavior, never stopping her. She thought that Lin Yongzi didn't like his daughter, and Lin Linglang didn't need a sister. Moreover, this daughter was incompetent and unemployed, arrogant and ungrateful. There was no benefit in bringing her home, and it would only cause trouble, as long as she found an excuse, such as saying that Xia Yi had a bad personality, or that she would take away the love that originally belonged to Lin Linglin. She could get Lin Linglin support, and the father and son would give up, and would not have any obsession with Xia Yi. Now it seems that it is not the case at all. The father and son's obsession with Xia Yi is not due to blood relationship, but due to some reasons behind which she is not aware. No wonder Yongzi lost his temper last time. Yes. Lin Linglang nodded and admitted it. He lowered his eyes and asked in a low voice, "Mom, can you?" He did not say the second half of the sentence, but he also knew that Su Jialan could understand his implication. He wanted his mother to go find Xia Yi, whether it was coercion, bribery, or crying and making a scene. He wanted his mother to take the money out of Xia Yi's pocket. Of course, he knew that his mother and Xia Yi didn't get along, but he didn't want to delve into the reasons behind it. It didn't matter why his mother hated Xia Yi. What mattered was that she was also Xia Yi's mother, and her words were more important than his brother. Lin Linglang slowly told the whole story. Su Jialan could listen quietly at first, but as she listened, her eyes gradually widened and a worried look appeared on her face. At the end, she covered her mouth in shock, and her fingers were trembling. You. Su Jialan's eyes were getting redder and redder, tears were pouring out, sliding down the back of her hand. She said hoarsely, anxious. "Such a big thing. Why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me?" 16 days before the end of the world, Xia Yi handled all the relevant contracts online. Her previous investigation was very thorough, and many things did not need to be handled offline. Nowadays, online office is popular, as long as the company has sufficient qualifications and there is no problem with the contract. The other party will also be happy to see it happen. By the time the contract is finally signed and payment is made, it will be in time for both parties to meet again. During the process of the two parties going through the contract, Xia Yi took some time out of her busy schedule to do some additional security work. Her previous strict security only covered Yuehu Sanatorium. Now that the territory is more extensive, the scope of security protection is also larger. The first part is the gas plant, the gas station, and the shooting range. The security work in these places is intensive and sparse. For example, the gas plant has relatively quiet security, the shooting range is second, and the gas station is relatively simple, with just a few anti-theft doors and windows. She didn't have time to refine and adjust, so she simply unified the standards and solved them all according to the plan of Yuehu Sanatorium. Installing anti-theft doors, changing to bulletproof glass, building thick walls on the outside, installing fences and high-voltage wires, and connecting all system networks to Shanshan satellite, so that remote monitoring can be done at any time, no matter where the incident occurs. It can be discovered at the first time, and security measures can be taken. The second aspect is the villa and apartment area. Her original preparations were rather hasty, but now that she has time, she also wants to further optimize the security measures. Although the goods in it are far less complete than those in the sanatorium, the basic supplies are enough for 5 people to survive for 2 years. Whether it is used as a temporary residence or for other purposes, it is worth protecting. Xia Yi locked up the rooftop of the apartment. No one has noticed anything unusual yet. She plans to build a rooftop room there to store some items that she didn't have time to store before. The same goes for the villa. She will build an extra space in the yard of the villa as a storage expansion. Since she started building the sanatorium, she has not stocked up in these 2 places. The space here was already full before, and it can't actually hold anything new. What she wants to add this time are some essential items, energy and daily water. I have to say, in those 2 places, you can survive, but you can't say you live. There is not enough energy for cooking, and not enough water for washing. Everything depends on official water and electricity. If the official water and electricity are cut off, you can basically just survive. Xia Yi only stockpiled drinking water here before, and did not prepare daily water. not to mention enough energy to boil water and cook. At that time was short, and he thought it was good enough to be alive. Who would care so much? Now that she has some time, she will make up for the gaps. On the roof of the apartment, she bought some household water barrels and placed them on the floor. She stored about 5 tons of water. The roof has limited load-bearing capacity, so she can't store too much water. Otherwise the floor will collapse. In the yard of the villa area, she built 2 10-ton water towers as additional water reserves for daily life. She also bought water filtering tools in 2 places as additional water reserves for daily life. Although she can't wash dishes or take a bath at will, if she uses it sparingly, she can wash her body a little, flush the toilet, etc., and it can barely last for a year or 2. In this narrow space, this water storage capacity is already the limit. In addition, she bought some smokeless honeycomb coal, stored 2 tons in the yard of the villa area, and stored 500 tons in the ground warehouse of Yuehu Sanatorium. Coal does not take up much space. 1 ton is only 1 cubic meter in size. It can be used for cooking for several months, as a backup energy reserve. She also secretly stored 500 kilograms on the roof of the apartment area, and a small stove, which is only used when cooking. It can also be used for a long time. It is better than nothing. These things need to be covered with a house. Although this house is the same as Xiaoyi Corridor Security Door, it is a standard illegal building. But at this point, even if someone finds out about her, it will be too late to demolish it. So there is no need to worry too much. The third aspect is boats. She bought a lot of boats at Yuehu Sanatorium. She also needs to slightly repair the dock and improve the security measures. Yuehu Sanatorium was originally of high standard, and its own dock was not shabby. But Xiaoyi was still not satisfied with it. The dock was built on the other side of the mountain, where the lake formed a U-shaped groove. In the center of the U-shaped groove, there is a solid dam, which divides the dock into 2 parts, inner and outer. The inner dock is more like a boathouse, and the outer dock is more like a public boat parking area. If you want to transport the boat on the inside to the outside, you can either open the exchange valve under the dam to adjust the water level inside and outside to the same level, or lift it by a mechanical arm. The exchange valve under the dam is closed all year round, and the water inside and outside do not circulate. The water level on the outside rises and falls, and it cannot easily affect the inside. The water level is maintained at a very high level for a long time. The boat is parked on the inside, just facing the platform at 1/3 of the height at the foot of the mountain, where there is the only way to enter the mountain. The elevator. Xiaoyi plans to make some renovations here, turning the originally open-air dock inside into a closed space, hiding all the ships inside, and improving the security facilities of the closed space. All doors, windows, and walls must be reinforced to the same level as the main building of the sanatorium. At the U-shaped entrance of the outer dock, a 10-meter-high steel fence door will be installed to prevent all ships from entering. At the same time, fences, electric grids, infrared cameras, and unmanned sentries will be built on both sides of the inside and outside, like at the foot of the sanatorium. Since there are only 2 elevators leading to the top of the mountain, if the elevators are powered off, this road will be completely blocked, so there is no need to worry too much. Regarding these security requirements, Xiaoyi found 3 groups of people to complete them. For the illegal construction at home, she found the worker who installed the anti-theft door last time and asked him to find a decoration team to help. All new requirements of the shipyard were sent to Engineer Zhao, asking him to send another team of workers to complete them. The work at the dock does not conflict with the work in the sanatorium at all, and can be done at the same time. As for the other places, the security materials should be arranged first. As for the on-site installation, Xiaoyi does not plan to use Mr. Zhao people. On the one hand, whether it is a factory or a gas station, it is a very reasonable demand for businesses to do repairs and reinforcements, and there is no need to hide it like Yuehu Sanatorium. On the other hand, she does not want Mr. Zhao to know all her resources and trump cards. She always believes in this point. Xiaoyi spent some time to deal with these things. The next step is to escape from the heavy surveillance at the door of her home. Chapter 38. 15 days before the end of the world. After getting up early the next morning, Xiaoyi went to see her sister first. Yin Xiaofeng took good care of her sister. She left the hospital and lived at home. Without the care of medical staff, her condition was still good. Except for the breeding farm, Xia Yi had almost completed most of her other plans. After all the work was finished and accepted, she would need to see if there were any gaps that could be filled. If not, she could stay there completely and wait for the end of the world to come. She did not intend to employ Yin Xiaofeng until after the end of the world, when she was free and could take care of her sister in person. She would terminate the contract with Yin Xiaofeng. She looked at Yin Xiaofeng working hard and hesitated a little. She wanted to use her overseas mobile phone number to send a message to Yin Xiaofeng, just like she did when she notified the Lin family, to inform her to stock up some goods, since she had taken care of her sister. She hoped that she could live a better life. But she was also worried. She was worried that after Yin Xiaofeng learned the news, she would become like the Lin family and become a crisis before the end of the world. After thinking it over, Xia Yi decided to put the matter aside for the time being. After all the work was completed and the contract with Yin Xiaofeng was terminated, it would not be too late to send a message to the other party. After saying hello to Yin Xiaofeng, Xia Yi stroked the big white, 2 black and 3 flowers respectively, packed up, and prepared to go out. She first used her mobile phone to call an online taxi, and the destination was a shopping mall 5 or 6 kilometers away from her home. As Xia Yi expected, as soon as she left the house, a car followed her. Xia Yi was not panicked at all. She got off the car as if nothing had happened and walked into the surging crowd in the mall. There were several entrances to the mall. After Xia Yi disappeared from the crowd, she quickly walked out from another exit. The people behind her were obviously not prepared for this, and there were not enough people to watch every entrance and exit. When they were looking for Xia Yi in the mall, she had already called a new online car-hailing car and got in the car from the underground parking lot and left. After Xia Yi got off the car, she made sure that there was no one behind her. And then she went to the underground parking lot where the new car was parked and drove away. It was just the second time she disappeared from the sight of the Lin family. Lin Linglang could no longer hold back. In front of Su Jiaolan, he threw his phone again. "Son, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Be careful not to get angry and hurt yourself." Su Jiaolan stroked Lin Linglang's back in panic, gritted her teeth secretly, and finally made up her mind. "Mom will go find her. She is your biological sister after all. I can't just watch you go to jail. Mom will go and talk to her and ask her to pay off your debt." After Xia Yi drove away, she first went to the shooting range. She had used a gun more than once. Shanshan liked shooting, and dragged her to the shooting range every month to practice. She had systematically learned the basic use, maintenance, and disassembly of guns, and her shooting accuracy was also good. It was just that you had to have a green card to get a gun license in a foreign country. Shanshan had a green card, but Xia Yi didn't, so she just played around at the shooting range and never owned her own gun. It's funny. She had never been to a shooting range in China. And the first time she went, she actually wanted to buy the whole club. Xia Yi shook her head helplessly. What she did during this period, the money she spent, and the things she bought. If it was a month ago, she probably wouldn't have thought about it. At that time, she was still a student who was living a life of idleness. Although she had started a company, it was just for fun. She never thought that she would buy a shooting range in the future. Although a small shooting range is not expensive, it is not just a gun or a property. It is a formal business place. I don't know whether to say she is bold, or this world is magical. This shooting gallery is located in a remote area, in a forest farm on the upper reaches of Liangquan Lake. The venue is all outdoor, and the area is not large. About 500 square meters. The venue is in a desolate area, and it is all outdoor. There are no sofas, TVs or other leisure equipment. It is sunny in summer and cold in winter. It is not suitable for rich people to spend money. It is more like a place to suffer. No wonder the business is very bad. It has been open for a long time, and the guns are still brand new. Maybe the boss knows that the conditions of the venue here are not good, so he has put a lot of thought into the types of weapons. There are several activity areas within 500 square meters, including live fire shooting area, air gun shooting area, archery activity area, and pistol training area and rifle training area in the live fire shooting area. The types of weapons are also very complete, with more than 10 kinds of pistols that meet the standards, 7 or 8 kinds of long guns, and 2 of each. Each gun has tens of thousands of bullets, which is enough to complete its entire life cycle. In addition, there are slingshots and crossbows. There are dozens of slingshots, And the bullets are small steel balls. The inventory is about 100,000 rounds. But fortunately, they are not controlled items, and can be purchased through the purchase channel. Xiaoyi bought 1,000,000 rounds. There are also bows, crossbows and matching arrows. But the inventory is not large. The bows are too difficult to operate. So Xiaoyi did not buy more. He only equipped 100 high-precision crossbows and 1,000 ordinary crossbows, 10,000 high-level arrows, and 100,000 ordinary arrows. The range of the crossbow is not far enough, and the lethality of the slingshot is not strong enough. But they also have advantages, such as the ammunition can be reused, and after the crossbow arrows are modified, they can also be fired with a slingshot, which greatly improves the lethality and attack distance. However, these are all operations of lawless lunatics. Xiaoyi will not and cannot do this now. Any ideas will be discussed later. Before the end of the world, she can only make ordinary crossbows and arrows into mechanisms and install them on the fixed sentries in Yuehu Sanatorium. The effect should be very good. Even if the end of the world comes, she will try not to use these weapons as much as possible. She will not go out to fight. At most, she will go out to hunt. If no one comes to cause trouble, she may not use these weapons at all. She prepares weapons just in case. Xiaoyi was also very satisfied with the security of the shooting range. The work here was done very well. Guns and bullets were kept separately. There must be employees on duty 24 hours a day. And there must be more than 2 people on duty. All walls, door locks, monitoring and alarm systems were designed very well, and outsiders could not easily break in. These security measures can help her protect her weapons, so that they will not be stolen by outsiders. They are good measures, and should be kept well. Oh! Yes, I have to keep it. Someone will come to check it regularly. These are security measures required by law. In addition to these security measures, Xiaoyi also needs to make some modifications of her own. She needs to control the door and the key in her own hands. She is not at ease with the old door key. She cannot be sure whether there are extra spare keys that she does not know about. If the security personnel steal it, all her preparations will be in vain, and the old door cannot be dismantled. Otherwise, in the process of changing the door, there will be a risk of losing the weapon. So Xiaoyi added a new door outside the 2 warehouses of weapons and ammunition, and took away all the keys of the new and old doors. In this way, she could completely control the warehouse without disrupting the original security process. When the end of the world comes, this place where no one lives, there is no food or drink, and no one pays wages. In order to survive, the security personnel will definitely leave on their own. The buildings here are very solid. Even if there is no one guarding, not everyone can break in. As long as Xiaoyi arrives in time, she can safely take away the weapons. As for the reason for replacing the warehouse door, it was because of a new boss, and they wanted to open the store after rectification. The employees had no objection to this. The previous boss was so poor that he had not paid wages for more than a month. As long as the new boss paid wages, it didn't matter whether the store was open or not. It was better not to open the store, and it was easy to go to work. After Xiaoyi left the shooting gallery, she went to the natural gas plant and 2 gas stations, because the crossbow gave her inspiration. In order to improve her fixed sentry post, she set her sights on a sulfuric acid storage warehouse. She couldn't afford the sulfuric acid plant, and it was the same to buy a warehouse. After the end of the world, this kind of warehouse will eventually be scrapped. She holds the key in her hand, which is equivalent to equipping herself with one more type of weapon. Xiaoyi worked hard for a long time, sleeping outside in the open air, and finally settled all the procedures after 4 days of hard work. Next, the decoration company can move in, install high-voltage power grids and infrared monitoring, and repair and improve the security systems in these places. As for Xiaoyi himself, he decided to go to Yuehu Sanatorium. She hadn't been there for a few days. According to the valuable plan, the project should have progressed more than halfway. She wanted to do a surprise inspection in the middle of the period to ensure that there were no problems with the quality and progress. At the same time, many of the goods she ordered were about to be delivered, and she also needed to count the quantity and quality of the goods. Xiaoyi stretched her back and sat in the driver's seat again. When she was about to drive away, she suddenly remembered the mobile phone she had left aside. The poor mobile phone had not been charged for more than 20 hours, and had already turned into a brick. She hung her phone on the unlimited charging stand, waited for it to turn on, turned on the screen and looked at it. You wouldn't know until you looked, and you were shocked. Xiaoyi's phone had 235 missed calls and 83 text messages. It's not that she didn't check her phone at all these days. She didn't see some of these notifications, and she didn't bother to answer some of them. Not to mention that many calls were from unfamiliar numbers. She didn't want to waste her energy, even if they were people she knew, except by Shanshan. Everyone else had to be put behind her plan. Her fingers slid across those unfamiliar numbers, hovering over a certain message. That message had just been sent not long ago. And in front of the number at the top of the message, there was a familiar name. Today I picked fresh oranges from my own orchard. And I am going to make orange spare ribs. The spare rib soup is wrapped in fruity aroma, which is super appetizing and refreshing. Do you want to try it? Xiaoyi. This person has improved his skills and learned to seduce her with specific delicacies? But unfortunately, this trick does not apply. Although she is a foodie, she has to prioritize eating. Now is obviously not the time. Xiaoyi just wanted to turn off the screen and forget about this acquaintance. But she was suddenly attracted by two words on the screen. Wait, what is he talking about? Orchard? Self-grown? Chapter 39. 11 days before the end of the world. Ming can plant trees? Didn't Bai Shanshan say that he is an internet celebrity whose main job is a chef, and whose side job is a handsome anchor? This person can catch fish, and has a vegetable greenhouse, which is outrageous enough, but he can also plant trees. What kind of apocalypse survival skill point collection is this? Xiaoyi finally became curious about Ming and checked it on the search engine. He didn't go to college, and didn't even finish high school, but he was rumored to be a top student, and it seemed that his grades were very good before he dropped out of school, and he once cooked live while explaining physics problems to high school students. In the year when he should have taken the college entrance examination, he actually gave up the exam, went out to set up a stall to do catering business, and happened to encounter the vigorous development of local tourism industry, and made his first pot of gold? Then he started to grow organic fruits and vegetables. As a person with no planting experience, he did not take deeders, and the first batch of planting was very successful. When e-commerce was developing rapidly, he opened an online store to buy goods and successfully became the first in the industry. The most outrageous thing is that when the live broadcast industry was just emerging, he reaped the industry dividends and became one of the earliest internet celebrities. Not only did it make his online store popular, but it also made offline restaurants, organic fruit and vegetable stores, and agricultural product stores popular, and directly opened a national chain. Every step successfully stepped on the important nodes of the rapid development of the industry, and successfully maximized the benefits. A poor child with nothing and high debts was able to achieve efficient asset growth in a very short period of time. Every business decision was predicted very accurately. It was like a prophet. Xiaoyi made a rough estimate based on the descriptions on the internet. Ming Jiayi's wealth over the years has far exceeded her imagination. However, such a person. He also broadcasts cooking every day, goes to the lake to catch fish, goes to the orchard to pick oranges, and drags her to try new dishes. It's really too outrageous. Whether it's Ming Jiayi's past experience, his various choices, his current wealth, and what he is doing now, all of them make Xiaoyi feel very outrageous, very outrageous. However, Xiaoyi was not very interested in these things. No matter how rich Ming Jiayi was, he would not use his money to stock up for her. Ming Jiayi was a prophet, and he would not point out the way forward for her. No matter how good Ming Jiayi was at planting, he could not show her the vegetable garden. No matter how good Ming Jiayi was at cooking, he could not cook for her every day. All these were just gossip. They were essentially meaningless to her. Xiaoyi was only interested in things that could bring value to herself. For example, how to plant, how to raise, and how to have a large amount of agricultural products. She has never given up the plan of building a small breeding farm. Even if meat is made into bacon and frozen in the refrigerator, it still has a shelf life. And this is even more true for fruits and vegetables. They can only be kept in the cold storage for a year or two at most. And then, they can only rely on canned food to survive. Xiaoyi doesn't want this. If you can choose to eat fresh vegetables, fruits and meat, who wants to eat canned food every day? Even if she doesn't have the talent to herd cattle and sheep, she can raise a nest of chickens to lay eggs for food. Right? Even if she can't grow complex plants, she can grow some tomatoes and cucumbers. Right? However, this part was really in her blind spot. She originally waited until the renovation was finished, and then went to a farmer's market for consultation. Who knew that it would be easy to get it? A ready-made expert came to her. How could Xiaoyi miss it? Of course. She had to learn more about the relevant knowledge. At least when she went to the farmer's market in the future, she would be able to think more clearly, and not be easily deceived. Xiaoyi did it right away. She quickly edited a text message and sent it out. If I go to bother you this afternoon, is it convenient for Boss Ming? Less than a minute after the message was sent, she received a quick reply, 2 in a row. Convenient. Miss Xia. Come anytime, I receive you anytime. Xiaoyi. Is it too fast this time? She felt a little strange. After being brainwashed by Shanshan, Xiaoyi could not control her thoughts. She always wanted to put herself in Shanshan's love-minded mind, to analyze Ming Jia's behavior motives. This kind of analysis is not good. The more she analyzed, the more she felt something was wrong. Xiaoyi began to murmur in her heart. This Ming Jia treats her differently. Whatever, Xiaoyi retracted the poor association in her mind. She has no interest in dating. People's hearts are unpredictable. Even her own parents cannot be trusted, let alone finding a man. In the end times, ordinary people are prone to malice. If she meets someone with ulterior motives, wouldn't it be a disaster? It's a completely unprofitable business. I won't do it. But love is love, business is business. I won't talk about love, but I still have to talk about business. Since Ming Jiayi said that it was okay anytime, Xiaoyi certainly wouldn't be polite, and simply drove straight to Isha. The project acceptance could also be done tomorrow. Since she had contacted Ming Jiayi today, she was ready to finish the work here. Xiaoyi didn't want to make an appointment to meet and reveal her whereabouts in advance. The weather was still very good this afternoon. Xiaoyi drove onto the road around the lake. The azure blue lake was endless, and the outline of the clouds was clearly reflected. After days of running around and being busy, only by looking at the lake view can she feel the long-lost sense of relaxation. In order to take advantage of the beautiful scenery outside the car, she suddenly turned on the radio and wanted to tune in some music. The radio has never been used since the car was bought. After searching for a long time, the channel that was tuned in was weather forecast. Typhoon number 9 and typhoon number 11 will land on the Blase coast at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the maximum wind force near the center will remain at level 17. Typhoon number 9 and typhoon number 11? The names of these two little cuties sound familiar for some reason. Weren't they the two typhoons that were said to produce the Fujiwara effect that she heard in the weather forecast on the night when Yu Xiaojing reminded her to return home? From the weather forecast, we can know that the legendary Fujiwara effect has not yet occurred. The two typhoons are like walking on a catwalk, circling around each other lovingly, with no signs of meeting at all. The typhoon's flying path is also very strange. It seems to have eyes, running along the coastline all the time, but not landing. The Blase coast is on the other side of the Earth, that is to say, the two of them have now circled half of the Earth, and are still at level 17. This is not very scientific. However, this may just be the beginning. There will probably be more and more unscientific things in the future. Human beings will appear extremely insignificant in the climate change of nature. No one knows where their fate will go. All Xiaoyi can do is to do her best, and leave it to fate. But then again, when talking about the two old friends number 9 and number 11, she suddenly thought of Yu Xiaojing. Yu Xiaojing has become less active recently. When she was abroad, Yu Xiaojing would chatter non-stop about any trivial matters, such as when she stepped on a stone when she went out, or when she ate a bug while eating. Since returning to China, its activity has gradually decreased. Recently, it seems to have broken down. The shrill chirping sound has never been heard again. Xiaoyi was so busy these days that she didn't notice anything unusual. Only now did she realize that something was wrong. She tried to call out in her heart, Yu Xiaojing? Yu Xiaojing. After a long silence, finally, a beep sound rang in her ears. Xiaoyi slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe she was overthinking. After all, she hadn't encountered any unsafe things recently. Yu Xiaojing didn't make trouble. Maybe it was because there was no need to make trouble. Unknowingly, she had already arrived at the destination. Ming Jiayi was waiting there in a clean and refreshing manner. He was wearing a pure white round-neck sweatshirt with gray sweatpants, a pair of sneakers on his feet, and his hands in his trouser pockets. The afternoon sun shines on his body, leaving a slender silhouette. It must be said that, whether it is his clothes, appearance or temperament, He has nothing to do with his personality label. He does not look like a successful young entrepreneur. Nor does he look like a high-looking internet celebrity who got rich overnight. Nor does he look like a chef. If you have to make a metaphor, he is more like a college student who has not left the school. He has not been baptized by the cruel society. And his world is simple and clean. He has just finished class and is standing at the door of the lecture hall waiting for his girlfriend. Xiaoyi turned the steering wheel, parked the car at the outermost edge of the parking lot, then jumped out of the car and greeted from a distance. "Hi." Ming Jiayi looked up at her. A smile flashed across his eyes. Xiaoyi went to bed with her hair wet last night, and when she woke up in the morning, it was already a mess. So she wore a baseball cap to cover it up. But a strand of hair stuck out dishonestly, swaying slightly as she walked. She was dressed in black as usual. Black t-shirt, black pants, black shoes, black hat, and habitually held a black metal long-handled outdoor flashlight in her hand. Two people stood face to face in the parking lot. If you only judge by their appearance, one looked like they were here for a date. The other looked like they were here for a fight. Ming Jiayi put his fist to his lips, coughed lightly, and replied, "Hi." Xiaoyi smiled and nodded. She looked around and randomly found a topic. "Why is it so quiet today?" Xia is a remote and quiet place, very suitable for gatherings and chatting, and the scenery is especially good in the afternoon, since it was difficult to reserve a table. The only table of guests that were received every day usually arrived in the afternoon, and some even arrived before noon, and stayed from noon to after dinner. At this time, it was a bit too quiet. Ming Jiayi walked in front of Xiaoyi, raised his arm, and led her forward, and was walking towards the restaurant courtyard. After hearing this, his steps paused slightly. "Oh, this." Ming Jiayi tilted his head slightly, lowered his eyes, and looked at Xiaoyi. His expression was a bit inexplicable, as if he was thinking about something. This situation lasted for a moment, but soon disappeared. He answered truthfully, "It's closed. We don't plan to open again." "Closed?" Xiaoyi raised his head in confusion, with confusion in his eyes. "Your business is so good, and it's hard to get a seat. Why are you closing suddenly?" Chapter 40. The two walked side by side along the gravel path by the lake. There were bushes and vegetation on the left side of the path, and guardrails beside the lake on the right side. The gravel path was not wide, and sometimes people would accidentally bump into each other when they raised their arms. Ming Jiayi's fingers curled up, and when he was bumped by Xiaoyi for the third time, he reluctantly stepped back a little, giving up half a body position. "Yes, why should it be closed?" He repeated her question, as if he was thinking about the answer, and as if he was thinking about how to answer. At this time, the two had reached the end of the trail. Xiaoyi followed Ming Jiayi, turned around the large area of vegetation on the left, and looked forward. Suddenly, a beautiful glass greenhouse came into view. The greenhouse was as high as 2 floors, roughly estimated to be about 5 or 6 meters. Because the vegetation blocked the view, it was impossible to estimate the width and length of the greenhouse. Through the clear glass, you can see the neatly arranged fruit trees from a distance, planted in the greenhouse. Walk a few steps forward and take a closer look. Among the lush branches and leaves of the fruit trees, orange fruits are growing well, and clusters of them are piled on the branches. Looking at the scene in front of her, Xiaoyi was slightly stunned. Her astonishment was not only because the fruit trees were planted in the greenhouse, but most importantly, she did not expect Ming Jiayi to take her to see the orange tree first. When Ming Jiayi invited her to come, the text message clearly stated that he invited her to taste the dishes. Although she was interested in the orange tree, it was not reflected in the reply to the text message. From the other party's perspective, she was just here to taste the dishes. Why did he know that she wanted to see the orange tree? Oh, and there is one more thing. The other party is going to close the restaurant. Is it still necessary to try new dishes? A string of question marks flashed through her mind. Ming Jiayi suddenly spoke at this time. Or, guess? Guess? Guess what? Xiaoyi had too many thoughts in her mind just now. It took a moment to react. Ming Jiayi was still talking about the previous topic. This restaurant's business is so good, why is it suddenly closed? Yes, why should it be closed? A store that makes a lot of money every day, who would not make money? If you are too busy, you can ask for help. Even if Ming Jiayi doesn't have time to live broadcast in person. The store traffic has declined, but the reputation accumulated here for a long time is still there. and it can still make a lot of money every day. If it were her, she would definitely never. Thinking of this, Xiaoyi's heart suddenly jumped slightly. No. She would. The end of the world is coming. And money will become waste paper sooner or later. She just wants to build a shelter, stock up on supplies, and find ways to increase her chances of survival, instead of spending time and energy to maintain such a restaurant. However, to make such a choice, there is an important prerequisite. She can predict the risks in the future. And Ming Jiayi. Xiaoyi thought quietly. The seeds of doubt were quietly taking root, sprouting, and gradually growing into towering trees. Ming Jiayi had been observing her expression from the side. And perhaps because she was too serious, he suddenly smiled and said, "I'm kidding you. It's just a temporary suspension of business. It will reopen in 10 days or half a month." "Oh, really?" Xiaoyi nodded indifferently, not intending to continue asking, but secretly guarding in her heart. It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Ming Jiayi's rise to wealth was too legendary. And it was also suspicious that he suddenly closed the restaurant at this juncture. Moreover, he could inexplicably guess her thoughts, which made Xiaoyi secretly alert. She doubted that Ming Jiayi had the ability to predict the future. Moreover, she felt vaguely that this information might have been revealed to her by Ming Jiayi on purpose. Of course, Xiaoyi would not be stupid enough to ask and expose the truth. If she guessed wrong, who knows if the other party would kill her in a rage. For this matter, what she had to do was to keep her mouth shut, neither relying on luck nor acting blindly. At the same time, she had to consider the worst possibility and take precautions according to this possibility. If the other party really had malicious intentions, she would not be afraid of trouble. If anyone wanted to cause trouble for her, she would risk it and tear a piece of flesh from the other party. Xiaoyi followed Ming Jiayi forward while thinking. And before he knew it, he had already walked into the greenhouse. He heard the other person's voice. "My greenhouse is made of special materials. Made of glass. This is a three-dimensional plant breeding area, covering an area of about 2 acres. Only a small part of it is fruit trees. And most of the area is for three-dimensional planting." Ming Jiayi explained the various planting principles in detail. For example, rice and fish can be raised at the same time in a very small area. The nutrients they need complement each other. For example, the three-dimensional cultivation mode can increase the utilization rate of space. For example, the fully automatic planting equipment can ensure the breeding effect while minimizing the labor cost. In another animal three-dimensional breeding area, there are three-dimensional breeding of laying hens, three-dimensional breeding of ponds, scientific feeding of pigs, chickens, and fish mixed together, and so on. These breeding principles are very professional and practical. Xiaoyi's attention was quickly attracted, and she even turned on the recording on her mobile phone. No matter what Ming Jiayi's intentions are, he is indeed a big boss in the breeding industry. In this link, all the information he shared is beneficial to Xiaoyi. This kind of small-scale scientific breeding is like a timely help to her. The only problem is that the technical requirements are a bit high. Although many jobs can be completed with the assistance of machines, a lot of knowledge and technical reserves are necessary, and machines cannot be operated casually by laymen. The span of this industry is too large. Although Xiaoyi is unsure about this, she will try it anyway. Xiaoyi consulted various questions in detail and tried her best to absorb knowledge. From how to build a glass house, what kind of material it is, whether it can be replaced with other glass, to which animals and plants are suitable for breeding, what tools are needed, what processes, how to operate, how to monitor data indicators, and so on. She also knew that Ming Jiayi was suspicious. But in today's environment, it was not easy to quickly find someone who could explain these things clearly. And reading books was too inefficient. And she did not have that much time. She could slowly try and error in terms of technology, and slowly explore. But there were some things that she needed to know as soon as possible. For example, she had to decide what to plant, how much land to occupy, and then prepare the greenhouse, seeds, plants, animal cubs, equipment, and related tools in advance. Otherwise, when the end of the world comes, she will slowly learn these technologies, but find that there are no seeds or tools, which will become a joke. Since Ming Jiayi knows, let's ask. Although there are risks, it is much better than knowing nothing and being in the dark. Ming Jiayi's explanation was very accurate, logically clear, and concise. But there was too much content. The two of them asked and answered one another, and talked from dawn to sunset. When Xiaoyi was still a little reluctant, Ming Jiayi finally stopped. Do you want to go eat something? Xiaoyi. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that her superficial reason for coming here was to try the food. Since she was here, there was no reason to let her taste buds down. Xiaoyi nodded decisively and ate a hearty meal. Before leaving, she still decisively scanned the code to pay. This time she paid more. Although Ming Jia did not give her a quote, she estimated that she paid about 10 times the meal fee. Since she had taken up the other party's time and absorbed a lot of useful knowledge, she should pay. If a problem can be solved with money, she will never owe favors to others. Before leaving, Ming Jia recommended to her the manufacturers of custom glass houses, as well as the manufacturers of various seeds and tools. Xiaoyi carefully wrote them down. For things like seeds, plants and tools, she can compare prices from 3 different stores, and then decide whether to buy from the merchants recommended by Ming Jia. In order not to reveal her whereabouts, she can temporarily rent a warehouse, and ask the merchants to deliver the goods to the warehouse after purchase. And then she can arrange for someone to pick them up. But the glass house is more troublesome. It is estimated that it will need to be installed on site, which will easily expose the address of her shelter. However, this kind of customization is quite demanding, and it is difficult to find a replacement manufacturer in a short period of time. Ming Jiayi looked at her quietly, as if he knew her inner thoughts, and spoke softly, as if explaining, If I say, I have no ill will towards you, do you believe it? That's for sure. Xiaoyi concealed the emotions in her eyes, showing a smiling face with curved eyebrows, and answered, Of course. Boss Ming's character is definitely impeccable. How could he have any ill will towards me? Ming Jiayi. A trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes. He hesitated several times, as if he wanted to say something, but finally gave up and said, The glass house can be assembled on site. The assembly process is not complicated. You don't need to ask the manufacturer to come to your door. You can find a worker you trust to learn, and you should be able to complete the work. Oh, it doesn't have to be so complicated. I haven't decided whether to really customize it. Xiaoyi replied with a smile. There is no such thing as a trustworthy worker, but Mr. Zhao people can indeed be used, and those workers whose addresses are far away from here are her best choice at the moment. Ming Jiayi, okay. If he didn't know the man in front of him too well, he might really believe this nonsense and perfunctory. By the way, there is one more thing. What do you say? Your family. Ming Jiayi recalled what Su Jialan said at the dinner table last time, and Lin Yong's attitude, and reminded softly. Not as simple as it looks. Ah, is that so? Xiaoyi blinked innocently, showing a confused and thoughtful expression, and nodded after a moment. I know, I will remember what you said, thank you for reminding me. Ming Jiayi. Okay, it's okay, as long as she knows it. Xiaoyi pretended to be crazy and chatted for a few more sentences with a sincere face, and then said goodbye to the other party politely. It was already dark outside. Ming Jiayi sent her to the parking lot, handed her a gift box the size of a backpack, said she was helping to taste the food. A thank you gift. Accepting the thank you gift for tasting food was really a bit unreasonable for Xiaoyi, but fortunately, she paid for the food, so she didn't refuse after thinking about it. After thanking him, she opened the car door and put the gift on the passenger seat. Ming Jiayi watched her from a distance, and her thin figure jumped into the driver's seat of the SUV, with a trace of worry in her eyes. Chapter 41. Ming Jiayi didn't say much in the end. He knew Xiaoyi and her personality, so he knew that he couldn't interfere with her plan, nor could he. After thinking for a while, he finally said, You pay attention to safety. Yeah, I got it, thank you very much, bye. Xiaoyi was still polite on the surface but perfunctory on the heart, opened the car window and waved, without looking back, stepped on the accelerator and drove into the night. From a distance through the rearview mirror, Ming Jiayi's slender figure could still be seen, standing under the street light in front of the parking lot, and he didn't leave for a long time. Xiaoyi. She was completely confused today. Before coming to Xia, she thought this guy had something for her, and now she felt that he seemed to know something. If anyone really had the ability to predict the future these days, he should have made a fortune quietly, but he didn't hide anything from her. Ming Jiayi not only knew what she wanted to do, but also very considerately helped her prepare various plans. To be honest, it was quite helpful to her. She didn't believe in unprovoked kindness, nor did she believe in the Lin family, Nor did she believe in Ming Jiayi. If it was just a small favor, it would be fine. But Ming Jiayi's actions were obviously not a small favor. Then, why did he help her? It couldn't be a ridiculous reason like he liked her. Right? Only a person with a perfect love brain could easily reveal his cards to a member of the opposite sex he liked. Compared to this reason, it sounded more reasonable to have other intentions. If she doesn't have any ulterior motives, what can Ming Jiayi get from her? Xiaoyi thought about it over and over again. But she still couldn't figure it out. But the good news is that there are more than 1 or 2 people who are thinking about her. Too many lice don't itch. Too many debts don't worry. If 1 or 2 people are thinking about her, then she still has to be careful to prevent crises. If there are too many people thinking about her, then there is no point in worrying and preventing. It's better to just start. Follow your own pace. And take it one step at a time. However, before figuring out Ming Jiayi's purpose, Xiaoyi probably won't go to Xia again. It's time to eat. Thinking about the cooking skills of Chef Ming, she may never be able to eat it again in the future. She really feels a bit sorry. Xiaoyi drove a short distance along the ring road around the lake, still hadn't figured out where to stay tonight. Finally, she decided to go to Yuehu Sanatorium. She originally planned to go there during the day, but Ming Jiayi intercepted her halfway, and they have been talking until now. The nearest hotel is half an hour's drive away, and she has to drive back tomorrow morning, which is too troublesome. It's better to go there directly now. The worst case scenario is to continue sleeping in the car at night. Xiaoyi, with her casual attitude towards life, drove to Yuehu Sanatorium in the dead of night. Engineer Zhao was frightened by her late-night visit. This client seemed a little abnormal. She was very tight on time, but she never showed up at the construction site. She came to supervise for the first time at 10 p.m., which made people doubt her mental state. It's okay. It's okay. You guys do what you need to do. I'm just passing by and just looking around. Xiaoyi laughed, persuaded the nervous Zhao to leave, put on a protective helmet, and walked into the construction site alone. Due to the tight deadline and high wages, the workers of Yuehu Sanatorium worked in 3 shifts, and the lights were still on at 10 o'clock in the evening. Xiaoyi walked around the construction site, starting from the outermost guardrail. The work of the protective net did not conflict with other work. It was done by an independent team of workers, and has now been basically completed. The outermost layer is a concrete wall. This wall can tell outsiders that the inner side is a private area, and that they are not allowed to enter at will. Secondly, it can also block the view from outside, so that it is not easily peeped. The concrete wall is divided into 3 layers: upper, middle and lower, which are about 5 meters high in total. The bottom layer is about 4 meters high and is supported by steel bars. Engineer Zhao people poured additional concrete on the wall. The material is similar to road guardrails, which is very, very strong. Even large trucks are difficult to break through, which can prevent people from driving large cars to force their way through. The second layer is a fine steel gun tip guardrail. The gun tip is very sharp, which can penetrate flesh and blood, and ordinary people or animals cannot climb over it at all. The third layer is a horizontal electric fence made of fine steel, with high voltage electricity inside. Steel is very strong, and it can't cause any damage with daily tools such as pliers. Even if you use an electric saw to saw it, you have to use a special electric saw for a long time. If someone wants to break through this wall by force, then they have to wear insulating clothes, carry a special electric saw weighing about 5 kilograms, climb up a 5-meter high wall, and saw the electric fence open without being pierced by the gun tip guardrail, to climb over the wall. Whether it is these tools, or the operating skills, they are not something that ordinary people can do. There is a second wall a few meters inside the fence, which is a pure high-voltage power grid wall. The ground between the first and second walls is full of barbs and nails, and the steel bars are twisted into a twisted rope. This layer can also be powered, but it is not often turned on weekdays. If someone really has the ability to climb over the first wall, there is no place to stand on this side of the wall. If you step on the ground carelessly, your foot will be pierced through. A few meters inside is the third wall, which is a steel fence wall, to prevent people inside from accidentally touching the power grid, and to place unmanned sentries. There is an unmanned sentry every certain distance on the top of the wall, with batteries and solar panels. If the power grid is cut off, it can work independently for a period of time. The crossbows on it are ready, and only the interface and pipeline of sulfuric acid are ready. When it is turned on later, it will have the attack function, and can be remotely controlled to attack foreign invaders. Xiaoyi walked around the top of the mountain and carefully checked the solidity of the wall. He was quite satisfied. This airtight defensive wall could isolate 99% of ordinary people. It looked very safe. This wall surrounded the mountain 3 times. Like a shape. The inner wall surrounded most of the top of the mountain, including the main building of the sanatorium, the greenhouse at the back, the golf course, and all the equipment such as water storage equipment, energy storage equipment, and garbage recycling equipment. The middle circle encircles half of the mountain, including the elevator leading to the dock, and some wild land behind the mountain. The outer circle is at the foot of the mountain. From the entrance, you have to pass through the electronic gate. This mountain road is not popular, and this kind of enclosure behavior is not easy to be discovered in a short time. In addition, the space capsules were left in the outer circle by Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi kept these space capsules, not for her own use. Although it is unlikely, she may need to let someone she trusts stay here under certain circumstances. But she didn't want the tenant to invade her living space. After ensuring the other party's safety, she placed the space capsule at the outermost edge, separated from her living and storage space. Even if the worst happened, this space and her living space still had 2 solid and difficult to break walls. The original decoration of the space capsule remained unchanged. The basic bed, cabinet, kitchen and bathroom could be used. Only the water and electricity system was refitted. The water was not diverted from Xiaoyi water tank, but directly taken from the groundwater. After being filtered by the filtration system, it was supplied to each room. If the groundwater could not be used, the water supply in these rooms would be cut off, and Xiaoyi living water storage would not be consumed. The electricity source of these rooms mainly comes from the solar panels on the roof, and 2 self-generated electric bicycles in each room. When the power storage is insufficient, they can rely on human power generation to maintain basic life and use, and will not consume Xiaoyi life power storage. The middle circle also has a specific purpose. Free range. The middle circle covers about 10 acres of land. It was originally a wild mountain with plants everywhere. She plans to raise some animals and plants here. These animals and plants are not carefully cultivated like the flower room discussed with Ming. She plans to put the flower room in the inner circle. She will not spend too much time taking care of all the animals and plants in the middle circle. The main focus is to let fate take its course. Xiaoyi planned to leave behind hundreds of chickens, hundreds of rabbits, dozens of sheep, dozens of pigs, a dozen cows, both male and female, and most, build several nests for them in the wild, which can be used for warmth in winter, and then let them reproduce on their own, if they can survive. They will survive. If they can't survive, the fittest will survive. In addition, she also planned to plant some easy-to-grow plants, such as sweet potatoes, soybeans, sunflowers, tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, eggplants, perilla, rapeseed, spinach, dandelions, amaranth, mustard greens, etc., and some plant vines that animals like to eat. She planned to store hundreds of kilograms of seeds of all plants that could live locally, most of which would be used for cultivation in the greenhouse, and a small part would be planted randomly in the wild, letting them live as they wish, regardless of whether it was scientific or not, or how much the yield per moo was, whether it was animals or plants. She would let them grow wildly. If they grew well, she could occasionally come out to pick them, hunt, and improve the food. If they were unfortunately eliminated, it would not be a big loss to her. As for the inner circle, it is the living space she planned for herself. Several generators have been installed. Wind power, water power, and solar power. The weather is good tonight. There is a breeze on the top of the mountain. The wind turbine rotates slowly in the moonlight. The dark reflection can be seen from a distance. Xiaoyi walked to the battery to check the situation. All batteries are stored separately and well preserved in 20 small warehouses. These warehouses are semi-underground warehouses. Solid and secret, each warehouse is well protected from impact, water, insects, corrosion, etc. The battery is 5000 kWx20, and now it is fully charged. There are also extra batteries in the processing field and security facilities outside. If you use it sparingly in daily life, these electricity can be used for 20 years, even if the solar, wind, and hydropower generation systems fail completely. Fuel oil and natural gas can support for a longer period of time. Chapter 42. This period of time is enough for Xia to bring back new fuel from the gas station to ensure power supply. This is just a backup plan for the backup plan. According to the current power generation system, after fully supplying all workers with daily electricity, there will even be some surplus. Unless the weather is bad to a certain extent, making the three major natural power generation all ineffective, otherwise this scenario will not even happen. Next to the power station and the battery, is the golf course on the north side of the mountain top, which is now completely turned into a small factory. There are natural gas storage, sulfuric acid storage, gasoline and diesel storage, and some other small storages. These storages are reinforced concrete outer shells and flame-proof and explosion-proof inner shells. These storages are dug underground to ensure safety as much as possible. In addition, in a remote corner near the foot of the mountain, there is also a small garbage disposal plant. These buildings are basically completed, and workers are doing specific decoration work inside the buildings. In order to ensure the safety of the sanatorium, these buildings are built 100 meters north of the sanatorium. And in order to avoid contaminating the water storage tower as much as possible, the water storage tower is located in the south of the sanatorium. Xia walked around the main building and went to the south side of the sanatorium. There was a small water station there, which could take groundwater or lake water. It would filter, disinfect, and process the water to ensure that the water could be used daily. In addition, there were 20 water towers buried underground, each of which could store about 1,000 tons of water. The outer layer was very solid, and the inner layer was mildew-proof and antibacterial, and they were neatly arranged. The most amazing thing was the main building of the sanatorium, which had been completely renewed. The entire building's facade is wrapped in thick titanium alloy, and outside the titanium alloy, a wall about half a meter thick is covered with concrete. All glass windows are still retained, but the glass has long been replaced with double-layer bulletproof glass plus a layer of aluminosilicate glass, which has excellent bulletproof and sealing properties. There is also a titanium alloy shielding plate outside, which can be lowered to block the glass at any time. The biggest change at the main entrance of the main building is the addition of a long passage. The passage is about 3 meters high, 3 meters wide, and about 10 meters long. At the entrance, people and vehicles are separated. The pedestrian passage goes directly to the first floor, and the car passage goes down the slope to the basement floor. After parking the car, you need to walk out again and enter the main building through the sidewalk. There are 4 doors in the passage. The middle of the first and second is the security check area, where all metal products and weapons can be checked. The middle of the second and third is the disinfection area, and the middle of the third and fourth is the negative pressure door, where the changing area is. Whether people or cars go through different passages, they must pass through 4 doors to enter the main building of the sanatorium. Xia couldn't help but applaud. Mr. Zhao construction team is really good. Not only can they execute their needs well, but they are not rigid in their work. They actually understood the intention behind her needs and optimized according to her intention. The result is better than she imagined. She didn't know what crises she would face in the end of the world, so she wanted to isolate herself from the dangers of the outside world, viruses, and even air, and try to be as comprehensive as possible. However, this was only the house part. The house needed to be entered and exited. If the entrance was not well guarded, no matter how well the room was sealed, it would be useless. Although the entrance passage had complicated steps, it could perfectly solve these problems. Xia adjusted her helmet, passed under the scaffolding that had not yet been removed in the passage, and walked into the main building of the sanatorium. The protective layer inside the main building is almost done. Waterproof, insect-proof, airtight, and airtight tests have all passed. Some finishing work is being done from top to bottom. It is said that the upstairs has been completed. Many furniture has been moved in, and even house cleaning is in progress. Xia is not in a hurry to go upstairs. She looks at it from bottom to top. She first takes the elevator to the 5th underground floor. The 5th underground floor is a reservoir, which can store about 6,000 tons of water, as a reserve for future domestic water. The reservoir is made of the same material as the 20 or so water towers on the ground. The reservoir is divided into 6 sections. Even if a certain area is polluted, it will not pollute the entire reservoir. Now there are 6,000 tons of water underground, and 20,000 tons of water on the ground. After the construction of this part is completed, it has begun to be stored. Now it is basically full. 26,000 tons of water If one person uses 50 tons of water a year, this water is enough for 5 people to use for 100 years. In terms of daily water use, she almost doesn't have to worry about it anymore. The third and fourth floors underground have not been organized yet. Currently, we can only see rows of neatly arranged shelves, which are all standing upright, and are nearly 3 meters high. Many daily necessities and food that we bought before have arrived, and some are piled on the ground. There is an electric transport vehicle prepared in advance in front of the shelf, which is scanning the barcode of the cargo box, and automatically raises the bracket according to the classification of the barcode, and places the goods in the corresponding position of the bracket. The electric transport vehicle can also scan the barcode intelligently, and find the corresponding goods according to Xiaoyi needs, and transport the goods from the height, saving the trouble of manpower transportation. I have to say, this design is very advanced. It is probably some tool for smart supermarkets or factories. Probably for the convenience of transportation, sorting and later cleaning. The whole nursing home is decorated from both ends to the middle. The 5th underground floor and the 3rd floor above ground are almost finished. The 3rd and 4th underground floors are being sorted. The 1st and 2nd underground floors and the 1st and 2nd above ground floors are still in a mess. What can be confirmed at present is that the underground garage has been physically isolated. You cannot go directly to the basement from the garage. You must go around the main entrance. Xiaoyi was basically relieved after seeing this. The progress and quality of the project were quite good, and many places were even better than she expected. She could first skim through the semi-finished products in the middle, and then check the progress in a few days. She planned to go to the 3rd floor first to see how the small suite that had been prepared was doing. The elevator room was not open yet. She walked up the stairs to the 3rd floor, and the innermost was the room she prepared for herself. After opening the thick anti-theft door, what came into view was a large area of minimalist log style, which was the main tone of the room design, and her favorite style. All the hard and soft decorations in the room have been completed. The furniture has been moved in, and the whole house has been cleaned. The central air conditioning and fresh air system are being tested. The temperature, humidity, and oxygen in the room are all displayed on the control panel at the entrance. After Xiaoyi entered the room, the indoor lights automatically turned on, and the automatic curtain slowly closed. She changed into a pair of soft slippers, put the shoes in the shoe rack, and after a simple cleaning, she found a brand new and washed home clothes to change into, and began to patrol the room. This suite is a small 2-bedroom apartment of about 90 square meters, which is much smaller than the apartment she usually lives in, but it is more than enough for her to live in alone if there are no visitors. The living room is directly opposite the entrance door. In front of the living room is a 3-layer glass floor-to-ceiling window, facing the lake view at the foot of the mountain. If you look out during the day, the scenery should be particularly beautiful. There is a TV and sofa in the living room. The TV is not connected to the external network, but to the internal server, but many movies are stored in it. She flipped through the folders up and down, and randomly found a movie to play. The back of the sofa slowly lowered, and the massage function was activated. Xiaoyi, having such a room in the end times, isn't it too luxurious? On the left side of the living room is an open kitchen and a small bar that serves as a dining room. The kitchen utensils are particularly complete. There are only 2 seats in front of the bar, so you can eat and watch TV at the same time. On the right side is a lift desk and a computer, as well as a small bookshelf. Walking through the living room, the end of the corridor is the bathroom, which is not only separated by dry and wet areas, but also has a shower, and even a small massage bathtub. There is a towel drying rack hanging on the wall next to the bathtub, and the toilet is also an electric toilet, which is a completely automatic device, and fortunately, they are all relatively energy-saving brands. Xiaoyi gladly accepted this. Think about her large battery and power reserve. These small appliances can optimize the quality of life. Why not? In the corridor from the living room to the bathroom, the north and south lead to a room respectively. The south is the bedroom, and the north is a small gym. The bedroom has a large wardrobe that can hold clothes for all seasons, and a double bed. The mattress and pillow are moderately soft and hard. The bedding has been washed and put away. It looks like you can move in at any time. Xiaoyi thought she would have to spend the night in the car tonight, but she didn't expect that there was a bedroom prepared here, and she could have a good and comfortable sleep. It was really a pleasant surprise. After this room was cleaned up, if she didn't want to go home in the future, she could spend the night here. It was safe for the time being, and she didn't need to compete with the Lin family. Xiaoyi didn't stay in the bedroom for too long. She turned around and went into the gym again. The area of the gym was about the same as the bedroom. On the left-hand side was a large floor-to-ceiling mirror. On the front and right-hand side of the wall, there was a whole row of various equipment. In the center of the house, there was a sandbag hanging from the roof. The basic equipment here is quite complete. Whether it is for practicing strength and physical fitness, or fighting skills, or doing aerobics, it is basically enough. Xiaoyi has not been to the gym for more than half a month since she came back from abroad. Now seeing these equipment, she feels a little itchy. She simply went to the closet to look for it. And as expected, she found the right sportswear. After she changed into the equipment, she walked to the entrance again and took out the black flashlight that she almost never left from her trouser pocket. Xiaoyi faced the floor-length mirror and skillfully performed a set of warm-up exercises. Then he looked around, took down the sandbag from the ceiling, and replaced it with a fighting target found in the corner of the house. Then he slowly unscrewed the end of the flashlight, revealing a black dagger. The dagger handle was cylindrical, with 5-finger anti-slip patterns, which could be screwed into the end of the flashlight tightly. The tip was treated with a black coating, which could make it completely non-reflective. This dagger not only had a sharp blade, but also had many deep blood grooves embedded inside. Xiaoyi placed the flashlight on the ground and held the dagger handle with his backhand. Chapter 43. After coming out of the gym, Xiaoyi wiped the sweat from her forehead, turned right, and went into the shower room, took a comfortable shower, changed into pajamas, and sat in front of the dressing table. There was a hair dryer stand on the wall. The hair dryer blew down at a suitable temperature. You can watch your phone while waiting for your hair to dry. It is really a blessing for lazy people. Back to the bedroom from the bathroom, the bedside configuration is not only equipped with a charger, speakers, mobile phone holder, electric blanket, there is even an oxygen generator at the bedside. If there is a lack of oxygen, it can be put into use immediately. Xiaoyi leaned against the bed, controlled the voice speaker to open the curtains. The lake view at night was extremely peaceful. The moon floated leisurely on the lake, and her mood calmed down. Looking back at the progress of the entire shelter, she was very satisfied with the safety, resource reserves, and user experience. The comfort level here was even higher than her apartment. Although it has not been fully built yet, it is predictable that the final effect will be very good. She even wanted to move her sister here earlier, to get out of the Lin family's surveillance. Unfortunately, the workers here were too noisy, not very suitable for her sister to rest, and the voltage was not very stable. The monitoring equipment could not be powered off for a minute or a second, so she thought she had to endure it for a few more days. 10 days before the end of the world. After sleeping in Yuehu Sanatorium for one night, the electric curtains were already open when she woke up in the morning, and the morning light shone through the window on her body, warm. Xiaoyi stretched and got up, and was about to go downstairs to find food. There are hundreds of workers working downstairs. Every day, someone delivers 3 meals a day, and 2 midnight snacks on time. It shouldn't be a problem for her to go over and have a bite. She got dressed, and was about to go downstairs when she suddenly heard a ding sound. The phone screen suddenly lit up, and a text message popped up. Breakfast in the gift box. Xiaoyi was stunned. She decided to go and take a look. So she went downstairs, and opened the car door. The gift Ming gave her yesterday was thrown there by her. When she unpacked it, she found that it contained a breakfast. It was simple but well sealed. There was no need to worry about it going bad. It contained a pack of sliced bread, a box of butter, a bottle of fresh milk, and a box of coffee liquid. It was very much in line with her daily preferences. Xiaoyi suddenly felt alarmed. She did not feel relieved by the breakfast. Instead, she felt alert from the bottom of her heart. Why did Ming prepare breakfast in advance? Why did he know that she had no breakfast today? Could it be that he really knew the future? There were so many things he needed to know. Why did he need to know himself? Xiaoyi slowly edited a text message and sent it. What's going on? She didn't like others to pry into her life, her residence, her schedule, her preferences. They were all very personal habits. If she didn't plan to actively share them with others, it was because she didn't want to be noticed. Especially at this point in time, she was carefully keeping her daily life secret, and being noticed by perceptive people, it would only bring her trouble. She even seriously considered whether to change to a new car. This car was seen by Ming, and she felt it was not very safe. Although Ming might not be actively spying, or have malicious intentions, it was not important. What was important was that she did not like this feeling. Ming replied very quickly, Obviously, he had been waiting by the phone. I was just worried that you were hungry, so you wouldn't have to drive all the way here to get a free meal. Xiaoyi. This reply was a double entendre, which explained her obvious problem. Why did you give me breakfast? And her hidden problem. Why did you know I needed breakfast? It sounds perfect. But she feels something is even more wrong. Xiaoyi found Ming Jiayi live broadcast room, bought a large gift in it, and replied to the other party's text message. I've sent you the breakfast money. You don't need to bring it for me next time. Thank you. After that, she blacklisted the other party's number. If it were at another time, she might consider a more gentle method, reminding the other party that he had crossed the line. But Xiaoyi didn't have the time to bother now. Although she maintained basic social contact with Ming Jiayi, she always defined their relationship as a restaurant owner with great cooking skills and a greedy customer. Every time she left Yixia, she always took the attitude of paying for the goods and cutting off contact at any time. But Ming Jiayi obviously didn't think so. Whether he was just in love, or wanted to hint at his ability to her, or for some other reason, it was not something that could be ignored. Xiaoyi felt threatened. Threats are not something that can be solved by blocking someone. If Ming Jiayi has the ability to predict the future, and has ill intentions towards her, then what she needs most is not to solve the problem, but to completely get rid of this person. Obviously, it has not come to that point yet. The world still maintains its original order, and she does not intend to be an outlaw. Blocking someone is just to prevent harassment. If Ming Jiayi is just a simple pursuer, he will feel obvious rejection in her attitude. If Ming Jiayi has other intentions, then he will lose the communication channel of the phone, and the cost of intentions will become higher. When he comes to the door next time, it will not be too late to deal with him. After a series of smooth blocking actions, Xiaoyi quickly put the matter behind her. She will face every risk, but will not spend too much emotion on it. Her purpose from beginning to end was very clear: to build a shelter and stock up to survive the end of the world. Other than that, everything else will always be prioritized. She even went to the glass factory recommended by Ming Jiayi. The glass greenhouse is not a conventional custom-made one. The glass must be made of 3 layers. At the same time, it must be airtight and bulletproof. It must also meet the standards for animal and plant breeding. The requirements are very high. It is not a job that can be done by any manufacturer. The quality cannot be guaranteed. Unable to find other reliable manufacturers in a short time, she plans to continue with the original idea. After customizing the glass greenhouse, she will find someone to assemble it herself. But the transportation process must be more cautious. In addition, there are various equipment for breeding, such as watering plants, lighting automation equipment, and temperature and humidity monitoring equipment. Yuahu's sanatorium originally had a small greenhouse, which was used for patients to relax and enjoy themselves. The space was only about 100 square meters. Xiaoyi planned to expand the greenhouse to about 3,000 square meters, which is about 6 to 7 acres. This space is not too large for a golf course with more than 1,000 acres. The 3,000 square meters are divided into 5 areas. The first area is the 3-dimensional breeding area, where animals and plants are mixed and raised, such as rice and fish, which is more scientific, and can increase per acre yield. The second area is the animal area, where chickens, ducks, cows, sheep and pigs are raised, 30 chickens, 10 ducks, 5 pairs of sheep, 2 pairs of pigs and cows, and 2 pairs of dairy cows. The third area is the plant area, which is not suitable for 3-dimensional breeding, but she must eat, such as potatoes, sweet potatoes, soybeans, mushrooms, which are super easy to raise, such as fruits, apples, oranges, grapes, and so on, such as vegetables, tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants, lettuce, rapeseed, and those that can be used as seasonings, scallions, coriander, perilla, peppers, and so on. The fourth area is a small greenhouse, a small area of only 20 to 30 square meters, where some easy-to-grow flowers are grown, such as green ivy, aloe vera, cactus, hyacinth, rose, clivia, morning glory. She even planted a few osmanthus trees. The fifth area is a Chinese medicine area, also a small area of 20 to 30 square meters, where some Isatis root, patula, dandelions, chrysanthemum, silver biloba, safflower, honeysuckle, and 2 hawthorn trees are planted. Buying seeds is not like planting a greenhouse. She did not do a particularly detailed investigation. There is no chance to make mistakes with animals and fruit trees. She can only observe while raising them. She chooses those that are easier to raise. She has reserved a lot of seeds and fertilizers for other plants. She buys whatever she can buy. She can learn and raise them while reading books and tutorials. And slowly make mistakes. It doesn't matter if the seeds are not suitable for the climate here. Who knows what the climate will be like in the future? Maybe they will come in handy. Fortunately, scientific breeding is quantitative. And there are machines to assist. She follows the steps. Even if the yield per moo is lower, it is enough to eat and drink. Xiaoyi went over the general idea in her mind. And then she started talking about cooperation with the people in the glass factory. When the contact person learned that she was introduced by Ming, he was very enthusiastic. He not only accepted all her conditions, but also took out the contract that Ming had signed before for her reference. There was nothing to keep secret about this kind of contract. So Xiaoyi took it and took a look. There was nothing to say about the first part, which was similar to what she had considered before. When she saw the last night, her eyes suddenly froze. The signature on the contract read, Ming Investment Company, Ltd. This name was too familiar. She must have seen it in a contract recently. Xiaoyi's mind was working frantically. Contract, where has she been recently? What kind of contract has she signed? Miss Xia, what's wrong? The staff of the glass factory saw that she looked wrong, and couldn't help asking. Xiaoyi concealed the strange color in her eyes, shook her head gently, and replied with a smile. It's okay. I've seen it. No problem. Just follow this contract template, and sign our contract. After quickly getting the contract for the glass house done, and ensuring that the production and construction had begun, Xiaoyi turned around and left without looking back. Back to the car, she took out the folder of recently signed contracts. The one for the glass factory. No, the one for the security of the apartment and villa. No, the one for the security of the factory and warehouse. No, the one for the purchase and modification of the car. No, the one for the decoration of the sanatorium. No, she flipped through the contracts piled up like a small mountain, page by page, from the signature of the first one, all the way to the last one. That was the first contract she signed after returning to China. The purchase agreement of Yuehu Sanatorium. Xiaoyi suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. She opened the purchase agreement, quickly flipped to the signature page, and looked at the page. On the seller of the property, there were a few big words written clearly. Ming Investment Company, Ltd. Chapter 44. Xiaoyi turned on her phone, and quickly scrolled to Ming Jiayi's name, and dragged him off the blacklist. After dialing the number, she got straight to the point. Let's meet. She arranged to meet by the lake, a place where few people go. Ming Jiayi also drove a car, which was similar in style to hers, and looked simple and low-key, except that the glass was made anti-peep and bulletproof, and all modifications were inside the car, out of sight. Ming Jiayi parked the car on the side of the road. Just as he closed the door, a dark shadow suddenly rushed towards him. He subconsciously dodged and was about to fight back. When he looked up, he saw a familiar face and hurriedly stopped. Xiaoyi did not stop at all. He raised his hand and grabbed his collar, pushing him to stagger. With a bang, he swung the car hard. Then, while he was not standing firmly, he twisted his arm inward, grabbed him with his backhand, and pressed him on the hood of the car. Then she put the flashlight on his neck. Xiaoyi's movements were fast, fierce and neat. Ming Jiayi gasped in pain, but did not try to resist. Instead, he relaxed his back, letting the other party control him, and even tilted his head slightly, exposing the vital part of his neck, sending it to her most convenient position. He lowered his eyes, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Ming Jiayi was more than 20 centimeters taller than Xiaoyi, but at this moment, he was pressed under her without any resistance. His attitude was quiet and submissive, and he obviously had no defense against Xiaoyi at all, and he inexplicably felt a little vulnerable. He seemed to have just taken a shower before leaving. The faint smell of vetiver surrounded him. At this moment, his brows were slightly furrowed in pain. The skin on his side face was pressed against the car body, and his eyelashes cast a faint shadow. Xiaoyi was almost distracted by the beauty. She couldn't control her strength, and twisted it harder subconsciously. When she heard the other party's muffled hum, she suddenly reacted, and slightly loosened her 5 fingers. "What do you know?" she asked. Whether Ming Jiayi was a prophet, or his attitude towards her was different, as long as it didn't directly affect Xiaoyi, she was not interested in it, and could put it aside for the time being. But Yuehu Sanatorium is different. This is the refuge she prepared for herself, her last resort. She believes in the privacy and safety of this place. After investing all her time, energy and money, she has made this place a place that completely suits her wishes. She originally planned to spend her life comfortably here. But now she knows that this place is not secret. The sanatorium was sold to her by Ming, which means that her preparations have long been exposed to the other party's sight. It was hard for her not to imagine this as a conspiracy. Xiaoyi's sense of crisis reached its peak. She quietly choked the other person's throat and imagined various possibilities in her mind, such as a fight to the death. She was not the kind of person who would go and kill the whole family of anyone who offended her. There were many people who offended her along the way, but she was too lazy to waste time on them. Even if she took a small revenge, it was just a matter of convenience. She had priorities in her mind. She had always spent the shortest time doing things that maximized her benefits, and never wasted time dealing with others at an important juncture for the sake of momentary pleasure. People who did that kind of thing were likely to have bubbles in their brains, and would not survive for more than a few days in the end times. But Ming Jiayi is different. He is different from the cats and dogs she met before. He really poses a threat to her. Yuehu's sanatorium is a forbidden area in her heart, but now she finds that someone knows this forbidden area very well, which is equivalent to beating the drum of war against her, and she must fight back. Xiaoyi looked at Ming Jiayi quietly, waiting for his answer, which will directly affect her decision. For example, be a good citizen who abides by the law, or a lawless lunatic. Ming Jiayi supported himself on the car with one hand, and was forced to look up at her. He looked a little dazed when he saw her suddenly tear off her mask and reveal her true appearance. After a long while, he finally realized what Xiaoyi meant, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. I once said that I had no ill will towards you, but you didn't believe it. This was an affirmative sentence. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyi showed no sympathy towards him, and tightened her fingers again. Watching the other party's frown deepen, she stopped exerting force and said lightly, "Answer my question." Ming Jiayi's eyes dimmed slightly, but he didn't look surprised. As if all this was expected, he took a few breaths to ease the pain of his twisted joints, and said, "I never intended to hide it from you." He had just said half of his words, and seeing that his wrist was exerting force again, he looked more helpless and explained, "I just don't know where to start." Xiaoyi didn't buy it at all, and turned his wrist a little half a circle again, saying coldly, "You have a high IQ character on the internet, but you can't even figure out the basic logic of the story?" Ming Jiayi took a breath again. His body was pressed closer to the hood, and a large amount of dust was rubbed on his clothes. He stopped there in pain for several seconds before he recovered, but he still didn't resist at all. After thinking for a while, he found a concise and easy to understand entry point. "Your guesses are basically correct." "Her guesses? What are her guesses?" Ming Jiayi has the ability to predict the future? Ming Jiayi did not deliberately hide this ability, and even hinted at the truth of the matter. Ming Jiayi approached her with a purpose? What else? Xiaoyi did not want to reveal her cards. She tightened her fingers again, twisting the other party's arm to an extreme angle. The bone struggled to maintain under the huge pressure, and even made a creaking friction sound. "Speak clearly, don't beat around the bush." Ming Jiayi was also tortured. Seeing that his arm was about to be broken, he still did not resist at all, but just endured it. "It will be troublesome if my arm is broken." He looked up at Xiaoyi, with a glimmer in his eyes that she did not understand, and whispered, "You probably don't want to waste time on this kind of thing." Xiaoyi would naturally not be shaken by such rhetoric. The strength in her hand did not change at all, and she even squeezed it 3 times tighter. She sneered, "If you continue to play dumb, I let you feel whether I'm afraid of trouble or not. Don't be angry. I don't mean to threaten you." Ming Jiayi looked at her tense expression, and his tone softened. He even pushed his neck forward again, almost touching the flashlight in Xiaoyi's palm. The cold iron pressed against his skin, causing goosebumps. He tried to maintain this completely submissive posture, and said softly, "Look, I am completely under your control now. You can do whatever you want with me." Xiaoyi looked at him indifferently. "I just want to say, maybe you can think about it from another angle. Although I don't please you." At this point, he suddenly paused for a moment, smiled for no apparent reason, and continued, "But I am very useful to you. You like to eat all kinds of delicacies, but you are too lazy to think about recipes. But I happen to be good at cooking. As long as you can name it, I can find a way to serve it to you. You want to deal with." He swallowed those words vaguely, and continued, "You want to build a shelter. You want to store enough food. I can help you. I can provide whatever you need. I have prepared for many years. And all kinds of supplies are sufficient. Or if you don't want me to meddle in your business, I can also help you with a little bit, such as building a glass greenhouse for vegetables. I am good at this. And my major in college is breeding. And I'm rich. If there's anything I haven't thought of, and you like it and want to buy it, just use my card to swipe it, and you can spend as much money as you want," Ming Jiayi said slowly, while observing Xiaoyi's expression. Seeing her indifferent look, he slowly lowered his eyes and said, "And I can predict the future, and help you avoid many dangers." It's not known whether it was because of his desire to survive, or for other reasons. Ming Jiayi was listing his functions in detail, just like a sales pitch. Even the matter of foretelling the future was mentioned by him, with a light tone, without the slightest hesitation or worry, as if it was natural. Xiaoyi could not help but be slightly startled. From any angle, foretelling the future should be a secret. As a secret, it will have a better effect on the enemy. If it is known by others, it will be easily coveted by others. When Xiaoyi had the ability to warn of danger, her first reaction was to disguise and hide. Until now, she only shared this matter with the only friend she trusted when she had no choice. What is her relationship with Ming Jiayi? They have met 4 times, and had 3 meals together. They are just casual acquaintances. They are not in a relationship where they can exchange information about superpowers. The bomb Ming Jiayi dropped was too heavy. When she heard the words, "professionally studied breeding," she had doubts in her heart, but now she had no time to ask questions one by one. Compared with the matter of foreknowledge, all other questions seem unimportant. "You shall?" Xiaoyi swallowed the last word and asked vaguely, "What does the loudspeaker beside me have to do with you?" Yu Xiaojing's ability to predict crisis and Ming Jiayi's ability to predict the future are so similar, as if they are completely the same. Xiaoyi reviewed the situation over and over again on the way here, and finally came to the same conclusion. Ming Jiayi had planned in advance that she would choose Yuehu's sanatorium as a refuge. Xiaoyi's choice of Yuehu's sanatorium was a pure secret. She had never told anyone the address here, including by Shanshan. But what if her choice itself was guided by someone? The first time she heard the name of Yuehu's sanatorium, it was Yu Xiaojing who told her. Her awareness of the crisis of the end of the world was reminded by Yu Xiaojing. She would return to China at this time. She would prepare a shelter. She would stock up on a large scale. Everything, every decision, is closely related to Yu Xiaojing. Over the years, Yu Xiaojing has given Xiaoyi a lot of help. She has always believed in it, and never considered that its appearance and existence were originally part of someone else's plan. When this blind spot is completely broken, you can see another angle of the matter. There is no evidence to prove that Yu Xiaojing's actions are based on her own interests. Once the doubt is opened, all the questions come like a flood, even linked together, and confirm each other. Or, I can ask this question more deeply. Xiaoyi looked at Ming Jiayi steadily, pushed the flashlight buckle with her thumb, and the black blade was cold, and it was quietly pressed against the other's rolling Adam's apple. She asked slowly, word by word, with a deep coldness in her eyes, "Did you deliberately bring that horn to my side?" Chapter 45. Xiaoyi looked at Ming Jiayi coldly. Her face was very close. Sweetness and coldness blended perfectly on her face. Ming Jiayi's face flushed. His eyes were slightly confused. He quickly looked away, trying to slow down his breathing. Feeling the coldness on his neck, the blood flow rate slowly returned to normal, and then he spoke again. This time, the answer was simple and straightforward. "Yes. Since a few years ago, it came to me, and all the warning information it provided was driven by you." Xiaoyi used a declarative sentence. "Yes. You deliberately guided me to return to China, choosing a shelter, buying things, stocking up." Xiaoyi's sneer grew thicker. "Or it can be described more extreme. Everything I have done recently was all deliberately guided by you through its hand." Ming Jiayi gently closed his eyes. "Yes." Xiaoyi's eyes turned completely cold. Although she had a premonition of this matter, when she heard Ming Jiayi admit it in person, she still felt a surge of anger. She raised and relaxed her 5 fingers one by one, relieving her inner emotions. She had to use up all her rationality to resist pulling out the dagger. It was not because Xiaoyi was soft-hearted, but because she was a normal and legal citizen. The end of the world had not yet come. As long as the order outside was not disrupted, she had to abide by it. She was not robbed, nor was it self-defense. There was no reason to attack others. Although Ming Jiayi was threatening, the threat had not yet occurred. The most important thing is, now she doesn't even know if all this is Ming Jiayi conspiracy, and whether the so-called end of the world will come before everything is settled. She can't be too impulsive. Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes slowly. If she can't kill him directly, how to deal with the person in front of her in the safest way? Can I talk? Ming Jiayi asked in a low voice. From the moment he started to calculate the other party, he was destined to be blacklisted. He knew it very well, and there was no point in explaining. It doesn't matter what his motive is. Whether it's evil or good, whether it's for her good, the result will not be any different. Deception is Xiaoyi bottom line. Everything Yu Shaojing told you is true. Seeing that Xiaoyi didn't refuse, Ming Jiayi said softly, probably tacitly, you can doubt me, but don't doubt the matter itself. Especially don't delay your important preparation progress. Yes, the shelter. You suggested that I prepare the shelter. Xiaoyi tilted her head and looked at him. Her lips slightly curved. With an inexplicable smile, she said slowly, but I tried hard to hide the address of the shelter. And now you know it. I don't feel safe anymore. What should I do? She would let many people go. Not because she is easy to bully, but because those people are unworthy. Some people say unworthy is a kind of self-consolation. In the impotent rage, they have no ability to retaliate, and can only find some self-consolation with words. Xiaoyi really thinks they are unworthy. What will happen to these people in the future is far less valuable than her time. But if there is something really important, when it pokes her lungs and threatens her target, the energy she explodes. Except for by Shanshan, probably only Ming Jiayi has seen it. Xiaoyi grasped the dagger, and a terrifying thought flashed through his mind. Are you fucking done? For such a woman, is it necessary? Even if you really can't break free, I give you points to buy props. Okay? A voice suddenly emerged in the air. The tone was pure electronic sound, and it sounded a little familiar. Xiaoyi eyes fixed. The electronic voice was full of dissatisfaction. Although it sounded like the sound of AI, it was full of emotion. And it was like a living person. Ming Jiayi's face suddenly changed when he heard the words. He almost shouted out loud in an instant. Shut up. However, it was too late. The electronic voice did not intend to stop talking. He commented on Xiaoyi, as if he was looking at some kind of item waiting to be sold. If you like it, take it home and keep it in captivity. You can do whatever you want. You are dragging your feet and making a fuss. You spend so many points and so much time, just to woo such an ungrateful person. Ming Jiayi's pupils shrank sharply. Rage burst out from his eyes instantly, and the anger seemed to be about to become real, shattering the electronic sound into pieces, and turning it into ashes. Watching his anger spread, his body movements tended to get bigger. Xiaoyi was slightly alert, and was about to warn him. Who knew? As soon as her eyes fell on the other person, Ming Jiayi's expression changed slightly. The surging anger seemed to be hid by a rainstorm, and quickly dissipated. It turned into anxiety. Since the first time Xiaoyi met Ming Jiayi, the emotions she felt from him were very calm. Although there were subtle changes occasionally, they were very light, and never burst out so violently. His sudden emotions this time changed quickly and violently, and stopped unexpectedly. It's not what he said. Miss Xia, please listen to my explanation. Ming Jiayi moved his lips, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. Finally, he pursed his lips in frustration. He couldn't explain clearly. He couldn't say a word about the information related to the system. If he tried to explain, it was as if he was under a silent spell and couldn't say anything. He couldn't tell about his past experiences, nor how he was forced to buy into this wretched end-of-the-world beauty collection system, nor the relationship between the system and him, nor what he wanted to do. He couldn't tell anything. Ming Jiayi struggled, and his neck was accidentally rubbed against the dagger that was pressed against his neck, and a line of blood slowly oozed out along the blade. Xiaoyi's wrist didn't even tremble. She just watched him tossing and turning quietly, without any fluctuation in her eyes. She thought indifferently. Was everything happening in front of her an accident or an act? Oh, yes. And that electronic voice. It sounded familiar. Like Yu Xiaojing's tone. But not completely like it. Although Yu Xiaojing never spoke, it gave her the impression that he was not so vulgar. Her attitude was calm. But the electronic voice was obviously not calm. Seeing Ming Jiayi injured, the arrogant attitude suddenly became much more honest. And he lowered his voice and said angrily, Are you F***ing crazy? Why are you trying to kill yourself? Ming Jiayi slowly calmed down. In the electronic response, he suddenly tasted something, thought for a moment, and slowly spoke. Miss Xia, can you go with me to a place? Xia Yi looked at him indifferently, without comment. I know what you are worried about. Ming Jiayi narrowed his eyes, rarely looking at her face again, and whispered. I know what you are worried about. Going to that place, maybe we can solve the current problem. He paused for a moment, then said, Of course. If that doesn't work, I still have a final plan, which can solve the problem once and for all. The electronic voice suddenly became anxious when he heard this, and shouted, Ming Jiayi, what do you mean? Are you crazy? Xia Yi looked at him quietly, and the two looked at each other, and ignored the shouting electronic voice. She had many questions to ask. For example, whether the so-called end of the world is a lie. If it really comes, what kind of end of the world? And when it will come? For example, who is Yu Xiaojing? What is her relationship with Ming Jiayi? Why did she need to be warned? For example, what is Ming Jiayi's motive for long-term surveillance? What does he want to get from her? And what has he already got? But she didn't ask a single word. Although this person seemed to know her very well, which made her very unhappy, this was not a reason for her to remain silent. She didn't ask anything, because she felt that asking was meaningless. All the answers could be lies. Even Ming Jiayi's behavior just now could be a show. There must be a channel to verify the authenticity of these words. Xia Yi looked at Ming Jiayi, and after a moment, he said concisely, Prove it to me. I also built a shelter, which is a private garden in the style of a club. It is not far from Yuehu Sanatorium. It takes about 10 minutes to drive, and half an hour to travel by water. Ming Jiayi first proved the end of the world. This is what Xia Yi cares about the most. And he is most worried that Xia Yi will no longer believe it. Now that the matter has been made clear, he can say what he can say directly, and no longer hide it. He originally planned to find a suitable time to bring Xia Yi there. But before he found the time, he was blocked. You mean, I have to go to your site to see the proof? I have photos on my phone. 2. You can look at them first. After you confirm that I didn't lie to you, we can drive over to see the site. Where's the phone? Ming Jiayi paused for a moment, thinking of something. His ears suddenly felt hot. He coughed dryly and said, In my trouser pocket. After saying this, he seemed to feel something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something important. But he didn't have time to think about it. Xia Yi had already started to take out her cell phone. Her movements were very cautious. After putting the flashlight in her pocket, she picked up Ming Jiayi's right hand and crossed it behind his back, and clasped it with his left hand, and then she held it down with one hand, and then she freed her right hand. She reached for Ming Jiayi's trouser pocket. As soon as her fingers touched the fabric, Ming Jiayi's body shook violently, and his muscles suddenly tensed up. Xia Yi fumbled in her right pocket twice, but didn't find it, and reached for her left trouser pocket again. Ming Jiayi's muscles became more and more tense, and his entire waist was almost stretched into a straight line. When she took the phone out of her pocket, Ming Jiayi's face turned red. Xia Yi didn't see Ming Jiayi's expression, but just kept holding his arms, and turned the phone 180 degrees with one hand, lighting up the screen. An old photo from many years ago suddenly came into view. It was when she was in high school. Her parents had not died yet, and her uncle had not become crazy. In addition to her sister, they sponsored several children in China, and forced her to add their contact information and send recent photos back, saying that she wanted to get to know them. This was the photo Xia Yi exchanged at that time. She had had the other person's photo before, but she hadn't looked at it carefully. After the incident at home, she packed up and deleted all the photos and contact information, leaving none behind. Ming Jiayi? She thought about it carefully. It seemed that this name really sounded familiar. Chapter 46. The contact at that time was too brief, and they had not even communicated face to face, so Xia Yi really could not remember it clearly. She thought it was a forgotten memory, but she did not expect it to be found out from the corner of her mind at this moment. Ming Jiayi looked sideways at the screen of her mobile phone, and was about to point out the location of the album to her, but suddenly saw the cover of the mobile phone, and then she suddenly reacted. She seemed to be suddenly ignited, and her cheeks suddenly turned red. I'm not. He knocked his forehead against the hood of the car in frustration, and was about to explain. Xia Yi had already switched interfaces indifferently, opened the mobile phone album, and slid the screen slowly, asking, Where are the photos you want to show me? Xia Yi followed Ming Jiayi's instructions, and flipped to the corresponding interface of the mobile phone album. What was visible was still a lake. It was an ancient garden by the lake. Judging from the bird's eye view, the location was probably on the mountain. That garden is very large. Much larger than Yuehu's sanatorium, although it is full of ancient pavilions and towers. A closer look reveals that all the buildings have been reinforced. The high-voltage cables outside the garden are exactly the same as those in Yuehu's sanatorium. The pond inside the garden is dug very deep, and the water source entrance is filtered with an unknown machine. These are just a few photos, and only a corner of the garden can be seen. But it is enough to confirm that he has made sufficient preparations. My warehouse and breeding garden are in the backyard. There are no photos here. If you want to see them, I can take you to see them at any time, Ming Jiayi was explaining. Xiaoyi slid his thumb gently, and the photo turned to a distant view. The photo seemed to be a picture of the lake, but in fact, it also captured the mountain scenery behind the lake. There was a mountain that looked familiar, which was the mountain of Yuehu's sanatorium. From the perspective of the photo, the straight line distance between the two mountains was not far. If you take the waterway, you can reach it in about 10 minutes. Ming Jiayi was swept by a cold gaze, and he knew that there was no point in hiding. So he had to give up. Yes, I chose Yuehu's sanatorium and sold it to you on purpose. He roughly knew how much budget Xiaoyi had and how much storage he needed, so he chose it carefully, and the two places were not far from each other, so they could help each other. In fact, his garden had a better terrain and more space, but the price was too high, so Xiaoyi would definitely not buy it. After he bought Yuehu's sanatorium, he deliberately spread negative rumors and ruined many transactions without authorization. Only then he successfully lowered the price to a range that Xiaoyi could accept. But there was no need for him to say more. Xiaoyi had already figured it out, although he was unhappy about being plotted against. The most important thing for Xiaoyi was that he could not trust Ming Jiayi's motives. Come with me to see where it is. I tell you the exact address. Ming Jiayi coughed dryly and explained. I know the address of your shelter, and I also know what preparations you have made. This is indeed a bit unfair to you. Ming Jiayi's shelter was obviously carefully prepared for many years and built at a huge cost. There were also a lot of supplies. The cost of moving was very high, so he would not give it up easily. In this way, the two people hold each other's weak points, and Xiaoyi's position will be much more comfortable, not as passive as before. Ming Jiayi obviously has the advantage of information, and deliberately reveals his shortcomings at this time, which is indeed sincere. Okay, I go to your place to take a look. Xiaoyi understood Ming Jiayi's thinking, but it did not mean that she completely trusted him. After all, she could not rule out the suspicion that he deliberately deceived her. And she didn't know what that strange electronic sound was, and what kind of ability it had, so she was still afraid. She grabbed Ming Jiayi's wrist, dragged him to her car without mercy. Ming Jiayi staggered, but still cooperated, and stood in front of the trunk. Xiaoyi opened the trunk, took out something, threw it on him, and ordered, "Do it yourself." Ming Jiayi looked down. It was a pair of handcuffs. The handcuffs were made of fine steel, solid and strong, and the lock was also very delicate. It was not something that could be pried open with wire, nor was it some special toy. Ming Jiayi, although he looked helpless, he still put his hands together obediently, and inserted them into the steel rings of the handcuffs one by one, and locked them with a click. Xiaoyi took back the key, and picked up the handcuffs to check them, and then released his hand and ordered, "Lock your car, and sit in my passenger seat." Okay. Ming Jiayi answered obediently, following a command and an action. After locking the car, he handed the key to Xiaoyi, and after getting in the car, he fastened his seat belt with difficulty. His actions were as cooperative as always, but it was this overly cooperative attitude that made people subconsciously alert. Xiaoyi turned on the navigation on her phone and headed in the direction pointed by Ming Jiayi. She still had a lot of important things to do, but at this point, Ming Jiayi had become a problem she had to deal with first. She couldn't stand being put on the chopping board, being peeped at by others, or even slaughtered at will. She had to be prepared to deal with it, and taking the initiative to obtain more information was an important part of the response. Although this is very passive, it is also her only plan to take the initiative in a passive situation. Xiaoyi drove along the lake, but the electronic voice secretly communicated with Ming Jiayi in his heart. With Ming Jiayi thread just now, he was much more obedient, and did not play the voice to Xiaoyi, and only limited it to the two of them. Electronic voice. What do you mean by a permanent solution just now? When the person in front of Ming Jiayi was not Xiaoyi, his attitude was completely different. And he was completely different from the nervousness and anxiety just now. He said slowly in his heart, "That's what you think. You're crazy. For a woman, you're going to die with me?" The electronic voice was immediately anxious, said angrily, "I've invested so much time and energy in you. I've done everything you said. Get it clear, you didn't do those things for me. I exchanged them for my stocking points." Ming Jiayi ruthlessly exposed it. System number 8325. You better remember clearly, it was your original host who squeezed you dry and threw you away. You were almost scrapped. You had to bind to me. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be able to survive. Don't pretend to be so arrogant. If he hadn't asked the system for help, he wouldn't have accepted the system agreement. This guy has a wrong outlook on life and should be scrapped. System 832 number 5 was furious. But he couldn't do anything about him. He could only rage helplessly. She's just a woman. How can you be so useless? How can a beauty collection system like mine bind a host like you? I'm so unlucky. Ming Jiayi closed his eyes and ignored him. System 832 number 5 couldn't help it and continued to shout, "Can't you just open these broken handcuffs? It's just 100 points. Ming Jiayi, poor. No points. System number 8325. I can just overdraw for you. And you can make up for it later when you earn. Ming Jiayi, lazy. Don't want to earn. System number 8325. You have earned tens of thousands of points over the years. And you spent them on her without blinking an eye. Why weren't you lazy then? Why are you lazy now?" He tried to provoke the other party, with contempt in his tone. "Do you like being handcuffed so much?" However, Ming Jiayi didn't buy it at all, and said lazily, "Yes. I like being handcuffed. It's fun." System number 8325. He still did not give up, and continued, "What kind of fun are you talking about? You don't dare to do it. Do you?" Ming Jiayi raised his eyes, and glanced at Xiaoyi. She held the steering wheel with one hand, and her right arm was on the armrest. The dark flashlight was placed there, and her slender and beautiful fingers tapped the body of the flashlight, never relaxing her vigilance for a moment. Ming Jiayi smiled, leaned lazily on the back of the chair, and said slowly, "Yes, I don't dare." System number 8325. He kept trying to sow discord. "You did so much for her, but not only did she not appreciate it, she even acted like you owed her 8 million. Don't you have any temper at all? Are you just trying to please her? Are you a slut?" Ming Jiayi curved his lips, moved his eyes away from Xiaoyi's profile, closed his eyes again, and said lightly, "Yes, you just knew it." System number 8325. Just as Ming Jiayi and system number 8325 were struggling in secret, a cell phone suddenly rang in the car. Xiaoyi subconsciously pressed the answer button on the steering wheel. "Hello?" The person on the other end of the phone was slightly stunned, obviously didn't react to the fact that the call was actually answered, was silent for a long time before reacting, angrily. "You still know how to answer the phone?" "Xiaoyi. This voice sounds familiar, as if I've heard it recently. Who is it?" There have been a lot of spam calls recently, but she didn't save the numbers, so she was too lazy to answer them. Just now, she was too focused, and was always on guard against Ming Jiayi's small moves, so she didn't have time to check the notes, and answered the call casually. She didn't expect it to be a harassing call, and the other party obviously knew her. Seeing that the other party was not friendly, Xiaoyi was too lazy to be polite, and asked directly, "Who are you?" "Huh? You don't even know who I am?" Xiaoyi. She was too lazy to chat with people, and hung up the phone. It was obvious that the other party would not give up easily. The receiver was silent for less than 3 seconds, and the next call came in. She was fed up with this kind of lunatic, and was about to hang up and block him. But Ming Jiayi beside her suddenly spoke. I think I heard who the caller is." Xiaoyi's finger was suspended in front of the screen, and after a moment, she gave up the action of hanging up, and turned the ringtone to silent, and asked, "Who?" "It seems, your mother." Xiaoyi, ? Chapter 47. Maybe it was because Xiaoyi's expression changed too quickly, and the final point was inexplicably cute. Ming Jiayi couldn't help but chuckle, and said helplessly, "That's the one, your biological mother. They had dinner in my restaurant on the day they recognized you as your biological mother." Although this dinner address was also because he was not very reassured, and deliberately guided Lin Ling Lang to stay at his home, but for his own safety, it's better not to talk about this kind of thing again. "Su Jialan?" Xiaoyi narrowed her eyes slightly. At this time, Why did Su Jialan call her? It seemed that she had been ignoring Lin Linglang for some time. The last time she saw him, she was obviously a little impatient. A few days later, maybe she was driven crazy by the pressure? Then why did Su Jialan call? Was she here to lobby? Lin Linglang was so proud. If he couldn't bring himself to beg her, he would just throw his mother's face to the ground. Xia Yi shook her head. These things have nothing to do with her. The thing that may have something to do with her is the daily necessities factory will make progress. She pressed the answer button, and the other party's roar came instantly from the hands-free in the car. How dare you hang up on me? Xia Yi. Su Jialan used to treat her with a nose and eyes, but with the father and son of the Lin family in control, she could still speak human language. What kind of tone is this now? Call me back when you have learned how to speak, she replied calmly, then hung up the phone again and turned the phone to silent mode. The father and son of the Lin family had some sense of the situation and knew that they needed help, although they did not openly beg but secretly tricked. Their attitude was still very proper. They invited them to dinner and gave them gifts. Although they did not act very well, they tried very hard to pretend to love their daughter. What the hell is Su Jialan doing? She wants to beg for food and has to stand to beg. Isn't that too greedy? Ming Jiai turned his head and looked at her face. After a moment's silence, he tentatively suggested, if they want to give you something, you might as well keep it. Xia Yi hooked the steering wheel with one hand, turned a corner gently, stared at the front with a faint look, and responded, well, let them worry first. Ming Jiai saw that she had no resistance, so he pushed the topic forward. It's almost time. Don't delay too long. Oh, is that so? Xia Yi glanced at him and asked slowly, how long is it? 3 days? 5 days? Half a month? A month? I can't tell you the exact time. I promised you that I would remind you 3 days before. Ming Jiai stopped talking halfway, and his voice suddenly stopped. You promised me? Xia Yi narrowed her eyes slightly, sharply capturing the information in his words, and a bold idea took shape in her mind. The electronic voice next to Ming Jiai was very similar to Yu Xiaojing's, but she was sure that it was definitely not Yu Xiaojing. There are 2 reasons. The first reason is that electronic sound can speak, but Yu Xiaojing is obviously limited in function, and can only use a single beep sound to express his intentions. He has no ability to speak. The second reason is more outrageous. Electronic sound's personality is obviously different from Yu Xiaojing's. They are obviously not the same soul. Yu Xiaojing's personality is more like Ming Jiai than electronic sound. Don't tell me that the thing that keeps beeping with me every day is you. Xia Yi didn't know what to call electronic sound, so she used that thing as a substitute for the moment, trying to describe her understanding. She could clearly see that electronic sound and Ming Jiai thoughts were not in sync, but they were still forcibly linked together, which was obviously a kind of cooperative relationship of interests. Maybe this kind of cooperation would allow him to send a signal to her through the sound of the loudspeaker. The 2 of them had already talked to this point, and Ming Jiai no longer hid it, and admitted it directly. Yes, Yu Xiaojing is me. Xia Yi was originally concentrating on analyzing the information in front of her. When she heard this, some images suddenly flashed through her mind, and she couldn't help but frown. So, remind me not to slip on the floor when taking a shower. Blow dry my hair before going to bed, or I will catch a cold. And don't crave ice cream during menstruation. Yu Xiaojing's reminders on major matters are very accurate, and he will repeat them repeatedly. He is a bit nagging on minor matters, but he only reminds me once, so Xia Yi doesn't mind. Only when she thought about it again at this moment, she suddenly felt something was wrong. Cough, cough, cough. Ming Jiai was choked by his saliva, coughed several times in a row, and hurriedly looked away. His ears were burning. Xia Yi. She couldn't understand this person more and more, and didn't understand whether he was real or pretending. If he was pretending too much. Sorry, I'm sorry. Ming Jiai looked away. His voice was still low. He didn't know how to organize his words, and seemed a little incoherent. What kind of compensation can I do? Why are you so useless when it comes to women? System 8325 couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Can't you even say I will be responsible for you? You deserve to have been in love with her for so many years. Ming Jiai narrowed his eyes, unusually did not retort him. Who is he? How can he be responsible? Even if it is compensation, it must be when Xia Yi needs it, otherwise he peeked first, and then gave the other party some money, and it was over. Wouldn't that be like a transaction, or a for sale. The more things in her mind, the harder it is to express them clearly with words. In the end, she ended up saying something that was totally incoherent. It sounded completely insincere. No need, Xiaoyi replied indifferently. At this time, she didn't have the time to worry about being spying on. And this was probably an accident. Ming Jiai's core purpose was obviously not for this, because there was no point in being pretentious about these details. Let's talk about business. Xiaoyi didn't think about it for too long, and soon brought the topic back on track. I understand what you meant just now, although you can't tell me the specific time. If there is any preparation, it needs to be done as soon as possible. Right? It must be said that the two of them have become a little strange now. Xia Yiming and Jiayi attitudes are the same as before, and their vigilance will not be reduced. But they are indeed different from before, because they have a lot of information from each other, and only the other party knows this information. They can only discuss it with each other. Some barriers between them have been broken, and their relationship has become much closer. Although they were still cautious when getting along, they were inexplicably able to be very frank. Yes, Ming Jiayi obviously did not adapt as well as she did, and her ears were still a little red. She whispered. However, after that, the system will slowly collapse, and it will not immediately become chaotic. Who asked you? Why are you saying this? Xiaoyi glanced at him lightly and said, Are you trying to tell me that we can't rush to kill you now? Ming Jiayi. He was about to try to explain, but when he turned around, he saw Xiaoyi's lips slightly pursed, as if he was trying to hold back a smile. After a moment of stunned silence, his back also relaxed. He raised his handcuffed hands and said helplessly, It's too troublesome to silence me. It's better to imprison me and follow you every day. Xiaoyi finally couldn't help laughing. Is this also how you predicted the future in advance? No. Ming Jiayi lowered his eyes and didn't say the second half of the sentence. In the future I can predict you are not around. Heh. Xiaoyi knew that it was time to ask questions that would not give any results, and she was too lazy to say more. With a hint of gloom in her eyes, she spoke lightly. Since you knew me in the past, and you can predict the future, then you should know what kind of person I am. If the two of them really confronted each other, she didn't know if she would win, because the opponent seemed to have many tricks up his sleeve. But if the two of them really confronted each other, she would definitely fight to the death. Even if she had to bite, she would bite off a piece of flesh from the opponent. Ming Jiayi did not answer. He knew it all too well. Ever since she understood her ability, she had only two things in mind. First, how to prevent herself from hurting her. And second, how to maximize his ability. She never asked him what his purpose was, or why he appeared beside her, although he had prepared the answer many years ago. Of course, Ming Jiayi also knew that Xiaoyi did not care about his answer, and he was not in the range of people Xiaoyi cared about. Xiaoyi hates wasting time and emotions on insignificant people, so she limits her circle to a very narrow one. People in her circle will be protected by her unconditionally, while people outside her circle can only be touched by her seemingly polite, but actually indifferent indifference. Sometimes she will be a little kind, but it is very, very limited. Her kindness and politeness are disguised very deeply, which makes people mistakenly think that she is easy to get along with. Only those who were in her circle, and were later kicked out of the circle without mercy, can feel how clear her boundaries are, and to what extent people she doesn't care about will be ignored. As an insignificant person outside the circle, Xiaoyi would not have the slightest curiosity or concern about him. Fortunately, he was threatening enough and useful enough. Although Xiaoyi was on guard against him, he also kept him by his side. The two of them were silent in the car for a while, and the phone screen lit up again. Xiaoyi pressed the answer button of the phone and spoke with a double meaning. Are you calm? Ming Jiayi did not answer. Su Jiaolan did not answer either. In just 10 minutes, more than 20 missed calls were accumulated, which obviously proved that Su Jiaolan had not calmed down yet. But in any case, her attitude was much calmer, probably because she recognized her situation. Well, to a certain extent. Well, that, Xiaoyi. Su Jiaolan's voice was still very awkward, although she couldn't hold it in. But she still tried to hold it in, and asked, I want to meet you. Meet? What for? Xiaoyi answered indifferently. Is there anything that can't be said on the phone? Even signing a contract can be signed directly in an electronic version, except for the handover of the factory. She was too lazy to show up in front of the Lin family. It would be better to let them automatically think that their calculation succeeded. so that she would not have to act with them when they met, wasting her emotions and time. That's what she thought. Before Su Jialan said the following sentence. There are some things you must want to know about your sister. Chapter 48. Xia Yi's eyes suddenly became deep. After Lin Linglang mentioned her sister's name for the first time, she immediately took her sister home. Although she quickly put her sister under the protection range, the protection action was too obvious. It was normal for clues to be discovered. At that time, her sister was exposed to the surveillance of the other party, and she had no time to make a better choice. My sister has no blood relationship with you. What does it have to do with her? No matter how her thoughts changed, Xia Yi's attitude remained the same. She just asked back lightly. If you keep saying these useless things, I hang up. If you hang up on me again, I really make your sister suffer. Su Jialan was startled, fearing that Xia Yi would hang up again. She had been rejected too many times, and really didn't want to wait any longer, so she hurriedly said, Look at the text message on your phone. Xia Yi didn't really intend to hang up. Su Jialan mentioned her sister at this time. There must be something else to say, and this afterward is very important to Xia Yi. It must be said that Su Jialan words are indeed very important to her. Besides, the contract with the Lin family had been left for long enough. And now it was time to start processing it. Xia Yi slowly parked the car on the side of the road, switched the phone interface to text messages, and opened the latest unread message. It was a photo. My sister was on a ventilator, lying in the middle of the bed with her eyes closed. The pale golden morning light passed through the transparent glass cover of the ventilator and fell softly on her face. Although she was surrounded by medical equipment, her sleeping posture was still peaceful and serene. This is a recent photo, taken at her home. Xia Yi's pupil shrank suddenly. She thought her home was safe, so she brought her sister home to protect her. She didn't expect the Lin family to be so long-handed, and actually sneak into her home, and took such a photo. No wonder Su Jialan was so arrogant, and asked her condescendingly. It turned out that she had such a trump card. Xia Yi couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, it was Su Jialan who called. Although Su Jialan's attitude was the worst among the Lin family, she was also the most cunning, at least much easier to deal with than Lin Yongza. If Lin Yongza were here, he would definitely not be so angry as to reveal his sister's secret card after she hung up on him twice. However, she did not expect that the Lin family would have such a trick up their sleeve. How is it? Do you know how to talk to me properly? Su Jialan's condescending voice came from the receiver. Xia Yi pondered for a moment, and slowly spoke to test. How did you get the photos of my family? If you want to know, come and meet me now. Su Jialan's tone became more and more firm. She ordered directly. I send you the address. After that, she hung up the phone first. Ming Jai heard the whole call. At this time, he looked at her expression from the side and asked softly, What are you going to do next? Xia Yi did not rush to answer. She was not as calm as she looked. She thought it was safe to bring her sister home. But now it seems that it is not the case. Of course, she would not go to see Su Jialan immediately. She did not want to be led by the nose. Although Su Jialan's phone call was a threat, it revealed news that was obviously beyond the Lin family's plan. She had to take advantage of this time difference to protect her sister. First of all, she needed to figure out one thing. Why did the Lin family know about the situation in the apartment? And who leaked it? Apart from herself, there were only two groups of people coming in and out of her house. In her mind, both groups were suspicious. One group was the housekeeping company that signed a long-term contract with her family, which was responsible for the family's 3 meals and cleaning for a long time. The other person was Yin Xiaofeng. Although there are 2 possibilities, she can basically verify them with a simple elimination method. Xia Yi picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. The other party spoke politely and respectfully. Hello, Miss Xia. This is Hygiene housekeeping. I asked you to check the surveillance a few days ago. How is it going? Xia Yi asked. Please wait. I will confirm. After a few seconds of pause on the other end of the phone, a reply came quickly. According to your needs, all videos are marked with the time and events of key nodes, and they are organized into electronic versions. They have been organized for 18 days, and there are still a few days. Send me the organized documents first. Okay, Miss Xia. This housekeeping company provides customized services, and their attitude is beyond words. Employers can make all kinds of unreasonable demands. As long as they pay money and do not break the law, the other party will do it happily. And the results are usually satisfactory. Xia chat software quickly received the electronic file. She simply turned off the car, flipped the phone interface, and turned the document to the night of July 4th. That night, Sanhua video called her. At that time, she didn't understand the meaning of going out, and subconsciously thought that this was Sanhua's intention to go out and play. She even went to confirm whether it went out for a walk that day. At that time, she didn't think of another possibility. What if the going out button did not directly correspond to it went out, but to others went out? She scanned the document at a glance and slid to a little after 12 o'clock on the night of July 4th. The surveillance document clearly stated, Nurse Ian is out. The return time is 1 hour later. Xiao's pupils shrank again. She and Nurse Ian had clearly stipulated that the other party could not go out at will. Only when the housekeeper came every day can she go out to rest for an hour or two. Cooking and cleaning are done by the housekeeper. All daily necessities are replenished by the housekeeper. If there are any additional needs, you can buy them through takeout. Xiao will reimburse you extra. If there is a reason to go out, you must ask for leave in advance. Xiao's most important bottom line is that she must never leave her sister alone at home. At 12 o'clock in the morning, the housekeeper had already returned home. No one was changing shifts. No special reasons. And no leave. What was Yin's nurse doing outside? Xiao matched the time of the document and quickly checked the surveillance at home online, confirming that there was no problem with the information provided by the housekeeping company. Yin Xiaofeng left home at 12 o'clock in the morning. Sanhua felt something was wrong after she found out that Yin Xiaofeng had left. So she used the pet button she had set up to dial the video. Xiao was not reassured and searched for the word photograph in the document. As expected, in the document on the morning of July 5th, she successfully saw Yin Xiaofeng bending down and taking a photo of her sister's profile. Analyzing from the video's surveillance, Yin Xiaofeng's angle was exactly the same as the angle in the photo. At this time, Xiao finally had to face up to a creepy possibility. She had employed him for several years, as she lived abroad, and now they returned to China together. Yin Xiaofeng, who had always taken care of her sister, was bribed. Xiao closed the document on her phone and switched to real-time monitoring. Yin Xiaofeng was sitting next to the nursing bed, looking down at the phone screen, and seemed to be sending text messages. At the same time, Xiao's phone made a beep sound and received an address. Luoyang Cafe. Xiao thought about it briefly and did a few things. First, remotely manage the multiple anti-theft doors in the Zhangyi corridor of this house. Change the passwords for all of them, and use the remote control to lock the elevator on the top floor. Second, notify the housekeeping that they don't need to come to the house to clean today. Third, buy some fruits on the takeaway platform. Set the delivery time in 2 hours. And leave Yin Xiaofeng's phone number. Fourth, turn on the mobile phone for real-time monitoring. And monitor the movements in front of the bed and the corridor entrance with split screens. After completing these tasks, the navigation drove to a place 5 or 6 kilometers away from home, where there is an underground parking lot. The car she was driving had never been seen by the Lin family. The address of Luoyang Cafe was relatively close to her apartment, but it was still quite far from Yuehu Sanatorium. She was also with Ming, so she could only drive to a nearby place first, and then choose a place to change cars. Ming watched her busying herself quietly, and only asked when she started the car and was ready to leave. Will I go with you? Of course I would go together. Xiao was now in a situation of fire on both sides, and she could not underestimate the enemy on either side. She could not ignore her sister's comfort, nor could she leave the shelter in danger. My sister needs to be protected. Su Jian wants to see her, and Ming Jiai cannot let her go. She doesn't know what functions Ming Jiai's system has, whether he can escape at any time, and naturally cannot leave him out of her sight. Although Ming Jiai may hear a lot of information by following her, it is not inconvenient. Anyway, he already knows what he should and shouldn't know, so there is no point in hiding it from him. There is just a small problem. That is, Ming Jiai has met the Lin family. Although he was a chef at the time, Su Jialan may not have seen his appearance carefully, and it is normal for her to have an impression of him. It's okay. Xiao's expression was calm. She was obviously prepared for this. She spoke calmly, but what she said was earth-shattering. Just say you are my boyfriend. Ah? Ming Jiayi's heart skipped a beat. Even though he knew Xia Yi very well, knew what kind of personality she had, and knew the purpose of her words, he still found it hard to believe. His face showed signs of cracking. What did you say? Boyfriend? Don't you understand? You are my boyfriend. We met after the last dinner. I thought your restaurant was delicious. So I went there again and again. We became familiar with each other and got together. Xia Yi never needs to draft a lie. This is half true and half false. Which sounds natural. It involves my family affairs. I am a little unsure. So I brought you here to listen and give me some advice. Any questions? No problem, Ming Jiayi answered. After Xia Yi arranged Ming Jiayi's temporary identity, he picked up a coat from the side and put it on his handcuffed wrists, and then continued to drive forward without saying anything else. The two drove into the destination parking lot in silence, and then took a taxi to arrive at the Luoyang Cafe. Exactly 1 hour had passed. Chapter 49. Luoyang Cafe is located in a small park in a high-end residential area. The address does not seem very approachable, and the price is relatively high. It does not support takeout. Although it is located in the city center, the area is very quiet. Outside the French window is a large lawn. White pigeons are flying and playing on the lawn. Several young children are running under the care of nannies. Their mothers are beautiful and have delicate makeup. They sit in front of exquisite tea and coffee and chat, and look out at their children from time to time. Su Jialan sat in the corner of the coffee shop. The space and the green plants separated her into a corner. She stared at the screen of her mobile phone anxiously, and gently rubbed the coffee cup with her index finger. Xia Yi and Ming Jiayi walked to her side one after another, and sat down one by one. Su Jialan was slightly startled when she saw this, and quickly adjusted her demeanor, and her eyes moved around the two of them, and subconsciously frowned, and asked, "Who is this? Don't you have something to say? Then say it quickly." Xia Yi replied calmly. Su Jialan still disliked her as always, and she couldn't help but scold her directly. "How do you talk to me? Have you learned no manners at all?" Xia Yi sighed secretly. The Lin family members are really annoying in their own ways. Lin Yongzi is a slick old man, who wants to take advantage and pretend to be a kind father. Lin Linglang is a little sly, who is as sweet as honey, but has his own calculations in his heart. They talk about irrelevant things as soon as they open their mouths, and never learn to get straight to the point. Talking to them is a waste of time. Su Jialan is another kind of rambling. She has no theme. When she gets emotional, the topic will go off the topic. Does Xia Yi politeness have anything to do with the Lin family? Su Jialan has no accurate understanding of her own identity. In other words, she has no sense. Xia Yi certainly won't talk to Su Jialan about her politeness, and Su Jialan's sense. With her traditional skills for many years, she must be quite good at making trouble in this regard. If you argue with her to the end, it's easy to end up saying this child is unreasonable, and this child is ill-educated, and then you can be invincible. It wasn't that Xia Yi couldn't win the argument, but she thought it was a waste of time. She would rather choose a more effective solution, to just shut the other party up. Xia Yi's eyes passed through the green lawn and fell on the villa area not far away. And she spoke slowly. "The houses around here are not cheap, right? Is this your neighborhood?" When she saw Su Jialan's expression tense, she knew she had guessed the right direction. The reason was simple. From the logic of Su Jialan's words, she knew that her mind was not clear, and she was not good at negotiating with others. She was now doing something very important for her son, and she was obviously insecure. Although she had to choose a remote place, it had to be a familiar place she often went to. As for why she must be nervous, it's because she's afraid that Xia Yi will covet her precious son's property. Xia Yi sneered and said calmly, "With your family's income level, where can you get the money to buy such a house?" Su Jialan didn't expect the topic to go this way. She just found out that her family's financial resources were not clean. She was immediately frightened when she heard it. Her face became anxious and she said, "Don't say that." She seemed to have thought of something suddenly, and said, That's your biological father." Xia Yi, Ming Jiayi. Both of them were silent. It must be said that this person is really thick-skinned. When he looks down on her, and is afraid that she will take advantage of his precious son, she is not presentable, not worthy of being his daughter, and he needs her. And he points fingers at her. And when he uses moral kidnapping, she is his biological father. When it comes to interests, he is an outsider. And when he needs to control her, she is his daughter. The double standard is clear. Xia Yi couldn't tell whether she did it on purpose or not. Could it be that she was used to doing things this way, and couldn't notice her abnormality? This was her biological mother. Xia Yi looked at the face that looked very similar to her own, and the expression that was completely different from her own. A hint of sarcasm slowly rose at the corner of her lips. When you asked me to wipe your son's butt, were you also going to say, "This is your biological brother?" What? What do you mean by wiping his butt? Su Jialan was startled and said in panic. Her expression completely betrayed her purpose, and she naturally didn't realize that the rhythm of the topic had been completely led by Xia Yi. You came here just to ask me to sign this contract. Xia Yi took out a stack of papers from his trouser pocket, which was now crumpled. It was the contract that Ming Jia had stuffed into her when they first met. At that time, she didn't want to sign the contract, mainly because she didn't know what was behind it, and she didn't want to confront the Lin family, so she played the main game of delaying. The key is to make the Lin family feel that there is still a chance, so that they will not push her too hard and give her enough time to build a shelter. Now the times are not as good as before. Su Jialan's behavior will definitely cause the Lin family to take action. There is no point in her pretending to be stupid. The most important thing is that her attitude towards the daily necessities factory has changed. She wants to take what she originally avoided. And according to Ming Jia information, the end of the world will not be too long. Even if she reveals her true nature, it doesn't matter. You can't stop your son from doing something wrong. So you want me to clean up your mess? Su Jialan's face suddenly changed. She slammed the quilt on the table. Disappointment and anger on her face. He's your own brother. How can you say that? It's too cold-blooded. Su Jialan was stunned. She couldn't help but be dazed for a moment. The tone of the voice was so familiar. It was exactly the same as her voice. Not only the voice was similar, but also the appearance. It was like they were carved from the same mold. It even made her feel that the person who said this was not another person, but herself in front of the mirror. After a moment of reaction, she realized that the words just now were spoken by Xia Yi. Su Jialan glared at him immediately. She really thought so, and was ready to say so. But the same words, spoken from her mouth, and from Xia Yi's mouth, had two completely different meanings. Wipe your ass if you want to, and I will act like I want to ask you for something. Who are you trying to scare by pretending to be so? You don't think I can be scared by you, do you? Xia Yi's tone was filled with a hint of disdain. Su Jialan's face flushed with anger. She was indeed putting on a mother's airs to suppress Xia Yi, with the goal of controlling the other party to achieve her own goals. But what's wrong with that? How many parents do this every day? How can I say this to you in person? As a mother, she naturally has the moral high ground. No matter what she does to her children, she will always have a reason to cover up her shame. For the children, for the family, and for family affection. Su Jialan maintained this situation for many years. But the target was always Lin Linglin. Lin Linglin grew up in this environment for many years, and had a natural admiration for her mother. Even if she felt uncomfortable, she was more inclined to attack herself. Did I not do well enough? Couldn't I satisfy my mother? She thought she had concealed it well enough. But she never thought that she would be exposed in person. Su Jialan had never seen Xia Yi like this. She was completely different from Lin Linglin, who grew up beside her. And she was also different from the first impression she gave people. The first impression was that she was a spoiled little girl. After all, she was just a little girl. Instead of being like this now, sharp-tongued, full of thorns, playing on other people's sore spots as soon as she opens her mouth. Su Jialan suddenly raised her voice too high. How can there be a girl like you? You don't look like a girl at all. How can there be a girl like me? What kind of girl? Xia Yi looked at her indifferently, and asked slowly. You said I don't look like a girl. It's not because the girls in your mind are all soft and easy to control, right? Su Jialan's eyes were stung by the sarcasm in Xia Yi's eyes, and her body began to tremble. Okay, didn't you ask me to wipe your son's ass? I wipe it for you. And then you can get out of here. And don't bother me. Xia Yi saw that her emotions were almost there, so she stopped in time and brought the topic back on track. She didn't come here to scold Su Jialan for fun. Her time was very precious, and the other party was not worthy of her spending time scolding him at this critical moment. Xia Yi's goal was still very clear. She saw that Su Jialan's mind was being led by emotions, so she deliberately provoked her anger, making it impossible for her to think rationally, and could only be led by her. This way, she could achieve her goal much more smoothly. After all, she had already set her sights on the daily necessities factory and regarded it as a sure thing. The crisis of the daily necessities factory and her sister. It would be best to solve both problems at once. And naturally, it would be as efficient as possible. Su Jialan choked on her breath. She wanted to continue to curse. But she remembered the purpose of this trip. She knew she couldn't be pragmatic. She knew Xiaoyi had a bad temper. She finally heard him give in. Even if she was angry, she couldn't do anything. She could only follow his words. However, she was not that cunning. Her expression could not change for a while. She said coldly, "If you say wipe it quickly, sign it." She realized that she was being led astray. She quickly raised her hand and pointed at the contract on the table. She changed her words and said, "Isn't this a contract? Why don't you sign it quickly?" Xiaoyi slowly narrowed her eyes, and her eyes gradually turned colder. She had been deceiving Su Jialan in her words. And it was not until this moment that the other party finally confirmed with words that the so-called factory shares given to her by the Lin family were to ask her to clean up Lin Linglong's ass. Of course, there was a high probability that she didn't have to clean up this ass. She just confirmed the other party's intentions. It's not that Xiaoyi had illusions about the Lin family. The end of the world is coming, and she will face a crisis of life or death. She will help her own people who deserve help. And she will also be absolutely indifferent to those who are indifferent. She hadn't thought about it yet. If Su Jialan died in front of her, would she be indifferent? She needed to give herself a firm belief and clarify her relationship with the other party. In the other party's eyes, she was just a victim and a tool. Then, one day, when the other party cried and begged in front of her, saying, "I am your mother, and I love you very much," she would not have to be soft-hearted. This was a good thing. In the future, no matter how bad the environment was, everyone would be in a competitive relationship. The life and death of the Lin family had nothing to do with her. Chapter 50. I wonder if the Lin family will regret it in the future. They lost her last kindness because of this little thing, which was not even a benefit, and they really lost the watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. You can sign it. It's just a broken factory. It's so small. No matter how big the pit behind it is. It's just a little thing to me. Xiaoyi pretended to be disdainful and answered lightly. Su Jialan's eyes flashed with a trace of mockery. But she obviously would not remind Xiaoyi of the whole story. Before she came here to find Xiaoyi, she had already made a choice between her son and daughter. Even if Xiaoyi was her biological daughter, who had been raised by her since she was a child, she would not hesitate at all in making this choice. Not to mention that this daughter was an ungrateful person who could not be tamed, and it would be meaningless to be nice to her. As for how big the problem Xiaoyi would face after taking over the factory, it had nothing to do with her. And Su Jialan also has her own selfish motives. After this incident, the Lin family should stay as far away from Xiaoyi as possible, and there will be no more contact, which is a good thing for her. In this way, the Lin family will not check the real reason why Xiaoyi was taken away by mistake. Xiaoyi was taken away by mistake for more than 20 years, and no one has ever found out. Su Jialan thought that with Lin Yong's cold-bloodedness, he would not care about such things, and the matter had been settled long ago, but who knew that it was suddenly brought to the surface recently, and she was really sweating. Now it seems that her idea is correct. At least Lin Yongza is right. They approached Xiaoyi just to use her. And when the use is over, everything will return to peace. But I don't like others to dictate my things, Xiaoyi said slowly. If you want to give me shares, give them thoroughly. I am the legal representative. I have taken all the responsibilities. 45% of the shares is nothing. Transfer the whole factory to my name, and I will have nothing to do with you in the future. I want to run the business according to my own ideas. I don't want to see you, the useless Lin family, getting involved. Hey, you're still running the business yourself. You're so arrogant, Su Jialan said with disdain. What do you know as a girl? Do you know how a factory works? Do you know how to use a machine? You want to do it yourself without your father or brother. Aren't you kidding me? Oh, you want my money to fill your hole. And you want to cling to that little power. You're so shameless. Xiaoyi spared no effort to continue to irritate her. You don't know anything. And you can't make decisions. So you judge others by yourself. Xiaoyi looked at her calmly and gave her an ultimatum. Go and tell your master. Either do what I say, or forget it. I give you 10 minutes, and I turn around and leave after 10 minutes. And it's useless for you to cry and beg me. Believe it or not. You? Su Jialan was so angry that her face turned red. But she finally held back. There was one thing Xia Yi said that was right. She really had no say over the details of the contract. As the mistress of the Lin family, she could only show off every month by relying on her status and position. Accept some gifts from others. And spend money casually outside. In fact, she could not make any decisions about anything related to the family and career. And she could not even listen to it. Su Jialan wanted to point her finger at Xia Yi and scold her. But when she saw Xia Yi checking the time, she felt a little uneasy. Xia Yi still had the after effects of her temper. She was afraid that the other party would really leave in 10 minutes. Now that they had finally reached this stage, the other party finally gave in for the first time. She was afraid that if she refused, all the work she had done would fail. Su Jialan did to people who respected her all the time outside. What was respectable was her identity as Mrs. Lin, not her own ability. She had never participated in outside affairs, and did not know how to fight for benefits. Who had ever talked to her like this? After being frightened by Xia Yi twice, she backed off in her heart. Su Jialan held back for a long time before speaking stiffly. I go discuss it with your father. Xia Yi chuckled, and her eyes clearly said, just pretend. Su Jialan was angered again by the disdain in her eyes. And she picked up the phone from the table and said, I go out and make a call. Su Jialan walked out of the door angrily. And Xia Yi immediately took out the wireless headphones and put them in her ears. And quickly hid them with her hair. And then turned on the phone screen to look at the surveillance at home. Yin Xiaofeng had just finished a round of work and was sitting next to her sister's bed, looking down at her phone. The bedroom door was closed, probably to prevent the cats and dogs from disturbing her. After Xia Yi confirmed the environment at home, she called Sanhua via video. Sanhua's video phone screen was in the second bedroom. In her bedroom, the ringtone was also specially customized for dogs. It was a relatively high-frequency sound, which humans were not sensitive to. But dogs could hear. Beep, beep, beep. The video had just sounded for 3 seconds when the call was connected. Sanhua's dog head appeared in the center of the screen, and its tail shook like a propeller. Woof woof woof. Xia Yi checked the surveillance from other angles. Sanhua had very good habits, and had already closed the door of the second bedroom before answering the phone. After confirming that the door of the second bedroom was closed, Xia Yi was completely relieved. The sound insulation of this apartment is very good, because she has the habit of fitness. In order not to disturb others, a full set of sound insulation devices was specially made for the apartment. She put death-heavy metal in the house, and she could sleep soundly outside without worrying about being heard. Sanhua, I have a task for you. This task is a bit complicated. I believe you can definitely handle it. Xia Yi told the screen about his plan. Sanhua tilted his head and listened on the other side of the phone, wagging his tail constantly and barking from time to time to show that he understood. The steel ball is in the third drawer on the left side of the locker. You can bite through the plastic bag outside by yourself, but be careful to spit it out and don't eat it. Xia Yi and Sanhua were chatting on video. At the same time, Su Jialan was being scolded on the phone. Who told you to go find her? Who told you to go find her? Lin Yongza roared in a low voice on the phone. You idiot! Su Jialan was confused by the scolding. Xia Yi had already aroused her emotions just now, and now she was directly ignited. She didn't care about the remaining power of Lin Yongza, and retorted. You have dragged it on for so many days, and still failed to make her obedient. I just met her once, and asked her to listen to me honestly, and you still called me an idiot. How am I stupid? You? Lin Yongza was in a meeting in another city. He was so busy these days. Although he had prepared many things, he had no time to come back to deal with them. He had planned to deal with them slowly after a few days. Who knew that someone would cut off his funds and stab him from behind? Do you know how much money she has? How much money does she have? Do you know how much property her best friend has? Your son's small factory is just a pitfall. You are so short-sighted. All my plans have been disrupted. It's not that he can't make extra money outside, but every penny he takes is risky. But the money from Xia Yi is different. A sister taking care of her brother, a daughter being filial to her mother, are all justified things. No matter how much money they ask Xia Yi for, it's reasonable and legal. Not to mention that he has seen Xia Yi's weakness. This girl cares a lot about her sister, and pretends not to care on the surface, but in fact, it's not the case at all. He had found the right person, and arranged a secret place. Ding planned to take the person away after finishing his work outside. He had his sister at his hands, and she had to listen to him. But his wife, who was not clear-headed, exposed his thoughts for a little profit. Lin Yongza became angrier and angrier, and almost had a heart attack. Just stay there. Don't go anywhere. Don't say anything. And if you dare to say another word to me, I will kill you when I get home. Lin Yongza hung up the phone with a roar. Su Jialan was stunned by the scolding. Although Lin Yongza didn't think much of her on weekdays, he had to maintain his basic identity and face after all. He had never spoken to her in such a harsh voice, and she was so scared that her legs and feet became weak. Although she was dissatisfied in her heart, she didn't dare to challenge the other party's authority, and just stayed where she was. Xia Yi saw her put down the phone through the glass window, and her eyes suddenly focused. It's coming. She quickly switched her phone to the surveillance screen. As expected, not long after Su Jialan hung up the phone, Yin Xiaofeng picked up the phone. Not long after Yin Xiaofeng answered the phone, a look of surprise appeared on her face, and her movements were a little hesitant, but this state did not last long. She quickly stood up obediently, after hearing what was said on the other end of the phone. Xia Yi quickly switched the screen to the chat interface with Sanhua, and whispered an order. Sanhua, get ready. Yin Xiaofeng did not hang up the phone. She left the master bedroom, and walked to the entrance. She got clothes from the entrance, and changed out of her nursing clothes. The doorbell had already rung. It was two men in black clothes. They had arrived downstairs, and were standing in front of the access control outside the apartment building, pressing the doorbell. They were from the Lin family. They came very quickly. There was someone watching at the door of Xia Yi house. They were obviously well prepared, and came quickly after receiving the order. Yin Xiaofeng opened the unit access control at the door. Then, he opened the security door of Xia Yi house, and after walking out of the corridor, he opened the security door of the corridor again, and took a look at the elevator and found that it was not lit, so he opened the security door at the staircase, and after walking to the next floor, he opened the security door at the corner of the staircase. The many security doors installed by Xia Yi not only became an obstacle for outsiders to come in, but also the best cover for Sanhua at this time. Sanhua held a bag of steel balls in her mouth, and followed Yin Xiaofeng silently. Yin Xiaofeng waited in the corridor for 5 or 6 minutes, and finally heard the voices of two men cursing downstairs. Fuck, why is this elevator broken? What the hell is going on? Isn't that a vegetable? Do we have to carry him down the stairwell? Chapter 51. Keep your voice down. Be careful not to be heard. Yin Xiaofeng was a little anxious, and couldn't help lowering her voice. The two men had already appeared at the corner of the stairs. They were obviously acquainted with Yin Xiaofeng, and answered in a familiar tone. Don't worry, the girl surnamed Xia is not here. We know where she is, and the half-dead guy in the room can't hear a fart. Yin Xiaofeng couldn't argue with them, turned around and opened the door a little, and said, Okay, come up with me. Be gentle for a while. Just do whatever I tell you to do. Don't hurt anyone. Don't worry, as long as you're not dead. It's fine. After the two sides finished talking, they were about to turn around and go upstairs, when they suddenly heard a rustling sound from the side. Yin Xiaofeng looked up at the sound, but saw Sanhua holding something in his mouth, playing not far behind her. The two men were shocked when they saw this. Fuck, where did this dog come from? It's okay, her dog doesn't bite. Yin Xiaofeng waved her hand and said, It's a border collie, smart and timid, and it can't even run away when it sees you two big guys, so it won't come to fight you head on. Come upstairs with me. After saying that, she turned around and was about to go upstairs. Unexpectedly, just as her front foot stepped into the door frame, she stepped on something, slipped, and stumbled, suddenly lost her balance, and fell down the stairs. The two men happened to be standing in the direction where she fell, and were hit hard by her, and subconsciously took a half step back, and then remembered to reach out to support her. However, it was too late. The half foot that had just stepped back landed on the ground, and it immediately slipped. It was too late to catch Yin Xiaofeng. The three of them lost their balance at the same time, and fell straight down the stairs. Fuck. What is this? The three of them screamed and fell down the stairs. They grimaced for a long time before they touched the hard things on the ground. They were small steel balls. Only then did they react. The rustling sound in the corridor, just now, was because the dog was holding an empty plastic bag in its mouth. It was obvious that it had scattered the beads all over the floor. I fucking kill you. One of the men cursed and tried to hit Sanhua. But as soon as he raised his foot slipped again. and he fell to the ground with a thump on his butt again. There were no lights in the corridor during the day, and the lighting was not very good. Steel balls were scattered all over the ground, and he couldn't stand it all. Sanhua would not sit still and wait for death. At this time, he had already jumped up, with his front paws pressing on the handle of the security door, and his hind legs against the door frame, pressing and pulling. Hearing a clang, with a sound, the anti-theft door lock buckled heavily, locking the 3 people outside the door. After Sanhua locked the door, she did not forget to buckle the anti-theft buckle, and pushed the door with her front foot to confirm that it was locked, and then ran into the house. From the corridor to the door, one by one, every door that In Xiaofeng opened just now was closed tightly by it. Fuck. The 3 people outside watched the door being locked in front of them by the dog. The dog was not a ferocious large dog, and the door was very close. However, it seemed that their feet were greased, and they slipped with every step. They just couldn't get through, and they were so anxious that they cursed loudly. After they finally managed to hold their temper, they turned on their cell phone flashlights, carefully avoided the steel balls, and walked to the security door. Not to mention the door in front of them, all the security doors on this road were locked. It's okay. It's okay. This is a combination lock. I know the combination. In Xiaofeng rubbed her sore arm and walked forward. She pressed 6 numbers on the combination lock. Beep. She pressed it again. Beep. She pressed it 5 or 6 times in a row and successfully set off the alarm of the security door. Fuck. Don't you even know the door password? The man in black cursed. No. It's obviously this. Why can't it be used? In Xiaofeng puzzled and lit the door lock again, wanting to try again. Why are you still trying? It's already been discovered. The house password has been changed, and you still don't know anything. The man in black was the first to react, turned around and ran downstairs. Idiot. Run. Xia Yi was addicted to watching the surveillance, and when he saw the 3 people about to escape, he picked up the phone and called the community property management. There are thieves in the hallway trying to pick my lock. I saw it on the surveillance camera. They haven't left the community yet. Please ask the security guard to stop them, and then call the police. Thank you. Xia Yi finally finished this, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He stretched and leaned back on the sofa. Well done. Sanhua. Xia Yi looked at Sanhua wagging its tail wildly, and smiled as he pressed the button on the remote control with his mobile phone. In the living room, there was a click. Anakin fell out of the small mechanism. Eat it yourself. Sanhua was ecstatic when he saw this. Woof woof. He barked several times. With his little paws, he held the can and slipped back to the second bedroom and closed the door. Then he used his teeth to pick up the buckle and pried it open. He easily opened the sealed lid of the can and started to eat it. When Dahe and Erbai heard the sound of the can falling to the ground, they quickly pricked up their ears and looked around for it. Unfortunately, they were half a beat late. When they confirmed that the can was in Sanhua's mouth, it was too late to catch up. The cunning dog had already slipped into the second bedroom and locked the door in advance. The 2 cats were so angry that they gathered at the door of the second bedroom and kept scolding Sanhua. Xia Yi watched the 2 cats and 1 dog fighting wits and courage on the screen, and her eyes were curved with laughter. She was watching intently, and suddenly heard a gentle voice of a young lady. Hello. Your meal is ready. Xia Yi looked up from the screen and saw a plate of pasta, a plate of chicken wings, a box of small cakes, and a cup of coffee in front of her. This afternoon tea cafe. The signature is the fancy tea and snack platter. The other food is relatively simple, but Xia Yi obviously didn't want to eat any tea and snacks. The simple meal just met her expectations. Did you order? She looked at Ming Jiai. Since Ming Jiai entered the coffee shop, he had watched her battle wits and courage with Su Jialan, and never said a word. He just leaned his elbows on the table and tilted his head to look at her. He blinked when he heard it, and a smile appeared on his lips. He said softly, It's already 2:30 in the afternoon. I brought you breakfast. You didn't eat it yet. Gurgle. Suddenly, he heard a sound from his stomach. Xia Yi. It seems. It's true. Soon after she saw the breakfast, she ran to find Ming Jiai. The 2 of them made a fuss for the whole morning, and then made a fuss with Su Jialan for the whole afternoon. They were all hanging on by a breath of fairy air. When was the last meal? You will know. Ming Jiai sighed, raised his chin helplessly, and said, Eat. This restaurant was chosen by Su Jian. And I just scanned the code to order the food. The waiter brought it to you. So I didn't have the chance to poison you. Xiaoyi. Xiaoyi glanced at Su Jian. She had not received Lin Yong's order yet, and was still standing helplessly outside the French window. She would not come in for a while. She simply ignored her, brought the meal to her, and started eating. There were still many things to do next. She would have the energy to do things only after eating a full meal, so she should eat a little. She buried her head in eating for a while, and suddenly felt something was wrong, and looked to the side. Ming Jiayi still kept that action, and watched her eat obediently. What about you? You don't want to eat? Xiaoyi asked. Even if Ming Jiayi ate early and came out, it was past lunchtime, it was time to eat. Oh, it turns out I'm entitled to eat. Ming Jiayi sighed and said. I didn't dare to order, I thought prisoners didn't deserve to eat. Xiaoyi. She glanced at Ming Jiayi speechlessly, not bothering to pay attention to him, and continued to eat on her own. Ming Jiayi understood her hint. Naturally, he wouldn't be hungry, and he also scanned the code and ordered a meal for himself. I give you the money later, Xiaoyi said while chewing. Ming Jiayi's smile faded when he heard it. Forget it. Money is almost waste paper. Why do I need that thing? Then what do you want? Xiaoyi asked. Ming Jiayi thought for a while, and then said, I don't want anything. He wanted something. The part that was not too greedy. And now he got it. As for the greedy part, it would be impossible to get it even if he said it. So he didn't say it. Okay. Whatever you want. Xiaoyi didn't ask any more questions, and continued to eat. When Ming Jiayi's meal came, they both finished eating. Su Jialan was still standing outside, and there was no sign of her entering the house. Xiaoyi couldn't wait any longer. So she put the tip on the menu, and asked the waitress to pass on the message. Please tell her that if she doesn't come in, I'm leaving. The waitress dutifully passed on the message. Su Jialan hurriedly made a phone call after hearing it. After waiting for a long time, no one answered the phone. She hesitated at the door for a while, but finally stomped her feet and returned to the coffee shop. Su Jialan returned to her original seat and sat down. She smelled a faint cream aroma in the air, and saw 7 or 8 empty plates and bowls on the table. Her face became more and more worried. She endured it, and finally learned her lesson. She didn't say too selfish, not thinking about others at all, and swallowed it. She turned to vent her anger on the waiter. Why are you so tactless? Why don't you take these plates away from me? Xiaoyi looked at Su Jialan, who was about to explode with her patience, and had no intention of dissuading her. She even didn't forget to add fuel to her fire. What's the matter? Your master didn't agree? How can you talk like that? That's your father. What do you mean by your master? Your master. Su Jialan was immediately angry. She had to endure being bullied and humiliated by Xiaoyi for half a day, and she had to endure being scolded by Lin Yongza. She couldn't even get through to Lin Linglang on the phone. She was worried that something had happened to her son. She worked hard to get out of here, and finally made some progress. Not only did no one praise her, but everyone was forcing her. Oh, he's not your master. Then why do you have to wait for his nod when you come out to do things? Xiaoyi showed disdain on his face, looking at the anger and grievance on Su Jialan's face. He slowly poisoned her heart. You can't really be incapable of making any decisions, right? Chapter 52. The more people care about something, the more they hide it. Su Jialan has no status in the family, but she doesn't want to be seen. It's time to save face. Add to that Xiaoyi repeatedly angered her, all the emotions piled up, and they were about to explode at any touch. Seeing the contemptuous look on Xiaoyi's face, she got anxious. Why can't I make the decision? Xiaoyi knew her weakness and stepped on her point. That means your family is relying on hard work, but in fact, you are very short of money. A broken factory that is about to go bankrupt and heavily in debt is still treated like a treasure here. Are you crazy? You are the one who is crazy because of poverty. Our family has no status and position. How could we care about this? Su Jialan retorted subconsciously. She felt something was wrong halfway through her words. She couldn't take it back and was stunned. Oh, it's not this and it's not that. Then why are you dithering here? Could it be that you don't want to sign? Xiaoyi said, as he was about to stand up. If you don't want to sign, just say it. Then I leave. Who is wasting time with you here? Wait. Who said I don't want to sign? Su Jialan immediately became anxious, raised her hand to stop Xiaoyi, said coldly. Take out the contract. Let me see it. What can you see? Xia pretended to be contemptuous. People can't stand others looking down on themselves, not to mention that the other party is their daughter. The more they are belittled, the more they want to prove themselves. This is what Su Jialan did to Xia. Now Xia is doing the opposite, using it exactly on Su Jialan. Su Jialan was indeed misled. Following Xiao's train of thought, she patiently read the contract, comparing the details with the previous ones one by one. After carefully reading everything, she nodded and said with certainty, "I've read it. It's fine." "Are you sure the content is fine?" "I've read it." "Why are you not sure?" Su Jialan said anxiously. "Okay. Stamp it." Xiao told Lin Linglang last time that she had lost the earlier version of the contract with the stamp, and she estimated that Su Jialan would definitely bring the stamp with her when she went out. As expected, the other party took out the official seal from his bag, and with a snap, he stamped it on the correct position of the contract. "Good. It feels good." Xiao suddenly smiled and praised him approvingly. After taking the contract from Su Jialan, he nodded to Ming, and the two of them strode out of the coffee shop one after the other. After Su Jialan heard the compliment, "It feels good," her blood inexplicably boiled. It was her first time to sign a contract with the official seal. The sense of control and power she had never experienced before. After she calmed down for a long time, her emotions finally calmed down, and her brain suddenly reacted. "Why did I do it in a rush?" Xiao took the contract and walked outside the park, and sat down on a bench. Without blinking, she dialed a phone call and gave instructions after the call was connected. "The contract for the daily necessities factory has been approved, and construction can start directly. You go there tonight. Set up the high-voltage power grid first, and start construction tomorrow morning. No outsiders are allowed to enter." Xiao had already prepared the personnel, equipment and construction materials there, and was ready to start construction at any time. When a phone call came, the workers immediately started working intensively. Lin Linglang had always considered this a hot potato, and was only thinking about Xiao taking over for him. The factory had not been operating for many days, and no one would notice Xiao's actions now. She only fenced off the land outside to ensure that the Lin family could not get in. She would pry open the lock inside later, and start the work directly. As for the Lin family causing trouble for her again, with the contract in hand, they can meet in court, although it is highly unlikely. Ming watched her finish all the work, and collapsed on the bench, and couldn't help but smile again. When Xiao received a call from Su Jialan, and realized that Lin Yongza was not around, she played Su Jialan in her hands, quickly got what she wanted, and ensured the maximum benefits. She even prepared the workers in advance, and after the contract was signed, she immediately took control of the territory, and didn't give the Lin family any breathing space. The most amazing thing is that, while she was fighting wits and courage with Su Jialan, she also took the opportunity to find out the identity of the traitor in the family. And when they opened the door to take action, she controlled the dog to drive the person out of the door. Xiao was doing things on 3 fronts at the same time. After receiving Su Jialan's threatening call, she not only reacted quickly to help her sister resolve the crisis, but also took advantage of the situation, and took advantage of the Lin family. Facing the emotional kidnapping of her biological mother, she was able to kidnap her back, completely grasp the other party's emotions, and use her status in the family and her inferiority complex to let the other party be completely led by her own rhythm. All problems were solved at the same time. The most amazing thing was that everyone and every reaction on every line was within her expectations, and she had calculated them clearly. Even Su Jialan would call Lin Yongza. Lin Yongza would let In Xiaofeng take action in advance. All were calculated to the exact degree. After not seeing her for a few years, she became more and more ruthless. Watching her strategizing, ruthlessly calculating others, and solving all problems neatly, she looked a little handsome, and a little cute. Hey, as long as she's not dealing with him, she's cute. Forget it, even when dealing with him, she's cute. Ming sighed. Xiao was lying on the bench with her arms and legs spread out, lying there without any image, not moving at all. She didn't like socializing, not to mention this kind of calculating people's heart. It's not that she can't handle it, she can even handle it very well, but every time she finishes it, she's exhausted physically and mentally. If she wasn't forced to do it, she really hoped that she could get a bed, and lie down beside her sister's bed, one on the left and one on the right, until the end of time. She lay there like a dead fish for a long time, before she came to her senses. After sitting up straight, she realized the gaze that followed her like a shadow. and asked in confusion. What are you looking at? Nothing. Ming Jiayi looked away and shook his head. How could I have a host as useless as you? System number 8325 was simply disgusted and said with regret, hurry up and go over. Press her on the chair. Hug her tightly. Comfort her. And tell her you're... Shut up. Ming Jiayi ignored this guy. Not to mention that this guy's words and actions were too greasy. He couldn't do such greasy things. Xia Yi didn't have the mentality of a little girl. She said no, but was actually hesitant. She didn't have a passive personality. She knew clearly what she wanted. She would get what she wanted. No one could force her to do something she didn't want. No one could force her to do anything against her will. Xia Yi couldn't allow such a thing. And Ming Jiayi himself wouldn't allow it either. Ming Jiayi suppressed the greasy system. And as Xia Yi stood up, he looked up and asked, next, shall we go home? Xia Yi. She was simply shocked by the man's matter-of-fact tone. What do you mean by we? What do you mean by go home? That's my home. Not your home. Her mind was flooded with complaints like a barrage of comments. But in the end, she said nothing. It was meaningless to argue with such a person about such a thing. Xia Yi simply gave the order, secretly changing the concept back. I want to go home and take a look. You follow me. Okay. Ming Jiayi touched his nose and smiled. Xia Yi really needs to go home and take a look. Although going to Ming Jiayi's shelter is imminent, she is still worried about her sister's comfort. Although her sister theoretically does not need to be watched 24 hours a day, in addition to feeding meals through a nasogastric tube at fixed times, cleaning the excretion bag, there is also cleaning and turning over. Yin Xiaofeng was hired to take care of her sister. But Yin Xiaofeng's workload was not that big. As long as she could complete all the tasks and her physical condition was stable, it didn't matter if the caretaker occasionally left for a while, as long as she was monitored at all times. But Yin Xiaofeng had just left, and Xia Yi was still worried and needed to go back to check the situation. Xia Yi parked the car in a parking lot a few kilometers away, and didn't plan to drive it at this time. She took a taxi home directly. Although she had torn off the mask with the Lin family, it would not be so easy to pretend to be stupid in the future. But she still hoped to hide her new car for the time being, so as not to let the other party know the license plate number. She still needed to go out to the shelter, and she didn't want the Lin family to follow her and find the address of Yuehu Sanatorium. The fact that someone knew the address was Ming Jiayi, which was already enough to upset her. Fortunately, Ming Jiayi was honest. He got into the car behind her and followed her wherever she went. There was no sign of trouble so far. Xia Yi took a taxi and went straight into the community. She remotely opened the elevator permissions and went straight back home. Although she didn't know how the property management called the police to arrest the person. At least the person was driven away. She didn't meet the annoying people from the Lin family while going upstairs. The way home was relatively smooth. My sister has no one to take care of her now. It will be more difficult for her to go out in the future. Although my sister is in a relatively stable condition, no one can guarantee that there will be no accidents. She certainly can't run around outside all day like she is now, or even stay out all night. It's okay to go out once in a while, but you have to go back as soon as possible. When Xia Yi got home, Su Jialan also returned home, and Lin Yongzi, who hurried back from another place, also returned home at the same time. Su Jialan had just opened the door and had not yet entered the living room when she heard Lin Yongzi scolding her in a deep voice. Who told you to tell her about it? You are completely impatient. You are so clumsy when encountering a small matter. You are just a waste. Just like your mother. You look like a demon dog at ordinary times. But you fail when encountering a big matter. You are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish anything. Seeing that Lin Yongzi's scolding was getting more and more unpleasant, Su Jialan hurriedly stepped forward. Seeing Lin Linglang standing in the living room with his head lowered and his eyes lowered, being scolded by Lin Yongzi, she couldn't help but feel sorry for her son and stepped forward to dissuade him. The contract has been signed and received. Don't scold your son. Before Su Jialan finished her words, she saw Lin Yongzi turned his head angrily and raised his arm fiercely. Pa! He slapped her in the face. Chapter 53. Su Jialan was stunned. Although Lin Yongzi was a male chauvinist and bossed her around every day, he also maintained his basic dignity and would only scold her when he was angry. This was the first time she was beaten. You. Su Jialan covered her face and turned to one side. It took her a long time to recover. Tears suddenly welled up and fell in big drops. I have been married to the Lin family for so many years. I have worked hard and raised children. How could I let you down? You? How could you do this to? Shut up. Lin Yongza shouted, frightening Su Jialan, and angrily said, What's the hard work for you? You don't work much. You stay at home all day. You are just a spendthrift. You don't know how hard it is to work outside. Usually, whenever Lin Yongza mentioned outside affairs and making money, Su Jialan would be speechless. This kind of thing was never her business, and she couldn't explain it. But now is different from the past. She wiped away her tears, took out the contract from her bag, and defended herself. How can I be a freeloader? The contract has been stuck with her for so long. And I got it. You know nothing. Lin Yongza cursed. But his hands did not stop for a long time. He snatched the contract and flipped it in his hand. Lin Linglang was just being scolded by his father, and was sweating profusely. Now seeing his father pointing the finger at his mother, he not only did not step forward to dissuade him, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He even moved back a few steps, trying to escape the range of his father's anger. Come back here. Why are you hiding? Lin Yongza glanced at the contract, and suddenly noticed Lin Linglang's dodging action, which made him even more angry. Your mother doesn't know anything. And you don't know anything either? Are you so impatient? Will you be so anxious when I come back? I protect you. How can I let you go to jail? You are so short-sighted. It's not that I didn't think about it. I have my reasons. Lin Linglang hurriedly explained. She's been spending money very fast recently. She's spent all the money in the card. I'm afraid if I don't do something, she spend all the money. What did you say? How is that possible? Lin Yongza's anger stagnated slightly, and he frowned subconsciously. I checked her bills before. Her life is very simple. Her monthly spending is also very restrained. Apart from basic living expenses and regular fitness expenses, she has basically no extra expenses. How could she suddenly change her temperament and spend so much money? It's true. I asked Feng Zi to find someone to help check it. Lin Linglang looked anxious, explaining. When she first came back, there was a lot of money in the card, and it was all on one card, which was the bank that Feng Zi registered. Later, she transferred the money away and scattered it on several cards. Feng Zi took a lot of effort to confirm the bank flow of each card. She spent it all very quickly. The money from her inheritance dividends was basically spent by her. Oh, by the way, it seems that the stocks also need to be mortgaged. I haven't found anyone for that, and I haven't figured it out yet. Did she spend it all? Lin Yongza asked. Yes. Lin Linglang nodded affirmatively. Where else could she spend the money? Did she go gambling? Lin Yongza asked again. Have you figured out where the funds went? No. Lin Linglang shook her head. Seeing that Lin Yongza was about to frown again, she hurriedly said. She transferred the money to an overseas account. I don't know where. Overseas? Where? Lin Yongza asked. It's the city where her old school is located. Lin Linglang answered. Over there. Lin Yongza pondered for a while, and suddenly remembered something, and moved his eyes to Su Jialan, and asked. Don't you have a cousin in that city? I heard he's doing well. You can ask him to check. Su Jialan shuddered again, and a trace of fear appeared in the depths of her eyes, and hurriedly raised her head and said. Ah? What cousin? Haven't we met before? Your distant cousin, Xia Jiping. Lin Yongza has been in the officialdom for many years, and his memory of people is excellent. He called out the name accurately, after only meeting once in many years. Su Jialan's face turned pale, and her voice was dry. Oh, him. That? We haven't been in touch for many years. I don't know. Don't talk so much nonsense to me. Just ask me if I tell you to. Lin Yongza waved his hand impatiently. If you can't handle such a small matter, you can just leave with your bag. My Lin family doesn't want a woman like you who is more likely to cause trouble than to help. You? Su Jialan opened her mouth, wanting to get angry but not daring to, and finally didn't say a word, and closed her mouth abruptly. She felt extremely wronged, and wanted to cry and complain, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. She felt that Lin Yongza was not angry, but that he really had run out of patience with her. She didn't dare to say more at this time, so she wiped her tears and nodded with sobs. Go and make a phone call, and don't let me see you before dinner is ready. Lin Yongza scolded her again, and then handed the contract to Lin Linglang. I've read the contract. And there's no big problem. As Xiaoyi expected, the details that were changed were not the main points they were looking at. As long as the factory was not under Lin Linglong's name, Lin Yongza would always have ways and channels to help him get through. They always coveted Xiaoyi assets, not the worthless shares of the factory. Then, I asked Fengzi again, to see if there is any way to check the foreign cash flow. Lin Linglang said, "Go away." Lin Yongza waved his hand impatiently. Lin Linglang fled from home. Lin Yongza glanced at Su Jialan, snorted coldly, and walked into the study without looking back, closing the door with a bang. Su Jialan was frightened again. She was still confused. Lin Yongza still didn't tell her anything. She didn't know Lin Yongza's plan at all. Nor did she know what she had done wrong. And she didn't know how much money Xiaoyi had to make Lin Yongza jealous to this extent. But maybe it wasn't much. Because Mr. Lin was suppressing him. Lin Yongza was very restrained outside. And he was timid about accepting money. Although the job was a good job. There was a lot of money. And people gave him food, clothing and daily expenses. But he didn't dare to take big money. He was trembling every day, accepting it, for fear that the old man would punish him after knowing it. Seeing the people around her getting bulges, her eyes were red. But even so, it was not a normal life. Su Jialan did not want to lose. After she married Lin Yongza, she had been proud for so many years. She had many young ladies around her, and people always smiled at her wherever she went. If she wanted something, as long as it was not too much, she would give a hint, and someone would deliver it to her. If she was kicked out by Lin Yongza one day, she didn't know how many people would take advantage of her misfortune and ridicule her. The most important thing is, Su Jialan has been married for these years, although she has no worries about food and clothing, but none of the family assets, houses, cars, and factories are in her name. She seems to have a high consumption level on weekdays, and her food and daily necessities are expensive, but she has no real assets, and her clothes and jewelry are not worth much money, and she will be homeless if she leaves the Lin family. Su Jialan recalled the fierceness in Lin Yongza's eyes, knowing that he was serious, and gritted her teeth in her heart. Everything she has worked hard to maintain over the years cannot be thrown away because of this matter. She slid into the kitchen with her neck shrunk, and closed the door tightly, looking around for a while, making sure that her husband and son were not around, and would not suddenly appear beside her. She took out her cell phone from her bag, and found a phone number in the address book. Holding her thumb over the number for a long time, she finally hardened her heart and pressed it. Beep, beep, beep. After the call was connected, the other end was always busy. Su Jialan waited for a long time, until the call was automatically disconnected, and no one answered. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine if no one answered the call. It would be better if the number was changed. It was not that she was incompetent, but that there was really no way. Just as she was paralyzed, the screen of her mobile phone suddenly lit up. Flash, flash, flash rhythmically. Su Jialan was startled, and almost threw the phone away, staring at the screen for a long time, finding that the other party showed no signs of hanging up. Then she reluctantly pressed the answer button. Hello. Just as Su Jialan said a word, the frivolous voice of a middle-aged man suddenly rang in the receiver. Hey, Jia. Why did you suddenly think of calling me? Why? You miss me? Can you keep your voice down? Su Jialan quickly covered the receiver, looked around like a thief, and whispered, I have something to ask you. Something to ask me? The middle-aged man snorted coldly, and said slowly, Then call me good brother twice. I'm considering whether to answer you or not. Stop it, Xia Jiping. I have something serious to do. Su Jialan stamped her feet anxiously, lowering her voice to the lowest possible level. That who? Did you get any news about her later? That who? Who is that who? Xia Jiping's tone was still very bad. It's she, that who? Su Jialan whispered. You know who I'm talking about. I know who you're talking about. Xia Jiping paused, as if he suddenly remembered something. Suddenly realized. You won't say, it's our daughter. Su Jialan was frightened again, and angrily said, Can you stop talking nonsense? Shut up. What? You dare to give birth but not recognize it. Xia Jiping sneered twice. Why? You didn't ask about it for so many years. Why do you suddenly remember to ask about our daughter's news? He seemed to know that Su Jialan was afraid, and he deliberately repeated her fears over and over again, which was extremely bad. Su Jialan suddenly remembered what Xiaoyi had just done, and couldn't help but blurt out, It's your daughter. And she looks just like you. Daughter. My daughter? Xia Jiping asked in a serious tone. What do you mean? Did you see Xia Yi? Didn't you say you would take her away and never show her in front of me? Su Jian said angrily in a low voice. How did the Lin family find her and bring her to me? I was scared to death. Fuck. Why can't I find her? Xia Jiping cursed in a low voice. I was wondering where this damn girl had gone. I sold the house and dropped out of school. I searched everywhere nearby, but couldn't find her. I didn't expect that she would sneak back to China. Chapter 54. After Xia Yi returned home, 2 cats and 1 dog were already waiting at the door to greet her, especially Sanhua, whose little tail was wagging and circling around her feet several times, crazy to show his presence. Well done. Xia Yi stroked its head and praised it. You stay in this room. Xia Yi took Ming Jia to change shoes, and then walked straight into her bedroom, planning to vacate the room temporarily for him. My sister's master bedroom was connected to the nursing room. She definitely couldn't let outsiders in, and the other rooms were open. She was worried about leaving Ming Jia in the open space. Only her bedroom was suitable. It had a bathroom and a bed. Moreover, the door could be locked and there was surveillance. She could check the situation anytime and anywhere. It was the only suitable place. This was a very logical arrangement. When she turned around, she ran into the other party's shocked eyes. Ah? This is not suitable. Right? What's not suitable? Xia Yi asked. Ming Jia looked at Xia Yi in different eyes. He knew that the other party didn't think about anything else. He couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Either you lock me in the kitchen. What about you going to the toilet? Or you can put me in the toilet. Ming Jia answered. What about you sleeping? Ming Jia. Finally, he was locked in the bedroom. Not only did he and Xiaofeng leave, for safety reasons, I couldn't hire a housekeeper. I had to do many things at home myself. Xia Yi didn't put everything in order, but just took out her underwear and cat and dog related things, and didn't bother to take care of other things, and locked the door from the outside with a key. Xia Yi's bedroom is like her personality. Simple and clean black. White and gray. From curtains to floors. The same goes for the bed sheets and quilt covers, which are pure cool colors, stained with her scent, which is the smell of vetiver. Ming Jia was inexplicably stuffed into a girl's bedroom. His nose was surrounded by the other person's scent, and his ears couldn't help but turn red. He hesitated for a long time by the bed and the sofa, but finally didn't approach, and sat cross-legged on the ground. After Xia Yi settled Ming Jia down, she went to wash herself, changed into clean clothes, and walked into her sister's bedroom. Xia Yi lay quietly in the middle of the bed, her face as calm as ever, and she knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. Xia Yi walked to her side quietly, checked all the monitoring instruments one by one, and after confirming that her sister's physical indicators were fine, she skillfully completed the cleaning and nursing work. After completing the nursing work that should be done in the afternoon, she cleaned the house thoroughly, spread her own bed sheets on the nursing bed, packed in Xiaofeng's things, and agreed to mail them back home tomorrow. And then she was done with everything. Xia Yi returned to the living room and took stock of the next work. She understood Ming Jia's hint. The end of the world was probably coming soon. So the vegetables, fruits and meats with the strictest shelf life could be prepared. The cold storage at Yuehu Sanatorium was almost ready, and the freshest food could be stored in it. Chicken breast, chicken thigh, chicken wings, duck, pork belly, spare ribs, lean pork shreds, pork stuffing, fat sheep, lamb chops, fat beef, beef brisket, shank bones, 200 catties each, frozen fish, frozen shrimp, scallops, and seafood, 100 catties each. Fruits that can be stored in the cold storage for a long time, such as apples, pears, grapes, oranges, grapefruits, 100 catties each, and vegetables that can be stored in the cold storage for a relatively long time, such as potatoes, radishes, carrots, beans, tomatoes, cucumbers, peppers, lettuce, celery, cabbage, Chinese cabbage, onions, 50 catties each, etc. All meats, vegetables and fruits must be carefully selected, mechanical damage removed, strictly in accordance with the appropriate temperature, moderate, packaged, and transported to the cold storage. There are also large refrigerators in the apartment and villa, and vegetables and fruits that can be eaten to the limit of the shelf life, as well as enough meat. This part can be ordered directly online, contact reliable suppliers, and directly connect with the delivery. The second point is the implementation and acceptance of ongoing work, such as animal and plant breeding in the glass greenhouse, shooting hall, gas station, whether the security measures in these places are complete, and whether the decoration of Uehu Sanatorium is qualified, the installation progress of the glass greenhouse, and whether the purchase and quarantine progress of seeds, breeding chickens, ducks, fish and pigs are in place. This part needs to wait for a while, and it will be completed in 1 week or so. The third point is the daily necessities factory. She needs to go and see what raw materials are there, and what daily necessities can be made. There is no need for high-end daily chemical lines. It is best to keep basic shampoo, conditioner, bath gel, toothpaste, and such raw materials and production. The fourth point is also the most urgent point. She needs to go to Ming Jiai territory to take a look. No matter how honest Ming Jiai behaved, she would not forget the other party's surveillance and deception for many years. She could not let her guard down easily. She had to go to the other party's shelter to check it out. Otherwise, in the information war between the two, her position would be too passive. This was absolutely not allowed. After settling her sister down, tidying up the house, and sorting out the next plan, she looked at the sky outside. It was already dark again. Xia Yi opened the door of the second bedroom, but saw Ming Jiai with his elbows on the ground and his feet on the ground, doing a plank on the floor of her house. Xia Yi, the last fitness fanatic around her, was by Shanshan. The inertia developed from by Shanshan, the psychopath. She squatted without thinking, and swept her foot across the support of the other person's toes. Ming Jia also felt something was wrong, and her muscles moved subconsciously, and her feet bounced up from the ground. Before Xia Yi's sweeping kick came, her waist and abdomen twisted quickly, and did a backflip on the spot, and landed steadily on the floor. As soon as she landed, she realized something was wrong, and her face suddenly turned bitter. He quickly relaxed his muscles, but before he could explain, Xia Yi grabbed him by the collar. Ming Jia laughed dryly, with a flattering look in his eyes. Well, it's getting dark. Are you hungry? Are you pretending to be nice? Xia Yi raised her fist, and smashed it into his eyes. She had a black ring on her finger. The ring looked inconspicuous, but it had a small buckle. After breaking the buckle, the ring surface was pointed, clearly a brass knuckle. The fist came with brass knuckles, and its lethality was no joke. Seeing that she really showed no sign of holding back, Ming Jia hurriedly lowered his shoulders to dodge, quickly avoiding the punch, and began to beg for mercy. No, alas, be gentle, be gentle. Wrong, really wrong. Maybe the atmosphere between the two of them was much more relaxed, not as stiff and awkward as before. Through Ming Jiai's clean and harmless face, he clearly saw his shameless soul. His head and shoulders dodged and dodged, and he didn't forget to make a few sarcastic remarks. It's really bad. It's really bad. You're going to take my brain out. Xia Yi, as she let go of the breath she had been holding, her anger also subsided. It was normal for Ming Jiai to hide something from her. She knew that he had ulterior motives. Compared with that unknown system, the threat posed by Ming Jiai's martial arts skills was negligible. Seeing that her emotions gradually calmed down, Ming Jiai breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly took the opportunity to explain. I'm not pretending, I really am not. I just don't want to fight with you. Don't want to fight with me. Why? Xia Yi rolled her eyelids and looked at him. What's the benefit of fighting? He learned martial arts for the end of the world. Xia Yi learned short knife fighting for self-protection abroad. Both of them learned life-threatening skills. It's too easy to get hurt. What's wrong with being handcuffed by Xia Yi? He can follow her wherever she goes, and they can support each other when something happens. But Ming Jiai's focus was obviously not on this. This is the first time you ask me why. Since the two met, everything Xia Yi did, the core purpose was to protect her own interests from being violated. For him, the enemy who was scheming against her, she just needed to deprive him of his lethality. As for what his motive was for approaching her, she never cared at all. What he thought, she never asked a single word. Of course, Xia Yi felt the same way now. People have a mouth, and they can make up whatever they want. She is good at making up lies and nonsense. And naturally, she will not easily believe the explanations from others. So she said indifferently, well, just pretend I didn't ask. And there's no need to say it now. Ming Jiai. Xia Yi ignored the expression on his face, took out a mobile phone from her pocket, and threw it in his direction. Ming Jiayi's hands were still handcuffed, and her movements were very clumsy. The phone bounced several times on her wrist before she caught it in a hurry and asked, "What?" "Call your people, and have them pick us up. It's too inconvenient for Xiaoyi to drive out, and it's easy for the Lin family to follow him. If he wants to drive to the underground parking lot a few kilometers away, it will be too conspicuous to bring Ming Jiayi with him, and it's not easy to blend into the crowd. Since we are going to Ming Jiayi territory, it's better to let his people pick us up. Since he is building a shelter, he naturally has his own way to conceal his presence. That's easy, we take a taxi to Xia, and then go by water from there, and take a speedboat directly over there." Ming Jiayi opened the mobile app and called a car. Xiaoyi nodded while thinking. The first time she drove away, it was near Xia. Now thinking back, I have to say that the location of that place is a bit particular. The land there is open, and there are mountains and forests between the land and the water. The land is open, and it is easy to be discovered if someone follows you. The water is blocked, and it is not easy to be noticed if you leave by boat. The two changed their shoes and took the elevator downstairs, and walked to the gate of the community to wait for the car. Sure enough, just a few steps out of the gate of the community, someone got up from behind. This time it was two unfamiliar faces, and I don't know if the two who often followed him were taken away by the police. Anyway, the two sides have torn their faces, and the people on the other side are no longer hiding, and they are openly following her a few meters behind. Chapter 55. Ninth day before the end of the world. Xiaoyi and Ming Jiayi were originally standing on the roadside waiting for a car. Seeing the two people following so closely, Xiaoyi suddenly blinked, took out the phone from Ming Jiayi's pocket, changed the location of the car, then took his arm, and the two walked side by side to the new address. The tail behind didn't know why, but continued to follow. The two of them followed along the roadside, and followed through the park when they walked. After Xiaoyi and Ming Jiayi crossed another road, they walked to a long-awaited special car, opened the door and got in. The two people behind were suddenly stunned, and looked at each other. After the special car in front started and drove away, they realized that they had been walking for more than 10 minutes. And the car was still parked 2 kilometers away. They quickly took out their phones, and called the driver. "Hurry. Hurry up and pick us up." She ran away in the car. "Yes. It's Shui Xian Road. Can you hurry up? It's just 2 kilometers. One step on the accelerator." "Fuck the accelerator." The driver on the other end of the phone looked at the road sign. "Pooh," and started to curse. "That road is a one-way street. If I drive over there, I will not only have to turn around, but also have to wait for 3 traffic lights." Xiaoyi screwed those two tails to death, and laughed secretly for a while. Although this may not completely get rid of the tails, after all. She was seen by the other party when she got in the car, and it is very likely that the license plate number will be remembered. If they really want to follow her, they may still find the car. But she did a little trick, and it would be good to delay the other party for a while. If they can't catch up, it will be a pleasant surprise. Xiaoyi opened the door of the special car, stuck Ming Jiayi in the car, and sat in after him. The special car driver was a big brother from northeast China. Watching her opening the door, the thief couldn't bear it anymore. After enduring for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, "You are a big man, how can you let a little girl open the door for you?" "Well, this is a good question. You can't tell the driver that it's inconvenient for him to have his hands cuffed." Ming Jiayi imitated Xiaoyi's movements, blinked, and made up a story. "My hand is broken. The driver frowned upon hearing this, as if he was in pain too. "Ouch, how did you break it?" "Don't mention it, I cooked for her late last night, and made her angry." Ming Jiayi was addicted to acting, and the more he made up stories, he sighed deeply, and said, "He picked up a baseball bat and broke it." Xiaoyi turned his head suddenly, showing an unbelievable look, question mark. "Driver, question mark." He opened his mouth several times, as if he wanted to say something, but he finally held back, and didn't dare to ask another word. "Xiaoyi." The driver remained silent, and drove the car to 130 on the way, and drove to the destination at the maximum speed limit, and sent the two people off the car like a Buddha. Xiaoyi also endured it all the way, and just after closing the car door, he turned around and kicked them, pretending to hit them. Ming Jiayi immediately hugged his head, and squatted on the spot skillfully. The driver saw this in the rearview mirror, and was terrified. He stepped on the accelerator, and drove away quickly, muttering as he drove, "Why is it so powerful? It's more powerful than the one at home." "Don't be angry. Don't be angry." Ming Jiayi gave in faster and faster. He covered his head and face with his hands. Secretly peeked at Xia, and after confirming that she had no signs of continuing, he said, I just want him to drive faster. You got rid of those two tails. And now they haven't caught up. Xia, I have to say, Ming Jiayi move can also be understood as cooperating with her. But isn't it just asking the driver to drive faster? Why can't you just say it directly? Why do you need to use such a crooked way? Xia was about to say something, but then she thought, why does Ming Jiayi's way of thinking look so familiar? This crooked way, isn't it exactly the same as hers? Thinking that she is not much better, Xia suddenly figured it out. Forget it, birds of a feather flock together. Ming Jiayi is a bad guy, but it's better than being a saint. As long as it doesn't delay her business, being a bad guy is not a bad thing. After the two walked into Xia, Ming Jiayi unlocked the doors and led Xia around the backyard. In a hidden corner, there was a small dock with a motorboat parked there. Can you drive it? Ming Jiayi asked. Xia looked at the model. She bought it as a backup and read the manual. As for practical operation, she definitely had never done it before. She was busy with school and small company affairs every day. And she also had to learn how to fly a speedboat. Why didn't she learn how to fly a plane? It's not difficult. I teach you later, Ming Jiayi said. Xia did not refuse. Waterways are likely to become an important means of transportation in the future. It is indeed a skill that needs to be learned. She had many more important things to do before, and had never arranged time to learn. It is definitely not a bad thing to have the opportunity to learn now. Ming Jiayi took Xia around the speedboat, taught her how to do safety checks, and then took the key and sat in the driver's seat. Xia took off one of his handcuffs, handcuffed his left wrist to her own left hand, and looked around with her right hand, but could not find a suitable handrail. So she could only put it on Ming Jiayi's waist and asked a question. Is it okay to hold your waist like this? Ming Jiayi. Okay, he is a pure tool, or the kind without gender. Of course, I will definitely not refuse, but the price of agreeing is also very high. Ming Jiayi's waist and abdomen were tense, turning on the throttle of the speedboat and rushing out. The early summer breeze was a little cool. Driving a speedboat with the girl you like is a happy thing. Unless, the girl is a wooden man. Xiao's long hair had been cut into pieces by her a long time ago, so it looked like short hair. But the two of them sat close together on the motorboat, very close to each other. The thin ends of her hair brushed against her neck from time to time. The smell of vetiver floated on the tip of his nose, clear and cold, with an unkind sense of distance, just like her. Ming Jiayi was so nervous that his whole shoulder was numb. Who knew that the person behind him was still not honest, put his nose behind his ear, and asked in a raised voice. Start, I understand the steering. Are there any other precautions? Ming Jiayi. He was frightened by the breath, from his shoulders to his scalp. His entire back was almost cramped. This young lady was still studying how to use the speedboat. People really don't live in the same dimension. Summer breeze, sunset, beautiful scenery. Well, a romantic evening for two. The two of them hugged each other, their breath blended, and they drove leisurely on the lake, teaching the skills of using the speedboat. Time passed quickly. When Ming Jiayi drove to his shelter, it was already dark. Ming Jiayi's shelter dock was also closed. After the two arrived at their destination, they hid the speedboat at the dock, found a small sightseeing car from the garage at the foot of the mountain, and drove up the mountain leisurely. Xia considerately did not handcuff Ming Jiayi's wrists, but changed his hand, handcuffed his left hand to his right hand, then took his arm, and covered him with his coat to cover. The two drove to the garden. This garden is called a garden, except that the architectural style is like a garden, and other features can be said to have nothing to do with a garden. The top of the garden is not open to the sky, but a semicircular transparent dome, like a glass bowl turned upside down on the garden. The houses, vegetation, and lake water in it are all completely protected. The inside and outside of the garden are completely sealed, but light can shine through the dome. The garden is not a real ancient garden. All the buildings are concrete buildings, and they have undergone very complicated renovations. They look like antique designs, but in fact they are all made of iron walls. Ming Jiayi led her in through the main entrance, without avoiding her gaze, openly in front of her, pressed the door lock code, and then drove the sightseeing car in. Xia, the rich are really rich. Her shelter, which was enough for her to live a life of luxury, is like Sanhua's nest compared to this place. Ming Jiayi drove forward for a distance, and came to a fork, turned around and asked Xiaoyi. Residential area, material area, and factory area. Which one do you want to see first? Material area, Xiaoyi said. Although the residential area and factory area can be seen to be prepared, it is not necessarily for what reason. The types and quantities of items in the material area can best illustrate the problem. If the quantity of materials is large enough, it can at least show that he is indeed preparing for the end of the world, and it will be one of his important bases. The most important thing is that the more materials there are, the greater the cost of moving, the less likely it is to move. And after mastering the information of this base, the higher the value of Xiaoyi chips. Ming Jiayi drove the car around a corner and drove a short distance along one of the roads. The two of them got off the sightseeing bus and walked. Not long after they walked forward, a boy suddenly came over. He looked about the same age as them, holding a notebook and a pen in his arms. When he saw the two of them, his expression suddenly became serious, and he stood still and greeted them. Mr. Ming. Ming Jiayi walked past the other person calmly without stopping, and nodded in response. The two figures crossed each other, and the boy behind her took another step and left. Xiaoyi. She couldn't help but turn her head to look at Ming Jiayi's face. The first time they met, he appeared as a chef. The second time, he was forced to be her chef. The third time, he took the initiative to be her chef. And now, well, he was kidnapped by her and became her follower. At first glance, he seemed like a pure male college student. When getting along with him, he seemed to be a male college student who looked serious but was actually mean at heart. Now, he seemed to be a male college student who had a lot of thoughts and had calculated her. But for some reason, he seemed to not feel hostility and was mean at heart. In short, a chef, a male college student. At most, he had plotted against her and was a mean person. That was almost all her impression of Ming Jiayi. Although she had read Ming Jiayi information online before and knew his bizarre entrepreneurial history and his considerable wealth, maybe because he had the ability to predict the future, he successfully helped her to remove the filter. It was not until this moment that Xiaoyi suddenly realized that Ming Jiayi seemed to be a self-made boss. Chapter 56. What are you looking at? Ming Jiayi felt her gaze, lowered his head and looked back, asked softly. Nothing. Xiaoyi shook her head and quickly pulled herself out of her surprise. So what if he was a self-made boss? What kind of person Ming Jiayi looked like? Who was he actually? What did it have to do with her? The two of them said nothing along the way, walked towards the material warehouse with a clear purpose, and began to count. Xiaoyi used the computer to check the material list, first found the emergency food category, checked the compressed biscuits and canned food with the longest shelf life, then randomly checked the cold medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine from the medicine category, and randomly checked the clothes for winter use and their colors and sizes. Finally, from the various lists, she immediately picked out a dozen categories, and counted their categories and quantities box by box, to see if they matched the catalog. You're checking more carefully than my secretary, Ming Jiayi said helplessly. Xiaoyi glanced at him calmly, and didn't answer. Counting these materials is just a job for the secretary. But for Xiaoyi, it's the lives of the whole family. Her sister has friends, cats and dogs. So how could she be careless? She followed the list tirelessly, unpacking boxes one by one, and checking boxes one by one. Ming Jiayi watched her tossing around, and didn't stop her. After she finished checking, she put the items back to their original places one by one. Ming Jiayi warehouse is huge, with 3 floors. There are also independent elevators and electric cars in the warehouse. It takes several minutes to drive from one end of the warehouse to the other. The two of them dismantled, tested, and fiddled with it. When Xiaoyi finished checking the list he had planned, it was already dawn. Xiaoyi counted the number of supplies, and had a rough idea in his mind. This is definitely not a supermarket warehouse. The items here are of various types, and they are not allocated according to whether they are popular or not. Instead, they are all allocated in proportion to the number of people. It must be for people to use for basic survival. According to a rough calculation, Ming Jiayi can support at least 100 people in this base. How is it? Am I credible in your mind? Ming Jiayi drew a gap between his thumb and index finger that was almost invisible to the naked eye, and then expanded it outward to a distance that was almost invisible to the naked eye. A little more? Let's stop here today. I'm tired. Xiaoyi did not comment on his question. Maybe the credibility was a little bit more, but there was no need to say it. You haven't eaten for more than 10 hours since yesterday, Ming Jiai reminded her halfway. But Xia Yi was too busy to eat and dragged it on until now. You definitely won't eat the food here. Or, I go home with you and cook for you with your own ingredients. Okay. Xia Yi nodded. The two left the garden, and then traveled by land and water, and returned home a long way. It was already bright outside. When she returned to the gate of the community, she met the two people who followed her out last night. They stood there half dead, with dark circles under their eyes. Their noses were not noses, and their eyes were not eyes. They looked at her with deep hatred, and it was obvious that they had not slept all night. They were probably fooled by her, and because the driver drove too fast, they were completely left behind. They could not locate her position, and could only stay here and wait for her to come back. After confirming that Xia Yi had returned home, the two finally came to their senses and called the Lin family to report. But this time, they reported to Su Jialan. Mrs. Lin. She's home. Su Jialan also waited in front of the phone all night. When she found out that Xia Yi was lost again, she was so scared that she couldn't sleep at all. She was afraid that Lin Yongza would not let her go. And she was also afraid that Xia Jiping would not let her go. It was not until she received this call that she breathed a sigh of relief and took out her mobile phone to send a message. She's back. The address remains the same. She's got off the plane and will be there soon. Xia Jiping replied quickly. Where's the bill I wanted? Su Jialan asked urgently. When can I see her? When can you see the bill? After Xia Yi returned home, she confirmed that Ming Jiai had no messy things on him, and no chemicals that could knock her out or poison her. She sent him to the kitchen. She went back to the house to look after her sister, and after helping her sister to clean up the work that needed to be cleaned up, the aroma of food also drifted over. It was noodles again. The clear soup with the smooth noodles, which warmed the stomach and was easy to digest after a night of sleep. Xia Yi almost finished the meal with her eyes closed. After she gulped down the noodles with soup, she stopped Ming Jiai, who was about to clean up the dishes, locked him in the bedroom, and went back to her sister's care room. Washed up quickly. She fainted as soon as she closed her eyes. It was already afternoon when she opened her eyes again. Xia Yi didn't plan to go out again today. She was too tired from running around outside yesterday, and a nap didn't let her rest completely. So she simply put the work online. She had bought everything that could be bought, and most of them were now in the process of transportation, installation, and construction. She would have to wait at least 2 more days before she could go for inspection. Just relax at home today. It's not bad to accompany my sister. Xia Yi still didn't ask Ming Jiai what her purpose was, but she didn't plan to let him go. She had to keep him imprisoned until the end of the world, so that she could feel at ease. Ming Jiai didn't want to leave, and didn't even ask. He just listened to her arrangements and did whatever Xia Yi wanted. Ming Jiai was a very quiet companion. After Xia Yi agreed, he borrowed her desktop to work, probably to confirm the progress of some work in the shelter. She would prepare meals for her on time. She was a perfect wife. After the two of them stayed at home peacefully for a day, Ming Jiai finally overcame her psychological barriers. She could sleep in the scent of vetiver at night, but she still felt a little blushing when she woke up in the morning. Day 8 before the end of the world. Xia Yi had no plans to go out today. The construction would not be accepted until the day after tomorrow. She had planned to monitor the progress of each line online through video. But she was woken up by the doorbell at dawn. She slipped on her slippers, walked to the door with sleepy eyes, and just turned on the screen and took a look. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she suddenly woke up. Xia Jiping. Why did he come back to China? Xia Yi was alarmed. Xia Jiping was her uncle, her adoptive father's younger brother, an idle and lazy man, who had been eating free meals with her adoptive father for many years. As the eldest brother, the adoptive father took good care of his younger brother, and helped him gain a foothold abroad. But when the couple died, Xia Jiping immediately set his sights on Xia Yi, and thought about the inheritance in her hands. Xia Yi was so skilled and calm in the face of the Lin family, thanks to Uncle Xia's hands-on teaching, which taught her how to deal with all kinds of robbery, deception, murder and robbery, and so on, anything for money. This time she took by Shanshan private plane to leave the country. In addition to her sister, she also wanted to avoid Xia Jiping. Why did Xia Jiping find this place? How did he know the address of her apartment in China? Did her adoptive parents tell him? Theoretically, he should have found the villa first. But Xia Yi checked the surveillance at the villa and didn't see the other party. He went directly to the apartment building, opened the door, You little bitch. Xia Jiping rang the doorbell outside the door impatiently and said directly, Don't pretend. I know you are at home. But Xia Yi didn't want to see her. Although this is in China, Xia Jiping's behavior will be more disciplined. But his foundation is there. And he can't be much disciplined. Moreover, why would she spend time meeting someone she doesn't want to do? Even if the work is almost done, wouldn't it be better for her to have a good rest? Xia Jiping struggled outside the door for more than an hour before finally leaving temporarily. He was still pointing fingers at Xia Yi before leaving. Don't think pretending to be dead will work. It's just a unit door. I can always find a way to get in. After Xia Yi turned off the access control screen, she walked to the center of the living room and sat down on the sofa with her knees hugged. She took many deep breaths before calming down her suppressed emotions. Being targeted by Xia Jiping is definitely bad news. This person has been abroad for a long time. And the habits he has developed are completely different from those in China. Although the Lin family was also greedy, they were still cautious when begging for food. After all, they had status and position, and they needed to protect their reputation. They would not be as ugly as Xia Jiping, who was ruthless and unscrupulous. How ugly was it? It was the kind that trained Xia Yi, a high school girl who knew nothing, to be a short knife fighting skill. It was ugly. She had to worry about her life. If this person knew the location of her shelter, with his desperate mentality, when the end of the world came, he would probably become a venomous snake, secretly spying on her every day, and fighting her to the death. She didn't want to fight with the other party. It would waste her time and energy, and would also bring endless danger to her sister. The best way was to move into the shelter before anyone found out, hide in it from then on, and never come out again. But this was unrealistic. The shelter was not ready yet. She had to go out at least 2 more times to let everything settle. The first time, she needed to inspect all the places outside after the construction was completed, power on, connect to the network to count the goods, to ensure that everything was ready and in a safe state. The second time, she needed to take her sister out of the apartment and escort her to Yuehu nursing home. This had to be done in 2 trips. Her sister was in a very fragile condition. Before everything was complete and safe, she could not move without permission, which would put her sister's life in danger. Xia Yi was thinking about what to do, and suddenly heard the phone ring. She subconsciously took out her phone from her pocket, looked down, and saw 2 big words on the screen. Sanhua. Wait. Xia Yi looked up blankly, and saw that the dogs were nestling in a corner of the living room, rolling around and playing with each other's tails. Sanhua was lying among them, and was the most noisy one. The dog was right in front of her. Who called? Chapter 57. Xia Yi's mind was obviously still on Xia Jiping. Seeing this, she didn't react at all. She subconsciously pressed the answer button. As the video was connected, a pair of handcuffed hands suddenly appeared in the center of the screen. Xia Yi. Ah. She forgot. From this morning till now, Ming Jiayi has been locked in the second bedroom for more than an hour. Ming Jiayi's mobile phone was taken away by her, and the soundproofing effect of that room was too good. He knocked on the door, but no one outside could hear it. Perhaps in desperation, she remembered that she had used her mobile phone to make a video call to Sanhua in the room. Since the camera in that room is for dogs, the viewing angle is relatively low, and it can only capture his hands. Xia Yi almost laughed out loud, tried to purse her lips, coughed twice, and said seriously, Hey! Where's my dog? My dog called me. Why can't I see it on the screen? The camera lens shook left and right twice, and finally adjusted the position. Ming Jiayi appeared in it with a wooden face. So, can I go out and make breakfast? Xia Yi finally laughed out loud. Seeing Ming Jiayi's frustrated look was inexplicably funny. It magically helped her to relieve her emotions, and the haze brought by Xia Jiping was swept away. She couldn't help but add another sentence. Oh, it appeared. Ming Jiayi. Xia Yi hung up the video call, picked up the key and walked to the bedroom door, opened the door for Ming Jiayi, and until the two of them were face to face, she still had an irrepressible smile on her lips. Ming Jiayi stood there, and was in a trance for a moment. Xia Yi rarely smiles, either in the last life or in this life. They only met 3 times in the last life, and it was a bit of a stretch to say that they had met. The first time was when her father sponsored poor students, and asked her who she wanted to choose. As a result, Xia Yi pointed at him casually. Is it because he looks good? For Xia Yi, this may be a very random choice, and it is completely irrelevant. But it means much more to him than that. His life, his future, after this moment, underwent earth-shaking changes. He still remembers her eyes at that time, cold, indifferent, but with a fatal attraction. The end of the world, rebirth, system. If it hadn't been for that stunning glimpse, he wouldn't have been able to survive to the end, let alone have these unattainable experiences for others. He wanted to see her more, but she was obviously not interested. She had her own studies in life, and her eyes never lingered on unimportant people. Until the day when something happened in her family. She took her anger out on all the students who received financial aid, including him. She told them to get out and never appear in her life again. However, their financial aid was not cut off, and was even given to them until they graduated from college. The third time was after the end of the world. At that time, the environment outside was particularly bad. She was abroad at that time. Before the signal completely disappeared, she called Ming and asked him and several others to live in her apartment. It was here that helped them get through the most difficult period. What he didn't know was that it was her last phone call. She was dying. And the last thing she did before she died was to save him. She didn't care about them. She didn't care about anyone. She just felt that she was going to die. And if she could let someone else survive, it would be one. Innocence is kindness. This kindness is conditional. And the condition is that she will not be affected by anything. She is already dying. And she will not pay the price for releasing kindness. So, she chooses to save him. This doesn't sound like a big deal. However, in that extremely evil era, how many people on the verge of death and the world wished to drag everyone down with them to hell? Before she completely left this world, she actually thought about saving others. However, he didn't know anything at that time. He received a call from the girl he liked, and had a place to live, and was feeling complacent. But he didn't know that was the final farewell. After rebirth, he also wanted to save her. But no matter what methods he used to remind her, to warn her, Xiaoyi was always on guard, and he never made any progress. Until something happened in her family. When she was in a state of great confusion, he finally found a way to connect with her through the system. Through this, he witnessed with his own eyes the anger, helplessness and despair that a girl whose family had suddenly changed, and her pride and tenacity. After that, they were together day and night. Xiaoyi's daily life was extremely monotonous and boring. In terms of studying, interning, making money, practicing swordsmanship, except for eating and sleeping, she basically worked non-stop for 4 years, and she never stopped. Fortunately, Shanshan accompanied her and amused her whenever she was free, so that she could occasionally show a cheerful look on her face. But that kind of expression was very stingy. She was mostly on the road with a blank expression, doing things, and seemed to be aloof from people. As the number of robbers at home at night increased, her knife became more and more fierce. And even after she was bleeding many times, her temperament became colder, and few people dared to approach her. In the past 2 years, she got better, and she seemed to smile. It might be because she opened a company and had many necessary social occasions. She gradually learned to put on a social mask and talk to others with a smile. Her appearance is very deceptive. She has a sweet and lovely appearance, and her smile is friendly. Slowly, her popularity has improved. But if someone who knows her looks carefully, she can see that her smile rarely reaches her eyes. He has rarely seen such a smile from the heart. Such a smile that makes the corners of her lips rise uncontrollably, and her eyes sparkle. Not to mention, this smile is because of him. Ming Jiao also had a moment when he wanted to touch her profile with his fingers. But in the end, he held back. Xiaoyi looked at Ming Jiao and turned his face away, and put his left hand on his right wrist, kneading it repeatedly, until the kneading bones turned white, and was really puzzled, and asked, "What's wrong with you? Is your wrist uncomfortable?" Ming Jiao. He walked sideways past Xiaoyi, walked quickly towards the kitchen, and said as he walked, "I'm going to cook." Xiaoyi. If Ming Jiao hadn't been honest these 2 days, she would have to respond on the spot, and punch him in the stomach, given his speed. Fortunately, he did walk to the kitchen obediently. But Xiaoyi looked at Ming Jiao back, and the confusion in his eyes became even heavier. What's wrong with this guy? Why did he run so fast? Did he get angry after being ridiculed by her? He doesn't look like that. Ming Jiao walked into the kitchen in a panic, took out the ingredients from the refrigerator, paused slightly in front of the sink, and was about to make breakfast. Suddenly, a head popped out from the door, startling him again. "I get you 2 sets of clothes to change into. You go check the size first. If it fits, Wash them in the washing machine. Ming Jiayi returned to the bedroom for the time being after hearing this. Looking at the 2 sets of unopened clothes on the bed, they were fully equipped from the inside out. Ming Jiayi's eyes deepened slightly. After Xia Yi returned to China, the connection between her and the system became weaker. The system will attach to the person who has the closest connection with it within a radius of 100 miles. This is why it can choose Ming Jiayi after being abandoned by the original host. When Xia Yi is not in China, she is far away from Ming Jiayi, the system can attach to her through special methods. But when Xia Yi returned to China, she was relatively close to Ming Jiayi. Within a radius of 100 miles, the system would be absorbed back to Ming Jiayi. This is why the system did not often appear beside Xia Yi after she returned to China. After she returned to China, Ming Jiayi did not know her whereabouts so clearly. He did not know what she had done, who she had met, what preparations she had made, and who she had such a close relationship with. So he did not know why there were men's clothes in Xia Yi's house. The clothes are new, probably bought recently. He knows Xia Yi has never had a boyfriend. She has been back in China for such a short time. With her focused and efficient habits, she will not waste energy on finding a boyfriend. So who is this for? How close is his relationship with her? She actually prepared clothes for him before the end of the world? Is it someone she likes? Ming Jiayi lowered his eyes quietly, looking at the unopened clothes on the bed. His fingers slowly tightened on the fabric. XXXL size, white t-shirt and gray pants, very casual and homely style. If he is not a 200-pound fat man, he should be about the same height as him. Can you wear the clothes? If you can, tear off the tag and throw it in the washing machine. Remember to set it to the washer-dryer mode. Xia Yi saw him in the room without saying anything for a long time, and leaned over to ask. If you can't wear it, tell me. While it's still available, I buy you 2 more sets and send them to you. I don't want you to become smelly in my house. Ming Jiayi closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he reluctantly spoke. You can wear it. I wash it right away. The laundry detergent is in the upper cabinet. Get it yourself. In the following period of time, Ming Jiayi was unusually silent. After dinner, he put the dishes in the dishwasher, and then took out the dried clothes from the washing machine to take a shower. Xia Yi followed him into the bathroom, and said, Take off your shirt. Ming Jiayi paused when he heard this, and his ears felt a little hot. But he lifted the hem of his t-shirt without saying a word, and took off his shirt neatly with a lift and a pull. This scene was very challenging for him, and the blush on his ears quickly fell to his neck, and there was a tendency to continue to spread downwards, and before long, he was like a cooked shrimp, and his whole body was almost red. Xia Yi also felt that she was a bit embarrassed. But her sympathy was limited. After all, compared with Ming Jiayi's shyness, the safety of her shelter was more important. The only thing she could do was to be kind, and not do anything bad. Ahem, and not appreciate the other person's good figure. Her eyes were honestly placed where they should be. Uncuffed one handcuff, helped him take off his clothes, and put them on the hanger outside, and then released his right hand, and handcuffed his left hand to the water pipe. Then he turned around and walked out of the bathroom door, saying, Call me when you're done. Ming Jiayi watched her walk out of the door without any regrets. The door slammed shut in front of him. He choked and felt a little unhappy. Although he was not in a good mood, he knew that this person would not find out. And it was impossible for him to comfort him. It was fine if he didn't comfort him. He didn't stop me from looking at him. Is there any need to avoid him so much? He still has a good figure. Chapter 58. Ming Jiayi finished his shower, and after being released, he changed his clothes with wet hair, and threw the dirty clothes he took off into the washing machine. He took 2 steps and found that the water on his hair had dripped onto the floor, and strode to the corner and turned on the mopping robot. This figure repeatedly swayed in front of Xia Yi's eyes, making her dizzy. After finishing all these, he returned to the second bedroom, and started working with the computer. He ran out again before noon, made lunch, ate, cleaned up, and repeated the cycle again. No words were spoken the whole morning. Xia Yi was a little puzzled, but not much. In fact, she was like this on weekdays. She would be silent all day when she was busy. It is said that boys talk less. Otherwise, there wouldn't always be girls complaining on the internet that their boyfriends ignored them. It should be normal. Right? Of course, even if it's not normal. It has nothing to do with her, anyway. Don't worry about it. After Xia Yi reconfirmed all the orders in progress, she lifted dumbbells in the living room for a while, when she changed to the 4th weight. Suddenly, I heard the doorbell ring from outside. Xiaoyi put down the dumbbell, sat up straight and took a look, confirming that it was the doorbell, not the access control. The doorbell and access control are in different locations. The access control is pressed from outside the unit door, and the owner can open the unit access control from inside the room, and let people into the corridor, while the doorbell is pressed at the security door. If someone presses the doorbell without passing the access control, theoretically, it should be a neighbor. She took the towel around her neck and wiped the sweat off her face, and turned on the surveillance camera in front of the outermost security door. An aunt in her early 50s stood in front of the door. She was wearing long pants and short sleeves, and her hair was neatly tied behind her head. Although her clothes were not elegant, they were neat and clean. She was holding a gift box in her hand and knocking on the door. "Hello. Little girl, I am the new neighbor downstairs." Xiaoyi did not open the door. The apartments here are high-end residences, and the occupancy rate is not high. It is good to have about 10 households living there on a daily basis. Many people do not live in the city at all. Some live abroad, and some live in first-tier cities. For the convenience of business trips, they buy a house here and stay here when needed. She was one of them before. Except for a few permanent households, who were familiar with each other and had some interactions on a daily basis, most of the others had never met each other, or even had no intention of getting along, let alone moving visits or anything like that. If it was any other time, she could open the door and say hello, but at this critical moment, no matter how harmless they looked, they had to be on guard. The person outside the door saw that she didn't respond, with a somewhat anxious look on his face, tilted his head towards the dark part of the corridor, and secretly winked. The next moment she turned her head. A familiar face suddenly appeared in the center of the surveillance. The flesh on his face slowly cracked, revealing a ferocious smile. "Do you think I can't come in if you don't let me in?" Xiaoyi was not surprised. If Xia Jiping was so easy to deal with, he would be blocked outside by a unit door, and he wouldn't have caused her so much trouble. She thought the other party would use some method of sneaking in, picking the lock, and coercing and luring. But she didn't expect it to be such a normal idea. His violent brain circuit actually thought of renting a house downstairs, which was really surprising. Xia Yi knew without even thinking that Xia Jiping was renting a house. She never thought that he would buy one. This man was full of evil. If he could easily pay for a house, he wouldn't have to worry about the inheritance in her hands every day. But he could definitely afford to rent a house. Xia Jiping had a trust fund, which his father had set up for him. With the guarantee of the trust fund, even if he was extravagant, he could still have a monthly income and not starve to death. It was more than enough to rent a house. And there are so many vacant houses here, it is not a problem to find a suitable landlord to rent. This is probably why he was able to get the access control quickly. If it is a house transfer, the process will not be so fast. At this juncture, renting a house downstairs from her is really disgusting. Although Xia Yi is determined to get everything done within 2 times, even within these 2 times, she has to be on guard against him every time she goes up and down the stairs, which is also a big trouble. "I'd be waiting for you here. If you have the guts, don't go downstairs." Xia Jiping stood at the door and sneered. He spoke sinisterly, like a sticky snake spitting out its tongue, which made people's scalps numb. "If you dare to come down, I will make sure you never come back." Xia Yi clenched her fists fiercely. She has always adhered to the principle of not wanting to get involved, but this kind of thing happened one after another, and it kept coming to her door. Xia Jiping is like a dogskin plaster. It is hard to get rid of him once he smells the smell. Now, just for money, he has already done so much. And when he runs around for his life, he will go crazy. She has a strong premonition that they will fight to the death sooner or later. However, it is not the time yet. She has other ways. "What's wrong?" Ming Jiayi's voice came from behind. He saw Xiaoyi's gloomy face, and his heart tightened slightly, and he quickened his pace. The one-sided Cold War just now completely disappeared at this moment. When Ming Jiayi saw Xia Jiping in the access control camera, his pupils suddenly contracted. Xiaoyi family changes. She didn't know what was going on. Ming Jiayi knew it clearly. But in his eyes, saving Xiaoyi's life was the most important thing. And he didn't pay more attention to this person. This person had always stayed abroad in his previous life. How did he come back now? "It's okay." Xiaoyi's expression was gone in an instant. Raised his hand to turn off the monitoring screen. Wiped the sweat without changing his expression. And continued to bench press with 2 dumbbells. She didn't want to tell anyone what she was thinking. Although Ming Jiayi knew many of her secrets, and they could solve many problems together. She didn't want to, nor did she need to, share some things deep in her heart with him. Xiao's arm muscles were tense, and her forehead was soaked with sweat. In the training that challenged her limits again and again, her sweet face was always expressionless, except for the coldness in her eyes. Ming wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything in the end. Instead, he took out another mat from his side and spread it out, and started to exercise with her. Not all girls want to seek protection and comfort when they encounter problems. At least she doesn't. He doesn't know how to comfort her, but he can accompany her. As for Xiaojiping, don't worry. He will send him off after these days. Ming Jiai closed his eyes indifferently. Xiaojiping waited outside the door for more than 10 minutes, and saw that the access control did not respond. He was not in a hurry. He gestured to the woman next to him, and the two went downstairs together and returned to an apartment downstairs. Okay, there's nothing for you to do now, you can go back, Xiaojiping said to the woman. Husband, Madam said, you want? The woman was obviously frightened by Xiaojiping's appearance just now. Her calves were trembling. Her voice was unsteady. She stammered. Madam, madam. Xiaojiping savored these two words, showed a meaningful smile, repeatedly. TSK, madam. After a while, seeing that the woman opposite was still waiting for his reply, he waved his hand and said impatiently, I know. She's indispensable. The woman hesitated for 2 seconds, but she didn't dare to ask any more questions, and she pushed the door open carefully and left. Xiaojiping still had a smile on his face, and he picked up his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly, and he had obviously been waiting by the phone. Just after he said hello, Xiaojiping said something sinister. Mrs. Lin, I didn't know that. Every year, you have become so impressive? Su Jialan's scalp tingled slightly. If there was one person in the world who knew what kind of person Xiaojiping was, it would be her. It was easier to invite a Buddha than to send him away. Xiaojiping was not a pushover. She racked her brains to trick him away at first, because according to her method, everything could be profitable. But recently, things are not as good as before. There is nothing in foreign countries that attracts Xiaojiping. She knew she was courting disaster. Su Jialan was slightly panicked, explaining randomly. No. It's just someone below calling me casually. You? Don't take it seriously. People below. Xiaojiping smacked the words, and said meaningfully. I didn't expect that the woman who got pregnant and gave birth to my child in front of me is now the boss. Don't say it. Su Jialan was so scared that she almost threw her phone away, and said angrily in a low voice. I've given you her address, you should have seen her, why don't you send me what I want? People. Xiaojiping kept it a secret, and said slowly, I really haven't seen them. What? This is impossible. Xiaojiping paused, and seeing that Su Jialan was frightened, he snorted and said, I can still send the things to you. Ah. Then you. But? Xiaojiping made another turn, and completely controlled Su Jialan. I have another condition. What condition? Come and get it yourself. After Su Jialan hung up the phone, she quickly found Lin Linglang. Her eyes were a little confused, seeing that Lin Linglang seemed to have seen something important. She subconsciously asked, Son, you got Xiao's company account and checked the transaction. Is it particularly important to you? Of course. As long as I get the account, I can find out where her money went with my connections. Mom, you know, it's not a small amount. With that money, I can definitely open a bigger factory. Oh no. A company. Make a lot of money. And provide you and Dad with a glorious retirement. But what if you can't get it? Can't get it? Lin Linglong's face suddenly darkened, and he looked at Su Jialan with a cold look, which secretly contained scrutiny. If Dad knew that you could get it but didn't, he would probably kick us both out of the house. Su Jialan didn't say anything. Mom, you must help me. Lin Linglang secretly spied on her expression, softened his voice, and acted coquettishly. Mom, you are the best. As long as you can get her company's public account, I promise, you don't have to worry about the rest, I will take care of it. Chapter 59. Xiaoyi worked out for more than an hour, until she had squeezed out the last bit of strength in her body. Then she lay flat on the mat, and called by Shanshan. The first thing Bai Shanshan said when she answered the phone was, Do you still remember me? Xiaoyi. Hearing her silence, Bai Shanshan knew that something must have gone wrong, but since Xiaoyi didn't say anything, she didn't bother asking. she just stopped the provocative tone and got back to the point. Tell me, what do you want from me? Xiaoyi stared at the ceiling, blinking, but his mind was calculating quickly. After a moment, he said, has your helicopter reported the route recently? Can it cover my apartment? Of course. Bai Shanshan breathed a sigh of relief. Since it is a problem that can be solved with practical methods. It is not a problem. She just answered happily. I have been in a long-term reporting state for emergency purposes recently. You can go to any of the places we often go to. Tell me, when will it be used? Xiaoyi thought for a moment, then said, 4 days later. All the projects can be completed in 4 days, and all the goods can be delivered. In these 4 days, she can use monitoring to remotely track the progress of the project, and the final acceptance can be done in 4 days. What about the route, from where to where? From the rooftop platform of my house to... Xiaoyi thought for a moment, then said, to Yixia. Yuehu's sanatorium has not been arranged yet, and there may not be a suitable helipad, and she does not want to expose the address to the helicopter pilot, and Yixia is a restaurant, so the address is not afraid of being exposed. Besides, there is Ming Jiayi car, which is more convenient to drive. Or you can try the dock by water. From all angles, this address is more suitable. Xiaoyi originally insisted on convenience and efficiency, but Bai Shanshan's mind had already gone 180 degrees off the track. Yixia? She raised her voice directly, and the words came out clearly and brightly through the receiver of the mobile phone. Are you really together with Ming Jiayi? Xiaoyi was caught off guard. Ming Jiayi heard it clearly. Don't talk nonsense. Xiaoyi rarely felt the panic of having her secret exposed. When she and Bai Shanshan were alone on the phone, she said a few nonsense, which was fine. Bai Shanshan had a brain like that. 1 second she saw a handsome boy, and the next second she had already thought of a name for the child. She couldn't control it, and couldn't stop it. She had already lied down. Let her talk nonsense. But in front of the person involved, it was still a bit too much. Yo. Seeing her anxious, Bai Shanshan became more excited. Her voice rose an octave, and she pressed on. You're shy. You're shy. My iron tree finally bloomed. Xiaoyi's face felt a little hot. She saw Ming Jiayi's ears pricked up from the corner of her eyes, as if eavesdropping on her. She felt a fire burning. Shut up. She was so angry that she hung up the phone. Bai Shanshan obviously wouldn't let her go. The next moment after she hung up the phone, she called back and pressed on. Just tell me, please satisfy my curiosity. Look at every boyfriend of mine at every stage. I have told you clearly, when we fell in love, when we went on a date, when we kissed, when... Ahem. Xiaoyi coughed loudly, suppressing the 2 words she was about to say. Why are you so stingy? You didn't even tell me such a small thing. Bai Shanshan muttered. It's just a relationship. I didn't ask you about the details in bed. What's the big deal? Seeing that she was getting more and more outrageous, Xiaoyi hurriedly interrupted her again. It's not happening. Don't make random guesses. TSK. Who would believe that? If it's not happening, then why are you so anxious? Why don't you let me talk? You're acting so abnormal now. Could it be that he's listening next to you? Bai Shanshan was stunned for a moment, and then she realized it belatedly, and paused before she said, No way. Xiaoyi. Bai Shanshan cried out in annoyance. And after a long while, she asked quietly, I didn't say anything I shouldn't have said. Did I? Xiaoyi. What do you think? You said everything you should and shouldn't have said. After learning about the current situation, Bai Shanshan finally calmed down for a while. And after a casual greeting, she quickly hung up the phone. Then a string of text messages bombarded her. Why didn't you tell me? I'm going to embarrass myself. Help me. Your Uncle Xia Guangguan. Xiaoyi. She ruthlessly set her phone to silent mode. She put down her phone and raised her head, and suddenly bumped into Ming Jiayi's bright eyes. He listened to the whole call, obviously became very interested, and asked softly, Why does she know me? Have you two talked about me? Xiaoyi. No, not really. I'm so annoyed. I can't wash it off even if I jump into the Yellow River. Day 7 before the end of the world. In the next few days, Xiaoyi did not go anywhere, and resumed the life of eating and waiting for death like in foreign countries, eating, sleeping, exercising, working, repeatedly. The so-called work, the content of work is the same as Ming Jiayi, which is to stay at home and watch the surveillance. Ming Jiayi looked at his shelter, and Xiaoyi looked at the assets under her name. from warehouses to gas stations, from daily necessities factories to shooting ranges, security measures in various places were gradually established and connected to by Shanshan satellite network, which can be remotely controlled through satellites, and even protective measures such as arrows and sulfuric acid are gradually improved. Even at the entrance of her own villa and apartment, she had made some hidden mechanisms, which could be powered by electricity, and had arrows and sulfuric acid mechanisms. She would not use these mechanisms unless she had to, but with a desperate man like Xia Jiping, the time of necessity might come, not too late. As for the daily necessities factory, the Lin family really had no interest in it. From the handover of the contract to now, no one had done the handover. Xia Yi was also happy to have some peace and quiet, and asked someone to count the raw materials, only keeping some products with a relatively long shelf life that could meet basic cleaning needs: soap, shampoo, toothpaste, washing powder, all of which added raw materials to the maximum shelf life, and ensured that its fully automatic production line could be used. As for other products that need to add a lot of fragrances, or more complicated products, she does not plan to do maintenance. At that time, it will be good enough to be able to wash them. There is no need to be picky about such details. As for Yuehu's sanatorium, as the decoration progresses, all the goods she purchased are also transported in step by step. Clothing, food, housing, transportation, and daily necessities are all very complete. Clothing ensures that there are suitable clothes for all seasons. Whether it is extremely cold or extremely cold, the food is fresh, has a long shelf life, and is basically automated and self-sufficient. Enough for 5 or 6 people, including cats and dogs, to eat for a lifetime without starving. The place she lives in is warm in winter and cool in summer. Warm, closed, safe, and has enough energy. She can live in it without any worries about food and clothing. There are all kinds of cars for travel. Even the possibility of being scrapped in the middle of the journey is taken into account. Even in the worst case, she still has spare tools. From survival supplies, to medical equipment, to communication supplies, to daily necessities, to various smart household products. From the practical level to the spiritual level, all are covered very comprehensively. Xia Yi also went to see the glass greenhouse downstairs, which has been basically built, and is very large, covering several acres. After the guidance of professionals, each area is divided very carefully and completely, and there are fully automatic equipment to provide feeding, irrigation, and excrement treatment. If nothing unexpected happens, this place can provide her with fresh vegetables, fruits, and fresh meat all year round, so she basically doesn't have to worry about anything. The construction rhythm is perfect, which is in line with her expectations. According to the current progress, after the final acceptance is completed in a few days, she can move in with her sister. Ming has not reminded her yet, which means that the last 3 days before the end of the world have not yet arrived, and she still has the final preparation time. During this process, she received a call. In Xiaofeng? Xia Yi did not hang up the phone. Although In Xiaofeng had been by her side for many years, and was one of the few people she trusted, she betrayed her easily and clearly. But she was not angry. Blood relatives can do anything. They are just casual acquaintances, and they came together because of interests. If they go their separate ways because of interests, it is not a big deal. I send your luggage back to you, and your salary has been deposited into your card. There's no need for us to contact each other anymore, Xia Yi said calmly. Although she highly understood In Xiaofeng's behavior, it didn't mean she would forgive him. Before this happened, she had originally planned to give him some warnings before the end of the world, hoping that he could survive the difficult life. But after this happened, this person had been blacklisted from then on, and the two of them had no contact since then. Miss Xia. In Xiaofeng sobbed softly on the other end of the phone. Her voice was filled with guilt and regret. I didn't mean it. They hold my husband's job in their hands. If I don't obey, he will lose his job. I can't do anything about it. So what is your purpose? Xia Yi asked calmly. She didn't think that the other party called at this time to express his regret to her. Even if it was, she was not interested in listening. In Xiaofeng was choked by her. After a long silence, she realized that Xia Yi would not give her this way out, so she stopped hiding and honestly stated her purpose. I didn't expect them to go back on their word. They kicked my husband out of there. He is now jobless, and I am jobless too. Our family has no source of income, And now we have elderly parents and young children. Chapter 60. Xia Yi has always been a very good employer. Yin Xiaofeng has been following her everywhere for these years. She has always been grateful for his hard work, providing him with the most comfortable environment, and paying him the highest salary. Maybe as an employer, she is really too easy to talk to, which makes people feel that he is weak and can be bullied. After all, Yin Xiaofeng is not the first person to think so. But no matter how you think about it, it is ridiculous. Yin Xiaofeng can actually have the idea of coming back to work after doing such a thing. I don't know if it is stupid or shameless. Of course, it could be that he has other intentions. But it doesn't make any difference to her. Are you done? Xia Yi's patience has run out. Miss Xia, you are the kindest. Yin Xiaofeng was still begging. I have worked with you for so many years. And even if I have no merit, I have worked hard. I have paid you for your merit and hard work. You are of no use to me now. Xia Yi said lightly, and hung up the phone without hesitation. Yin Xiaofeng looked at the hung-up call interface blankly, looking somewhat at a loss. She was standing in the living room of the Lin family at this time. Next to her was Lin Linglang, who was sitting with his legs crossed. How is it? What did she say? Lin Linglang lowered his head to play with his mobile phone, seeing this. He did not raise his head, and asked lazily. She said. Yin Xiaofeng did not react at all, and blankly repeated what Xia Yi said on the phone. I am useless. No use, no use. Lin Linglang chewed on these 4 words repeatedly, and chuckled softly. I really underestimated her. I didn't expect her to be such a person. Ah? Yin Xiaofeng showed a confused look. Everyone says you are useless. Why are you still staying here? Lin Linglang showed an impatient look, and shook his chin at the door. Since you are useless, you should leave. But you, where is the money you mentioned? Yin Xiaofeng asked in disbelief. Didn't you say that, according to your arrangement, you would give me a price of worry-free food and clothing for the rest of my life? No otherwise. If it weren't for the huge temptation of benefits, she wouldn't have easily changed sides. After all, Xia Yi's salary was really generous. Money? Where did I get the money? I asked you to get the money from her. But you two were all useless and got nothing. Lin Linglang didn't know what was poked, and suddenly became furious. He kicked over the coffee table in the living room, and said angrily, You still want to get money from me? Don't dream. Good guy. Why are you so angry? At this time, someone happened to push the door open, and saw Lin Linglang was furious, and couldn't help but tease him. Who offended you? Your nanny? Isn't this our nanny? Lin Linglang snorted coldly, and lay back on the sofa with his head in his arms, and asked, What's the matter? Fengzi, have you checked her account? Of course. It's all here. Fengzi took out a stack of documents and patted them on his palm. The previous transactions were all abroad. Just over 20 days ago, there were domestic remittance records. And there were also large expenditure records to other domestic companies. Fengzi couldn't help shaking his head, exclaiming, He really has money. Lin Linglang jumped up when he heard that, and tried to grab the stack of documents, saying as he did so, Show me now. No way. Fengzi raised his hand too high, dodged the other party's action neatly, rubbed his thumb and index finger with his other hand, and raised his eyebrows. Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Where's the money? Okay. I transfer it to you right away. Lin Linglang showed a look of surprise, picked up his phone and transferred the money to the other party, complaining as he transferred the money. I'm the kind of person who won't pay. Fengzi snorted, but didn't expose him. After quickly collecting the money, he slapped the stack of documents on Lin Linglang's chest and said, Your sister's overseas company. All the accounts are in it. TSK. Do you know why your cheap sister has no money? She gave all the money to her man. What? Lin Linglang raised his eyes suddenly, and his eyes seemed to pierce Fengzi like a needle. Which man are you talking about? Here. This. Fengzi turned to a page of the document, pointed to the details, and carved a line under the text with his fingernail. Ming Investment Company Limited. The main controller Ming. You remember this name. You told me last time. The cook next to your sister. You mean Ming? The boss of Xia? Lin Linglang frowned in thought, and shook his head after a while, saying he didn't believe it. It can't be. They didn't know each other before, and they first met more than 20 days ago. Just a month. How could it be possible? What's wrong with just 1 month? He was an internet celebrity. And he's the best at defrauding girls. His company is big. If you don't believe me, just look. Lin Linglang followed Feng Zi's finger and moved his gaze to the stack of bills. Unbelievable eyes gradually appeared in his eyes. This? So much money? He took so much money from her. It's more than that. She spent this month. This amount. Feng Zi pointed a number, lowered his head to calculate, and couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. No matter how much money the family leaves, it's useless. She has spent all the money. Why is it so much? Lin Linglang saw the number and was immediately anxious. Xia Yi is not a spendthrift. She has been abroad for so many years and has hardly touched any of her assets in China. Now that she has opened the floodgates for spending, why is she like crazy and wants to spend all the money? She bought all the things randomly, so he won't be left with anything. What did you buy? If it's some asset type, you can still buy it and pay back the money. If you buy useless things like clothes and bags, even if you sell them, they will depreciate a lot, which is a big loss. It seems to be a transaction between her and her man. You can go to the agency to check the details. As for the other things, what's wrong with the other things? Lin Linglang asked. The other things are all broken things. It's not that easy to exchange them for money. They will definitely depreciate a lot. Be prepared. Don't keep me in suspense. Tell me. Lin Linglang's breathing suddenly became rapid, and he asked hurriedly, what did she buy? It's not a luxury car or a luxury watch. You can't tell with your own eyes. Feng Zi pointed at the bill impatiently. Here. It's all here. Look. What junky cars she bought. Dozens of them at once. Is she going to open a car factory? She also spent money on modifications. And the money spent on the modifications was not much less than the original. I guess she didn't know much about cars and was cheated. And here, the clothes are all shabby brands. But there are so many of them. Enough for several people to wear for the rest of their lives. And the food. I'm too lazy to look at it. It's just so much and so messy. It's not like I'm buying goods for business. But I got all this food. Drinks and daily necessities for no reason. People who don't know would think the end of the world is coming. Feng Zi shook his head and couldn't help sighing. Even the prodigal son is not as bad as her. Lin Linglang's pupil suddenly shrank when he heard this. This expression flashed across his face, and he quickly concealed it, and continued calmly. Is this woman fooled by a man? It's fine if he tricked her into buying a house. But he also tricked her into buying these useless things. No. I have to ask for her. See if these things can be returned? I can't let these people take my sister's money casually. Yes. Yes. You have to take it all. Feng Zi said sarcastically. That's not nonsense. She's my sister. Who else can I spend her money on? No, I have to think of a way to get all the money back. Lin Linglang was very confident, but no matter how confident he was, the money would not go to him. The more he talked, the more unhappy he felt. He waved his hand and started to drive him away. Go back quickly. I have to think about what to do. Okay. Okay, I've seen through you. Feng Zi got the kickback he deserved, but he didn't bother with him about this matter. He waved his hand and left. You can take your time to calculate your sister's wallet. Lin Linglang ignored him and fell into deep thought. If he had just met Xia Yi, looking at her innocent face, he might have misunderstood her and worried that her money would be cheated by a man. But after the last time, when his whole family was tricked, he would never think so again. Thinking back to these days, the Lin family sent so many people to follow her, trying to track her whereabouts. But she was as slippery as a fish, coming in and out as if there was no one around, while the people in his family were being walked around like dogs. At this time, he would definitely not be stupid enough to believe that Xia Yi was as gullible and simple as she seemed. Xia Yi would never do things without a purpose. So why did she buy a house from Ming? Why did she buy food, clothes and cars, and bought a lot of things at once? Just like she was in a wholesale market? Was she really deceived by Ming? He and Xia Yi had such a deep blood relationship, and he didn't even pry a penny out of her pocket. How could that man cheat all her money with just a few sweet words? This is impossible. Lin Linglang narrowed his eyes. Also, Feng Zi just said something unintentionally. It reminded him of the anonymous text message he received many days ago. It seems that it is time to go to the real estate company to ask whether it is to confirm his inner thoughts or to cancel the transaction and trace back the transaction amount. This trip is imperative. Lin Linglang threw the documents on the sofa and was about to pack up and leave, but looked up and saw Yin Xiaofeng huddled in the corner of the living room, looking like she wanted to say something but stopped. What the hell are you still standing here for? Lin Linglang frowned in disgust, venting all the anger in his chest on the woman in front of him, and roared loudly. You really don't want your man's job, right? Get out now!